In the midst of an adventurous livestream in Changbai Mountain, Shen Qingxian unexpectedly plummeted into a crevice and discovered a radiant egg. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself trapped within the egg as a young Taotie, a mythical beast imprisoned for a millennium. When Su Muzhe, the world's heroine, acknowledged him with her blood, he lost control and consumed her. In that fleeting moment of digestion, he acquired the talents of innate charm and harmony with heaven's way. Yet he succumbed to madness from devouring a living being. Upon transforming into the mortal realm, he emerged as an ethereal beauty, so captivating that even the revered ancestor of the Dao Xuan sect took him as a disciple against all. Precedent, *** chapter 0, the beginning, ***. His consciousness floated in chaos, akin to a forgotten stone submerged in the abyssal sea. Shen Qingxian could scarcely recall how long he had existed in this absolute void of silence. Was it a year, a decade, or perhaps a millennium? The measurement of time had long since blurred, leaving only a suffocating sensation, confined beneath a thick eggshell, rendering even the slightest movement of his fingertips impossible, eternally enveloping him. He remembered the fall, during that ill-fated livestream in Changbai Mountain. In pursuit of an elusive angle, the ancient ice beneath him had suddenly fractured. The moment he felt weightless, the last clear image in his sight was a flicker of vibrant, multicolored light deep within the crevice. Instinctively, he reached out, his fingertips brushing against a cool, smooth arc. And then, there was only the infinite darkness and confinement. Accompanying this were torrents of chaotic information forcibly thrust into his mind. Taotie, a name belonging to a fearsome beast from ancient mythology, resonating with primal roars and a voracious appetite for all things. This became his new imprint. Fragments of inherited memories were saturated with an insatiable hunger deep within his veins, an extreme craving for pure energy and divine essence. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his marrow, ceaselessly, day and night. Alongside this was a technique imprinted deep within his soul: devour the heavens. Its name was brazenly audacious, and its content ruthlessly domineering. Devour. Consume all. Refine all things into the purest essence. Nourish oneself, and achieve supremacy. Yet this cage-like eggshell severed him from all external energies. He possessed the formidable technique and the ferocity of a Taotie, but was reduced to a mere insect trapped in amber, futilely attempting to devour the heavens within the stilled flow of time, siphoning the meager, nearly negligible chaotic essence from the eggshell itself. Hunger. A hunger that penetrated the very soul, and alongside it, a profound loneliness that threatened to drive him to madness. He felt akin to a feral beast bound by chains, its claws sharp yet rendered voiceless in the darkness. Time ceased to flow like a stream, transforming into a solid, oppressive weight, layering upon the point of his existence, numbing his thoughts and dulling his senses. Shen Qingxian began to question his sanity. Had this millennium of confinement merely been an elaborate illusion projected by a dying brain? Had the modern youth, Shen Qingxian, who once adventured in Changbai Mountain, already frozen into a rigid corpse within the icy crevice? As he teetered on the precipice of self-doubt, nearly succumbing to despair and allowing his consciousness to dissipate within this eternal eggshell prison, a faint yet remarkably clear vibration coursed through the thick walls of the eggshell. Buzz. Like a pebble cast into an ancient, silent pond. This tremor was so faint it could scarcely be perceived, yet struck like a thunderclap, shattering the near-stagnant state of Shen Qingxian's consciousness. In the next instant, an indescribable aura akin to the purest spring water cascading onto red-hot iron surged forth, instantly igniting a yearning that resonated with his very soul. It was here. What was that? The aura, pure, warm, imbued with a tantalizing allure that seemed destined to be devoured. It pierced through the heavy, nearly impenetrable barrier of the eggshell, persistently infiltrating, tantalizingly stirring the Taotie instincts dormant in his blood for a millennium. Shen Qingxian's consciousness tightened in the darkness, emitting a silent roar. The last vestige of humanity, the dam of Shen Qingxian honed by 1,000 years of confinement, trembled precariously under the impact of this aura. The insatiable greed and savagery, akin to a dormant volcano, was wholly awakened. Beyond the eggshell, the world outside. Su Muzhe held her breath, her fingertips trembling with excitement. She cradled the extraordinary egg discovered in the depths of an ancient cave, its surface shimmering with multicolored radiance, appearing exceptionally mystical under the dim light, as if it harbored the essence of creation. The Taoist scriptures say that those born under the auspices of multicolored radiance are often auspicious divine beasts, she murmured softly, her delicate face alight with uncontainable joy. The aura of this egg was ancient and pure, surpassing her most optimistic expectations. Should she successfully forge a blood pact and tame this impending divine beast, it would bestow upon her an unparalleled opportunity on her path to immortality. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Muzhe sliced her fingertip, a drop of crimson, infused with pure spiritual energy and a hint of divine essence, carefully coaxed forth and began to drip onto the cold, smooth surface of the egg. With my blood as a guide, I bind your soul. As the ancient incantation commenced, the moment the drop of blood touched the eggshell, an anomaly ensued. Buzz! The eggshell trembled violently. It was not the gentle absorption or resonance Su Muzhe anticipated, but a fierce, destructive vibration. The multicolored radiance suddenly became blindingly chaotic, no longer auspicious, but exuding a savage crimson. A terrifying force surged forth instantaneously. That drop of blood, like a droplet falling onto a red-hot iron, sizzled without a trace of smoke, greedily and violently drawn into the eggshell. Su Muzhe's expression changed drastically. A primal fear from the depths of her being seized her. She had no time to react. The terrifying force intensified abruptly, akin to the most ferocious black hole in the cosmos. She felt her soul, flesh, essence, cultivation, everything that constituted Su Muzhe being torn and extracted by an irresistible, savage force. No. Her piercing scream, distorted and frayed, uttered a broken syllable before being abruptly silenced. Her body twisted, collapsed, and deflated under the weight of an unseen, terrifying force, akin to a balloon overinflated to its limit. Her skin ruptured inch by inch, her flesh and bones disintegrating into the minutest particles, along with her still flickering, terrified soul, greedily and utterly consumed by the giant egg radiating an eerie crimson glow. The entire process was astonishingly swift. From the moment the blood fell until Su Muzhe completely vanished, not a trace of dust nor a droplet of blood remained. Only a nauseating energy residue, as if space itself had been forcibly torn asunder within the eggshell. Ugh! Shen Qingxian's consciousness emitted a silent, beastly roar. When that warm, pure life energy surged in, the accumulated hunger from a millennium of confinement utterly overwhelmed his last semblance of clarity. He plunged into the torrent like a parched soul on the brink of death in a desert, fervently and greedily wielding the devour the heavens technique. Every fragment of Su Muzhe's blood, spiritual energy, soul essence, and even the fragments of her fortune blessed by the laws of the universe, were shredded, refined, and fused under the might of that overwhelming technique. The purest essence of power, akin to molten lava, forcibly infused into his parched Taotie essence, accumulated over a millennium. Crack! A sinister fissure rapidly spread across the surface of the eggshell. Boom! An indescribable, colossal force erupted within him. Transcendence. Breakthrough. The barriers shattered like fragile glass, obliterated by this torrent of wild, unrestrained energy. An overwhelming pressure, characteristic of the transcendent phase, surged uncontrollably from the cracks in the eggshell, exuding a primal aura of savagery that swept across the entire cave. The ancient seals inscribed upon the cavern walls groaned under the strain, their lights flickering erratically on the verge of total collapse. Power! An unprecedented sensation of strength filled every cell of Shen Qingxian. The frailty accumulated over a millennium of confinement vanished, replaced by a potent self-assurance capable of rending the heavens and earth. Yet, Immediately following this was a bone-chilling wave of nausea. The fleeting glimpse of despair in Su Muzhe's eyes during the act of consumption pierced through him like poisoned ice needles, stabbing deep into the recently awakened humanity of his consciousness. What had he done? Had vivisected a living being, a vibrant life, a person brimming with emotions, possessing a unique destiny. The torrent of refined energy continued to surge within his essence, powerful, pure, and sweet. Yet Shen Qingxian felt as if he were devouring a putrid mass of maggots. His stomach, should he possess one, churned violently, a profound sense of repulsion and disgust surging from the depths of his soul. Ugh! He curled up amidst the shattered eggshell fragments, his consciousness convulsing violently, the primal satisfaction stemming from his gluttonous instincts clashing fiercely with the remnants of Shen Qingxian's humanity, nearly tearing his soul asunder. The blurred fragments of memories from the legacy of gluttony, depicting the consumption of living beings, became strikingly vivid, mingling with Su Muzhe's final, anguished scream, colliding repeatedly within his consciousness. The ecstasy of consumption intertwined with the intense revulsion of the spirit, forming a cruel torment. Amidst this agonizing rift of the soul, two entirely new, profoundly intricate laws inscribed themselves into the core of his newly transcended essence, subtly merging with the faint trace of worldly favor lingering within Su Muzhe's origin. Inherent charisma, a source of allure that transcends the mundane, as if destined to attract the attention and admiration of all beings in the universe, unrelated to power, yet tapping into the most primal instincts of existence. Harmony with the heavenly path, a peculiar connection that resonates subtly with the laws of this realm, as if traversing the world, even the gentle breeze, flowing clouds, and the flora and fauna would bestow upon him an added goodwill, rendering him more susceptible to serendipitous encounters. This was the feedback from devouring the world's heroine, a gift from fate, and furthermore, a bloodstained mark imprinted upon his soul after the consumption of a living being. No, it shouldn't be like this. Shen Qingxian's consciousness struggled against the pain, the newly birthed transcendent essence quaking violently. Instinctively, he yearned to escape this newly acquired power, tainted with bloodshed, this gluttonous shell. As this thought arose, the newfound, vast power within him seemed to find an outlet for release, erupting in a thunderous explosion accompanied by his intense desire for transformation. Crack, crack, crack. The eggshell could no longer endure, fracturing inch by inch, exploding into a myriad of crystalline shards. A resplendent array of colors surged forth once more, but unlike the previous chaotic crimson, it transformed into a gentle, pure light, imbued with the essence of sacred rebirth. Within this radiant glow, a vague human silhouette rapidly coalesced and took shape. Bones grew, tendons extended, flesh burgeoned. A completely new form was born under the coalescence of gluttonous origin and transcendent power. As the brilliance began to fade, Shen Qingxian stood barefoot upon the cold cavern floor, surrounded by shards of the shattered eggshell that twinkled like fragments of stars. Quickly dimming into dust, he lowered his gaze to see a pair of human hands. The fingers were long, the joints distinct, and the skin shimmered with a jade-like luster in the dim light. Instinctively, he raised his hand to gently caress his own face. The sensation was warm, the contours sharp, the bridge of his nose high. This body perfectly mirrored his modern visage, yet it was intricately refined by some force, elevating the explorer's tenacity and sharpness to an almost ethereal level of delicacy and perfection. He approached a glimmering puddle on the cave wall. The surface of the water reflected a blurred image. Shen Qingxian was taken aback. The reflection portrayed the contours of his familiar face, yet it bore an unsettling strangeness. Each feature had been artfully adjusted, harmoniously combined to form a visage that could outshine the stars. His complexion was as pale as cold jade, nearly translucent in the cave's dim glow. Most striking were his eyes, with pupils of pure gold, akin to molten metal, exuding an ancient beast's indifference and majesty, yet curiously tempered by an aura of renewed sacred ethereality. His long, dark hair cascaded down to his waist like fine silk. His body was flawlessly proportioned, the bare chest radiating strength, the waist lean, and the legs long and straight. A subtle, almost imperceptible luminescence surrounded him, resembling moonlight condensed into a gentle glow, rendering him akin to a celestial being who had inadvertently descended from the heavens, pure and untainted by any speck of dust, sacred, breathtaking. Yet as Shen Qingxian gazed at his reflection in the water, a chill coursed down his spine. Beneath this immaculate exterior lay the essence of an ancient beast that had just voraciously devoured a woman. Did the depths of those golden eyes still harbor the remnants of Su Muzhe's final moments of despair? His stomach churned once more. Ugh. He doubled over, retching uncontrollably, physiological tears streaming down his face, tracing the contours of that sacred, exquisite visage. Not from hunger, but from a profound sense of inescapable guilt and self-loathing deep within his soul. He had consumed the world's heroine, usurping another's fate. All the power he now possessed, this flawless form, and the peculiar gifts of inherent charisma and harmony with the heavenly path were tainted with Su Muzhe's blood. The gluttonous instincts roared from the depths of his soul, yearning for power, craving further consumption. Yet Shen Qingxian's humanity wrestled in pain, struggling, repenting, resisting. He stood bewildered in the desolate silence of the cave, surrounded only by the faint remnants of energy lingering after the eggshell had completely disintegrated into ash. The last trace of Su Muzhe's existence had vanished entirely. Where is this place? What lay beyond? Where is he to go? At that moment, he faintly sensed a minuscule fluctuation in the fabric of space at the cave's entrance. It seemed as if something had entered. Chapter 1. The Glutton in the Ice Crevice, the rebirth in bloodlight for the venerable Wanwu. Shattering the dilapidated ancient barrier at the entrance of the cave was but a mere flick of his fingers. As the faint glimmers of the broken barrier began to dissipate, an overwhelming and savage aura, imbued with a sense of nascent vulnerability, surged forth like a tangible tide. Following closely was a more elusive yet profound essence that stirred even the tranquil heart of Wanwu, evoking a subtle ripple. Was it an affinity with the laws of heaven and earth, mingled with an indescribable allure that effortlessly tugged at the primal instincts of living beings? He stepped deeper into the cave. The scene that unfolded before him was nothing short of bizarre. At the center of the cave lay a vast, jetting outline of ashes, remnants of a formidable shell that had been instantaneously vaporized by extreme heat and power. The air was thick with the acrid scent of devastation and the faintest trace of divinity that did not belong to this realm. Additionally, there existed a nearly imperceptible yet profoundly unsettling distortion of fate, altered by forces beyond comprehension. Wanwu's snow-white brows imperceptibly twitched. His gaze traversed the devastation, settling upon a figure beside a shadowy puddle at the cave's end. Even a being as seasoned as Wanwu, who had witnessed the passage of time and the myriad phenomena of the world, could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment. A youth, a boy who had only just taken form, standing barefoot upon the frigid stones, his inky hair cascading like a waterfall, enveloped in a gossamer veil of chilly moonlight. His bare body was a flawless embodiment of perfection, each contour a testament to the Creator's utmost craftsmanship, radiating a jade-like sheen. The visage was one that even Wanwu, having traversed 3,000 worlds over countless years, had never encountered, a countenance that seemed to encapsulate the quintessence of celestial grace. So pure and ethereal that it evoked a sense of reverence, as if to gaze upon it longer would be a sacrilege. Yet, what truly astonished Wanwu were those eyes. Pure, molten gold vertical pupils, now brimming with the bewilderment of nascence, anguish, and a profound self-loathing. Tears silently streamed down that angelic face, glistening in the moonlight like falling stars. What further unsettled Wanwu's heart was that, despite his own advanced cultivation at the late stage of tribulation, he was utterly unable to discern the boy's true essence. His bone age was as clear as that of a newborn, astonishingly pure, yet his cultivation at the initial stage of transformation was remarkably solid, suggesting a foundation far beyond mere infancy, especially the aura that surrounded him, which seemed to subtly resonate with the very laws of heaven and earth, an unheard-of phenomenon. Savage? Sacred? Rebirth? Misanthropy? Extraordinary talent? Favor of the heavens? The magnitude of these conflicting forces momentarily left even the ancient Wanwu, who had lived for countless ages, in a daze. His gaze swept over several fragments of eggshell at the boy's feet, still exuding a chaotic essence, then back to the enormous outline of ash. And his heart began to sketch a breathtaking silhouette, that of an ancient ferocious beast, or perhaps a divine creature. The egg of destiny, serendipitously infused with divine essence, unexpectedly shattered its ashen shell. This was likely the source of that singular drop of blood, devoured entirely by the burgeoning instinct of ferocity. The youth, then, became the corporeal manifestation of a ferocious beast, perhaps even a divine creature. Yet, the palpable suffering emanating from this transformation revealed a humanity that was strikingly authentic. The venerable ancestor, Wu Wan, sighed softly. The child's lineage was shrouded in enigma, entangled in profound causality. The ripples of fate that had been altered hinted at the multitude of tribulations that awaited him. According to conventional wisdom, such disturbances should be evaded. However, the purity of his very essence, the robustness of his foundational spirit, and the affinity that even the heavens seemed to bestow upon him stirred something within the long silent heart of Wu Wan, a heart that had sought enlightenment for countless years. Perhaps this astonishing entity was, in itself, a rare manifestation of the Tao. He stepped forward, his figure appearing silently before the youth, effectively blocking the celestial light that seeped into the cave. Child, Wu Wan's voice, though soft, carried a soothing power that instantly dispelled the residual violent aura within the cave. The cause and effect here have concluded. Let not past entanglements ensnare you further. Kulme, walk with me. Shen Qingxian trembled, abruptly raising his gaze. His tear-filled golden eyes met those profound, all-encompassing orbs that resembled an expansive sea of stars. The gaze was gentle and serene, devoid of fear, greed, or disgust, instead radiating an understanding that pierced through all and a touch of incomprehensible compassion. He opened his mouth, but only a broken sob escaped his throat. The millennia of solitude, the malevolence that consumed the living, the bewilderment and self-loathing that accompanied his transformation, all emotions found an outlet in that moment. He did not inquire about the elder's identity or their destination. Rather, he instinctively sensed that the aura emanating from this elderly figure was the sole harbor of solace within this frigid cave. With great difficulty, he nodded, akin to a drowning man grasping for the only piece of driftwood. Wu Wan's sleeve brushed lightly, and a simple, ethereal white robe materialized, gently enveloping Shen Qingxian's vulnerable form, shielding him from the cold and momentarily concealing his disheveled state. From this day forth, your name shall be Shen Qingxian, Wu Wan declared with an undeniable certainty. You shall enter the Dao Xuan sect and become my personal disciple. Dao Xuan sect? Shen Qingxian's consciousness felt somewhat disoriented as he was passively drawn by the intangible force of Wu Wan. Stepping out of the cave that had confined him for a millennium, a place that had become synonymous with his rebirth and sins. The blinding light of day surged into his vision, prompting him to instinctively squint his golden slit-like pupils. Before him lay a panorama of undulating mountains and surging seas of clouds. Countless celestial peaks hovered in the air, adorned with ethereal mists, as spiritual birds and extraordinary beasts traversed the vibrant skies. The grandeur of the celestial realm enveloped him, starkly contrasting the desolation of the cave. Powerful divine thoughts, akin to invisible tendrils, retreated in reverence upon sensing Wu Wan's presence, laden with an unmistakable awe. Wu Wan guided him onward, as the void beneath his feet appeared to coalesce into an imperceptible staircase, while celestial pavilions and towers rushed past beneath them. Before long, a magnificent and ethereal floating celestial peak emerged before me, its aura so rich it seemed almost liquid. Atop the peak stood a grand palace, inscribed with 3 ancient and powerful characters. Why a peak? This was the sacred realm of the venerable Wanwu, the very core of the Dao Xuan sect. Wanwu did not elaborate, merely imparting a jade slip containing foundational knowledge of the Hongmeng continent and the sect's regulations into Shen Qingxian's consciousness before gracefully departing, leaving behind the words, engage in profound meditation, familiarize yourself with this realm, while I seek a suitable weapon for you." The palace at the summit was vast yet desolate, accompanied only by the drifting clouds and gentle breezes. Shen Qingxian stood alone on the expansive terrace, gazing down at the surging sea of clouds and the majestic layers of celestial mountains as the information from the jade slip flowed gradually through his mind. In the Hongmeng continent, the path of immortality flourished, with sects aplenty, and the Dao Xuan sect reigning supreme in the eastern domain. The cultivation realms included qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. He lowered his gaze to his human hands, sensing the formidable power within him, slowly growing under the spontaneous operation of the swallowing heaven technique, far surpassing that of an ordinary initial stage divine transformation practitioner. The queasiness induced by the devouring was somewhat alleviated by Wanwu's gentle presence, yet the guilt gnawed at him like a persistent parasite, weighing heavily upon his heart, creating a silent tug-of-war with his innate yearning for power. He forced himself to dismiss thoughts of the dark cavern and the piercing scream that echoed within it. His gaze shifted to the distant path, where he could faintly discern Dao Xuan disciples maneuvering their flying swords. Born of enchantment? Shen Qingxian tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of bitter self-mockery. The passive halo effect of this innate talent had already begun to manifest when he accompanied Wanwu across the celestial mountains. Those disciples who caught a glimpse of him, regardless of gender, were instantly entranced, as if struck by a binding spell. Some even struggled to control their artifacts, nearly plummeting from the sky. Their gazes were filled with pure astonishment, obsession, and incredulity, akin to mere mortals witnessing the descent of a true celestial being. This attention was unwelcome. It even stirred within him a sense of irritable vulnerability. He longed to retreat, to process the sudden upheaval of his existence, to grapple with the sins born from his consuming nature. Silently, Shen Qingxian turned, preparing to enter the depths of the palace in search of a secluded chamber, to shield himself from prying eyes. Just then, an icy and menacing sword aura, without warning, pierced through the misty barrier surrounding Waiapeak. The sword energy was not an attack. It resembled a proclamation, an overwhelmingly domineering and frigid awareness, sweeping across the summit with an intent sharp enough to pierce through all. Its intensity was unmistakably that of the mid-stage divine transformation. Shen Qingxian abruptly turned back. The figure of Wanwu had silently appeared at the edge of the terrace, accompanied by another individual, a young man clad in black. The youth stood tall and resolute like a solitary pine on a peak, his dark attire accentuating his sharp lines. His ink-black hair was simply tied back with a black ribbon, a few strands falling over his forehead, highlighting the chiseled contours of his jawline. He bore an ancient longsword upon his back, unsheathed yet emanating a chilling aura that seemed to thicken the air on the terrace with a layer of frost. The most striking feature was those eyes, deep and unfathomable like a frigid pool or an ancient well, devoid of any ripple. Their gaze, when swept across, felt like tangible ice shards scraping against the skin. Within them lingered no curiosity, no reverence, only a near indifference to all things, exuding a chilling aloofness that kept all at bay. "Qingxian, this is your junior disciple, Xie, broke the stillness of the moment, the voice of the venerable Wanwu ancestor, carrying a subtle warmth. Shen Qingxian's golden pupils narrowed slightly as he instinctively met that pair of abyssal black eyes. Time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. At the instant Xie Zhuiyuan's gaze landed upon Shen Qingxian's face, a barely perceptible ripple traversed the depths of his eternally icy eyes, as fleeting as an illusion, yet sufficient to stir the stillness of the ancient well within. Wanwu ancestor continued, "Zhuiyuan shall henceforth cultivate alongside you on Weifeng. You entered the sect slightly earlier. Thus you bear the responsibility of an elder brother." Xie Zhuiyuan's gaze remained fixed upon Shen Qingxian's visage, his cold scrutiny seemingly piercing through the veil of the sacred moonlight, reaching something deeper within. In a moment the ancestor's words concluded. Contrary to customary etiquette, he made a startlingly abrupt move. He moved, swift as a specter, crossing several paces in an instant, closing in directly before Shen Qingxian. The dark fabric of his attire ushered in a chilling wind, imbued with the essence of frost and snow. Shen Qingxian could even discern the reflection of his own slightly startled golden slit pupils within Xie Zhuiyuan's long, thick eyelashes. Then, Shen Qingxian felt his chin being gently lifted by a cold, hard object, the tip of the sword sheath held by Xie Zhuiyuan, enveloped in an unknown dark metal. The pressure was not heavy, yet it bore an undeniable sense of control, compelling Shen Qingxian to slightly raise his head. The icy sensation radiated from his chin, causing his body to tense instinctively, a faint growl of warning echoing from the depths of his bloodline. Yet he stifled it, his molten gold slit pupils narrowing in an instant, akin to a beast defending its territory. Xie Zhuiyuan looked down upon him, his face forced upward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Slowly and aggressively traversing Shen Qingxian's breathtakingly perfect features, particularly lingering upon those golden eyes, imbued with both indifferent wildness and the anguish of humanity. The young man's thin lips parted slightly, his words falling like icy beads upon a jade plate, clear, frigid, bearing an unmasked scrutiny and a hint of indescribable annoyance. Is it appropriate for an elder brother to be so ostentatious? Wanwu ancestor stood silently by, his snow-white brows barely twitching, yet a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes, refraining from interjecting. Ostentatious? Shen Qingxian was momentarily taken aback by this icy inquiry. A surge of absurd anger mingled with offended irritation rising from the depths of his heart. The cold, hard touch of the sword sheath at his chin incessantly reminded him of his current passivity and the rebelliousness of the youth before him. He nearly scoffed aloud. That beauty born of fate was a curse imposed upon him. Was this the guilt he wished to bear? To attract such glaring attention upon entering the immortal sect? He forcibly suppressed the surging fury within his throat, yet his molten gold vertical pupils sank into an abyss, reminiscent of a tempestuous sea before the storm. Coldly gazing back into the unfathomable depths of Xie Zhuiyuan's dark eyes, a fierce aura belonging to the gluttonous beast uncontrollably leaked a fragment, entwining around the frigid sword sheath. The air abruptly thickened, every pin drop audible. On the terrace, the sacred moonlight silently confronted the biting chill of frost. Shen Qingxian distinctly perceived that within Xie Zhuiyuan's icy, profound gaze, his own golden vertical pupils, darkened by anger, were reflected. Deep within those black eyes, a subtle ripple, forcibly suppressed, seemed to stir once more the moment it collided with his fierce aura. The cold touch of the sword sheath against his chin felt like a brand, while the barely perceptible ripple in Xie Zhuiyuan's eyes resembled a stone cast into still waters, unexpectedly stirring weak ripples from the depths of Shen Qingxian's heart. Filled with guilt and disdain for the world, a strange, forcibly ignited tremor, mingled with offended ire, abruptly struck his heart. The sword sheath represented the first beam of light that touched him after a millennium of darkness. Cold, hard, bearing an undeniable edge. The chilling sensation of the sheath, akin to ancient ice, instantly penetrated Shen Qingxian's recently solidified flesh, reaching his very marrow. That sudden sense of control and the unmasked scrutinizing gaze, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness and unfamiliar sharpness, acted like a key, forcefully prying open the tightly shut heart of a beast that had been dormant for 1,000 years. A roar, originating from the depths of his bloodline, erupted suddenly, a sound only he could hear. The gluttonous fury, long suppressed by devouring sins, the struggle of humanity, and self-loathing, surged forth like a tyrannosaurus whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly rearing its head at the provocation of Xie Zhuiyuan's cold sword sheath. An untamed, primal, terrifying aura, imbued with an absolute will to consume, involuntarily leaked from Shen Qingxian's taut form, swirling like an invisible flame, wildly entwining with that frigid sword sheath. Golden pupils. Those molten gold vertical pupils suddenly narrowed into two piercing beams of golden light. All confusion, pain, and self-loathing were instantaneously replaced by a fierce, ferocious glare, as if an ancient giant beast, long asleep, was fully awakened in that moment. The anger of being looked down upon, controlled, and offended surged like lava within his veins. He could even sense the nascent form of fangs stirring beneath his gums. Time seemed to freeze. The winds atop the endless peak appeared to halt their flow. Thick clouds silently roiled around the two, gathering and dispersing. Wan Wulong stood silently not far away, his deep-set gaze beneath snow-white brows still profound, as if he had long seen through everything, yet merely observed a drama destined to unfold. Xie Zhuiyuan's deep, pool-like black eyes clearly reflected Shen Qingxian's current fierce and savage golden pupils. Deep within those cold irises, upon encountering this tangible feral aura's impact, the previously nearly completely suppressed, minuscule spark of ripples was suddenly stirred. No longer mere ripples, but rather a cluster of cold sparks that ignited suddenly, only to be forcefully snuffed out. The emotions intertwined within him were exceedingly complex. There was the displeasure of provocation, the vigilance born from shock. Yet beneath it all lay a flicker of exhilaration ignited by a primal ferocity and relentless brutality, one that he himself had scarcely perceived. It was a silent collision of ice and fire, a fierce clash between a sacred facade and the savage soul within. The pressure from his sword sheath at his jaw remained unyielding. Shen Qingxian's malevolent aura clung to him like tangible thorns, tightly entwining without further encroachment or verbal confrontation. Merely two utterly opposing, yet equally domineering presences colliding with thunderous intensity and proximity. Shen Qingxian could discern the distorted and ferocious reflection of himself in Xie Zhuiyuan's eyes. This forcibly torn facade unveiled a raw essence that curiously diluted a portion of his guilt. Beneath this suffocatingly pure exterior lay a beast, and this icy figure before him seemed to effortlessly pierce through it, just as the suffocating stalemate was on the brink of snapping its last thread. A soft yet unmistakably clear cough, akin to a stone cast upon a still lake, shattered the dreadful equilibrium. The venerable Wan Yu, having approached at an unknown moment, maintained a gentle air of compassion, his gaze deliberately avoiding both the sword sheath and Shen Qingxian's face as he spoke in a calm tone. For those who cultivate, tranquility is paramount. When obsession arises, the heart becomes chaotic. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a sacred chant, imbued with an indescribable power that instantaneously quelled the boiling ferocity within Shen Qingxian's blood. The oppressive aura entwined with the sword sheath dissipated as quietly as snow under the warm sun. The golden light in Shen Qingxian's eyes faded from its fierce glow, reverting to a molten gold hue. Yet the intricate emotions of humiliation, indignation, astonishment, and the discomfort of forcibly suppressed ferocity intensified. Almost simultaneously, the cold sword sheath pressed against his jaw was swiftly retracted, the motion crisp and decisive, as if the preceding aggressive scene had never transpired. Xie Zhuiyuan stepped back impassively, once again sheathing the ancient sword behind him, his eyes as cold and deep as a frozen pond, swept over Shen Qingxian's still pale face and a lingering hint of anger in his golden gaze, ultimately settling on the slight flush of his jawline, a remnant of the previous turmoil. There, a barely perceptible red mark stood out starkly against his jade-like, pale skin, an imprint left by the sword sheath's end. Xie Zhuiyuan's thin lips pressed together, his gaze lingering on that red mark for the briefest fraction of a second before he lowered his eyelids, concealing the unfathomable depths of his cold gaze. Only the chilling aura radiating from him continued to keep others at bay. At last, the venerable Wan Yu turned his attention to Shen Qingxian, calmly advising, atop Weifeng, there are several vacant caverns. Qingxian, you may choose a secluded spot to settle. The abundant spiritual energy within the peak will assist you in solidifying your cultivation and familiarizing yourself with your techniques. He paused, shifting his gaze to Xie Zhuiyuan. Your sword intent is beginning to solidify, yet your inclination towards violence is excessive. It would be more suitable for you to retreat to the sword-tempering cliff for quietude. Off you go. With this simple directive, the two were momentarily separated. It was both an arrangement and an unspoken warning. Xie Zhuiyuan uttered no superfluous words, nor did he cast a single glance towards Shen Qingxian. Instead, he offered a frigid salute to the venerable Wan Wu, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a piercing beam of black sword light, cleaving through the mist enveloping the summit, vanishing into the depths of the towering, forest-like mountains below. The direction he pursued led him towards the renowned perilous site of the Dao Xuan sect, the sword-grinding cliff. Rumored to be rife with ancient and unyielding sharp winds and malevolent energy capable of eroding one's very soul. As the chilling presence abruptly retreated, only the cool air at the peak remained. Shen Qingxian's top body gradually relaxed, an inexplicable sense of exhaustion and weakness washing over him. Instinctively, he raised a hand, lightly brushing his fingertips against the crimson mark left by the sword sheath on his jaw, which still bore the cold, unyielding sensation, accompanied by a strange, jarring aftershock akin to an electric current piercing through him. His heart, still beating heavily and irregularly after being forcefully subdued by the extreme rage and ferocity, was not fueled by hatred for Xie. Rather, it was a stinging sensation of being utterly seen through and having his pretense forcibly torn away, along with an odd imprint stemming from the depths of his soul, in response to that icy, sharp aura. Truly, it was madness. Shen Qingxian forcibly suppressed this absurd thought, taking a deep breath of the almost liquid essence of spiritual energy. The modern spirit of Changbai Mountain and the recently awakened consciousness of the gluttonous beast still intertwined chaotically atop the suspended peaks of the highest celestial sect in the Hongmeng continent. He required a place to find tranquility, far removed from all eyes, including that dangerous and peculiar junior brother. Following the guidance of the jade slip within his consciousness, he proceeded towards the eastern side of Weifeng. Upon traversing a realm of shifting spiritual light within a runic barrier, he was greeted by a sudden clarity. Chapter 2. Tranquil cultivation under the moon, enigmatic shadow of the phoenix on the eastern cliffside of Weifeng. Several white, jade-carved caverns nestled into the rock face. Shen Qingxian selected the most secluded and least conspicuous one, aptly named Qinyuan, a title that resonated with a sense of profound isolation, perfectly aligning with his current sentiments. Pushing open the jade door revealed an interior so sparsely furnished it bordered on emptiness, a bed, a mat, and a stone table, with nothing else to be found. The air flowed with an almost palpable essence of spiritual energy, rich enough to gently quell the turmoil within his soul and the incessant subtle cravings of his gluttonous bloodline. The heavy jade door silently closed behind him, sealing off the howling winds and drifting clouds outside. The interior walls were embedded with luminous pearls, casting a soft, cool white light that elongated a shadow against the wall. With a long exhale, Shen Qingxian released a breath, as if to expel the accumulated darkness, sins, and the absurd conflict he had just endured. He slumped onto the cool jade bed, his fingertips unconsciously brushing the nearly faded crimson mark on his jaw once more. The coolness of his skin served as a reminder that he had not merely experienced a dream. Who exactly was this Xie? Those eyes, akin to a frigid pond, seemed capable of piercing through his sacred facade to reveal the fierce beast within. And that chilling aura, so intensely sharp, which paradoxically sparked a flicker of exhilaration amidst their confrontation, was that merely an illusion? Shaking his head, Shen Qingxian compelled himself to cease such thoughts. He closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to descend into the depths of his consciousness. The information contained within the jade slip, cast into his mind by the venerable ancestor, flowed like a gentle stream through his thoughts. The vastness of the Hongmeng continent, the immense scale of the Dao Xuan sect, the 9 realms of celestial cultivation, and the extraordinary treasures of the cultivation world. All these streams of information from various powerful factions diluted the chaos in his heart. He yearned for strength, not for the sake of tyranny, but to possess the confidence necessary for self-preservation in this bizarre world and to suppress the insatiable instinct derived from his Tao-type bloodline. He wished to never again endure the hellish experience of devouring living souls. The jade slip mentioned that cultivators of the transformation stage could, to a certain extent, control their souls and desires. He must seize his power post-haste. With a flicker of thought, the rune condensed from the heaven-devouring art within the depths of his consciousness was activated. This dominantly named technique began to operate gradually, without a target to devour. The path of the technique was to draw upon the vast external spiritual energy, which was then frantically refined through the Taotie cord as Dantian, transforming it into the purest source of power. Boom! The spiritual energy within the depths of the abyss was instantly stirred, as if discovering an entrance to an endless chasm, surging forth in torrents. The pull was tremendously powerful and unruly, far beyond the gentle sensations experienced by ordinary transformation stage cultivators. Above Shen Qingxian, a visible vortex of spiritual energy, adorned with a subtle rainbow halo, silently formed. Infinite spiritual energy was devoured into his body. Were he an ordinary transformation stage cultivator, such violent spiritual energy would have ruptured his meridians in an instant. However, Shen Qingxian's body, shaped by the essence of Taotie and refined under the nurturing of Su Muzhe's pure spiritual power and a touch of divinity, exhibited an unimaginable capacity for endurance. The torrent of turbulent spiritual energy surged into the Taotie cord as Dantian, exuding a fierce aura, where it was ruthlessly shattered, purified, and imprinted with his unique mark. Before being redistributed throughout his limbs, bones, and even into his nascent transformation divine soul, he could distinctly feel his foundation in the transformation stage solidifying at a terrifying speed, heavy and unfathomable. A sense of power joyously burgeoned within every minuscule particle of his being. Yet, simultaneously, a craving more pronounced and insistent than before arose alongside the surge of power, quietly manifesting like a parasite. Devour, to consume higher-tier energies, purer substances, and more formidable beings? That thought echoed like a sinister melody, chillingly resonating amid the euphoria of newfound strength. Shen Qingxian's heart tightened, and he forcefully channeled his technique to suppress this malevolent impulse, beads of cold sweat beading upon his brow. The side effects of the heaven-devouring art were indeed tyrannical enough to induce dread. As the moon hung high in the sky, the lights of the Dao Xuan sect's peaks began to dim, with most disciples having returned to their quarters or entered deep meditation. At the waist of Waya Peak, the Yinxing Ping, where outer disciples resided, remained brightly lit. A few young disciples, tasked with daily patrols and just having changed shifts, gathered in a pavilion for a brief respite. One of them inadvertently lifted his gaze toward the main peak and was instantly struck, as if by lightning, freezing in place. The jade slip in his hand clattering to the cold, rocky ground. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about, old five?" grumbled one of his companions, annoyed by the slip's fall. Following the direction of his comrade's dazed gaze, he fell silent, his eyes widening in shock. In the depths of the eastern cliff of Weifeng, above the remote and secluded Qinyuan cave, an astonishing spectacle emerged in the night sky, captivating all who beheld it. A colossal moon hung majestically, its cool radiance cascading down like tangible mercury, penetrating the thick mist of spiritual energy. At the heart of this dreamlike glow, a vague silhouette floated, shrouded in moonlight, its features indistinct yet evoking a slender and ethereal outline. The inky tresses shimmered with a satin-like sheen under the moonlight, gently swaying in the breeze. The night wind stirred the pristine white robe bestowed by the venerable ancestor, its sleeves fluttering gracefully, the flowing ribbons dancing lightly, sketching an otherworldly arc beneath the moon. Though merely a hazy apparition, its indistinct visage radiated an ineffable allure, piercing the depths of the soul with an irresistible charm. Pure and sacred, it resembled a moonlight sprite, untouched by earthly dust, engaged in a delicate dance. There was an enigmatic and captivating essence, drawing one in like a moth to a flame. The moonlight, the clouds, the ethereal figure, all harmonized to perfection, as if crafted by the hand of the celestial Tao in a masterpiece of ink and wash. Is it a celestial fairy? No, it is a senior brother. A disciple murmured in a dreamlike state, his voice trembling and dry. The senior brother he referred to was none other than Shen Qingxian, whom he had glimpsed in the daytime on the terrace, only to be taken back to the peak by the ancestor. A soft gulp echoed in the stillness of the night, piercing the silence with clarity. The convergence of moonlight was unprecedented. Another, more composed disciple, struggled to suppress his shock and excitement, seeking a rational anchor. Could it be that the new senior brother was cultivating in the Qinyuan cave, eliciting such a pure and grand celestial phenomenon? What kind of technique was he practicing? At that moment, the figure within the moonlight seemed to make a subtle motion, tilting its head to receive the moon's glow as the flow of its cultivation energy fluctuated. Just a slight shift in its profile elevated the solitary beauty and sanctity of the night sky to a breathtaking pinnacle. A sharp intake of breath was heard from several disciples on the Xingxing platform, as if an invisible hand had tightened around their hearts, then suddenly released, causing blood to rush uncontrollably to their heads, their cheeks aflame. The figure seemed to sense something, subtly turning its gaze not towards them, but rather deeper, towards a steeper rock face. Yet, this seemingly inadvertent glance into the void carried an overwhelming beauty and intoxicating allure that transcended spatial distance, precisely imprinting itself upon the hearts of every disciple gazing upwards. Senior brother, a low voice, laced with unrecognized infatuation, escaped the throat of a young disciple. His gaze had become utterly lost within the enchanting moonlit figure, feeling his spirit sway, his mouth dry. With a soft thud, another jade slip fell to the ground. The night breeze rustled the wind chimes hanging at the pavilion's corner, producing a delicate chime. Yet, the disciples remained as if petrified, gazing dreamily at the round moon atop the peak and the mesmerizing figure within, capable of stealing one's very soul with a mere glimpse. Inside the Qinyuan cave, Shen Qingxian slowly opened his eyes. Under the gentle luminescence of the night pearl, his golden pupils shimmered with a profound radiance, flickering with an ethereal brilliance. After several hours of cultivation, the swallowing heaven technique voraciously absorbed the vast amounts of pure spiritual energy at the summit of the boundless peak, rapidly solidifying his nascent soul stage. He furrowed his brow slightly. Just moments ago, while he was gathering the moonlight for cultivation, he seemed to faintly perceive several exceedingly weak gazes observing him. This submerged cavern is perched atop a precipice, a perilous location. Who would venture to such a place to spy? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. He closed his eyes once more, allowing his consciousness to delve into the sea of awareness. Chapter 3. The Sword-Bowing Pact, entering the sect amidst disturbance as dawn broke. Celestial hues flourished. The morning bell at the summit of Boundless Peak resonated with a distant and ethereal sound, cleansing the lingering night air amidst the mountains. Shen Qingxian opened the jade door of the submerged cavern. After a night of serene cultivation, his immaculate white robe remained untainted, and his ink-black hair was meticulously tied back. The golden vertical pupils, under the morning light, bore a softer aura than the previous night's ferocity, imbued with a touch of nascent clarity. Yet the inherent sense of detachment remained unyielding, accentuating his sanctity and inaccessibility. A young male disciple adorned in the simple garb of the Dao Xuan sect stood at the edge of the terrace, patiently awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Shen Qingxian emerge, a fleeting look of awe and reverence crossed his face, quickly replaced by a deep bow, his voice trembling imperceptibly. Senior brother Qingxian, by the decree of the venerable ancestor, please proceed to the sect's 10,000 sword platform to select your life-bound magical artifact. The 10,000 sword platform? The life-bound artifact? Shen Qingxian recalled the jade slip's mention of the new intersect core disciples, indeed noting the ritual of sword bowing to establish one's life-bound artifact. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the disciple's words. The disciple, seeing his silence, dared not speak further and respectfully led the way. Descending from the summit of Boundless Peak, Shen Qingxian did not utilize a magical artifact, for he possessed none, but instead relied on his formidable physical prowess and exquisite control over spiritual energy, treading upon the void. With every step, it was as though invisible steps supported him, his robes billowing gracefully, his demeanor relaxed, yet his speed remained unimpeded. Akin to a feather buoyed by a gentle breeze, the guiding disciple summoned a silver flying sword, barely managing to keep pace with him, his heart filled with astonishment. The celestial mountains below gradually came into view, with palatial structures arrayed in neat succession, and the spiritual fields and herb gardens emanating a luminous aura. Countless figures traversing the skies upon their swords resembled a bustling swarm of bees. Yet, when their eyes inadvertently caught sight of the serene figure enveloped in a soft glow, chaos erupted. Who is that? How could it be? I feel as though I have encountered a true immortal. Didn't rumors circulate yesterday that the venerable ancestor had taken in a new direct disciple? This, junior brother, be cautious ahead. Gasps, exclamations, and sounds of awe resounded from below, immediately followed by a series of swift whooshes and the jarring sounds of collisions and frictions. Those disciples, wielding various magical artifacts, whether foundational, golden core, or even the few elite in the nascent soul stage, upon recognizing Shen Qingxian's countenance, even from considerable distance, were so shaken that they lost control of their spiritual power. Thud! A foundational female disciple, who had stood atop a gourd, tumbled straight down, only to be barely caught by her quick-witted companions. A jade-like flying leaf, a magical artifact, swayed unsteadily in the air, resembling a drunken soul, nearly colliding with a nearby, suspended bridge. Clang! A nascent soul cultivator wielding a fierce, flying blade gasped in alarm, his blade energy spiraling out of control, nearly severing a lock of his own hair. In a flurry, he regained his posture, his complexion shifting between crimson and pallid. My starfall herb, a gold core disciple, engrossed in tending to precious spiritual plants, absent-mindedly plucked a herb from his grasp, oblivious to his actions. Who has stepped on my jade vessel? The plaza below erupted into chaos. Countless gazes converged upon the skies, akin to spotlights, filled with astonishment, infatuation, shock, disbelief, and an insatiable curiosity. Shen Qingxian's countenance, refined under the moonlight, appeared even more extraordinary in the resplendent morning light, accentuated by his golden pupils and soft radiance. His brows knitted slightly. Those penetrating gazes felt like tangible threads wrapping around him, inducing discomfort. The agitation stirred by his innate charm surged again, prompting him to discreetly quicken his pace, transforming into a barely discernible white light, swiftly vanishing amidst the towering pavilions below, leaving behind a scene of disarray and a throng of bewildered disciples engaged in fervent discussion. The guiding disciple, witnessing the turmoil below, felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly accelerated to follow. The 10,000 Swords platform is situated in one of the core areas of the Dao Xuan sect, the Sword Tomb Valley. The entire valley is enveloped in an imposing and solemn formation, vast in space and suffused with a rich metallic sharpness. As far as the eye can see, no complete architectural platforms are visible. Instead, a sea of swords stretches endlessly. Indeed, a myriad of swords. The valley's walls, steep and jagged black cliffs, are densely embedded with tens of thousands of long swords. Each sword is unique in form and varied in length. Some are rusty and battered, reduced to mere remnants, exuding the melancholy of history. Others glimmer with a chilling brilliance, brimming with spiritual energy, their sharpness soaring towards the heavens. Some are ancient and weighty, their essence restrained, reminiscent of a slumbering lion. Others possess slender, elegant bodies, entwined with strands of peculiar energy, their sword energy piercing the sky, sharp and bone-chilling. As the entire valley resonates with a metallic clangor emitted by countless spiritual swords, akin to the buzzing of a swarm of bees, merging into a profound and overwhelming sound wave. The valley floor is not level. Instead, it is littered with countless jagged black boulders, resembling a rocky beach sculpted by the relentless flow of sword energy over millennia. At this moment, a dozen or so individuals are present, most of whom possess deep breaths and solemn expressions, clearly high-ranking elders or core disciples within the sect. The venerable Wan Wu, clad in a simple gray robe, stands atop the tallest black boulder, accompanied by several other elders who exude a similarly profound aura. When Shen Qingxian gracefully descended, all eyes instantaneously focused on him. In that fleeting moment, the harmonious hum of the myriad swords seemed to diminish. A brief silence ensued. Astonishment, scrutiny, shock, and complex curiosity interwove around Shen Qingxian. Even these seasoned individuals, accustomed to the tides of fortune, found it challenging to maintain their composure when confronted with his visage and those extraordinary golden pupils at such proximity. Elder, I, disciple Shen Qingxian, pay my respects, he stated, unwavering in his gaze, approaching the giant stone where the venerable Wan Wu stood, bowing respectfully. With a gaze cast low, Jin Tong endeavored to temper the overwhelming aura that emanated from him. Wan Wu, the ancient ancestor, nodded slightly, his tone serene. Good. Now that we are here, let us proceed according to the established customs. The spiritual swords within the Sword Mountain possess sentience. As you traverse the valley, release your essence and commune with the myriad blades. Should any resonate with you, it will respond accordingly. Choose the finest among them and take it. Understood, Shen Qingxian replied, inhaling deeply as he compelled himself to disregard the intense stares that felt almost tangible. He stepped forward into the rocky expanse strewn with sharp blades. Upon entering the heart of the valley, the hum of the myriad swords intensified abruptly, akin to a stone cast into a boiling cauldron of oil. A formidable surge of sharp, metallic sword intent, replete with both repulsion and exploration, crashed toward him like an invisible tide. Shen Qingxian swayed slightly, then steadied himself. The essence of the Taotie within him stirred quietly, emanating a presence that was as immovable as a mountain yet subtly imbued with a devouring intent. Gently resisting the onslaught of this repulsive wave. This was not a conscious act on his part, but rather a spontaneous defense from an ancient lineage. At that moment, a piercing, shrill sword cry erupted unexpectedly from a secluded corner deep within the valley, infused with a palpable fury. The sound was so abrupt and frenzied that it instantly overshadowed the buzzing of countless spiritual swords, akin to a powder keg igniting, drawing all attention toward it. Shen Qingxian halted, his golden eyes narrowing as he turned toward the source of that anger-laden cry. There, in a dim and dusty corner, upon an unremarkable black boulder, was embedded a long sword of peculiar design. The blade was entirely obsidian, fashioned from a material that was neither metal nor jade, resembling a solidified knight. At the hilt, an angular, dull silver crystal was set, devoid of luster. The entire sword exuded an aura so restrained it bordered on lifelessness, akin to an ancient stone that released no hint of sword intent, starkly contrasting with the flamboyant spiritual swords nearby. Yet following that furious cry, the enigmatic black sword fell silent once more. Within the dark silver crystal at the juncture of the hilt and blade, a flicker of dim crimson light, nearly imperceptible, glimmered for a fleeting moment. It resembled a slumbering eye that suddenly opened, radiating a cold, murderous intent and disdain, casting a glance at Shen Qingxian before swiftly closing again. Does this sword harbor disdain for me? Shen Qingxian discerned the pure animosity that had momentarily surged forth. Was it due to the fierce energy of the Taotie? He averted his gaze, choosing to disregard the peculiar sword's provocation. With a steady mind, he endeavored to fully release his essence, no longer suppressing his ferocity, nor feigning purity. He allowed his most genuine self, an intricate blend of the Taotie's essence and nascent humanity, to diffuse silently throughout the Sword Valley like tranquil water. The Sword Mountain possessed spirit, and to select a master, there must be a resonance of hearts. He sought a sword that belonged to him. As time slowly passed, Shen Qingxian traversed the realm of blades, the stones beneath him cold and unyielding. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As his breath spread, the entire Sword Valley's hum abruptly shifted its tone. No longer was it a wave of rejection. Instead, it transformed into an almost fervent agitation. The first beam of light ignited like a wildfire, suddenly illuminating the surroundings. It emanated from the right side of the valley's entrance, where a spirit's sword, entirely emerald green and entwined with verdant vines, appeared. It burst forth with a dazzling green radiance, the sword body trembling violently, producing a series of crisp and melodious chimes, as if earnestly calling out. Following this, it resembled a searing spark landing on an oil-soaked prairie. Buzz! To the left front, a blood-red longsword, adorned with peculiar fiery cloud patterns, soared upward, radiating a fierce crimson glow, its heat oppressive. Buzz! Deep within the valley, a white-boned scimitar, embedded in the skull of a colossal beast, vibrated violently, emanating a chilling and ghastly aura. Buzz! 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 In the central region, several spirit swords of various shapes erupted with vibrant colors, resembling a multitude of birds flocking to a phoenix. Sharp golden brilliance, heavy yellow light, agile azure, and violent purple electricity. Countless beams representing different attributes and qualities soared skyward like festive fireworks, illuminating every corner of the Sword Valley with a resplendent glow, dazzling in its brilliance. All the lights converged on a singular focal point, a figure clad in white, walking at the valley's bottom, surrounded by a faint, ethereal radiance. Buzzing, countless spirit swords, whether lodged high in the rock walls or nestled deep within the valley's crevices, seemed to respond to an exalted summons, beginning a frenzied quiver. The sword bodies trembled, attempting to break free from the millennia-long constraints of their rocky prisons. Their lights, whether fierce or gentle, shared a singular emotion of fervent devotion and pilgrimage. The entire Sword Valley erupted in a frenzy. The violent sword energy whipped up a tempest. The sharp metallic resonance shrieked and clashed in the air. The spectacle was breathtakingly grand, yet chaotically overwhelming. How could this be possible? The symphony of myriad swords. This sight, in my 800 years of life, I have only heard whispers of an ancient lore. All spirit swords were alerting him, no, summoning him. What extraordinary talent does this newcomer possess? The elders upon the great stones were utterly taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon this almost miraculous scene at the valley's base. They had witnessed prodigies summon hundreds, even thousands of swords, a rarity across millennia, but this multitude of swords. The gleam in the eyes of the venerable ancestor flickered brightly, his snow-white brows furrowing and relaxing, his gaze deeply fixed on Shen Qingxian. Behind him, an austere elder clad in a black robe, the head of the law enforcement hall, Innate Charm, gradually transformed his astonishment into a profound, inscrutable concern. This phenomenon could not merely be attributed to exceptional talent. There must be something otherworldly at play. Shen Qingxian, too, was stunned by the sudden uproar of myriad swords. The colossal roar, a cacophony formed by countless swords, crashed against his consciousness, the chaotic brilliance constricting his golden pupils. The sensation of being targeted by so many spirit swords was far from pleasant. Yet, what was worse, as the myriad lights flourished, the innate talent of charming bone. Heaven born deep within his soul seemed to be nourished by some immense energy, instantly intensifying to its zenith. Buzz. The air at the valley's bottom suddenly stagnated. In the next moment, all the trembling spiritual swords, which had been shrieking with fervor, were as if seized by an invisible hand around their throats. All cries ceased abruptly. The blazing light flickered violently, akin to a candle struggling in the wind. An indescribable aura, pure and vast like the ancient starry sky, laced with a deadly allure, erupted with immense tidal energy centered around Shen Qingxian. It felt as though the celestial rivers of the nine heavens were cascading into the mortal realm, igniting billions of stars in his honor. That sacred essence was elevated infinitely, and that soul-stirring charm magnified to its zenith. Thud, thud, thud. The few core disciples closest to the valley's bottom, whose cultivation was somewhat lesser, bore the brunt. They felt their minds blanking, their hearts gripped tightly by an invisible hand, then violently hurled towards the heavens. In that instant, an overwhelming beauty and allure, transcending the boundaries of gender, surged forth like a tsunami, obliterating all their defenses. Some felt their knees weaken, collapsing to one knee, faces flushed, eyes glazed over. Others swallowed instinctively, as if parched travelers had stumbled upon a sacred spring. Even the elders, steadfast in their resolve, felt their hearts race and blood surge. They struggled to steady their minds, but their expressions turned exceedingly grim. This was no longer a matter of talent. It was positively demonic, an aberration of the Tao, especially for Mo Qinshan, the head of the punishment hall, whose underlying anxiety transformed into a chilling, killing intent. Preposterous. A cold rebuke sliced through the air like a frigid northern wind sweeping across molten lava. The voice was not loud, yet it contained a power capable of severing illusions and intimidating the soul, instantly dispelling the enchanting aura that had bewitched the valley. Shen Qingxian felt the uncontrolled allure forcefully retracted within him, his consciousness clearing. He turned sharply to find Xie Zhuiyuan standing at the entrance of the myriad swords platform, clad in dark robes, bearing an ancient sword, his posture as upright as a drawn blade. His icy gaze pierced through the surging sword light and the throng of people, landing with precision and chill on Shen Qingxian. In those unfathomable black eyes, there was no amazement, no distraction, only an almost palpable disdain. No, it resembled a cold flame ignited by disappointment. He had evidently arrived earlier, witnessing the bizarre spectacle of the myriad swords resonating, and had personally observed the moment the allure magnified to its monstrous extent. The faint scar on Shen Qingxian's jaw seemed to throb once more. Chapter 4. The myriad swords resonate. Is the holy sun a demon or an enchantment? Xie icy reprimand swept through the valley like a polar current, freezing the molten lava, instantly solidifying the enchanting aura that had rendered everyone mesmerized. The tumultuous sword cries halted abruptly, and the raging light dimmed, extinguished like a candle snuffed out, retreating into stillness. The lethal allure emanating from Shen Qingxian's innate charm, forcibly heightened to its peak by the resonance of the myriad swords, was as if pressed back into his being by an unseen hand. Shen Qingxian felt his consciousness clear abruptly, and that strange force, which had spilled out of control and felt uncomfortable even to him, was swiftly suppressed. He suddenly turned his head, his molten gold vertical pupils locking onto the figure draped in dark robes at the entrance. Xie Yuan stood there, bearing the ancient sword imbued with a repressed aura, his posture tall and solitary, resembling an unparalleled fierce sword thrust into the mouth of the Valley of 10,000 Swords. His cold gaze penetrated the residual energy waves that had yet to fully subside, as well as the flickering array of sword lights, precisely and emotionlessly pinning down Shen Qingxian. In his bottomless black eyes, there was none of the shock, admiration, or murderous intent seen in the other elders. Instead, there was a palpable, almost tangible, frozen fury. No, it resembled a form of extreme agitation, mingled with a cold, scrutinizing detachment. The nearly faded crimson mark on Shen Qingxian's chin seemed to throb anew. He distinctly felt Xie Yuan's gaze as a frigid probe, piercing not only through his sacred facade, but also attempting to breach the instinctual turmoil within him that had just been forcefully suppressed. Xie Yuan, the voice of Mo Qinshan, the head of the law enforcement hall, shattered the brief silence. His complexion was ashen, his eyes glinting with cold light, as he pointed at the now distant and aloof Shen Qingxian at the valley's bottom, his voice ringing like the clash of metal. This boy is otherworldly. The chorus of 10,000 swords bewilders the heart. This is an omen of chaos. Seize him at once and deliver him to the law enforcement hall for investigation. Indeed, echoed another irascible elder, still wary. The 10,000 swords choose their master with sentience. How could they behave so rebelliously? This boy must bear dark arts, inciting the swords to lose control and employing sinister enchantments to confuse our minds. Ancestor, we cannot be lenient. Several core disciples, jolted from their earlier stupor, gazed at Shen Qingxian with a mixture of fear and complex trepidation. The spectacle of the 10,000 swords resonating was too overwhelming, and the momentary allure that had swept through their minds left them with a deep-seated tremor of dread. In an instant, doubts and hostility surged like a frigid tide toward Shen Qingxian, who stood alone at the valley's bottom. The elder Wanwu's white brows furrowed slightly, his profound gaze sweeping over the diverse expressions of the crowd before finally settling on Shen Qingxian. He did not immediately voice his judgment, seemingly weighing the situation. At that moment, Xie Yuan moved. Ignoring Mo Qinshan's command, he did not cast a glance at the agitated elders. His figure, clad in dark robes, stepped forward like a specter, causing the hard black rock beneath his feet to silently sink by an inch. He did not draw his sword, yet an essence of sword intent, more pure, more domineering, and more frigid than all the spiritual swords within the valley combined, suddenly erupted. This sword intent was not directed at anyone, but rather it enveloped the entire valley of 10,000 swords like an invisible glacial river. Buzz! All the spiritual swords that had just settled down emitted a mournful tremor, as if subjected to an absolute suppression of a higher order, their glimmers dimming, their bodies bowing low, akin to subjects paying homage to their sovereign. The rampant sharpness within the valley was instantly frozen and tamed, with even the air seemingly crystallizing into an invisible frost. This sword intent was not a guardian to Shen Qingxian. It felt more like a means of clearing the field. At the core of this bone-chilling storm of sword intent, Xie Yuan's figure had already appeared before Shen Qingxian. The two individuals stood in remarkably close proximity, so near that Shen Qingxian could distinctly perceive the chilling aura emanating from his counterpart, reminiscent of ancient and unyielding ice, as well as the cold fury swirling within the depths of those obsidian eyes, threatening to erupt. Xie Yuan, what do you intend to do? Are you perhaps going to shield this demon? Mo Qianshan? He admonished sharply. Yet, before he could finish his words, a more intense and piercing sword intent swept towards him, causing his protective spiritual light to quiver violently, stifling the remainder of his statement. Mo Qianshan's countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of incredulous astonishment flashing in his eyes. This fellow possesses formidable sword intent. Xie Yuan paid no heed to the grim expressions of the elders behind him. His gaze remained firmly locked onto Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils, his lips pressed tightly together, and his jawline taut as if chiseled from stone, though he remained silent. The implications conveyed in his gaze were as clear as a finely etched blade. Trouble. As Shen Qingxian met his cold, furious stare, the agitation and sense of injustice that had been festering within him began to dissipate, oddly mitigated by this more potent and direct anger. He even sensed a faint, almost imperceptible disdain for his ostentation emanating from Xie Yuan, reminiscent of their encounter atop Weifeng the previous day. Just as Shen Qingxian anticipated that this icy figure would once again resort to striking him with the scabbard or some other means, Xie Yuan suddenly extended his hand. The movement was as swift as lightning, imbued with an irresistible dominance. However, his grasp was not aimed at Shen Qingxian's wrist. With a soft tearing sound, like fabric being rent asunder, Shen Qingxian felt a chill on his shoulder. Xie Yuan's hand, with knuckles as distinct as intricately carved jade, seized the collar of his pristine white robe, precisely at the juncture of his left shoulder and collarbone. You! Shen Qingxian's pupils constricted in disbelief. Had this man lost his sanity? Was he truly tearing his clothing before the venerable Wan Wu and all the elders? However, Xie Yuan did not grant him a moment to react. With a sudden surge of strength, his hand did not tear the fabric, but rather clamped down on it with the ferocity of a vice. Then whoosh! An overwhelming force enveloped him. Shen Qingxian felt his body lighten, as if he were a leaf caught in a tempest, yanked upward by Xie Yuan with a manner both brazenly humiliating and astonishingly swift. The dark figure, enshrouded in a white luminescence, transformed into a bolt of black lightning that tore through the air, disregarding the jagged rocks and protruding blades scattered across the valley floor, ignoring the varied expressions of the elders on the high platform, and paying no mind to the nearly incandescent fury of Mo Qianshan behind him, as he surged forth from the entrance of the Wanjin platform, disappearing amidst the vast mountains and flowing clouds. The entirety of Wanjin Valley fell into a profound silence. Only the area on Shen Qingxian's left shoulder, where Xie Yuan had grasped, bore the telltale signs of distortion, the fabric marked by powerful fingerprints left behind, as if branded. The elders exchanged glances, particularly Mo Qianshan, whose face was a tumult of pale and dark hues, his beard trembling with rage. Wan Wu ancestor quietly observed the direction in which the two had vanished, a faint, elusive glimmer passing through his profound eyes beneath his snow-white brows. Chapter 5. The Malevolent Force of Handan Town. The golden cage binding the heart of the monkey the biting gale sliced through the air like a frigid blade against his cheeks. Below, the towering mountains of the celestial realm receded swiftly, transforming into indistinct splashes of color. Shen Qingxian found himself grasped by the collar of his robes by Xie Yuan, dragged through the air in a manner both humiliating and disheveled. The rush of wind from their high velocity nearly robbed him of breath, his garments flapping violently while his inky hair danced wildly behind him. Xie Yuan, have you lost your mind? Let me go, Shen Qingxian exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury surging within him as he struggled. Yet, to his horror, The hand gripping his collar felt as unyielding as an iron shackle, immovable. A chilling, domineering sword intent radiated from that hand, penetrating his being and instantaneously sealing off the formidable power of the Taotie he had just summoned. This ice-cold brute. His cultivation must surely exceed the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Shen Qingxian's heart raced with dread, though he was merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm. The raw power of the Taotie far surpassed that of his peers, yet he found himself subdued with such ease. Siege Yuan paid no heed to his cries, even denying him a single glance. The figure clad in dark attire resembled a silent black lightning, propelling them towards the most treacherous region of the Dao Xuan sect, the sword-grinding cliff. As they crossed into the territory of the sword-grinding cliff, the atmosphere abruptly thickened with a sense of impending doom. The visible grayish-white gales, akin to countless tiny flying daggers, whistled piercingly as they darted chaotically between the cliffs, colliding with one another. An oppressive aura that could erode the very soul permeated the air, chilling to the bone, as if it could freeze light itself. Any ordinary cultivator who lacked a powerful protective artifact would suffer severe mental degradation within moments in this place. Yet Siege Yuan traversed it with ease, enveloped in that cold, domineering sword intent. The tumultuous winds parted before him, as if encountering an invisible reef, circumventing him entirely. The sharp, malevolent energy was kept at bay. He continued to drag Shen Qingxian forward, unimpeded, plunging into the darkest and steepest crevices of the sword-grinding cliff. Suddenly, the light dimmed. The biting cold and the dense, malevolent aura surged forth like a tangible tide, engulfing both men. At the base of the crevice lay a pool no larger than several zhang, its waters as dark as ink, eerily calm, radiating a chilling essence that seemed capable of freezing even light itself. Jagged, frigid black rocks surrounded the pool. The atmosphere here was 100-fold more oppressive than outside. Even Siege Yuan's icy sword intent seemed to be slightly restrained. With a splash, Shen Qingxian was unceremoniously tossed onto the cold, black rocks by the pool's edge. The hard surface struck his shoulder painfully, igniting his fury. He propped himself up, his molten gold vertical pupils ablaze with wrath, and glared at the architect of his predicament. Siege Yuan stood before him, hands clasped behind his back. His dark robes blended almost seamlessly with the shadows in the dim light, leaving only his cold, abyss-like eyes visible. Gazing down at Shen Qingxian with an icy demeanor, the suppressed irritation seemed to have dissipated somewhat, leaving only a pure, detached scrutiny, as if he were evaluating a troublesome object. "Have you flaunted enough at the 10,000 sword platform?" Siege Yuan finally spoke, his voice colder than the waters of the pool, dripping with unmasked mockery. "Gifted by nature? Favored by the heavens? Shen Qingxian, do you wish for your demise to come swifter?" That frosty inquiry pierced Shen Qingxian's heart like a poisoned needle. He clenched his fist tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palm. The humiliation of being forcibly dragged away, the anger stemming from doubt, and a sense of helplessness regarding his predicament, all emotions erupted violently. "What business is it of yours?" Shen Qingxian growled through gritted teeth, his molten gold vertical pupils radiating a fierce glare. The ferocious aura of the glutton surged uncontrollably, enveloping him in a faint, dark golden halo imbued with a sense of devouring. "How I cultivate and how I act is none of your concern. Who do you think you are?" His retort seemed to strike a nerve in Siege Yuan. The depths of his dark eyes instantly darkened, reminiscent of a night sky before a storm. He spoke not a word but took a sudden step forward. A wave of even more terrifying and palpable cold pressure descended with a thunderous force, akin to a colossal glacier crashing down. The air seemed to crystallize into ice. Shen Qingxian felt his breath catch, every bone in his body groaning beneath the unbearable weight. The ferocity he exuded was forcefully suppressed back within him by this overwhelming sword intent. Even the devouring heaven technique, which had just begun to operate, was completely frozen. He let out a muffled groan, a sweetness pooling in his throat, a hint of metallic bitterness rising to his mouth, which he swallowed back down with great effort. Siege Yuan leaned in, his cold, handsome face nearly touching Shen Qingxian's. The icy breath brushed against Shen Qingxian's cheek, carrying the unique malice of the sword-grinding cliff. Akin to a viper tasting the air. Who am I? Xie Yuan's voice was terrifyingly deep, each word striking like ice pellets against rock. I'm her junior brother. At least for now, in this mysterious sect I am. He fixated on the corners of Shen Qingxian's eyes, slightly reddened from anger and oppression, and the stubborn golden pupils ablaze with fury, enunciating each word with piercing clarity. Therefore, manage your chaotic abilities. Should you provoke trouble outside, I won't hesitate to clean up after you for a master. The phrase clean up after you carried a chilling undertone of murderous intent, utterly unmasked. Shen Qingxian's pupils constricted abruptly, not out of fear, but from the sheer rage ignited by that blatant hostility, seeing him as a nuisance, an anomaly. The ferocious spirit of the glutton roared within him, violently battering against the barriers frozen by the sword intent. Just you. Shen Qingxian managed to squeeze out those 3 words through clenched teeth, his body trembling with unadulterated fury. A more potent, primal desire to devour surged wildly from the depths of his bloodline, coalescing. The suppressed instincts of the glutton seemed to find an outlet, yearning to consume this arrogant, cold-hearted individual before him. The golden glimmer in his eyes flared intensely, his vertical pupils narrowing to dangerous pinpoints. The dark golden halo surrounding him vibrated violently, exuding a raw, savage aura that seemed poised to devour everything, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, brewing within him. Xie Yuan keenly sensed the shift in this aura. Deep within his cold black eyes, the previously suppressed excitement, akin to a spark ignited, flickered again. He did not retreat. Rather, he stepped closer. Their noses were nearly touching. Care to make a move? Xie Yuan's lips curled into a faint, icy smile, laced with unabashed mockery and a hint of cruel delight. With your meager, just awakened ferocity that you cannot even control? Shen Qingxian, in this place, your gluttonous power cannot even devour the waters of the cold desolation pool. The very mention of the cold desolation pool ignited Shen Qingxian's ferocity, provoked by the proximity of the taunt and the chilling mockery. Following Xie Yuan's gaze, he cast a glance at the dark waters nearby. The pool exuded a frigid aura that pierced his soul, accompanied by an extraordinarily concentrated and ancient malevolence. Devour it? The gluttonous instinct within him seemed to emit a greedy hiss. It was also wary of the terrifying power contained in that water. Just as Shen Qingxian's spirit was ensnared by the pool's allure, and his innate savagery and desire to consume were on the verge of breaking through the threshold, Xie Yuan suddenly moved, swiftly, beyond the limits of Shen Qingxian's perception. He did not draw his sword, but instead formed his fingers as if they were a blade. His fingertips did not touch Shen Qingxian's body. Rather, they pointed with precision at the location of his danzhong acupoint in his chest, executing a rapid and exact strike. A faint blue sword aura, condensed to perfection and imbued with an absolute intent to freeze, pierced through the tumultuous dark golden halo surrounding Shen Qingxian's form, disregarding all defenses, and directly entered his danzhong acupoint. A muffled groan of agony escaped Shen Qingxian's lips as his body trembled violently. The sword aura, upon entering his body, did not inflict destructive harm. Instead, it coldly and accurately struck the core node of the burgeoning, ferocious energy within him. It was as if a searing iron had been abruptly pressed against the restless soul of a beast. An indescribable agony surged through his entire being. This was not a corporeal pain, but rather a burning and freezing that stemmed from the very essence of his soul. The boiling, gluttonous blood within him was suddenly doused with a deluge of ancient ice, releasing a mournful cry as all its ferocity and insatiable desires were forcibly frozen and imprisoned under the absolute suppression of that icy sword intent. The dark golden halo burst like a punctured bubble, dissipating in an instant. The fierce golden glint in Shen Qingxian's eyes rapidly dimmed, his vertical pupils reverting to their original state, yet they appeared slightly unfocused due to the overwhelming pain and the sudden binding of his powers. He seemed as though all his bones had been extracted, collapsing weakly against the cold black rock wall, his complexion as pale as paper, gasping for breath. with beads of cold sweat instantly dotting his forehead. Each breath tugged at the agonizing sensation deep within his soul, as if it were being torn apart by the ice. Xie slowly withdrew his fingers, the faint blue sword aura dissipating quietly. He stood upright, coldly observing the crumpled form of Shen Qingxian, who was curled up slightly from the excruciating pain. A barely perceptible ripple in his deep black eyes swiftly vanished, returning to their unfathomable coldness. Chapter 6. The Ruthless Sword. Frights of the Midnight Phantom, the pain, clung to Shen Qingxian's very essence like a chilling vine. Each subtle breath, pulling at the deep-seated burning and tearing sensation left by the icy sword aura. He leaned weakly against the cold black rock wall, his inky hair dampened by cold sweat, disheveled and clinging to his pallid cheeks and neck. The molten gold-like vertical pupils had lost their sharpness, leaving only a semblance of weakness, confusion, and a flicker of humiliation-fueled rage that had yet to extinguish completely. Xie stood before him, his dark figure resembling an ancient piece of obsidian ice by the cold pool. He regarded Shen Qingxian's disarray with indifference, his fathomless black eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he had merely crushed a bothersome insect. Slowly, he raised his hand, not directing his fingers at Shen Qingxian, but rather pointing towards the lifeless, inky depths of the cold pool. With a soft hiss, a condensed azure sword energy silently shot forth, piercing the dark waters. There was no thunderous roar, no violent ripples. The entire surface of the cold pool, centered around the point where the sword energy had penetrated, instantaneously solidified. A thin layer of chilling, ethereal blue ice crystals silently spread, swiftly enveloping the entire surface of the pool. The water had transformed entirely into a vast expanse of terrifying glacial ice. Having completed this act, Xie did not cast another glance at Shen Qingxian, treating him with the same disregard one might afford to refuse. He casually extended his other hand this time, grasping Shen Qingxian's wrist. Cold, unyielding, imbued with an undeniable strength. Like shackles forged from fine steel, they tightened instantly. Shen Qingxian's body quivered violently. He yearned to break free. Yet the lingering agony and the icy grip held him fast, rendering even his fingers incapable of curling. He could only allow that frigid hand to drag him along, as though he were a tattered doll, once more lifted from the ground. The dark figure, enveloped in a stream of white light, surged through the deep crevice of sword-grinding cliff, disregarding the howling winds and malevolent energy outside, moving so swiftly that it left traces in the void. Below, the outlines of the celestial mountain receded rapidly. Shen Qingxian hung his head weakly, his vision fragmented by the clouds and mountain shadows that swept past him. The scar on his chin had long vanished. Yet the cold touch and the faint sting of the marks left by Xie grip on his wrist remained as vivid as a brand. Silence reigned. Only the whispering wind could be heard. As the familiar aura of the rune barrier enveloped him, Shen Qingxian recognized that he had returned to the domain of Weifeng. The dark figure showed no signs of pause, directly dragging him towards the cliffside cave known as Qinyuan. The heavy jade door slid open soundlessly. Shen Qingxian was thrust inside with a force that was not gentle but strikingly precise, stumbling a few steps before his back collided heavily against the cool, smooth jade wall of the cave, producing a muffled sound. He let out a groan, sliding down to the ground against the jade wall. The violent impact exacerbating his already frail condition, causing his vision to darken. The jade door closed silently behind him, sealing off the outside world. The cave was instantly shrouded in profound silence, illuminated only by the soft, cool white light of the night pearl, casting a glow upon his pale, disheveled, sweat-soaked visage. The rich spiritual energy in the air seemed to carry a hint of cold mockery. Xie had not departed. His figure, clad in dark attire, stood like a specter on the inner side of the closed jade door, turned away from Shen Qingxian. In the oppressive stillness of the cave, only the sound of Shen Qingxian's somewhat hurried and pained breaths could be heard. Qingxianju, the chilling voice abruptly shattered the silence. Without a glance back or any fluctuation of emotion, it was as if an undeniable command had been issued. Shen Qingxian struggled to lift his head. his molten gold vertical pupils fixed intently on that shadowy figure, humiliation and fury coiling around his heart like venomous serpents. He opened his mouth, his throat parched and aching, yet no words escaped his lips. Instead, he defiantly turned his face away, confronting silence. If that hint of ferocity desires to consume him, so be it. Xie Yuan's voice grew colder, laced with unabashed mockery. He still did not turn around. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing towards the void within the cave, his finger resembling a sword as he made a gentle slash. With a hiss, a strikingly refined, ice-blue sword aura materialized from thin air, neither an attack nor an assault, but hovering 3 inches above Shen Qingxian's head. The sword energy emanated an icy chill and a purity that seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. It hung there like the sword of Damocles, suspended yet radiating a lethal intimidation. That frigid sword intent pierced like invisible ice needles, relentlessly invading the depths of Shen Qingxian's soul, intensifying the agony that felt as if his essence were being torn apart. Shen Qingxian's body trembled violently, blood seeping from his clenched teeth. The hovering sword aura inflicted not just physical pain, but an absolute mental suppression and humiliation. He harbored no doubt that if he dared to make any movement, that sword energy would unhesitatingly descend, completely encasing him in ice, perhaps even erasing him from existence. Humiliating tears welled in his eyes, stubbornly held back. He abruptly closed his eyes, refusing to gaze upon that shadowy figure and the suspended ice sword, forcing his consciousness to plunge into his sea of awareness, commencing the arduous operation of the most fundamental calm heart technique as inscribed in the Jade Slip. The cultivation method was exceedingly arduous. Each time, spiritual energy flowed through the soul nodes encased in the sword aura's frost. It was accompanied by excruciating pain that felt like the very fabric of his soul was being shredded. He trembled all over, cold sweat cascading down his temples and spine, saturating his pristine white robe, which clung tightly to his form, outlining his slender yet taut figure due to torment. Within the cave, only Shen Qingxian's repressed. Intermittent gasps echoed. Time trickled by. The suspended ice-blue sword aura silently dissipated. An unknown moment, the shadowy figure vanished beyond the jade door. The cavern of Qinyuan fell into utter silence. Shen Qingxian remained seated with closed eyes, his complexion as pale as parchment, yet the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy, disrupted by pain, began to wane and stabilize under the arduous guidance of the calm heart technique. The agony had not vanished, merely forcibly suppressed deep within his soul, akin to a dormant volcano. Uncertain of how long had passed, the moon hung high in the sky. The luminescence of the night pearl within the cave seemed to have dimmed slightly. Shen Qingxian slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue and pain still lingered in his molten gold pupils, yet the fury and tumult had been painstakingly subdued. He moved his stiff body, the bones emitting faint cracking sounds. The wrist, once gripped by Xie Yuan, bore a distinct ring of bruised fingerprints, glaring against his skin like cold jade. He propped himself against the icy jade wall, struggling to rise. His legs felt numb and prickled with pain, each step akin to treading upon needles. He staggered to the stone table in the corner, intending to pour himself a drink of water, only to discover that the table was barren save for a fist-sized, jet-black metallic ore adorned with enigmatic natural patterns. Ore? Shen Qingxian paused in surprise, recalling that this object had not been present in the cave the day before. Who placed it here? Was it the venerable Wanwu? Or perhaps the cold, merciless visage of Xie Yuan flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed by himself. That icy wretch would be unlikely to do anything other than cast him into the cold death pond. Could it be a guiding disciple? Or some unknown figure? Shen Qingxian did not delve further. His gaze fell upon the black ore, which emanated an extraordinarily pure and refined metallic essence, its quality far surpassing any spiritual material he had sensed at the Wanjin platform. It lay quietly on the cold stone table, like a fragment from the primordial cosmos, exuding a chilling luminescence. Instinctively, a delicate craving, rooted deep within his gluttonous bloodline, was stirred by the presence of this pure metallic ore. Devour, refine, restore the essence ravaged by Xie Zhuiyuan's sword energy. This thought sprouted like wild grass in his weary and frail heart. He unconsciously extended his hand, his long, pale fingers grazing the cold surface of the ore. Buzz, a faint, almost imperceptible force of devouring energy, akin to a shark sensing blood, surged uncontrollably from his fingertips, attempting to entwine itself around the ore. However, at the very moment this feeble force made contact with the ore, an abrupt transformation ensued. Roar, a furious howl, imbued with rage, pain, resentment, and an overwhelming intent to kill, erupted without warning, reverberating like thunder in the depths of Shen Qingxian's consciousness. This roar did not originate from the outside world, but directly assaulted his very soul. It sent shockwaves through his mind, reigniting the previously suppressed agony. Shen Qingxian let out a muffled groan, his body swaying as his fingers recoiled from the ore as if electrified, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. What was happening? He gazed in horror at the black ore, which remained undisturbed on the stone table, devoid of any change. Yet that soul-shattering roar had been no illusion. The overwhelming malevolence and pure intent to kill embedded in that howl were 100-fold more terrifying than his recently awakened gluttonous instincts. It felt as if an ancient, tormented beast, imprisoned for eons, had issued a vile curse upon him the moment he sought to consume the ore, transcending the bounds of time and space. Shen Qingxian's heart raced violently, his molten gold pupils fixating on the ore, filled with wariness and suspicion. This thing was peculiar. Just then, another anomaly arose. Buzz! Outside the tightly sealed jade door of the Chun Yuan cave, an exceedingly subtle, yet overwhelmingly forceful spiritual consciousness swept through the entire cave area like an invisible net. This consciousness was cold, ruthless, and bore an air of strictness akin to a judicial interrogation, infused with malice and an insatiable desire to probe. The Hall of Justice. Mo Qinshan. In an instant, Shen Qingxian recognized the aura of this spiritual consciousness. It belonged to the presiding figure of the Hall of Justice, who had harbored murderous intent against him at the Wanjian platform. How dare he probe the cave of his direct disciple under the watchful eye of the venerable Wanwu? A sudden tension gripped Shen Qingxian. His condition was dire, with his soul source wounded and his breath unstable. If Mo Qinshan were to detect any anomaly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He forcefully suppressed the chaos in his mind, stirred by the howling of the ore, quickly retracting all his aura. He became as lifeless as a piece of jade, slowly sliding down against the cold jade wall, closing his eyes to feign deep meditation, while his heart thundered wildly within his chest. The chilling and murderous spiritual sense lingered outside the cavern for a moment, scanning repeatedly, seemingly in search of something. That spiritual presence pierced through the remnants of sword energy deep within Shen Qingxian's soul, causing a faint ache as beads of cold sweat trickled from his brow. After a few breaths, the spiritual sense gradually receded like a receding tide, ultimately vanishing from sight. With a sigh of relief, Shen Qingxian felt the cold sweat soak through his back. He slowly opened his eyes, his molten gold vertical pupils filled with icy rage and lingering dread. Mo Qinshan, that old scoundrel. His gaze returned to the peculiar black ore on the stone table. In a fleeting moment of the spiritual probe from the Hall of Laws, he seemed to perceive a subtle fluctuation within the ore, as if a minuscule, dark red glimmer had flickered deep within, like a malicious eye that had been disturbed. It was it. The earlier soul-shattering scream and the momentary fluctuation had attracted Mo Qinshan's scrutiny. Alarm bells rang in Shen Qingxian's mind. This was no ordinary object. It resembled a bomb with a lit fuse, ready to obliterate him at any moment. Struggling to rise, he fought against the excruciating pain and weakness, desperate to cast this ominous object out of the cave or bury it deep within the earth. However, just as he approached the stone table, his fingers nearly touching the, or once more, buzz, a more subtle, colder, and bone-chilling wave of energy suddenly emanated from within the ore. This time, It was not a scream, but rather a malicious whisper. A distorted, beguiling thought slithered like a venomous serpent, attempting to invade his consciousness. Hatred, destruction, the release of power. Sacrifices of countless swords and souls, disjointed fragments of illogical thoughts, surged with overwhelming malice and a thirst for blood, battering against Shen Qingxian's mental defenses. It felt as if this thought carried a bizarre charm, stirring the gluttonous ferocity within him, which had been forcibly sealed by Xie, attempting to ignite it. Begone! Shen Qingxian roared within his consciousness, channeling all his effort into the clear heart technique, desperately guarding his mind. Yet his complexion paled to a ghostly white. His body swayed violently, nearly unable to stand. The pain he had just suppressed surged back like a tsunami. He could sense the primordial glutton within him, lured by this malevolent thought, recklessly battering against the frozen barrier. Crack! A faint sound, akin to ice fracturing from the depths of the soul, echoed ominously. A faint blue sword aura, originating from Xie unexpectedly manifested a nearly imperceptible crack under the assault of malevolent thoughts and the backlash of his own ferocity. Although minuscule, it was sufficient to allow a repressed, exceedingly subtle yet pure murderous aura, emanating from the gluttonous beast within, to seep forth from Shen Qingxian. This sinister aura, cold and primal, infused with an insatiable hunger, instantaneously enveloped the chamber of the abyss. Almost simultaneously with the release of this malevolent energy, a furious, thunderous roar echoed across the summit of Weifeng, demanding to know the identity of the fiend daring to wreak havoc. Following this, an even more terrifying and violent pressure, imbued with a devastating aura, descended as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, locking onto the abyss. Qingxian. This time, he did not merely probe from the shadows. He had arrived in person, radiating an overwhelming presence, his murderous intent palpable. The heavy jade door groaned under the immense pressure of a late-stage tribulation cultivator, as if it were on the verge of shattering into oblivion. Shen Qingxian's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He had been discovered. That old wretch, Qingxian, had indeed been lurking in the shadows. The murderous aura emanating from the ore, coupled with the gluttonous energy leaking from him, provided the perfect excuse for their adversary to strike. What to do? The venerable ancestor was not atop the peak at this crucial moment. Just then, as the situation grew dire, Shen Qingxian's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something in the corner of the chamber. It was not a person but a sword, a pitch-black blade, adorned with a sharply angled dark silver crystal at its hilt, resembling a sword forged from the essence of the night itself. It was the peculiar black sword from the 10,000 Swords platform, which had once radiated extreme hostility and murderous intent toward him. Now, it was embedded at a slant in the corner of the chamber. Its blade sunk half a foot into the jade wall. Chapter 7. The sword domain arises, devouring heaven and earth in Aboom. The terrifying pressure of a late-stage tribulation cultivator descended upon the abyss like a tangible mountain, crushing everything in its path. The heavy jade door emitted a piercing groan beneath the weight of absolute power, and the surrounding jade walls were soon adorned with web-like cracks. Qingxian's furious roar exploded in Shen Qingxian's ears like thunder. Fiend, surrender at once. The aura of annihilation rushed forth, causing Shen Qingxian's pupils to constrict, reflecting the jade door on the brink of total destruction. The agonizing pain deep within his soul ignited like a lit fuse, as the frozen gluttonous spirit emitted a dying roar, resonating madly with the distorted malevolence spilling from the black or upon the stone altar. It was over. There was no escape. Just as the jade door was about to shatter completely, a deeper, more oppressive hum, as if emanating from the very depths of the abyss, suddenly erupted in the corner of the chamber. This sound was not directed at the external world, but pierced straight to the soul, imbued with a murderous rage that seemed to thirst for the blood of countless beings. It was the black sword, the peculiar black sword, mercilessly embedded in the jade wall, absorbed all light, resembling a void that devoured everything in its path. The sharply defined dark silver crystal at the tip of the sword suddenly erupted with a pinprick-sized, yet blindingly brilliant scarlet light, capable of scorching the very essence of the soul. In an instant, the blood-red radiance flashed. Boom! The entire interior of the abyssal cave seemed to be gripped tightly by an unseen hand, distorting reality itself. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from the merciless black sword, erupting instantaneously as the core of this malevolent sword domain. Cold, desolate, annihilating. This was not the soul-freezing chill of Xie, but rather a pure, absolute intent of death, seeking to erase all existence from the very fabric of meaning. The moment the sword domain enveloped the space, time appeared to stretch infinitely. The atmosphere thickened, akin to a viscous gel. Shen Qingxian felt as if he were an insect trapped in amber, his thoughts dulled to a crawl. The overwhelming pressure of Mo Qinshan, as it surged into this bizarre sword domain, was as inconsequential as a cow plunging into the sea. That formidable power, capable of shattering the Jade Gate, was silently disintegrated and dissolved by this icy, deathly sword domain. The fracture of the Jade Gate abruptly halted, the web-like cracks freezing upon the door as if a pause button had been pressed. What? Outside the cave, Mo Qinshan's resolute roar came to an abrupt halt, transforming into a voice of incredulity and doubt. His vast magical power, cultivated through the tribulation phase, collided with the bizarre sword domain erupting within the cave, as if striking against an ancient wall of size. Not only did it fail to penetrate, but he was also repelled by a chilling, deathly force that sent his blood surging. Inside the cave, Shen Qingxian was the central target of this terrifying sword domain's eruption, enveloped by the pervasive intent of annihilation. His soul plummeted into an abyss of icy despair. What shook him to his core was the overwhelming malevolence emanating from the merciless sword, resonating with the frozen Taotie soul within him and the twisted malevolence spilling from the black mineral on the stone altar, creating an extraordinarily bizarre and perilous resonance under the coercive distortion of the sword domain. Buzz! The black mineral on the altar suddenly erupted with a piercing black-red glow. It was as if countless vengeful souls were wailing within the mineral, a torrent of pure, yet frenzied malevolence and destructive desire surged forth like a tidal wave of demonic fury. This power did not aim to attack the merciless sword. Rather, it seemed drawn towards it with an overwhelming attraction, rushing madly towards the corner where the black sword was embedded in the jade disc. Simultaneously, the core of the Taotie within Shen Qingxian ignited under the dual stimulation of the merciless sword domain and the mineral's malevolent aura, akin to a barrel of explosives set ablaze. The ice barrier, originating from Xie frozen sword aura, could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the mineral's vengeful energy, shattering with a deafening crack. Snap! Snap! The sound of ice fracturing resonated deeply within his soul. The last vestige of the pale blue ice barrier shattered with a thunderous roar. Roar! The suppressed Taotie soul, now unbound, erupted with a soul-shattering roar. A primal, insatiable ferocity surged forth from Shen Qingxian, akin to an ancient beast breaking free from its chains, consuming everything in its path. The three forces, the merciless sword annihilating sword domain, the torrent of malevolence from the mineral, and the uncontrollable Taotie fury, collided violently within the forcibly solidified space of the abyssal cave, like three destructive venomous dragons crashing together. Boom! An indescribable surge of terrifying energy erupted within the sword domain. The entire abyssal cave trembled violently. The luminous pearl embedded in the jade disc shattered instantaneously. Countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of the hard jade wall, emitting a disconcerting sound of fracturing. The very fabric of space seemed to warp and distort. Shen Qingxian bore the brunt of it. He felt as though he had been thrown into a maelstrom of chaotic energy. His soul source was torn asunder. His corporeal form disintegrated. The resentful thoughts surging from thee or assailed his consciousness, attempting to assimilate him into a puppet of malice. Meanwhile, the devouring instinct of the ferocious beast surged uncontrollably, consuming the ominous energy emanating from the ore and the deathly aura radiating from the boundless sword domain. Excruciating pain, chaos, madness, annihilation. Just as Shen Qingxian felt himself on the brink of being completely torn apart by these three terrifying forces, and his consciousness was about to plunge into boundless darkness, wretched spawn. How dare you act so ferociously? Outside the cave, Mo Qianshan's furious roar resounded once more. Although he was obstructed by the boundless sword domain, he could distinctly sense the terrifying energy turbulence within the cave, potent enough to threaten even a tribulation-transcending cultivator. Especially that devouring power laced with the ferocity of the voracious beast. Indeed, remnants of a ferocious beast. You shall not be spared. Dao Xuan Tianxing, suppress. Mo Qianshan held nothing back. The formidable prowess of a late tribulation-transcending cultivator erupted completely. He formed seals with his hands, and a blinding yellow light enveloped him. A colossal mountain-like illusion, woven from pure spiritual energy and adorned with profound patterns, materialized from thin air. The mountain loomed heavy and majestic, radiating an unparalleled authority to suppress all evils and adjudicate the heavens and earth, descending fiercely upon the abyssal cave shrouded by the boundless sword domain. He intended to forcefully breach the sword domain with absolute power, crushing the cave and the monsters within into dust. Inside the cave, the shadow of death enveloped Shen Qingxian's mind like a parasitic worm. Mo Qianshan's lethal strike resonated even through the sword domain, carrying the weight of annihilation. Meanwhile, the frenzied tearing of the three forces had pushed him to the brink of collapse. Just as he found himself trapped in a dire predicament, at that moment, the merciless black sword embedded in the jade disc flickered with a crimson light within the dark silver crystal at its hilt, suddenly condensing. A purer, almost transcendent sword intent, capable of severing causality and obliterating reincarnation, awakened as if an ancient ferocious deity had opened its cold gaze. Buzz! The sword domain of the merciless sword abruptly contracted. No longer encompassing the entire cave, it formed an invisible bubble, instantly enveloping the on the verge of collapse Shen Qingxian. The black or spewing malevolent energy on the stone altar and the sword itself. In the instant the sword domain shrank, space seemed to fold. Shen Qingxian's vision blurred, feeling as though an irresistible force was pulling and distorting his body. In the next moment, he found himself, along with the stone altar or forcibly transferred beneath the merciless black sword. He almost knelt upon the cold ground, while the sword, radiating an overwhelming aura of death, hovered ominously above him. A chilling, all-encompassing presence, like an invisible shackle, instantly locked onto Shen Qingxian. What does this sword intend to do? Before Shen Qingxian could react, boom! The ethereal shadow of Mo Qianshan, imbued with the formidable power of catastrophic upheaval, descended with unrelenting force upon the contracted realm of the unforgiving sword domain. Crack! The piercing sound of shattering resonated like the collapse of the heavens. That formidable sword domain was violently breached by a full-force strike from the late-stage tribulation, creating a massive chasm. A torrent of chaotic energy surged inward like a deluge, bursting through a dam. A storm of annihilating energy swept forth. At the forefront of this tempest was the unforgiving black sword suspended above Shen Qingxian's head, alongside the powerless Shen Qingxian himself. In the very moment the cataclysmic storm surged forth, the unforgiving black sword plunged downward with ferocity. Its target was not Shen Qingxian, but rather the bazaar or before him, pulsating with frenzied black-red malevolence. With a swift thrust, the black sword pierced the core of the mineral with unparalleled precision. A soul-piercing wail erupted, indescribably mournful, as if a million vengeful spirits were lamenting in unison, exploding forth within Shen Qingxian's consciousness. It was the anguished scream of the malevolent core within the ore, pierced by the unforgiving sword. An unimaginable torrent of energy, pure and concentrated, yet inundated with boundless resentment, madness, destruction, and murderous intent, erupted violently from the breached core. Akin to a balloon bursting, this energy was overwhelming, chaotic. The chasm in the unforgiving sword domain, torn open by Dao Xuan, was instantaneously widened by this energy deluge. The entire sword domain trembled violently, teetering on the brink of total collapse. And Shen Qingxian found himself at the very epicenter of this cataclysmic eruption of energy. It was over. Shen Qingxian despairingly closed his eyes. In that moment, he could not summon even a flicker of defiance. Both the suppression from Mo Qianshan and the chaotic energy erupting from the mineral were sufficient to obliterate him in an instant. Yet, in this seemingly inescapable demise, a hum resonated. The unforgiving black sword hovering above him, within the dark silver crystal at its hilt, flared with a crimson radiance. A chilling, desolate will, imbued with an absolute command, descended like an invisible hand, pressing down upon Shen Qingxian's nearly collapsing primordial essence, overwhelmed by three powerful forces. Devour, a single word, devoid of any emotion, merely a stark command, was indelibly etched into the depths of Shen Qingxian's soul. This notion acted as the final catalyst, igniting the ravenous beast within him that had long been driven to madness by the chaotic energy. Roar! Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils transformed into a pure blaze of dark golden flames, fueled by an insatiable desire to consume. In that moment, all fear, pain, and reason were utterly incinerated. What remained was the primal instinct, awakened from the deepest recesses of his bloodline, forcibly ignited by the unforgiving sword, to devour all. He opened his mouth wide, not in the literal sense, but rather the colossal maw of the Taotie at the soul level erupted within the unforgiving sword domain, an invisible vortex exuding an aura of wild consumption, as if it could encompass the very heavens and earth, suddenly manifested, centered around Shen Qingxian. Boom! From the shattered, or a torrent of chaotic energy surged forth, potent enough to annihilate the most formidable of divine transformation practitioners, akin to rivers converging into the sea, ravenously consumed by the suddenly manifested voracious black hole. This insatiable abyss greedily devoured not only the remnants of the deathly sword intent lingering within the merciless sword domain, but also the violent energy residuals that had invaded after the collapse of Mo Qianshan Dao Xuan Mountain Shadow, along with the boundless maledictions and resentments emanating from the malevolent, or everything was mercilessly torn asunder and swallowed by the unseen maw. Within the depths of the abyss cave, a storm of energy consumption coalesced into a core of chaos. A blood-curdling, inhuman wail escaped Shen Qingxian's lips as his body trembled violently under the overwhelming influx of energy far beyond his limits. Countless dark golden patterns of gluttonous demonic runes erupted upon his skin, and his bones groaned under the unbearable strain. Yet, his aura surged at an astonishing rate, reaching the peak of the early stage of divine transformation, then ascending to the mid-stage and nearing the pinnacle of the mid-stage, almost breaking through to the late stage. Boom! The merciless sword domain could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered completely. The shockwave, formed from the forcibly consumed energy, erupted like a chaotic tempest from the gaping breach of the cave and the jade door. Outside, Mo Qianshan, who was exerting all his might to suppress the Dao Xuan, was violently struck by this sudden onslaught of chaotic energy, infused with gluttonous ferocity, the malice of the ore, and the deathly silence of the merciless. With a cough, Mo Qianshan's complexion shifted from furious red to ashen white, as if struck by a heavy blow. His body was uncontrollably flung backward, his protective spirit light flickering violently, and a mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth, his eyes reflecting disbelief and a tinge of fear. Preposterous! An ancient voice, laced with immense pressure, thundered like the roar of celestial wrath, echoing throughout the boundless peak. The figure of Wan Wu, the venerable ancestor, appeared above the summit. His hair and beard billowed, and his eyes blazed with unquenchable fury. A colossal, pure spirit power-formed white palm, imbued with the weight of annihilation, descended upon the chaotic expanse of the abyss cave. However, just as this palm, infused with the power of a half-step to ascension, was about to strike, a resonant hum filled the air. A blade of black sword energy, meticulously honed and as deep as an ancient abyss, yet imbued with unparalleled sharpness, shot through the night like a meteor, silently racing from the direction of the sword-grinding cliff. The sword energy did not obstruct the giant palm, but rather, with pinpoint accuracy, entered the breach of the abyss cave. At the moment the sword energy penetrated within the dark silver crystal at the hilt of the merciless black sword, the crimson bloodlight abruptly converged. The black sword hovering above Shen Qingxian's head emitted a low, resonant hum, transforming into a wisp of ethereal light that instantaneously entered his slightly agape mouth, not as a physical entity, but as an intangible, chilling brand, sinking into the depths of his tumultuous, gluttonous essence core. As the black sword vanished, the voracious black hole above Shen Qingxian's head, which had been consuming everything, instantly sealed shut. His body stiffened momentarily, and the aura that had surged to near the late stage of divine transformation receded like a tide, calming and ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the mid-stage. The dark golden demonic runes that adorned his body gradually faded away. Thud! As darkness enveloped Shen Qingxian, all consciousness was consumed by an overwhelming agony, causing his body to collapse softly onto the ground, completely losing awareness. In that fleeting moment of his descent, he seemed to faintly perceive a familiar, icy breath, reminiscent of ancient glaciers, fleeting towards the direction of the sword-grinding cliff. Boom! The colossal palm of the ancestor Wanwu, filled with wrath, hovered just above the entrance of the deep abyss cave at the instant Shen Qingxian fell. The ferocious gust from his hand forcefully pressed the ground around the cave down by 3 feet, yet it did not descend. In the blink of an eye, Ancestor Wanwu appeared within the chaotic confines of the cave. He gazed at the fallen Shen Qingxian, whose breath was weak yet remarkably steady. Sweeping his eyes over the shattered jade door, the fractured jade disc, and the completely fragmented black mineral remnants on the stone table, his snow-white brows furrowed tightly. He gradually crouched down, extending a finger surrounded by an enigmatic glow, gently touching Shen Qingxian's forehead. After a brief moment, Ancestor Wanwu retracted his finger, the rage's eyes replaced by an unutterable gravity. He lifted his gaze, his cold stare sweeping towards the pale-faced Mo Qianshan outside the cave, whose breath was unstable, along with several elders of the sect who had hurried over upon hearing the news. Mo, the headmaster, Ancestor Wanwu's voice, devoid of discernible emotion, resonated with supreme authority. Provide an explanation to this esteemed one. Under the cover of night, you trespass into my personally taught disciple-esque cave, igniting such turmoil. What is your intent? Mo Qianshan clutched his chest, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. Faced with Ancestor Wanwu's inquiry, his complexion oscillated between green and white, eyes filled with uncertainty. He sensed the heart-stopping, recently unleashed malevolence within Shen Qingxian and witnessed the strange appearance and disappearance of the merciless sword. Yet at this moment, the lad's aura was calm, as if nothing had transpired. The terrifying black sword had vanished without a trace. Where's the evidence? He opened his mouth, but in the face of Ancestor Wanwu's icy gaze, he found himself momentarily speechless. Chapter 8. A Battle of Words in the Tribunal. The initial trial of body refinement reveals its glimpse. Ancestor Wanwu's voice, though not raised, resonated like a chilling spring cascading from the heavens, each word striking Mo Qianshan's heart with the oppressive weight of a perfected late-stage tribulation, cold and piercing. The cave lay in disarray, cracks in the jade disc spreading like a spider's web, the shattered jade door scattered across the ground. The air still thick with the acrid scent of ravaged energy and a subtle, lingering aura of malevolence. Shen Qingxian lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale to the verge of transparency, breath weak yet remarkably steady, as if merely exhausted from sleep. On the stone table, the once peculiar black mineral had been reduced to mere dull remnants. Mo Qianshan clutched his painfully throbbing chest, blood surging within, the stains on his lips still fresh. In the face of Ancestor Wanwu's unfathomable gaze, laden with the threat of thunder, He felt a chilling dread surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Evidence? He had witnessed with his own eyes the towering malevolence that erupted. He had personally felt the annihilating domain of that terrifying black sword, and the overwhelming resentment that erupted from the mineral. Yet at this moment, the cave was enveloped in silence. Shen Qingxian's aura steady and unperturbed, and that peculiar sword had vanished without a trace. The remnants of the mineral appeared utterly unremarkable. Ancestor. Mo Qianshan suppressed the surging blood within him, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp and urgency. Just moments ago, a formidable aura reminiscent of the ferocious beast Taotie had erupted from this child's cave. Furthermore, there was the sinister influence of a demonic sword. Its essence was malevolent, utterly alien to our righteous cultivators, concerned for the safety of our sect. A venerable elder with a head of white hair and a gaunt visage interrupted Mo Qianshan, identifying himself as the esteemed Yunyang Zhenren, known for his prudence and fairness. He cast a glance at the unconscious Shen Qingxian, then toward the remnants of the ore, his tone laced with skepticism. Mo Shitty, do you possess concrete evidence? If we were to solely rely on the aura emanating from the icy waters beneath the sword-grinding cliff, which harbors a malevolence amassed over millennia, would it not also classify as a threat? Moreover, he gestured, and a fragment of the stone flew into his palm. After a brief examination of its spiritual energy, he shook his head. Though it contains pure malevolent energy, it has been utterly stripped of its spiritual resonance, rendering its source elusive and failing to establish any direct connection with our disciple Qingxian. Brother Yunyang, your words are misguided, interjected another elder, robust and fiery in temperament. Known as Lei Lai, the head of the battle hall. His voice boomed like thunder, eyes gleaming with intensity. Brother Mo, as the head of the law hall, would he speak without merit? The energy surge that erupted from the cave just now was of an intensity rivaling that of a tribulation. How could a mere transformation stage disciple invoke such power? How could he emerge unscathed from such a tempest? This alone is the greatest enigma. I believe this child harbors a mysterious lineage, with roots difficult to discern, and possesses an inexplicable innate charm that may not bode well for our Dao Xuan sect. We must conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the truth. Investigate? How do we investigate? Yunyang Zhenren's brow furrowed deeper as he glanced at the unconscious Shen Qingxian. Will we resort to torture? Soul-searching? Brother Lei, let us not forget, he is a direct disciple acknowledged by our ancestor himself. To employ such harsh measures without evidence would disregard the ancestor's decree. What would become of our sect's centuries-old reputation? Furthermore, have you considered that if he indeed bears the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, and we forcefully search his soul, provoking his malevolence, who will bear the consequences? Humph! Such alarmist rhetoric. Lei Lai scoffed. Is Brother Yunyang's protection for him a result of being bewitched by such superficial charm? Upon his words, the expressions of several elders shifted slightly. They had all experienced the captivating allure of the 10,000 sword platform firsthand, and even now, the memories sent shivers down their spines. That is enough. A commanding voice rang out from Wanwu Laozu, akin to a stabilizing force that quelled all discord. Beneath his snow-white brows, his gaze swept across the varied expressions of the assembly, finally resting upon the ashen-faced Mo Qianshan. Mo Shouju. Wanwu Laozu's tone returned to its usual indifference, yet it bore an undeniable authority. You initiated this turmoil by peering into your disciple's cave late at night with your spiritual sense, resulting in his grievous injury and unconsciousness. This is a fact. As for the claim of a malevolent entity, he paused, glancing at the remnants of the ore. This object is of unknown origin, destroyed, and lacks substantiation. While there lingers an unusual aura within Qingxian, I have temporarily sealed it, rendering it harmless. This matter ends here. Laozu, Mo Qianshan protested, unwilling to concede. Wanwu Laozu raised his hand, an invisible force swiftly silencing Mo Qianshan's forthcoming words. I am fully aware of the situation. His gaze deepened, as if containing an infinite expanse of stars, for whatever roots and opportunities Shen Qingxian possessed were intricately linked to his own destiny. Upon entering my boundless peak, you have become a disciple of the Taoist Shen sect. Remember, he is a student of mine. The final sentence, though uttered softly, resonated like a great bell, imbued with an unwavering will to ascend, striking heavily upon the hearts of all present. Mo Qinshan's complexion paled, a weight pressing upon his chest, rendering him speechless. Lei Lai and the others felt the undeniable pressure, bowing their heads in submission. Mo Shouju's unauthorized intrusion into his disciple's abode stirred the waters of discord, leading to a sentence of 3 years confinement at the reflection cliff of the punishment peak. Yin Yang procured a 9-transmutation jade mellow pill to aid Qingxian in healing and restoring her vitality. With a decisive motion, the venerable Wan Yu turned his sleeve and departed without a glance back, bidding everyone to disperse. As the invisible pressure dissipated, the elders exchanged glances, ultimately bowing in respect before silently retreating. Mo Qinshan's eyes brimmed with resentment and bitterness. He cast a fierce glance at the unconscious Shen Qingxian, clutching his chest, and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing. Within the cave, only the venerable Wan Yu and the unconscious Shen Qingxian remained. The venerable Wan Yu slowly approached Shen Qingxian, gazing down at her extraordinarily pale visage. He gently touched her forehead with his fingertip, a gentle yet vast power flowing into her, mending the hidden wounds inflicted by the devouring storm and the sword aura of Xie. Simultaneously, a layer of profound and mysterious sealing runes, akin to starlight, quietly integrated into the outer core of Shen Qingxian's primal essence, reinforcing the seal against the unruly ferocity stirred by the mark of the merciless sword. A flicker of unprecedented gravity crossed the venerable Wan Yu's eyes as he contemplated the entwined fate that surrounded the young one, far more perilous than he had anticipated. This path shall not be easy. He retracted his finger, his gaze drifting towards the sword-sharpening cliff outside the cave, where a hint of contemplation flickered in his deep eyes. Consciousness drifted through an abyss of darkness and excruciating pain. The soul felt as though it were being torn into countless fragments, only to be forcibly reassembled. The roars of the devouring beast, the vengeful howls of the oar, the cold and silent command of the merciless sword, and Mo Qinshan's destructive suppression of chaotic thoughts collided violently within the sea of consciousness like a tempest. Time became indeterminate, until a gentle and rich warmth flowed in like the first spring stream, gradually coursing through the withered meridians and the injured soul source. Where the warmth passed, the tearing pain was soothed and the tumultuous thoughts calmed. Shen Qingxian's consciousness struggled to escape the mire of darkness, akin to a drowning person surfacing for air. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Once more, he beheld the vaulted ceiling of the deep abyss cave. The shattered jade disc had been restored to its original state, save for a few barely perceptible traces. The broken jade door had also been replaced. The air was thick with spiritual energy, tinged with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Under the soft glow of the luminous pearl, the cave lay empty. He propped himself on his arms, laboriously sitting up. His body remained frail, every joint aching. Yet the intense pain deep within his soul had subsided. Though the spiritual power within was somewhat sluggish, his realm had remarkably stabilized at the peak of the transformation stage. The perilous devouring storm had indeed bestowed upon him a substantial infusion of energy. Instinctively, he turned his gaze inward to his dantian, at the core of the primal essence. A new layer of even more resilient and profound starlight runes encased the core, functioning as the most formidable prison, securely locking away the restless, dark, golden ferocity within. Beneath the seal, in the profoundest depths of the core, lay an exceedingly minute, entirely obsidian sword-shaped brand, with a barely perceptible dark crimson glimmer at the hilt, resembling a slumbering, ferocious beast, quietly suspended in the void. The unforgiving sword. Shen Qingxian's heart constricted violently. The image of the terrifying black sword transforming into a brand and sinking into his body last night became vividly clear. A chilling, deathly silence, coupled with an absolute will of dominion, seemed to linger deep within his soul. What exactly was this sword? Had it acknowledged him as its master? Or had it forcibly turned him into some form of vessel? His gaze shifted towards the stone altar, where only a few dull black fragments remained, akin to the most ordinary of waste, or the overwhelming resentment and pure demonic energy from last night appeared to have been merely a nightmare. He struggled to rise, approaching the stone altar and picking up a fragment. It felt cold to the touch, incredibly hard, yet devoid of any energy fluctuations. The bizarre force that had stirred his ferocity and summoned Innate Charm had vanished without trace. At that moment, a faint, condensed thought stream, as cold as ancient ice, penetrated the barriers of the abyssal cave without warning, like an invisible needle, instantly piercing Shen Qingxian's sea of consciousness. This thought stream was not an attack. It resembled the transmission of a technique-s information. There were no words, no images, only the purest, most direct conveyance of intent. The divine demonic body refinement technique. 5 notions, imbued with supreme dominance and the essence of antiquity, were etched into Shen Qingxian's awareness like a brand. Following this, a complex yet remarkably clear method for refining the body, condensing vital energy, and honing the spirit unfolded, ultimately presenting a supreme pathway to forge all myriad ways into an alchemical furnace. This technique was profound and esoteric, yet its core emanated a savage, domineering will, capable of shattering all laws with sheer force. Shen Qingxian instantly comprehended this technique. It was undoubtedly not of the Dao Xuan sect. The ferocity and devouring intent it contained resonated faintly with his innate voracious essence. Moreover, the manner in which this thought was conveyed was cold, sharp, imbued with the unique ferocity of the sword grinding cliff. Yuan. It was that icy brute. Had it come from him? Why? After severely injuring him last night, why send a body refinement technique so clearly aligned with his feral essence today? Was it compensation? Or did he have ulterior motives? Shen Qingxian clutched the cold fragment of ore, his molten gold vertical pupils flickering with uncertainty. He moved to the edge of the cave's terrace, gazing towards the direction of the sword-grinding cliff. Mist swirled, malevolent energy flickered, and a dark figure seemed to be concealed within the clouds, leaving behind only a cold, mysterious silhouette. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qingxian suppressed the turmoil within his heart. Regardless of Yuan's intentions, this divine demonic body refinement technique was undoubtedly a timely boon for him. Having just endured the devouring storm, his body and soul bore immense burdens, leaving numerous hidden injuries. Ordinary healing elixirs could only mend the surface, while this overwhelmingly powerful body refinement technique was perfectly suited to his formidable physique molded by the voracious essence. He sat cross-legged on the terrace, slowly closing his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, the profundities of the divine demonic body refinement technique flowed. He attempted to channel the internal spiritual energy along the most fundamental route of vital energy circulation as delineated in the technique. Buzz. As the technique commenced, an indescribable agony surged through his limbs and bones, akin to countless invisible steel files relentlessly scraping against his flesh and sinew. Yet simultaneously, a faint but exceptionally pure essence of power, akin to refined gold extracted through relentless forging, gradually infused into his being. More startling was the subtle tremor of the merciless sword imprint sealed deep within the core of the gluttonous source, seemingly stirred by the technique's activation. A chilling, deathly aura was invoked, silently melding with the tumultuous vitality, imbuing the body-tempering process with a profound and piercing coldness. At the edge of the terrace, in an unseen void, a figure clad in dark robes stood silently. Yuan's icy gaze pierced through the mist, resting upon the figure on the terrace, who trembled slightly from the excruciating pain, yet gritted his teeth in perseverance, particularly noting the fine beads of cold sweat trickling down the temple and the tightly pressed, pallid lips. In the depths of his dark eyes, a fleeting glimmer of intricate complexity vanished as swiftly as a mirage. Chapter 9. the opening of the secret realm. The path together on the terrace of the cave dwelling, Shen Qingxian sat cross-legged. The soft morning light filtered through the swirling clouds of Waya Peak, illuminating his pale, yet increasingly defined profile. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, tracing the taut arc of his jaw. The operation of the divine demon body tempering technique felt akin to the harshest of punishments. Each circulation of vitality was as if countless searing dull blades were relentlessly scraping through his bones and tendons. The agony penetrated to the marrow, nearly shattering his will. However, within that torment lay an extraordinary vigor. With every tear, the gluttonous essence and the frigid, deathly sword energy that were invoked forcibly mended and refined the shattered parts. Flesh grew more resilient amidst its lament, while bones emitted a jade-like glimmer through their moans. Even more alarming was the merciless imprint sealed deep within the core, akin to a slumbering beast disturbed by the torrent of body tempering. Each faint tremor sent a chilling shudder through the depths of his soul. Just as he bore the inhuman pain and directed his vitality to break through a blocked meridian, a resonant hum echoed, an intangible, concentrated pale blue sword energy, as cold as the most frigid star before dawn, suddenly pierced through the void, silently hovering 3 inches above his head. The sword energy was bone-chilling, carrying the unique malevolence of the sword-cutting cliff, and it bore an undeniable warning. Shen Qingxian's entire being tensed instantaneously. The tumultuous operation of the divine demon body tempering technique came to an abrupt halt. The boiling vitality solidified as if confronted by an icy river. The tearing pain was forcefully suppressed, replaced by a lethal chill that hung above like a razor's edge. He abruptly opened his eyes, his molten gold vertical pupils constricting, fixating intently on the sword energy radiating an absolute threat above him. It was Xie Yuan. Once again, it was he. The void at the edge of the terrace slightly distorted as the figure in dark robes emerged silently, merging with the shadows. Xie Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze piercing like 2 solid ice shards, penetrating the thin morning mist and precisely pinning Shen Qingxian's eyes, which were tinged with a hint of redness from pain and fury. Body tempering was not a path to death. Xie Yuan's voice was colder than the sword aura hanging above, each word striking like icy beads upon a jade plate, stirring the latent ferocity within. Did he wish to be turned into a mere puppet, knowing only slaughter? The frigid inquiry bore an unabashed scrutiny and an ineffable vexation. Shen Qingxian's jawline tightened instantaneously, akin to a blade's edge. The suppressed fury within his chest, mingled with the agonizing backlash from his interrupted cultivation, threatened to erupt violently. He met the fathomless depths of Xie Yuan's black eyes with unwavering resolve, a fierce glint flickering in his molten gold vertical pupils. Xie Yuan, my affairs are none of your concern. His voice trembled slightly from pain and indignation. Xie Yuan's dark gaze suddenly turned somber. The pale blue sword aura suspended above Shen Qingxian's head silently pressed downwards, inch by inch. The icy intent of the blade pierced through Shen Qingxian's skin like an invisible net of needles, and even the recently tempered flesh, resilient as it was, could not escape the sharp sting of the overwhelming sword intent. By the decree of my master, Xie Yuan's voice remained devoid of emotion, as if he were merely stating an indifferent fact. In 3 days, accompany me to the ancient battlefield's secret realm to retrieve the 7-leaf Xianhan flower. You are not permitted to be absent. His gaze swept over the fine droplets of blood oozing from Shen Qingxian's temple under the pressure of the sword aura, and the flames of rage igniting within his golden eyes. He paused briefly before adding, "Or do you wish to be cast into the depths of the Han Sha pool right now? The ancient battlefield's secret realm? The 7-leaf Xianhan flower?" Shen Qingxian's heart trembled violently. The jade tablet contained records stating that the ancient battlefield was one of the most perilous secret realms in the Hongmeng continent. A remnant of the ancient wars between gods and demons, rife with overwhelming malice, chaotic space, and vengeful spirits, along with various bizarre traps of law. The 7-leaf Xianhan flower, a rare treasure capable of nourishing the soul and mending soul injuries, would indeed be miraculous in stabilizing his soul source, which had recently been ravaged by the devouring storm and Xie Zhuiyuan's sword intent. But how could the venerable ancestor permit Xie Zhuiyuan to take him there? Was it a trial, or merely a means for Xie Zhuiyuan to observe him? The chilling sting from the suspended sword aura incessantly reminded him of his current powerlessness. He harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Xie Zhuiyuan's words. This ice-cold figure was undoubtedly capable of executing his threats. The humiliation spread like venom within his heart. Shen Qingxian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, nearly drawing blood. He fixed his gaze upon Xie Zhuiyuan's face, as unyielding as a sculpted ice visage, and forced out 3 words through gritted teeth. "I understand." The suspended sword aura dissipated silently. Xie Zhuiyuan cast a lingering glance at him, as though seeking to penetrate his very being, to gaze into the depths of his soul where the fierce spirit and the indelible mark of sin were sealed. Subsequently, his dark figure faded like ink dispersed by the wind, vanishing silently into the mist at the edge of the terrace. Shen Qingxian remained rooted in place, and after a long while, he gradually released his death grip, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks on his palms. He raised a hand, gently brushing his fingertips across the fine droplets of blood seeping from the sword's piercing, his expression a complex amalgamation of coldness and contemplation. The ancient battlefield, the 7-leaf Xianhun flower. He turned, directing his gaze toward the chaotic region shrouded in peculiar spatial fluctuations, the entrance to the ancient battlefield's secret realm. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Perhaps this was precisely the crucible he needed. He required power, the ability to fully master the gluttonous essence and the indelible mark of sin within this body, rather than being perpetually constrained by others, as he was now, particularly constrained by that icy mass. For the next 3 days, Shen Qingxian subdued his spirit, refraining from forcefully surmounting the arduous barriers of the divine, demonic body forging technique. Instead, he concentrated on solidifying his peak mid-stage of spirit refinement, meticulously untangling the chaotic spiritual energy within him, slightly disordered from devouring the tempest. He also diligently studied every record pertaining to the ancient battlefield's secret realm contained within the Jade Slip. The 3 days swiftly passed. Deep within the Dao Xuan sect lay a valley shrouded by formidable spatial constraints. The interior was dimly lit, suffused with ancient and tumultuous spatial fluctuations. In the heart of the valley stood a towering archway, constructed from countless massive bones, reaching a height of 100 feet. The interior of this portal was not tangible, but rather a swirling, distorted mass resembling murky sludge, exuding a heart-pounding aura of primordial malevolence and ominousness. This was the entrance to the ancient battlefield's secret realm, known as the Burial Bone Gate. Before the portal, shadows flitted about. Elite disciples from various main peaks, led by the protective elders, formed their respective ranks. The air was thick with a sense of impending doom and tension. Some individuals excitedly rubbed their hands together, while others solemnly inspected their protective talismans. There were also those whose eyes flickered, seemingly plotting something. When Xie Zhuiyuan and Shen Qingxian's figures emerged near the entrance, the previously clamor-filled scene fell silent in an instant. Countless gazes, like tangible spotlights, converged upon the two. Dressed in dark robes, Xie Zhuiyuan bore an ancient sword on his back, his stature tall and solitary, emanating an aura that repelled all from even approaching. He remained unperturbed, as if the surrounding gazes and murmurs were mere air. Beside him, Shen Qingxian, clad in a pristine white robe, appeared as a streak of pure moonlight amidst the oppressive atmosphere of the valley. His ink-black hair was simply gathered with a jade hairpin, a few tendrils cascading over his forehead. Under the reflection of the chaotic light from the portal, his visage lost some of its usual ethereal sanctity, yet gained an arresting, fragile beauty, as if it could shatter at any moment. His molten gold vertical pupils were calm, yet profound, akin to harboring ancient secrets. He stood there quietly, the faint radiance surrounding him clashing with the ferocity of this sinister land, yet curiously forming a deadly allure. The passive halo of enchanting bone was imperceptibly magnified in this tense and lethal environment. like the sole source of illumination in the darkness. It instantly captivated the hearts and minds of all present. Is that senior brother Qingxian? He is also entering the ancient battlefield? How could the venerable ancestor allow senior brother Xie to bring him? Isn't that too perilous? Heavens, how could he possibly maintain composure in such a place? Low inhalations, suppressed exclamations of astonishment, and anxious discussions rapidly spread through the crowd. Regardless of gender or cultivation level, the moment their gazes met Shen Qingxian, they could hardly suppress a fleeting moment of distraction and daze. Heartbeats quickened, faces flushed, and some even instinctively held their breath. Even the protective elders leading the group momentarily stiffened their expressions as their eyes brushed over Shen Qingxian, quickly averting their gaze to conceal that fleeting peculiarity. Xie Yuan's brow faintly furrowed. He could distinctly perceive the enraptured, infatuated, and even covetous gazes clinging to Shen Qingxian. A chilling sense of agitation, akin to a venomous serpent, silently took root within him. The cold aura emanating from him intensified, expanding like an invisible ice wall that segregated those overly fervent stares. He cast a sidelong glance at Shen Qingxian, who wore an impassive expression, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding environment. Yet, beneath the voluminous sleeves of his robe, his fingertips subtly curled. This pervasive scrutiny continued to evoke discomfort and irritation in him. At that moment, a clear yet fervent voice disrupted the delicate silence. Junior brother Qingxian. A streak of azure light rushed from a distance, landing before Shen Qingxian. The newcomer donned a flowing azure robe adorned with cloud patterns, standing tall and handsome, exuding an air of spirited confidence. It was Zhao Tiange, the esteemed disciple of Qingyang Peak, who had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. His gaze upon Shen Qingxian was unabashedly filled with admiration and enthusiasm. Brother Zhao, Shen Qingxian acknowledged with a slight nod, a gesture of greeting. He felt no animosity towards this senior with whom he had crossed paths during the initiation ceremony, yet neither did he harbor a sense of familiarity. Are you also venturing into the ancient battlefield, junior brother? Zhao Tiange inquired with a bright smile, his eyes scrutinizing Shen Qingxian intently. This place is fraught with peril, and malevolent energy abounds. As you have just entered the transformation stage, one must exercise utmost caution. Why not accompany our Qingyang Peak team? It would provide mutual support. As Zhao Tiange spoke, several disciples from Qingyang Peak nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they turned towards Shen Qingxian. No need, came the response, not from Shen Qingxian, but from the cold voice beside him. Xie Yuan did not even glance at Zhao Tiange, his eyes fixed on the swirling chaotic light emanating from the gate of bone burial. His tone was devoid of warmth, as if encased in ice. He will accompany me. The frigid intonation, laden with an unmistakable possessiveness, struck Zhao Tiange like a bucket of ice water, freezing the smile upon his face instantly. The temperature around them seemed to plummet. Zhao Tiange's expression solidified, a flicker of barely perceptible gloom crossing his gaze. He looked at Xie Yuan, maintaining a gentle tone, yet laced with an undercurrent of confrontation. Oh? Junior brother Xie possesses profound skills, certainly capable of ensuring junior brother Qingxian's safety. However, the ancient battlefield is treacherous and fraught with unexpected developments. An additional ally would provide greater security. Qingyang Peak is too boisterous. Xie Yuan finally turned his face, his icy black eyes piercing like tangible spears of frost directed at Zhao Tiange. There are no superfluous words, merely two syllables, imbued with the terrifying pressure of burgeoning sword intent from the tribulation stage, descending with an air of indifference as if looking down upon ants. Boom! Zhao Tiange felt an indescribable icy force crash down upon his very soul. He let out a suppressed grunt, his complexion turning ashen, retreating uncontrollably by 3 steps. His internal spiritual energy surged violently, the protective light flickering erratically, nearly leading to an embarrassing mishap. The disciples behind him were similarly affected by this intangible pressure, groaning in unison, their faces pale, eyes wide with astonishment. The atmosphere in the arena descended into an utter silence. Everyone was struck with awe by Xie Yuan's sudden dominance and terrifying prowess. Zhao Tiange, a peak practitioner at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, was unexpectedly forced back by a mere glance from Xie. Regaining his composure, Zhao Tiange's previously gentle demeanor vanished, leaving only a sense of humiliation and a deeply concealed resentment. He gazed at Xie, his lips moving slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from uttering another word. Xie withdrew his gaze, as though he had casually swatted away a bothersome fly. Turning to Shen Qingxian, his voice remained icy, yet carried an undeniable tone of command. "Let us go." With that, he took the lead, his figure transforming into a sharp beam of black sword light. Plunging unhesitatingly into the swirling chaos of the bone burial gate, vanishing in an instant. A complex emotion flickered in Shen Qingxian's molten gold pupils. He did not cast a glance at Zhao Tiange, nor did he acknowledge the surrounding uncertain gazes. He merely nodded slightly in Zhao Tiange's direction as a farewell. Subsequently, a soft luminescence rippled around him, and his figure also transformed into a pure white light, following closely behind Xie into the tumultuous entrance. The two figures, one after the other, were seamlessly engulfed by the murky whirlpool akin to pebbles cast into the depths of the ocean. Before the bone burial gate, a brief silence was shattered by an uproar. Heavens! Brother Xie exuded such a terrifying aura. Zhao Tiange couldn't even withstand a single blow. Brother Qingxian really followed him inside. Can he endure that chaotic malevolence? Why did it feel as if Brother Xie's gaze resembled that of a ferocious beast guarding its prey? Standing still, Zhao Tiange's complexion oscillated between crimson and pallid. Under the multitude of sympathetic, mocking, and gloating gazes, he felt a burning heat on his face. He fixed his stare on the swirling, chaotic entrance, the flicker of resentment in his eyes fleeting before it transformed into a begrudging cold snort. As he turned to leave with the disciples of Qingyang Peak, in the corner of the crowd, a figure cloaked in gray, exuding a chilling aura, coldly observed the direction in which Shen Qingxian had vanished, a sinister smile curving his lips. This was Lin Xiao, a trusted disciple of Mo Qianshan, who had been punished with house arrest, yet inexplicably appeared here. The world spun. A searing pain, akin to the tearing of space, instantly enveloped Shen Qingxian. He felt himself ensnared by a tumultuous chaos, being violently torn and spun. His vision was filled with bizarre, ever-shattering and reassembling scenes. Sharp spatial fragments sliced through his body like invisible knives, emitting a grating sound that sent chills down his spine. The overwhelming malevolence, resentment, and chaotic, distorted fragments of laws surged like toxic tides, desperately seeking to invade his orifices and corrode his soul. Ugh! Shen Qingxian let out a muffled groan, the cool moonlight surrounding his body being suppressed to its limits. Instinctively, he activated the swallowing heaven technique to protect himself, forming a thin membrane of feeble, devouring power at his surface, struggling to withstand the encroaching malevolence and the rending of space. At that moment, a chilling force, imbued with an aura of absolute sharpness, suddenly coiled around his wrist like an anchor reaching out from the darkness. It was Xie. This force was not spiritual energy, but rather an essence distilled to perfection, pure sword intent. It did not harm Shen Qingxian. Rather, it functioned like the most resilient of ropes, firmly binding him to the enigmatic figure ahead, steadfastly advancing through the chaotic turbulence. With the pull of this sword-intent chain, Shen Qingxian felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. The violent forces of space tearing at him were largely mitigated by the dark figure cleaving through the tumult. He promptly focused his mind, exerting all his strength to operate the devouring heaven technique and the divine demon body refinement technique, battling the encroaching malevolence while guiding the ferocious shards of space and chaotic energy, painstakingly refining his body, which had just endured the agony of tempering. The faint sound of slicing echoed continuously. His pristine white robe, under the onslaught of spatial fragments, was suddenly marred by numerous fissures. Beside the creases left by Xie grasp yesterday at the collar, new slender gashes appeared, faintly revealing the smooth skin within, reminiscent of cold jade, glowing with a breathtaking fragility under the chaotic light. Threads of blood seeped from the tears, akin to crimson plum blossoms blooming upon the snow. Time slipped away unnoticed until that suffocating sense of vertigo abruptly vanished. With a thud, Shen Qingxian's footing solidified, and he staggered before regaining his balance. The cold sword-intent chain around his wrist silently dissipated. Before him, the scene opened up, yet it was not a picturesque vista, an expanse of boundless. Dark red earth lay beneath him, as if soaked in congealed blood. The sky loomed leaden and oppressive, devoid of sun or moon, with only murky light struggling to filter through the heavy clouds. The air was thick with an unbearable stench of rust and decaying corpses. Shattered colossal weapons resembled the skeletal remains of ancient beasts, jutting grotesquely from the ground, rusted and battered. Jagged mountains and crumbling canyons painted a picture of desolation, an apocalyptic landscape steeped in destruction. Further afield, distorted shadows lurked in the mist, emitting haunting cries that sent shivers down one's spine. An ancient battlefield, merely standing in this place, the pervasive malevolence and resentment coiled around him like a frigid serpent, incessantly attempting to burrow into his marrow and gnaw at his soul. Shen Qingxian inhaled deeply, the acrid scent of blood and malevolence stinging his lungs, stirring the instinctual gluttonous essence within the depths of his spirit. Resonating with a greedy hum alongside the relentless mark of devastation, he instinctively glanced to his side. Yuan stood but a few steps ahead, his dark robe stark against the blood-soaked earth and leaden sky, appearing even more solitary. He did not regard Shen Qingxian, but instead tilted his head slightly, eyes closed, seemingly attuned to some unseen force. His cold, rigid profile bore an intensity that radiated a sword intent colder than the malevolence of this ancient battlefield, silently slicing through the encroaching gray-black miasma of resentment. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his unfathomable black gaze fixed on a certain direction deep within the blood-red wasteland. His voice flat. The Xinhan flower lies in that direction. Stay close. There was no inquiry about Shen Qingxian's condition, no explanation offered. As if he merely carried a necessary item, he stepped forward, leading the way with a deliberate pace, each footfall seeming to freeze the dark red earth beneath him with an invisible sword energy. Shen Qingxian gazed at the silhouette clad in dark hues before him, then turned his attention to his tattered, blood-stained Taoist robe and the faint crimson marks left on his wrist by the entangling chains of sword intent. Silently, he began to circulate his inner energy, mending the subtle wounds on his body while suppressing the turmoil within his soul. He stepped forward, maintaining a measured distance behind. As together they traversed this desolate land, steeped in the blood of deities and demons. Two figures, one dark and one white, moved in silence across the death-laden terrain, leaving only shallow footprints upon the blood-soaked earth. Chapter 10. Ensnared by malevolence. Ambushed on the blood path, the dark crimson wasteland stretched infinitely, resembling a petrified sea of blood. The leaden sky hung low, and murky light struggled to penetrate the heavy gray clouds, casting distorted shadows upon the cracked ground. The air was thick with the scent of rust, decaying flesh, and an even more profound sense of despair. Each breath felt like swallowing icy iron sand, searing the throat and lungs. Shen Qingxian trailed a few steps behind Yuan. The muted crunch of the dark red gravel beneath his feet stirring fine dust with each cautious step, glinting ominously in the dim light. The tattered edges of his robe were caught by an invisible malevolent wind, revealing skin as cold and smooth as jade, marred only by faint, healed scratches from shards of space. Yet, his complexion had grown paler, and within the molten gold of his vertical pupils, a barely perceptible dark golden ferocity quietly burgeoned with each advancing step. This ancient battlefield served as the most intoxicating poison for the voracious essence and the unrelenting mark within him. The pervasive, dense malevolence, the ancient grievances soaked into the remnants of shattered blades, and the chaotic fragments of law drifting from the depths of the earth all ceaselessly provoked and nourished the fierce instincts sealed deep within his soul. With each inhalation, countless minuscule shards of malicious energy were drawn in by the spontaneous force of the heaven-swallowing technique and the divine demon body refinement technique, merging within him. Some were ruthlessly refined, integrating into his sinews and flesh, while others, like maggots, silently entwined around the voracious soul, which was jointly suppressed by starlit runes and the unyielding mark, as if myriad hands were desperately prying at the seams of his confinement. Even more alarming was the dormant, unrelenting mark within his dantian, which, enveloped by such intense malevolence and resentment, stirred as if a slumbering beast had been awakened by the scent of blood, pulsing faintly. Each barely detectable throb released a chilling aura of death, imbued with an absolute will for destruction, resonating with the ferocity within him that was stirred by the malevolence, creating an even more uncontrollable agitation. He was compelled to exert all his energy into the calming heart technique to barely maintain his clarity of mind, preventing himself from being wholly consumed by the dual onslaught of malevolent thoughts. Nonetheless, the depths of his consciousness roiled like a storm-tossed sea, the growls of the voracious entity clashing with the icy silence of the unrelenting mark, summoning tumultuous waves. Fine beads of cold sweat trickled from his brow, sliding down his pale cheeks, leaving a salty trace at the corners of his tightly pressed lips. Ahead, Xie appeared as a statue of obsidian ice, walking through a sea of blood. The obsidian silhouette carved a straight and solitary path across the crimson earth. His steps were steady, each stride measured with precision akin to a surveyor's calculations. An icy sword intent enveloped him, forming an invisible barrier that silently obliterated the gray-black miasma of resentment attempting to draw near. He did not glance back, nor did he extend even a sliver of awareness towards Shen Qingxian, as if the presence shadowing him were but an inconsequential specter. Yet, Shen Qingxian could distinctly sense a more concentrated and weighty chill, akin to an invisible shackle, subtly shrouding him. It was Xie Yuan's sword intent. It constantly suppressed the malevolent aura stirring within him, like a mobile iceberg, silently warning him not to overstep boundaries. Oppressed, suffocated, a fleeting flicker of irritation crossed Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils. The sensation of being watched, restrained, treated like a volatile nuisance was a poisonous vine, coiling tightly around his heart. He could almost envision Xie Yuan's unmasked disdain and vigilance at this very moment. Suddenly, without warning, Xie Yuan's steps came to an abrupt halt. Shen Qingxian's spirit jolted, instantly banishing all distractions and warily gazing ahead. Before him lay an even grander battlefield relic. This place seemed to be the epicenter of an ancient clash between deities and demons, the ground exhibiting a bizarre, glassy state, coated in a layer of dark red crystallization. Countless colossal bones, beyond imagination, were half buried in the crystallized earth, some resembling serpentine ridges, others the ruins of fallen towers. Fragments of shattered weaponry littered the area, some the size of houses, others as minute as pebbles, all exuding a chilling malevolence and the weight of time's erosion. The air was thick with resentment, as tangible as ink, pressing heavily upon the heart. Here, the gathered malevolence could easily give rise to vengeful spirits. Xie Yuan's cold voice finally shattered the prolonged silence. Yet he still did not turn back, urging those who followed to tread carefully, lest they be ensnared in the miasma of resentment as illusion. No sooner had his words left his lips than his icy sword intent surged violently. Like an invisible tempest, it swept outward, forcibly dispersing the concentrated miasma of resentment in the vast area ahead. A weight settled in Shen Qingxian's heart. Condensed resentment? An illusion? He dared not be negligent. Immediately channeling the Qingxian formula to its utmost limit, erecting a sturdy dam within his consciousness to fiercely resist the infiltrating aura of resentment. He quickened his pace, striving to close the distance with Xie Yuan. Just as he took a step, preparing to follow Xie Yuan into that glassy core region, an unexpected change occurred. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 streams of condensed black light, as swift as lightning, erupted without warning from the deep eye socket of a massive beast skull, resembling a small mountain. The target was not Xie Yuan, who forged ahead, but rather the slightly lagging Shen Qingxian. The intent to kill was palpable. The angle was treacherous. The timing was insidiously perfect. It was precisely at the moment when Shen Qingxian's focus wavered and he sought to accelerate. These 3 beams of black light were not corporeal. They were purely composed of dense resentment and a unique, sinister energy characteristic of the ancient battlefield. They were silent, yet carried the chilling essence capable of tearing through souls. Infused with a subtle, yet malevolent aura that seemed intent on corrupting the very foundation of his path. Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils suddenly constricted. His reflexes were incredibly swift. Almost in the very instant the murderous intent enveloped him, his body instinctively retreated. Simultaneously, a torrent of spiritual power surged within him, and a layer of faint golden light, propelled by the devouring heaven technique, manifesting a subtle devouring force, swiftly unfurled before him. Puff, puff, puff. 3 strands of vengeful black light violently collided against the faint golden membrane. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only the excruciating sound of corrosion. The membrane, as if struck by a potent acid, was instantly ravaged, leaving 3 colossal gaping holes. The black light's momentum slightly diminished, yet it still bore an icy, murderous intent, directly targeting Shen Qingxian's chest, throat, and brow. Too swift, too close. Shen Qingxian could distinctly perceive the twisted, writhing faces of cursed souls, laden with malevolent curses. Within that black light, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him in an instant. He had no time for further defenses. Forced to witness the 3 lethal strands of black light rapidly magnifying within his pupils. In the nick of time, buzz! A blindingly brilliant sword light erupted beside Shen Qingxian, like a thunderbolt tearing through eternal night, striking without warning. The sword light was swift, surpassing the perception of space and time. It arrived before the 3 strands of vengeful black light could reach him, akin to the most dexterous needle of a seamstress, drawing 3 perfect, flawless arcs in the void. Reminiscent of antelope horns. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 exceedingly faint sounds, akin to the delicate tearing of thin paper. The 3 strands of vengeful black light, capable of grievously injuring or even annihilating divine transformation cultivators, were silently severed beneath that stunningly resplendent sword arc, as if they were ice and snow illuminated by sunlight, vanishing without a trace. The gathered resentment and sinister death energy instantly dissipated, evaporating without even a ripple. As the sword light retracted, Siezhui Yuan's figure had appeared beside Shen Qingxian without him noticing. He maintained the stance of having just drawn his sword, his finger poised like a blade, with a lingering aura of sword energy shimmering like tangible ice crystals. He stood sideways to Shen Qingxian, his cold black eyes not even glancing at the dissipated vengeful energy, but instead fixated intently on the deep eye socket of the enormous beast's skull, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, imbued with a bone-chilling murderous intent. Come out. His voice was colder than the winds of ancient battlefields, akin to the friction of eternal ice. A brief silence ensued, pierced only by the chilling winds sweeping through the massive skeleton, emitting a mournful wail. Crack, crack. A spine-tingling sound of bones grinding slowly emanated from the depths of the giant eye socket, as if something was laboriously crawling out from the dust of millennia-old bones. Shen Qingxian's heart raced, his back drenched in cold sweat. The power contained in those 3 strands of vengeful black light was venomous and formidable. Had it not been for Siezhui Yuan, he dared not imagine the consequences. His molten gold vertical pupils remained fixated on the profound eye socket. The voracious and fierce soul within him, stirred by the life and death crisis and the intense resentment, writhed in frenzy, yet was firmly suppressed by Siezhui Yuan's terrifying sword intent, which felt as cold as an ice prison. Finally, a figure, like a malevolent spirit crawling out from the blood pool of hell, slowly emerged from the shadow of the eye socket. It possessed no fixed form. The entire body was an assemblage of countless fragmented bones, each radiating a distinct luster from different epochs, varying in size and shape, forcibly adhered together by a viscous, jet-black substance reminiscent of crude oil, exuding a palpable malice. Thick, dark vapors seeped from the crevices of the bones, releasing a nauseating stench. Its cranium was formed from several massive, unrecognizable skull fragments, within which 2 ghostly green flames flickered, burning slowly in the depths like the eyes of a specter from the underworld, fixating on Shen Qingxian with an unwavering, venomous glare. That gaze brimmed with avarice, loathing, and a near-maddening hunger, as though Shen Qingxian were the most tantalizing delicacy the world had to offer, a feast awaited for eons. The skeletal monstrosity opened its distorted maw. Crafted from rib fragments, emitting a rasping breath akin to a wheezing bellows, as viscous black drool dripped onto the dark crimson crystalline ground, hissing with a corrosive sound. Its breath was extraordinarily sinister, cold, brutal, chaotic, its intensity reaching the pinnacle of the late stage of transformation. Intermixed were shards of chaotic laws from ancient battlefields, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. An ancient malevolent spirit, a terrifying entity birthed from the extreme malice and resentment of ancient battlefields, devoid of intelligence, solely driven to devour the souls and flesh of living beings. Those ghostly green eyes of the skeletal creature were fixated on Shen Qingxian, intermittently emitting indistinct waves of thought, steeped in an eerie greed. The fragments of bones upon its form trembled violently under the influence of that avaricious intent, the black adhesive liquid writhing violently. A more terrifying aura of resentment erupted explosively. The malevolence of the entire crystallized region surged towards it like boiling water, converging wildly. Be cautious. It is attracted to your aura and has locked onto you. Xie cold voice carried a hint of gravity. His hand, poised like a sword, remained raised. The gleaming sword energy flickering unpredictably, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. He subtly shifted his stance, unobtrusively placing Shen Qingxian half a step behind him. The skeletal monster emitted a deafening shriek that pierced the eardrums. Its massive form suddenly coiled like a spring charged with power. In the next instant, countless fragments of varying sizes, enveloped in thick, ink-like black liquid, descended like a storm of hail, accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the air, hurtling towards Xie and Shen Qingxian. Each shard harbored the terrifying power to penetrate artifacts and the vile malice of tainted paths. The range of attack encompassed every possible avenue of evasion for the two, and just as this storm of bones commenced, the creature's core torso, composed of several primary bone fragments, morphed into a pitch-black shadow, enveloped in a ghastly wind, silently merging with the torrential downpour of bones, lunging towards Shen Qingxian. Shielded behind Xie, a feint, this mindless beast exhibited cunning tactics. Oof. Xie snorted coldly, his eyes ablaze with a fierce light. His hand, still poised like a sword, swiftly traced a perfect circle before him. The brilliant sword energy surged instantly, transforming into an immensely condensed wheel of light. The sword wheel spun with ferocity, emitting a piercing metallic clang, like a high-speed, relentless grinding mill of death. It accurately meets the deluge of skeletal fragments raining from the heavens. The cacophony of clashing and corrosive sounds erupts instantaneously. Countless bone shards collide with the gleaming sword wheel, either being shredded into powder by the razor-sharp sword energy or frozen and shattered by the chilling force contained within the sword's intent. Viscous black liquid, steeped in resentment, splatters onto the sword wheel, producing a fierce corrosive sound and billowing foul black smoke, yet can never breach the wheel's defenses. In this confined space, the clash between brilliance and darkness, coldness and malice, unfolds in a brutal massacre. The vast majority of bone fragments are intercepted by the sword wheel. However, a few stray shards with cunning angles slip through the gaps in the wheel's defenses like wily serpents, aiming directly at Shen Qingxian. Shen Qingxian is well prepared. A fierce glint flashes in his molten gold vertical pupil, and instead of retreating, he advances. His hands swiftly form seals before him. In his sea of consciousness, the runes of the heaven-swallowing technique ignite in an instant. Devour. Before him, a vortex materializes, the size of a grinding wheel, yet profound and dark, emanating a terrifying allure. Dark, golden Taisu runes leap at the edges of the vortex. Thud, thud, thud. Several stray bone fragments are violently drawn into the vortex. Like a cow plummeting into the sea, the grinding sound emanating from within the vortex is nauseating. The resentment and malice contained within those fragments are instantly torn apart and devoured by the vortex, transforming into a pure yet chillingly resentful stream of energy. Forcibly absorbed into Shen Qingxian's body, his body shudders violently, his complexion pales further, but a glint of ravenous ferocity flashes in his eyes, satisfied. Just as Shen Qingxian consumes those fragments, a thunderous roar reverberates through the air. The skeletal monstrosity's true form, a colossal shadow composed of core bones, has eerily penetrated the area of the sword wield's carnage. Its enormous claws, formed from countless sharp phalanges and enveloped in a thick black fluid, carry an overwhelming destructive force. Accompanied by a suffocating stench, akin to a collapsing mountain, descending upon Shen Qingxian, who has just finished devouring the fragments and whose breath has yet to stabilize. Too fast. Too close. Xie Yuan's sword wheel is momentarily hindered by the rain of bones, unable to provide timely aid. The immense shadow rapidly envelopes Shen Qingxian. The foul stench and aura of destruction emanating from the claws make Shen Qingxian's very blood feel as if it would freeze. His pupils constrict to their utmost, and he hastily condenses the remaining devouring power before him, forming a thin, dark, golden membrane, like a final barrier. Boom! The massive claw crashes down upon the dark, golden membrane. The membrane shatters like fragile glass, instantly covered in a web of cracks. The terrifying force penetrates through the membrane, violently striking Shen Qingxian's crossed arms. Thud! Shen Qingxian is struck as if by lightning. His body flies backward like a kite, with its string cut. A sweet taste floods his throat as a mouthful of fresh blood erupts, leaving a brilliant crimson line in the air. The sound of bones cracking resonates through his arms. Agonizing pain engulfs his entire being. The thick, resentful black liquid clinging to the claw, like a maggot, frantically invades through the ruptured membrane, burrowing into his meridians and soul source. Qingxian, a voice suppressing cold fury, suddenly rings out. Is Xie Yuan. He was evidently unprepared for the cunning ferocity of this malevolent spirit. The sword wheel erupted in a blinding flash of white light, obliterating the last remnants of skeletal fragments. The shadowy figure transformed into a black lightning bolt that tore through the fabric of space, pursuing the retreating Shen Qingxian with astonishing speed. Yet, the skeletal monstrosity clearly had no intention of granting its prey a moment's respite. With a triumphant roar, it demonstrated an agility beyond imagination, striking decisively and abandoning the fleeing Shen Qingxian. Instead, lunging at the advancing Xie Yuan like a relentless parasite, its claws emitting a shriek that split the air. The timing, angle, and force of its attack were masterfully executed, precisely at the moment when Xie Yuan was momentarily distracted by his rescue attempt. His old strength waning and new energy yet to manifest. The massive bony claw was surging with dark liquid, brimming with vengeful intent. Its power threefold that of the earlier assault on Shen Qingxian. It sought to rend apart this most formidable foe first. In Xie Yuan's cold, black eyes, the rapidly enlarging, cracked and liquid-laden claw was reflected, transforming his gaze into an icy abyss. He made no effort to evade, not even glancing at the claw. His left hand reached forward, grasping at the air, and an invisible chain of sword intent instantly ensnared the retreating Shen Qingxian, pulling him towards himself. Simultaneously, his right hand, poised like a sword, swiftly withdrew and crossed in front of his chest. The movement was simple, direct, and executed with unparalleled speed. An ice blue sword intent, more restrained and weighty than the previous dazzling sword wheel, coalesced at the tips of his fingers, as if capable of freezing time itself. This sword intent was no longer blinding. Rather, it emanated an absolute stillness that could freeze the very soul, akin to a profound ice abyss. With his finger as the blade, he prepared to confront the assault head-on. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, as if the heart itself had stopped. The colossal bony claw struck fiercely against Xie Yuan's sword-like fingers. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, no blinding light. Only an imperceptible, chilling wave of annihilation radiated silently from the point of contact between the two beings, or one person and one beast. Crack! The skeletal monstrosity's immensely hardened claw, upon contacting the ice-blue sword finger, appeared as though it had been cast into an abyss of absolute zero. Thick layers of ice visibly spread at a terrifying speed from the claw's tip. Wherever the ice traveled, the viscous, vengeful black liquid solidified and shattered instantly. Countless skeletal fragments that comprised the claw groaned under the dual onslaught of extreme cold and annihilative sword intent, cracking under the strain. Howl! The skeletal creature emitted an unprecedented, anguished scream, a mixture of pain and terror. Its massive form trembled violently, striving to escape the horrific freezing and sword intent. Yet, the ice clung to it like a relentless parasite, while the annihilative sword intent pierced directly through its chaotic core, born of resentment. In that fleeting moment of the creature's desperate struggle, a faint yet distinctly audible tearing sound emerged. It was Xie Zhuiyuan. He maintained his sword-fingered stance, but his complexion had turned a shade paler than even Shen Qingxian's. A dazzling line of crimson erupted suddenly from the rear of his left shoulder. Clad in dark armor, the scarlet droplets traced a sorrowful arc under the murky light. Just moments ago, he had managed to freeze the monstrous bone claws with his terrifying sword intent, yet the pinnacle power of the skeletal creature, augmented by the ancient battlefield's laws, ultimately rebounded through his sword intent, inflicting harm upon him. The malevolent, cursed energy embedded within the bone claw burrowed into his body like a festering sore. Propelled by the force of the backlash, Xie Zhuiyuan staggered slightly, a trickle of bright red blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His deep, abyssal black eyes instantaneously transformed into bloodied ice, exuding a chilling, ruthless fury that burned with suppressed savagery. He fixated intently on the skeletal monster, now ensnared and struggling in ice, as if observing a lifeless entity. Meanwhile, Shen Qingxian, pulled back by the chains of sword intent, was unsteadily regaining his footing. He clutched his chest in agony, remnants of blood at his lips, while his molten gold vertical pupils constricted sharply at the horrific scene before him. He witnessed the blood gushing from Xie Zhuiyuan's shoulder, the bone claw of the creature shattering under the icy grip, and the fleeting pallor of Xie Zhuiyuan's face, which remained fierce with murderous intent. An indescribable chill and ferocity ignited within him, akin to a dormant volcano awakened by the sanguinary tableau. Particularly, the striking crimson on Xie Zhuiyuan's shoulder seared itself into the depths of his pupils like a branding mark. Chapter 11. Fiery malevolence and blood-stained glass scarlet droplets etched a blinding trajectory through the dim light, splattering upon the dark red crystallized ground, akin to a scalding imprint seared deep within Shen Qingxian's gaze. The bloodline shooting from Xie Zhuiyuan's shoulder was akin to a thunderclap that shattered the silence. His dark armor was torn asunder, revealing a gaping wound where flesh rolled and twisted, its edges emanating a sinister black mist that voraciously corroded his flesh. The malice of the skeletal creature's cursed power exceeded all expectations. Xie Zhuiyuan swayed slightly, the vivid red at the corner of his mouth glaringly evident. His deep black eyes morphed from a cold abyss into a blood-stained, eternal ice, a fierce murderous intent blending with the brutality ignited by his wounds. Akin to a volcano ready to erupt, seeking death, the icy declaration resonated like a judgment from the depths of the underworld. With a sudden tremor of his sword-like fingers, the heavy layer of ice enveloping the skeletal monster's claws erupted violently. Ice shards mingled with shattered bone fragments, shooting outwards like countless sharp projectiles. The creature emitted an even more anguished wail, its massive bone claw completely shattered, viscous black liquid gushing forth like a fountain. Yet this frenzy of destruction showed no signs of abating. The icy blue sword intent at Xie Zhuiyuan's fingertips contracted suddenly, transforming into a point so refined it nearly devoured the light, a dark, deep blue. Ignoring the copious blood flowing from his left shoulder wound, he advanced like a specter, stepping forward with an uncanny swiftness. In an instant, space seemed to compress, and Xie Zhuiyuan's figure materialized right in front of the skeletal monster's head. Constructed from massive shards of skull, so close that their faces nearly touched. For the first time, fear clearly reflected in the creature's eerie green eyes. Its shattered bone claws instinctively yearned to retreat, yet their movements were distorted due to the fractures at the forefront. Annihilate. A solitary word escaped Xie Zhuiyuan's cold lips. With his right hand poised like a sword, infused with a shadowy, deep blue essence of obliteration, he struck with precision akin to a venomous needle piercing the void. Aiming directly at the two flickering, ghostly green flames nestled deep within the skull of the skeletal monstrosity. A soft yet spine-chilling sound echoed through the air. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor dazzling lights. Only an imperceptible, frigid ripple laden with an absolute sense of finality, radiating from the point of deep blue, instantaneously enveloping the entirety of the creature's head. Crack, crack, crack. Enormous bone fragments sprouted visible cracks like a web, spreading rapidly. The two pulsating ghostly green flames were thrust into the absolute zero of an abyss, quickly dimming, solidifying, and then extinguishing entirely. The colossal body of the skeletal creature abruptly stiffened, all motion freezing in an instant. The viscous black liquid ceased its flow, and countless bone fragments lost their supporting strength, cascading down in a clamor. Boom! Like a landslide, the massive entity, composed of innumerable bone shards and vengeful black liquid, disintegrated entirely at the behest of Xie Zhuiyuan's finger. It transformed into a rain of scattered bones and foul black liquid, crashing to the dark red glass-like ground, sending up great clouds of filthy dust. With a single strike, he eradicated a peak ancient evil spirit of the transformation stage. Xie Zhuiyan stood firmly in place, his dark robes fluttering slightly amidst the turbulent aftermath of energy. The trace of blue sword intent at his fingertips dissipated quietly. He slowly retracted his hand, the wound on his shoulder still oozing blood. The dark fabric now stained a deeper hue. He lifted a hand, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his movements imbued with an almost cruel indifference. As if the monumental act just performed was merely the flicking away of a speck of dust. He slightly turned, his icy gaze sweeping behind him. Shen Qingxian stood a few paces away, staggering, clutching his painfully aching chest, the blood at his lips still fresh, his complexion as pale as parchment. His arms hung limply by his sides, waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Worse still, the vengeful black mist invading his body was gnawing at his meridians with a voracity akin to maggots burrowing into flesh. This malice, birthed from the essence of these malevolent spirits, was 100-fold more venomous than the remnants of battle from ancient warfields. It disregarded the defenses of the Qingxian Ju, much like greedy larvae, burrowing frantically toward his dantian, aiming directly for the core of the gluttonous primordial source sealed beneath layers of enchantment. A suppressed, anguished roar escaped Shen Qingxian's lips. His body trembled violently. The vengeful black mist seemed to possess life. Upon contact with the starlit runes and the merciless seals encasing the primordial core, it erupted with an even more terrifying corrosive force, as if ignited by boiling oil. It battered against the seals, attempting to tear a breach, surging towards the tantalizing, gluttonous spirit within. Meanwhile, the gluttonous spirit itself, sensing this pure, kindred malice, unleashed a feral, greedy roar beneath its confinement, akin to a ravenous wolf catching the scent of blood. The starlit runes of the seals flickered violently, and the merciless mark emitted a chilling hum, caught in a pincer movement, a dual onslaught. Shen Qingxian's consciousness was suddenly inundated with boundless brutality and resentment. The world before him seemed to be veiled in a thick crimson hue. The dying shrieks of the skeletal monstrosities, the despairing wails of countless souls from ancient battlefields, and the insatiable hunger emanating from the depths of his primordial bloodline surged forth like a torrential flood, relentlessly battering against the crumbling dam of his sanity. His breathing became heavy and scorching. Within his molten gold pupils, the clarity that once belonged to Qingxian was swiftly consumed by an overwhelming dark golden ferocity. This radiance was imbued with primal savagery, violence, and an ultimate yearning for destruction and devouring. The surface of his body was uncontrollably adorned with intricate shadows of dark golden scales, and a wild, fierce aura began to unfurl like an awakened ancient beast. Shen Qingxian. The icy voice of Shen Qingxian crashed like thunder, reverberating through Shen Qingxian's nearly submerged consciousness. Yet, this admonition struck Shen Qingxian like kindling tossed into a raging inferno. Instead of awakening Shen Qingxian's mind, it only incited the frenzied resurgence of the gluttonous, malevolent soul. A thunderous roar, resonating from the depths of his soul, erupted within Shen Qingxian's consciousness. The seal, already teetering under the onslaught of resentment and malevolence, finally succumbed to a crackling sound akin to thunder. A pure strand of gluttonous, demonic power, infused with Shen Qingxian's essence, erupted forth from a fissure in the seal, like molten lava finding its outlet. A pressure, far more potent and pure than that of the ancient malevolent spirit, exploded around Shen Qingxian. Akin to an invisible tsunami, dark golden light surged skyward, illuminating the glass-like crimson expanse with an otherworldly glow. Shen Qingxian's form underwent a drastic transformation within this radiance. The shadowy dark golden scales that enveloped him solidified and expanded. His stature grew, swelling with an ancient ferocity that tore at the heavens and devoured the universe without restraint. Shen Qingxian's icy pupils suddenly constricted. He distinctly perceived the fissure in the seal, witnessing the surging amalgamation of malevolent energy. He felt a chilling sensation in his heart, confronted by the pure and ancient might of the gluttonous entity. "This is dire." Shen Qingxian's expression immediately soured. He had not anticipated the malevolent spirit to be so treacherous, nor the seal within Shen Qingxian to be so fragile. He moved, intent on recklessly charging forth to suppress it with his own sword intent. But at that very moment, a howl filled with agony, resentment, and brutality erupted from Shen Qingxian's throat. He abruptly lifted his head. Those molten gold pupils had completely transformed into fierce eyes ablaze with dark golden flames. Deep within his gaze, the glaring wound on Shen's shoulder and the flowing blood were vividly reflected. This blood, belonging to Shen Qingxian and imbued with potent life essence and pure sword intent, appeared to the now uncontrollable gluttonous soul as the most delectable delicacy in existence, more enticing than that of the ancient malevolent spirit, more nourishing. A voracious desire, emanating from the depths of his very bloodline, surged forth like a raging wildfire, instantaneously engulfing Shen Qingxian's last vestiges of sanity. "Blood! Give me blood!" A hoarse, distorted roar, imbued with primal ferocity, erupted from Shen Qingxian's lips. His body, transforming and expanding into a monstrous form, radiated an overwhelming malevolence. Disregarding everything else as he lunged towards Xie, who had just sustained injury in a desperate bid to save him. Like the most famished of beasts pouncing upon its prey, he charged forward with an aura of annihilation. Great, shadowy claws of dark gold tore through the air, drawing forth a terrifying suction that aimed directly at Xie Zhuiyuan's chest. In Xie Zhuiyuan's cold, obsidian eyes, the image of the approaching figure, shrouded in dark golden flames of malice, was reflected. Those eyes, ablaze with insatiable hunger, and the claws reaching for his heart, embodied a cruel irony. Only moments ago, Xie Zhuiyuan had been injured in an effort to save him, and now he was to be devoured. An indescribable chill coursed through Xie Zhuiyuan. A tempest of wrath mingled with a pang of betrayal that even he had yet to recognize, piercing his heart like a poisoned dagger. A low, icy laugh, laden with self-mockery and the promise of destruction, escaped his tightly pressed lips. Confronted with the terrifying claws that could rip apart the fabric of space, Xie Zhuiyuan did not retreat, nor did he assume any defensive posture. His blood-stained robes fluttered in the fierce wind, the wound upon his shoulder still bleeding, his pallor heightened by loss of blood and the recent eruption of energy. He tilted his head slightly, and for the first time, his blood-soaked black eyes clearly reflected Shen Qingxian's face, consumed by the flames of fury and the dark golden slitted pupils, ablaze with insatiable greed and primal instincts. That gaze was no longer coldly indifferent, nor was it a deliberate suppression. It was a tranquility that bordered on deathly stillness, a release tinged with the scent of blood. He slowly raised his left hand, slender and distinctly jointed, stained with his own warm blood. He did not condense sword intent, nor did he summon spiritual energy. He simply extended his hand towards the tearing claws engulfed in dark golden flames, calm and resolute. The motion was deliberate and slow, imbued with a peculiar, almost sacrificial serenity, as if he were not welcoming destruction, but rather reaching out to touch a fate that was irrevocably sealed. Boom! Just as Xie Yuan's bloodied left hand was about to make contact with the claws of annihilation, an unforeseen transformation occurred. Buzz! A far more terrifying and brutal force, reminiscent of a primordial will from the dawn of the cosmos, erupted without warning from the deepest fissures of Shen Qingxian's core. The essence of a gluttonous hunger long sealed away. This was not the uncontrolled will of Shen Qingxian, but the projection of the ancestral soul of the glutton. Roused to fury, like an ancient sovereign awakened in wrath, its dignity demanded reverence. Its prey was not to be tainted by others, not even by its own uncontrollable descendant. Roar! A cry, older and more formidable than Shen Qingxian's own furious howl, resonated with a sovereign authority that froze the very soul, overpowering Shen Qingxian's own screams. In that moment, Shen Qingxian's body, hurtling towards Xie Yuan, abruptly stiffened. In his eyes, a dark golden flame of wrath was abruptly subdued and overshadowed by a more pure and domineering torrent of dark gold, as if commanded by an emperor. Leaving no room for dissent, his claw, aimed at Xie Yuan, came to an abrupt halt in mid-air, mere inches away from the blood-stained chest of Xie Yuan. Shen Qingxian, or rather, the sovereign while currently inhabiting his body, suddenly turned his head, those eyes, transformed into pure, dark gold, resembling molten lava, burned with an overwhelming rage and an extreme brutality of territorial violation, fixated intently on a deeper part of the crystalline region. This area distorted violently, as if the very fabric of space were rippling. A wave of malevolent energy, tenfold stronger than the earlier skeletal monstrosity, mixed with an even more ancient and pure chaos, descended like an erupting volcano. A colossal shadow, several times larger than the previous skeletal creature and even more grotesquely twisted, slowly emerged from the swirling black mist of resentment, radiating a terrifying pressure that signified a pinnacle of transformation, almost touching the threshold of ethereal refinement. It had been lurking nearby, seeking to take advantage, but was provoked by the surge of the gluttonous ancestral soul's projection emanating from Shen Qingxian's body. Roar! The newly emerged horrific spirit unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated with provocation and greed. Its gigantic claws, composed of countless twisted tendrils and bones, tore through space, exuding an air of annihilation, aimed directly at the paralyzed Shen Qingxian. The target was undoubtedly the gluttonous ancestral soul's aura that it craved. Provoked by this more formidable prey, the projection of the gluttonous ancestral soul within Shen Qingxian was utterly enraged. How could its majesty be affronted by mere insects? Roar! Shen Qingxian, under the control of the ancestral soul's projection, let out a sky-shattering roar. The dark golden flames around him surged like tangible lava, escalating in intensity. He abandoned the nearby Xie Yuan, his immense form pivoting sharply. The claw that had been suspended in midair instantly expanded tenfold, ablaze with dark golden flames that incinerated all in their path, wielding the terrifying power to tear through space and devour the laws of existence. Striking out against the descending giant claw, as if swatting a fly. Boom! The two forces, capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, collided violently. The dark, golden, gluttonous flames clashed with the viscous, pitch-black, malevolent energy like two ancient behemoths colliding with cataclysmic force. The ensuing shockwave of chaotic energy swept across the entire crystalline core area like a world-ending tsunami. The earth wailed in anguish. The hardened crystalline ground cracked like fragile eggshells, sinking beneath the pressure. The remaining colossal bones were ground to dust by the shockwave, akin to rotting wood. The heavy, leaden clouds in the sky were forcibly torn apart. creating a massive rift. Space groaned under the strain, with countless fine black fissures spreading from the epicenter of the collision. In the eye of the storm of destruction, Xiejian's dark figure was tossed like a flimsy boat amidst raging winds and colossal waves, violently hurled away by the terrifying energy turbulence. Already severely injured, his left shoulder wound split open anew under the savage strain of the energy. His dark robes became thoroughly drenched in blood. The malevolent force that had invaded his body retaliated fiercely against the energy surge. He let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from his mouth. Like a kite severed from its string, he plunged towards the edge of the battlefield with tremendous force. Bang! Xie body crashed heavily onto a colossal, half-buried rib bone of a divine beast, embedded within shattered shards of glass. The resilient bone fractured, resembling a spider's web. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion paling instantly. The icy aura of his protective sword intent extinguished entirely. The wound on his left shoulder festered with black mist, relentlessly eroding away, while his right arm contorted unnaturally, evidently injured once more from the recent impact. Struggling to lift himself, he inadvertently aggravated his injuries, resulting in another surge of blood. His consciousness began to waver, and his vision blurred. Within his cold, dark eyes, the catastrophic clash of dark gold and pitch black unfolded in the distance, tearing apart the heavens and earth, alongside the immense figure dominated by the ancestral soul of Taotie, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but only more blood gushed forth. Ultimately, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. His bloodied form helplessly slid onto the frigid bones beneath him. Chapter 12. The Wrath of the Ancestral Soul. Protecting the sect mates in a diminished state, the storm of destruction raged like a grinding mill of annihilation, mercilessly crushing and tearing through the core zone of the glass-like realm. The dark golden flames of Taotie clashed violently with a viscous, pitch-black malevolent aura, akin to two primordial behemoths released from the shackles of time and space, engaging in the most primal and ferocious battle beneath the leaden sky. Each collision resonated with the lament of space under unbearable strain. The earth, under the terrifying shockwave of energy, fractured like delicate glass, collapsing into powder. The massive skeletal ruins were effortlessly leveled, akin to sandcastles. The dense, leaden clouds were violently torn asunder, revealing a chaotic void writhing behind it. Roar! Under the control of the ancestral soul projection, Shen Qingxian unleashed a roar that reverberated throughout the universe. The gigantic beast, shrouded in dark golden scales, stood immovable amidst the storm, like a divine needle anchoring the seas. Each strike of its colossal claws carried the power to rend the laws of reality, incinerating all in its path. The dark golden flames were not mere fire, but the primal flames of devouring, igniting even the malevolent aura condensed by ancient feral spirits, consuming it to nourish its essence. The newly emerged malevolent spirit evidently did not anticipate its prey would suddenly unleash such terrifying power. Its massive form, composed of countless twisted tendrils and bones, was seared by the dark golden flames, hissing in agony and fury. The viscous black liquid evaporated in the flames, revealing an even filthier core, exuding an ancient chaotic aura. Its enormous claws flailed wildly, wielding a force potent enough to shatter mountains and corrupt all in its wake, attempting to tear apart this suddenly retaliating prey. However, before the projection of the Taotie ancestral soul, its power, born from the resentments of ancient battlefields and chaotic laws, ultimately fell short. The malevolent aura, capable of corrupting treasures and eroding souls, had little effect on the dark golden scales of the ancestral soul projection. Yet, the devouring power embedded in each of the ancestral soul projections' assaults relentlessly gnawed and dissolved its very essence. Boom, boom, boom. Each thunderous collision reverberated through the already shattered battlefield, rendering it even more chaotic. The energy storm surged like a rampaging dragon, mercilessly engulfing everything in its path, crushing it without mercy. At the edge of this apocalyptic tempest lies a relatively tranquil corner, upon a vast, partially buried ribcage of a deity. A shadowy figure lies in a state of utter helplessness. It is Xie Zhuan, resembling a thoroughly torn puppet, his dark garb soaked in blood, now transformed into a deeper, almost ink-like crimson. The gaping wound on his left shoulder rolls grotesquely, its edges entwined with a malevolent black mist that behaves as if it were alive, ravenously eroding the surrounding flesh and impeding the wound's healing, with an ominous tendency to spread towards his heart. His right arm is unnaturally twisted, clearly the result of being violently slammed against the massive skeletal remains by the ferocious energy storm, leading to a grave fracture. His face, devoid of color, resembles exquisite cold jade shrouded in ashen despair. His once tightly pressed lips are now stained a vivid, glaring red with blood, new frothy droplets continually spilling from the corners of his mouth. His eyes are tightly shut, his breath faint to the extreme, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. On the brink of extinguishment, the once formidable and chilling sword intent that enveloped him has long since dimmed, completely dissipated. The insidious power of resentment that has invaded his body, now free from the sword intent suppression, runs rampant through his meridians, wreaking havoc. His body convulses involuntarily, each minute tremor tugging at the wound, inflicting deeper agony. Nevertheless, even in the depths of his profound unconsciousness, the tightly knitted brows reveal an unyielding defiance deeply ingrained in his very being. The bloodied corners of his lips seem to hold a trace of icy self-mockery. The deafening roars and cataclysmic rumbles from the heart of the battlefield reach him, as if filtered through a thick veil of mist. Just then, a series of hasty and frantic figures stumble forth from the ravaged edge of the energy storm. Each bears wounds to varying degrees, their breaths unsteady, faces etched with the horror and dread of having survived calamity. Among them are Zhao Tiange of Qingyang Peak and several core disciples he leads, clearly drawn by the earth-shattering tumult of battle, or perhaps forced to flee to this relatively safe haven. Their eyes scan the chaotic scene of skeletal remains, and they quickly spot the shadowy figure sprawled upon the colossal ribcage, resembling a bloodied specter. "Senior Brother Xie," one disciple gasps, incredulity lacing his voice. Zhao Tiange's gaze instantly locks onto Xie Zhuiyuan. Upon witnessing Xie Zhuiyuan's abysmal condition, gravely injured, on the brink of death, entangled in malevolent forces, and devoid of spiritual power, shock flickers momentarily in his eyes, swiftly replaced by an indescribable rush of ecstasy and resentment, surging forth like a venomous serpent. An opportunity, a gift from the heavens. The one who has always looked down upon him, treating him as mere vermin, and who had brought him disgrace before the gate of buried bones, now lies here like a tattered rag, utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, he, Zhao Tiange, stands at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. In his hand, a precious needle bestowed by his master, designed to counter malevolent energies. A single thought ignites in Zhao Tiange's mind like a wildfire, spreading rapidly. Now, while he is unconscious, he must drive the needle into his vital point. The malevolent energy that had invaded the body would erupt under the stimulation of the golden needles, instantly corroding the heart's meridians. Not even the divine could save one from such a fate. In the aftermath, one could easily shift the blame onto the fierce spirits of the ancient battlefield. No one would know. No one would suspect. Eliminating this internal threat would also serve to undermine the authority of the venerable ancestor within the sect. A twofold advantage. Zhao Tiange's heart thrashed wildly within his chest, blood surging to his head. He could almost hear the sound of his own excited breaths. Suppressing his elation, he swiftly transformed his expression into one of anxious concern and rushed forward. "Senior Brother Xie, are you all right?" His voice was urgent as he reached out towards the blood-stained shoulder of Xie Zhuiyuan, concealed beneath his voluminous sleeves 3 slender needles, as fine as cow hair and glimmering with a chilling golden light, had silently slipped into his fingertips. The target was aimed directly at Xie Zhuiyuan's vital point in the center of his chest. In the moment of contact, the golden needles would silently penetrate. Be careful. Senior brother, a disciple from Qingyang Peak, unaware of the true intent, instinctively warned him, thinking Zhao Tiange was coming to assist. Zhao Tiange smirked coldly within, his fingers poised to strike. He was mere moments away from reaching Xie Zhuiyuan's unsuspecting body. Just as the golden needles were about to make contact, a chilling roar, imbued with an aura of absolute savagery, erupted from behind Zhao Tiange. Get away! The voice, as frigid as the winds from the abyss, reverberated with tremendous force. Boom! An overwhelming, terrifying power, akin to an invisible hammer, struck fiercely against Zhao Tiange's back. Caught unawares, Zhao Tiange let out a piercing scream. His body was hurled forward as if impacted by a rampaging bull, spiraling out of control. The 3 destructive golden needles slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Thud! Zhao Tiange landed in a most undignified manner on the shattered glass-like surface several paces away, tasting the foul, earthy soil. Pain seared through his back like shattered bones, his blood roiling, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Who? Zhao Tiange, startled and enraged, spun around. He beheld a figure clad in pure white, having mysteriously appeared before the colossal ribcage of the fallen Xie Zhuiyuan. It was Shen Qingxian. No, at this moment, he appeared in a state of utmost peculiarity. The towering dark golden malevolent flames and the massive beastly form had vanished, returning to a normal human shape. His once pristine white robe, now tattered from fierce battles and energy storms, resembled broken butterfly wings, revealing skin as cold as jade beneath, marred with deep, bone-revealing scratches, from which dark golden blood slowly seeped. His complexion was as pale as gilded paper, a glaring streak of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his breathing was exceedingly erratic, clearly having suffered severe backlash from a direct confrontation with that dreadful spirit. Yet, most striking were his eyes. Those molten golden vertical pupils now resembled 2 ignited pools of flowing lava. They burned with an inferno of rage, savagery, and an extreme ferocity, as if his territory had been invaded by mere ants. His gaze was icy, indifferent, and condescending, imbued with a pure, destructive intent to kill, one that Shen Qingxian could never possess. It was precisely the remnant will of the gluttonous ancestor's soul that descended after the vengeful spirit was severely wounded, triggered by Zhao Tiange's reckless actions. Insect, Shen Qingxian, embodying the will of the ancestor's soul, spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and low, reminiscent of 2 rough metals grinding against each other. Each word carried a chilling aura that could freeze one's very soul. Dare you lay hands on my prey? The prey he referred to was none other than the unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan. In the eyes of the gluttonous ancestor's will, this mortally wounded cultivator, on the brink of death yet imbued with potent life essence and pure sword intent, had already been deemed a private tonic for restoring its strength. How could others covet it? That cold, ferocious gaze was like a tangible blade, slicing through Zhao Tiange, who lay on the ground, as well as the several disciples of Qingyang Peak, who trembled in terror behind him. Thud! Thud! Under the oppressive might of this absolute superior, a few disciples with lesser cultivation crumpled to the ground, their legs giving way and their pants instantly soaked. The heavy stench of urine mingled with the bloody air around them. Zhao Tiange felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had never experienced such terror, such pure destructive will. That gaze seemed capable of freezing his very soul. He had no doubt that this strangely unhinged Shen Qingxian could turn them all to dust with a mere thought. The previous horrifying strike had merely been a casual flick of the wrist. Junior brother Qingxian, you have misunderstood. Misunderstood. Zhao Tiange, terrified to the core, struggled against excruciating pain, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he incoherently defended himself. I was trying to save junior brother Xie. His injuries are too severe. The vengeful spirit has entered his body. A cold, piercing laugh interrupted Zhao Tiange's pale and feeble defense. Shen Qingxian, embodying the ancestor's will, had no intention of entertaining his futile words. Those vertically slit eyes, ablaze like molten lava, slowly scanned the three gleaming, ghostly golden needles scattered around Zhao Tiange. The destructive power refined within those needle tips was unmistakable in its malicious intent toward the soul. The intention was all too clear, a more brutal, killing intent. Like a tangible ice storm, enveloped Zhao Tiange in an instant. That single, frigid word was akin to a final verdict. Shen Qingxian slowly raised his right hand. This hand, slender and fair, was stained with dark golden blood and his own filth. At that moment, it did not coalesce into the world-destroying dark golden claws from before, but instead was surrounded by an exceedingly restrained, yet even more horrifying dark golden radiance. This light contained the purest essence of the devouring principle. As if even light itself could be drawn into it, he intended to crush this ant who dared to offend his majesty and covet his prey with his own hands. Zhao Tiange's pupils instantly constricted to the size of a pin. The shadow of death gripped his throat like a cold, massive hand. In despair, he yearned to scream, to summon a protective treasure, but under that terrifying pressure, not even a finger could he move. He could only watch helplessly as that hand, enveloped in the dark golden light of death, descended slowly upon his head like the scythe of the grim reaper. No! Zhao Tiange let out a desperate wail, reaching the depths of despair. Just at that critical moment, Brother Qingxian stopped. A voice, laced with tears and trembling with fear, yet brimming with a fragile courage, suddenly echoed from his side. A young female cultivator, clad in a pale yellow robe and sporting twin buns, her delicate features marred by streaks of tears, had somehow broken free from the oppressive terror that bound her. Stumbling, she dashed between Shen Qingxian, the ancestral soul's will, and Zhao Tiange, spreading her arms wide to shield Zhao with her petite form. Her large, tear-filled eyes reflected a profound dread of death, yet shone with an indomitable defiance. Senior Brother Qingxian, it is Zhao and the others who are in the wrong. They are our fellow disciples. You cannot kill them. The ancestor would be heartbroken. The girl's voice trembled with sorrow, her body quaking in sheer terror. Yet she stood resolutely, refusing to retreat even a single step. This young cultivator, named Huang Ying, was an inconspicuous outer disciple of Qingyang Peak, forcibly brought along by Zhao Tiange for training, and now she had become the sole variable in this dire situation. Shen Qingxian's hand, poised above Zhao Tiange's head, hesitated momentarily. Fellow disciples? His voice emerged, deep and hoarse, akin to the sound of metal scraping, laced with disdain and cold mockery. His lava-like vertical pupils emotionlessly swept across Huang Ying's tear-streaked, contorted face, then glanced at Zhao Tiange, who lay limp like a dead dog, alongside a few other worthless individuals. Ant among ants. Yet, the mention of the ancestor seemed to stir within the ancestral soul's will a faint, almost imperceptible fragment of memories belonging to Shen Qingxian himself. The gentle yet powerful aura of the ancestor, which had once lifted him from sin and solitude, sparked a minuscule struggle. As fragile as a firefly in a sea of flames, flickering momentarily amidst the vast, cold cruelty of the ancestral will. The dark golden palm that had been poised to strike halted in midair. In that subtle pause, a piercing, shrill cry erupted, akin to a bird of prey capable of rending the soul, unexpectedly shattering the silence like a thunderclap from the depths of the distorted space within the glassy realm. Accompanying this shriek was an essence more pure and domineering than the previous vengeful spirit, imbued with a terrifying demonic flame that obliterated all vitality, akin to an apocalyptic inferno. Crashing down upon them, the space contorted violently, as if boiling water were in a frenzy. A colossal shadow of a terrifying demonic bird, its wings sprawling to eclipse the sky, engulfed in purple-black flames, began to emerge from the roiling inferno, its form a hybrid between a phoenix and a giant eagle. Its enormous, flame-ridden vertical pupils, radiating a cold indifference and insatiable greed, locked onto the most powerful and delectable target in the vicinity, Shen Qingxian, now possessed by the gluttonous ancestral soul's will. More precisely, it was fixated on the ancient, mouth-watering essence of the Taotie, ancestral soul within Shen Qingxian. Purple phantom demon phoenix. Behind Huanging, a slightly more conscious disciple of Qingyang Peak gazed at the horrific shadow of the demonic bird and let out a desperate scream. This was the terrifying existence born from the fusion of the ancient fallen phoenix's essence and the battlefield's malevolent energy, renowned in legends for its flames that specifically targeted the soul. Before it, even the pinnacle of divine transformation appeared as insignificant as an ant. The ethereal figure of the demonic phoenix emitted a piercing, high-pitched cry, brimming with greed and provocation. The enormous wings of demonic flames suddenly flapped mightily. A torrential wave of purple-black demonic fire surged forth, resembling a cataclysmic flood, carrying the terrifying heat that could incinerate the heavens and sear the soul. Ignoring the distances of space, it cascaded down upon the violently pulsating essence of Shen Qingxian, the will of the ancestral soul. Wherever it passed, even the fabric of space warped and twisted, emitting a mournful hiss. This sudden and formidable threat of a higher echelon instantaneously diverted the attention of the ancestral soul will away from the mere ants that were Zhao Tiange and his companions. Roar! Provoked by the lower-tier demonic beings, the will of the gluttonous ancestral soul erupted in fury. It unleashed a roar that shattered the void. The stagnant, dark golden palm was swiftly retracted, and with an immense force, it struck out a punch toward the descending torrent of purple-black demonic flames. Boom! The dark golden fist of the glutton collided violently with the purple-black cataclysmic flames. A more terrifying energy storm erupted once again. The space shattered like fragile glass. In that moment of cataclysmic collision, a faint sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed silently in the depths of Shen Qingxian's consciousness. The projection of the gluttonous ancestral soul, which had forcibly manifested, ultimately exhausted its last ounce of sustaining power after withstanding two terrifying entities. Like a receding tide, it instantaneously withdrew from the depths of Shen Qingxian's consciousness. The dark golden flames abruptly extinguished. Shen Qingxian's vertically slitted eyes, once ablaze with molten intensity, reverted to a dull gold. His body stiffened abruptly, as if all his bones had been extracted. The brutality and ferocity on his face vanished in an instant, leaving only profound fatigue, pain, and bewilderment. It was as if he had abruptly awakened from a bizarre nightmare. He emitted a pained groan, his body uncontrollably staggering backward for several steps until his legs weakened, causing him to collapse directly backward. Behind him lay the massive chest bone of the ancient demon, upon which rested a faintly breathing, unconscious figure wrapped in dark hues. Thud! Shen Qingxian's unconscious body crashed heavily onto Xie Zhuiyuan. Chapter 13. The deep well conceals. The pursuit is fruitless, the heavy impact, accompanied by genuine pain, yanked Shen Qingxian from the boundless darkness of chaos. He let out a hoarse groan, as his consciousness, akin to fragmented wreckage of a sunken ship, struggled to surface from the icy depths of the sea. The first sense to return was touch. Cold, hard, with a uniquely slippery texture reminiscent of ancient bones. It pressed against his back and one side of his body. The air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood, mingled with the earthy scent of soil and an indescribable chill, as if it emanated from an ancient abyss. He slowly, laboriously opened his eyes. Initially, his vision was a blur, only chaotic shadows swaying. After several breaths, it gradually became clearer. Above him was a distant glimmer of light, akin to the soul star one might glimpse while gazing up from the depths of a well, pitifully faint. Surrounded by an almost absolute darkness, only the massive, jagged outlines of colossal bones, faintly glowing with phosphorescence, barely define the contours of the space. Is this a vast cavern deeply buried underground? Or perhaps the remnants of a great beast's hollowed cavity? The expanse is exceptionally wide, yet suffocating. The rock walls are a somber shade of dark brown, coated with slick moss and dried bloodstains. Enormous skeletal remains, in various grotesque forms, lie scattered like fallen mountains. Some are half buried in the pitch-black earth, revealing only their menacing spines. Others are skewed against the rock face, broken bone shards resembling shattered spears, and many more are strewn across the ground. Unrecognizable, yet emanating a faint, dismal glow, barely illuminating this desolate realm. The air is thick with a chilling dampness, akin to countless icy tendrils entwining around exposed skin, burrowing into the very marrow of his bones. Shen Qingxian attempted to shift his body, instantly triggering pain throughout his entire being. His meridians, eroded by the malevolent spirits of ancient times, felt as if pierced by innumerable venomous needles. Forcibly enduring the projection of the ancestral soul of the gluttonous beast felt akin to shattering glass. Each breath brought excruciating agony. Even worse, the forcibly torn seal, though temporarily alleviated by the ancestral soul's withdrawal, still bore the restless agitation of the gluttonous spirit and the icy pulsations of an unforgiving mark deep within his dantian. Akin to a coiled serpent hissing a dangerous warning from the depths of his soul. He let out a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. In that moment of tremulous pain, a warm, blood-scented liquid began to flow down his arm, soaking the tattered sleeves of his garments. Shen Qingxian abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting in shock. Yuan. He was sprawled atop Yuan, or rather, his unconscious body had fallen upon Yuan's chest. Yuan remained with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion a lifeless gray, as if exquisite jade were shrouded in the dust of death. His dark garb was nearly saturated in dark crimson, the wound on his shoulder grotesquely gaping, with tendrils of vengeful black energy writhing like living entities, voraciously consuming the surrounding flesh, exposing stark white bone beneath. His right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle. Most alarming to Shen Qingxian was the feeble, erratic breath of Yuan, intermittent like a flickering candle in the wind, with each feeble exhalation bringing forth bloody froth from his tightly pressed lips. The insidious power of the vengeful spirit that had invaded his body, now unrestrained by his own sordid intent, surged wildly, gnawing at the remnants of his vitality like maggots feasting on decaying flesh. Warm blood seeped from the wound on his shoulder and the corner of his mouth, staining Shen Qingxian's arm and tattered clothing. Yuan. Shen Qingxian's voice was dry and hoarse, trembling with an unrecognized quaver. His molten gold vertical pupils fixated on that pallid face, his heart clenched tightly, as if grasped by an invisible hand. It was he. It was his uncontrollable gluttonous spirit that had drawn forth the ancient malevolent entity. It was Yuan who had intercepted that deadly claw. It was Yuan's injury that had triggered his complete loss of control, summoning the projection of the gluttonous ancestral soul. At last, it was his fallen body that crashed upon the already grievously injured Yuan. Guilt, remorse, and terror surged like a frigid tide, instantly engulfing Shen Qingxian's mind. He struggled to prop himself up, yearning to assess Yuan's injuries, even if only to staunch the incessant flow of blood. Yet, the excruciating pain and the frailty of his soul source rendered even the slightest movement of a finger an arduous task. Coughing violently, Yuan, in his unconscious state, seemed to experience suffocation from the weight upon his chest, releasing a series of suppressed, bloody coughs, his body convulsing violently, causing more blood to surge forth. Shen Qingxian's heart trembled fiercely. No, he had to free himself from the burden. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength and rolled forcefully to the side. His body crashed heavily upon the cold bones and slick earth, jarring every wound, and darkness threatened to overtake him once more. But he could not afford to linger. He immediately turned to look at Yuan. With the pressure removed, Yuan's coughs appeared to subside somewhat, yet his breath remained hauntingly weak, and the sinister black energy emanating from his shoulder seemed to thrum with renewed vigor. Shen Qingxian lay beside the frigid bones, gasping for air, each inhalation laced with the agony of a torn chest. He forced himself to regain composure. Where was this place? How had he fallen from the core of the Lioli into this abyss? His last memory was of the cataclysmic clash between the primordial spirit of the Taotie and the ethereal shadow of the purple phoenix, followed by an endless void. Struggling to shift his gaze, he surveyed his surroundings. Massive bones, chilling rock walls, and more. Suddenly, his eyes fixed upon an exceedingly peculiar presence at the center of the cavern. It was a well, a deep, ancient well embedded in the heart of the cavern, constructed from colossal, smooth black stones. The mouth of the well measured approximately 10 feet in diameter, its edges inscribed with indistinct, twisted, and bizarre ancient runes. Above the well, a faintly shimmering, wave-like translucent aura floated, creating a barrier between the interior and the exterior. Peering through this luminous veil, he realized that the well did not contain crystal-clear spring water, but rather a tumultuous, viscous, milky white mist that seemed almost substantial. Or perhaps it was a primordial essence of life, pure and ancient. This essence clashed starkly with the pervasive, deathly aura of resentment that filled the ancient battlefield, instead exuding a vitality that nurtured all creation and sustained the world. It even subtly radiated a gentle divinity. This enigmatic well, akin to the sole oasis of life within this desolate realm of death, lay quietly nestled amidst the bones and shadows. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils. The pure essence of life emanating from it instinctively stirred a faint yearning within his veins, which had been ravaged and eroded by malevolent forces. Perhaps this was the essence of vitality? At that moment, a voice echoed from the darkness above, filled with a quavering timbre, laced with fear and a hint of fragile courage. Brother Qingxian. Shen Qingxian's heart jolted, and he swiftly lifted his gaze. There, at the edge of the gaping chasm torn open by the energy storm above, several disheveled figures were peering down, their expressions a mixture of trepidation and determination. Faint light delineated Zhao Tiange's face, twisted with malice, as well as the equally disheveled disciples of Qingyang peeked behind him, their expressions rife with avarice and murderous intent. They had indeed fallen. One disciple's voice trembled with excitement. Brother Zhao, it seems there is something below. Zhao Tiange's sinister gaze fixated on the ancient well emanating a beguiling aura of life within the cavern, his eyes gleaming with a nearly explosive greed. However, upon spotting Shen Qingxian and Xie Zhuyan sprawled not far from the well, that greed morphed into a more frenzied wrath and murderous intent. Heaven aids me. Zhao Tiange emitted a suppressed, maniacal laughter that echoed through the vast cavern, rendering him particularly fearsome. Two worthless fools, one gravely injured and on the brink of death, the other unable to even stand. Ha ha ha. He abruptly turned, barking at a few of his loyal disciples. Descend at once. Eliminate them. Destroy that well. The treasures within are ours. His eyes sparkled with madness, as though he could already envision himself monopolizing the treasures, exponentially increasing his cultivation, and trampling the venerable ancestors beneath his feet. But Brother Zhao, what if there is danger below? One disciple hesitated, eyeing the eerie ancient well and a mountain of bones. Fear not. Zhao Tiange scolded fiercely, his face twisted with reckless madness. Those two fools fell and are still alive. What danger could there be? Quickly, take advantage of their weakness and eradicate them. Seize the treasures and flee this cursed place. He was the first to summon Allah, sword shimmering with icy light, his spiritual energy swirling around him. Although his golden core perfection felt somewhat tenuous, it was charged with murderous intent. Yes, several disciples, lured by the promise of treasure and Zhao Tiange's intimidation, flashed their own weapons, their spiritual energies illuminating the darkness like venomous snakes poised to strike. Thud! Thud! Several figures eagerly leaped down the vast chasm, stirring up a gust of wind. It was over. Shen Qingxian's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He could scarcely move, his soul's source depleted, spiritual energy in disarray. How could he fend off several gold core cultivators, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust? Let alone protect the unconscious and dying Xie Zhuyan. As Zhao Tiange and his entourage descended like starving wolves, their savage faces increasingly discernible in the dim light. The sharp winds from their weapons whipped against Shen Qingxian's face. At the brink of life and death, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Shen Qingxian's eyes. He bit down hard on his tongue. The searing pain and a surge of blood instantly invigorated his nearly exhausted soul source. Swallowing heaven, he roared inwardly. The dim swallowing heaven technique rune within his consciousness was forcibly ignited. He ceased attempting to channel the scant spiritual energy. Instead, he fervently infused his last remnants of divine will into the dormant, merciless brand within his dantian. Buzz. Deep within his dantian, the dark, sword-shaped brand, akin to a slumbering beast, erupted in response to Shen Qingxian's reckless provocation, unleashing a faint yet chillingly piercing crimson glow that reached the depths of his soul. A weak yet exquisitely refined power of devouring surged forth, like the final fangs of a dying beast, exploding outward from Shen Qingxian's core. The target was not the approaching Zhao Tiange and others, but rather the colossal leg bone of an ancient demon scattered beside him. Crack! The immense leg bone, exuding a faint phosphorescent glow and remarkably hard, instantly fractured, revealing numerous fine cracks under the influence of an extraordinarily subtle yet domineering force of devouring. A thread of pure essence, imbued with the ancient malevolent aura of the demon, was forcibly torn away, transforming into an almost imperceptible grayish stream that swiftly merged into Shen Qingxian's body. Gush! Shen Qingxian felt as though he had been struck heavily. His body trembled violently, and he spewed forth a dark golden blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, to forcibly consume the essence of the ancient demon's remains, laden with malevolent energy. Was akin to drinking poison in desperation. The raging malevolence surged into his already battered meridians, inciting the remnants of ancient vengeful spirits and gluttonous souls within him, leading to a frenzied backlash. The excruciating pain threatened to tear him asunder. Yet, concurrently, this forcibly seized, minuscule torrent of energy granted him a fleeting surge of power. His eyes blazed like molten gold, radiating a frenzied determination. With his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, he conjured an unstable, devastating light interwoven with dark gold and gray malevolence, directing it fiercely at Zhao Tiange, who was the first to descend, aiming his frost-glinting sword directly at Shen Qingxian's heart. Seeking death, Zhao Tiange sneered, his sword's brilliance swelling ominously. He discerned that Shen Qingxian was at the end of his tether. This desperate struggle appeared to him as little more than child's play. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a hum resonated. In the heart of the cave, the long-silent ancient well began to undulate violently, the water-like translucent halo at its mouth rippling without warning. Following this, an exceedingly ancient and weary voice, as if it had traversed countless eons of dust, emerged like a whisper from a dream, penetrating the depths of Shen Qingxian's consciousness. The blood of the gluttonous beast, the merciless sword seal, and the aura of demon forging. After countless millennia, has it finally arrived? This voice was not from the outside world, but directly influenced his soul. It carried an ineffable weight, as if it possessed the wisdom of ages and a faint glimmer of anticipation. Chapter 14. The Whisper of the Ancient Well. The Devouring Sword Seal. The ancient, weary voice, reminiscent of the most delicate sigh, was indelibly imprinted in the depths of Shen Qingxian's consciousness. Each syllable resonated with poignant nostalgia and an indescribable hope. The blood of the gluttonous beast, the merciless sword seal, and the aura of demon forging? After countless millennia, has it finally arrived? This voice was not corporeal, but a pure transmission of thought. It pinpointed the most critical and hidden essence within Shen Qingxian, derived from the bloodline of the gluttonous source, the cold, merciless seal deep within his dantian, and the aura of the recently cultivated demon forging technique. Shen Qingxian felt as though struck by lightning. The destructive force he had gathered, prepared to perish alongside Zhao Tiange, disintegrated in an instant. His body convulsed violently, and his molten golden vertical pupils suddenly contracted, gazing incredulously at the ancient well, quietly suspended in the center of the cave. What on earth is this well? How can it perceive the deepest secrets within him? Just as his mind reeled and consciousness faltered, a voice called out, "Shen Qingxian, surrender your life." Zhao Tiange's ferocious roar echoed like the howl of a malevolent spirit, abruptly pulling him back into the cruel clutches of reality. The gleaming sword of law, infused with the full might of a perfected golden core practitioner, pierced through the air with a sharp, tearing shriek already poised at Shen Qingxian's chest. The frigid blade had even grazed the skin beneath his tattered robe. The chilling grip of death instantaneously froze Shen Qingxian's blood. At this moment, his soul source was depleted, and his spiritual power was in disarray as the forceful consumption of the backlash from the demonic bone calamity violently shredded his meridians, leaving him no time to mount any effective defense or evade. It was over. Shen Qingxian's pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging, venomous tip of the sword, brimming with murderous intent. He could even discern the twisted ecstasy on Zhao Tiange's face, reveling in imminent triumph. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce his heart, a resonant hum erupted. In the heart of the cave, the ancient well, long shrouded in silence, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, blinding milky white light from its shimmering rim. A vast, gentle, yet irresistibly overwhelming force descended, akin to an awakening ancient deity. This power was not an assault, but the purest essence of life. It swept through the entire cavern in an instant, deftly bypassing both Shen Qingxian and the unconscious Xie Yuan. The moment Zhao Tiange and his cohorts, who had just leapt into the cave, charged at Shen Qingxian with lethal intent, they collided with an invisible wall of despair. A piercing wail erupted instantly. Zhao Tiange bore the brunt. His sword, which he had intended to plunge with certainty, seemed to pierce into eons of frozen ice, and the terrifying backlash surged back through his arm. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoed like popping beans. Zhao Tiange's sword arm twisted grotesquely, resembling a pretzel snapped by immense force. The sword flew from his grasp. He was as if struck by an invisible hammer, sent reeling backward, blood spraying forth as he crashed into a colossal rib structure. The rib fractured, and he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. His loyal disciples fared even worse. The two with lesser cultivation were swept away by the overwhelming essence of life, akin to candles thrown into a furnace. They had no time to scream, their bodies dissolving instantly into wisps of green smoke, leaving not a trace behind. The other two, slightly stronger, suffered broken bones and shattered muscles, violently hurled like ragged sacks into a distant pile of skeletons, bloodied and unconscious. The entire sequence unfolded with bewildering speed. That gentle yet immense force existed for but a moment, retreating like a tide back into the ancient well, leaving only a faint ripple of light at its mouth. The underground cavern fell into a profound silence. Only Shen Qingxian's labored breathing and the distant, barely audible groans of Zhao Tiange broke the stillness. Shen Qingxian stood frozen, his heart pounding furiously within his chest, nearly bursting forth. Cold sweat drenched his back. The shadow of death had been so close. Had it not been for the sudden eruption of power from the ancient well, he would have lowered his head. For the tip of the sword had punctured a small hole in his robe, the icy metal sensation still lingering. While a faint trace of blood began to seep from beneath his skin, he struggled to shift his gaze towards the ancient well, which had once again returned to a state of tranquility. The pearlescent halo surrounding the well remained gentle, exuding a soft breath of life, as if the terrifying outburst of moments ago had never occurred. The aged voice resonated once more in Shen Qingxian's mind, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness and urgency. "Come here, child. Approach the well. Your power is far too feeble. The devourer should not be so weak." The voice was intermittent, yet possessed an uncanny allure, as if calling forth the essence deep within his soul. Shen Qingxian fought to prop himself up, each movement igniting a searing pain throughout his body, compounded by chaotic energy backlash. He cast a glance at Xie Yuan, who lay unconscious, his breath faint as a wisp, and then at Zhao Tiange and the others in the distance, their fates uncertain. The enigmatic ancient well was the only variable in this moment, perhaps their sole glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his battered body step by step toward the well at the center of the cave, each stride akin to stepping upon a searing iron. Beneath his tattered robe, wounds inflicted by the backlash of divine and demonic forces oozed dark golden blood, dripping onto the obsidian earth and stark white bones below. At last, he reached the edge of the ancient well. Observing it closely revealed its greater mystery. The well's walls were constructed from a chillingly smooth, black stone, neither metal nor jade, adorned with intricate yet obscure ancient patterns reminiscent of long-lost arcane runes. The watery halo at the well's mouth radiated a comforting life essence, instinctively instilling a sense of solace and security. Peering through the halo, he beheld the swirling, milky mist within, denser than before, resembling a liquid source of life flowing forth. Faintly, he discerned a minuscule yet remarkably concentrated dark golden light flickering within the depths of the mist. What could it be? Shen Qingxian's molten gold, vertical pupils fixated intently on that glimmering shard of dark gold, a stirring sensation originating from the very depths of his bloodline igniting within him. Akin to a dormant volcano abruptly awakened by that faint light, it was a resonance of shared origin, as if what floated within the well was a fragment of the core of his long-lost power. As he extended his hand toward the well, the aged voice returned, laced with an unnoticeable urgency, echoing in his consciousness once more. Shen Qingxian gazed at his hand, stained with dark golden blood and soil, then at the halo, radiating a gentle aura. This very halo had just extinguished 2 golden core cultivators in an instant, yet now it seemed devoid of malice toward him. Hesitation lasted only a fleeting moment. He had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, he bore the excruciating pain and slowly raised his right hand, filled with resolve, reaching toward the halo of translucent light that rippled like water. The moment his fingertips made contact with the halo, a profound and gentle power enveloped his fingertips instantaneously. There was no aggression, no rejection. Instead, it felt akin to the purest spring water, imbued with the vitality that nourishes all, surging through the wounds of his fingertips, along his damaged meridians, even penetrating his skin, flooding into his parched and injured body with fervor. A suppressed groan escaped Shen Qingxian's lips, unable to be contained. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. The pure and astonishing essence of life, wherever it flows, resembles the long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought. The meridians, ravaged by the malevolent spirits of ancient times, greedily absorbed this force, akin to parched earth being nourished by the gentle spring rain, visibly mending and healing. The wounds torn by the backlash of divine and demonic energies are instantly soothed. Flesh and blood burgeon with remarkable speed, knitting together. Even the withering and cracked source of the soul, under the gentle yet potent breath of life, is meticulously stitched as if by invisible hands, with fissures closing and the dim spiritual light rekindling. What astonishes him even more is that this primordial life force possesses an extraordinary purifying and organizing effect on the chaotic remnants of power within him. The ancient malevolent black mist that infiltrated his meridians emits a hissing lament as it encounters its nemesis, swiftly dissolving and being purified by the pure essence of life. The frenzied energy of bone that had forcibly invaded his body due to the consumption of divine and demonic essences is enveloped by this gentle force, calming and guiding it to integrate into his mending sinews and flesh, becoming the finest supplement for the divine demon body refinement technique. The torn seals of his gluttonous essence within him stabilize under the cleansing of the life force, the starry runes shining brightly as they once again firmly lock the restless malevolent spirit. Deep within his dantian, the cold, unforgiving brand seems to flicker momentarily under the stimulus of this pure life essence, only to sink back into a deeper silence. In just a few breaths, Shen Qingxian feels as if he has been reborn, although a significant distance remains before he fully recovers. The state of impending collapse and exhaustion has already alleviated by more than half. A sense of power flows like a clear spring through his once dry meridians. This well is nothing short of miraculous. As Shen Qingxian immerses himself in the refreshing and shocking sensation brought by the essence of life, an ancient voice, tinged with both reassurance and deeper fatigue, resonates once more. Focus your mind and spirit. Call upon it from the depths of the well. Is your power? Heeding this guidance, Shen Qingxian forcefully suppresses the surging life force within him and concentrates on the swirling milky mist at the bottom of the well, where a flickering dark golden light dances uncertainly. His molten gold vertical pupil glimmers as he attempts to focus his thoughts, seeking to sense and summon that point of shared origin. With a hum, as his concentration deepens, The dark golden light appears to respond to his call, leaping suddenly. A wave of exceedingly faint yet exceptionally clear energy, imbued with a primal essence of devouring and an ancient will that speaks of solitude in one's path, transcends the milky mist, reaching him. This will is domineering, pure, filled with a resolve to consume the heavens and earth, to refine all paths. It shares the same origin as the gluttonous essence within him, but is even more ancient and refined, perhaps a seed of power that has endured through endless epochs. With blood as the guide and soul as the call, the ancient voice timely directs him. Enlightened, Shen Qingxian hesitates not to pierce the tip of his left index finger. A drop of blood, suffused with the essence of gluttony and shimmering with dark golden luster, is forced forth and hovers at his fingertip. He gently presses this drop of essence against the halo at the mouth of the well. As the blood merges with the halo, an explosive sound erupts. The milky mist within the well churned violently, as if a searing iron had been plunged into it, erupting in a tumultuous boil. A stream of energy, distilled to its most exquisite form, radiated a pure, dark golden luster, reminiscent of liquid gold. This energy, summoned like a dragon, detached itself from the point of dark golden brilliance, defying the very current of life's essence, piercing through the halo and instantaneously merging into the index finger of Shen Qingxian, which he had pressed against the well's luminous edge. A pain beyond description, surpassing even the primal shock of life itself, surged through him like molten lava, rushing furiously into Shen Qingxian's body. This dark golden energy was not a gentle life force. Rather, it embodied the most refined and domineering will of the devouring essence. It carried the most primal law of consumption. This power, akin to a frenzied stallion, instantly surged into Shen Qingxian's meridians, colliding and merging violently with the original devouring essence within him. The agony felt as if millions of fiery needles were piercing through his being. In that moment, his body was enveloped in a layer of dark golden radiance, resembling tangible flames. The surface of his skin revealed strikingly clear markings of the devouring demon. His eyes transformed entirely into a molten gold hue, their vertical pupils reflecting a fierce light that consumed all, an aura of ferocity exponentially stronger and more refined than before, spread uncontrollably. Yet this power was not without a master. It seemed inherently linked to Shen Qingxian's very essence. Though wild, it bore no malice. It forcefully transformed, elevated, and purified Shen Qingxian's devouring essence. Amidst the excruciating pain, Shen Qingxian distinctly felt his strength surging. His comprehension of the sky devourer flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. The unyielding imprint resting within his dantian appeared to pulsate with a clearer, colder rhythm under the stimulation of this shared power. At the moment when this force reached its peak, a hum reverberated. The dark golden energy stream that had surged into Shen Qingxian's body suddenly coalesced within the palm of his left hand. A minuscule yet exquisitely refined point of dark golden light emerged beneath the skin of his palm, coalescing into existence. The light flickered, ultimately transforming into an exceptionally intricate and profound dark golden micro-symbolic imprint, exuding an ancient and wild aura. At the center of the symbol, a diminutive, archaic silhouette of a black sword could faintly be discerned. This imprint seemed as if it had been inscribed into the depths of his bloodline and soul from the very beginning, carrying the purest will of the sky devourer, alongside a trace of cold sharpness that resonated subtly with the unyielding imprint. The sky-devouring sword seal had not been entirely severed. "Go forth, my child. The path lies beneath your feet." A voice, aged and filled with a sense of relief and profound fatigue, echoed within Shen Qingxian's consciousness, before fading away like a candle extinguished by the wind, leaving no further trace. The halo at the well's mouth dimmed rapidly, and the churning milky mist within the well regained its tranquility, the dark golden glow vanishing from sight. Shen Qingxian abruptly withdrew his left hand from the well's edge, staggering back a step, gasping for breath. He opened his palm, revealing the recently coalesced dark golden micro-sword imprint, which radiated a warm sensation, pulsing as if alive. He could distinctly sense that this imprint contained unfathomable mysteries regarding the laws of devouring. It was a part of his power and a key to higher realms. His realm, under the recent tempestuous surge of energy and the nurturing essence of life, had remarkably transcended from the pinnacle of the mid-stage of transformation to the late stage. His foundation was robust, and his power surged forth. He immediately turned his gaze towards the direction of Xie Zhuiyuan. Although the life essence emanating from the ancient well primarily targeted Zhao Tiange and others, its residual waves also swept over Xie Zhuiyuan. He remained unconscious. Yet the sinister black energy swirling around the jagged wound on his shoulder seemed to have been purified by that pure life aura, significantly dissipating and slowing down its corrosion. Though his injuries were still grave and his breath weak, he was no longer in imminent danger of extinguishment as he had been moments before. Shen Qingxian felt a slight sense of reassurance. Just as he intended to stride towards Xie Zhuiyuan, a series of violent, suppressed coughs erupted from the distant heap of bones. Shen Qingxian's molten gold pupils swiftly locked onto the source of the sound. It was Zhao Tiange. Miraculously, he was still alive. His right arm was grotesquely twisted and broken. His chest caved in, and his body was drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a pool of crimson. He was struggling to crawl out from beneath his fractured ribs. His complexion was ashen, yet his eyes burned with an extreme madness, resentment, and greed. Fixated on Shen Qingxian's left hand, and more so on the ancient well, which held a subdued radiance, Shen Qingxian, Zhao Tiange, coughed up foamy blood. His voice hoarse and ragged, yet filled with profound hatred and a morbid fervor, shouted, "That well, the treasures within it are mine. You must give it to me. Otherwise, I will kill that worthless Xie Zhuiyuan." He struggled to use his remaining left hand, trembling as he pulled out a talisman glimmering with a dangerous red light from his bosom. The talisman depicted twisted flame runes, emanating a destructive aura potent enough to threaten a transformation stage cultivator. The explosive flame talisman. Shen Qingxian's pupils constricted. This disposable high-grade talisman possessed immense power. Although Zhao Tiange, in his current state, could not unleash its full potential, its detonation would undoubtedly spell doom for the unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan, given their proximity. "Give it to me. Hand over the treasures from the well." Zhao Tiange, appearing frenzied, clutched the explosive flame talisman, poised to throw it at the unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan. Shen Qingxian's murderous intent surged. The newly awakened power surged within him. The swallowing sword imprint in the palm of his left hand warmed slightly, just as he was about to disregard everything and strike, to utterly obliterate the oblivious Zhao Tiange. A voice, cold and devoid of fluctuation, yet imbued with a profound possessiveness and chilling malice, resonated like an arctic wind behind Shen Qingxian. Shen Qingxian abruptly turned. To his astonishment, Xie Zhuiyuan, in his unconscious state, had somehow opened his eyes. Those bottomless black orbs, at this moment, bore no trace of human emotion. Only an absolute chill akin to millennia of frozen ice, ignited by the flames of a dark hell. That frigid gaze, like two solid spears of ice, instantly pierced through to Zhao Tiange, who stood in madness with the explosive flame talisman in hand. Chapter 15. The Awakening of the Ice Prison. Sword pointing to the demon fog. "My prey, who allows you to move?" The voice, though low and tinged with a rasp of grievous injury, carried the weight of a chilling current from the deepest polar depths, each word enveloped in an icy grip that could freeze the soul, accompanied by an undeniable, bone-deep possessiveness. The frigid intent to kill pierced the stagnant air of the cave like a tangible needle. Shen Qingxian abruptly turned around, her heart nearly ceasing its rhythm in that instant. "Xie Zhuiyuan, he has awakened." Before her stood the immense ribcage of a demonic entity, and the once dying, doll-like figure draped in dark hues had, unbeknownst to her, propped itself up halfway, still leaning against the frigid skeletal remains. His broken and twisted right arm hung limply, while the gaping wound on his left shoulder oozed dark red blood. The edges, though purged of malevolence, retained a haunting presence, akin to maggots gnawing at the bone. His complexion was a deathly pallor from excessive blood loss, his lips nearly translucent, with dried traces of blood lingering at the corners. Yet those eyes, those unfathomable jet-black orbs, had opened. There was no confusion of awakening, no agony from his injuries, not a flicker of human emotion, only a vast expanse of frozen time, an abyss of chilling ice. Deep within that ice, however, flickered two dim flames, chilling and dark, as if summoned from the depths of hell. This fire was not born of rage, but rather a pure, callous intent to kill, a ferocity awakened from the sanctity of his absolute domain, akin to a beast roused from slumber. His gaze, like two spears of ice honed over a billion trials, instantly locked onto Zhao Tiange, who was struggling to rise amidst the pile of bones. Left hand clutching a perilous talisman. The frigid essence in his eyes was enough to freeze boiling magma. Siege Yuan. Zhao Tiange felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized his throat, his left hand trembling violently as it gripped the explosive talisman. The madness and venomous hatred on his face solidified into an abyss of terror. Those eyes were not human. They were a gaze from the underworld. No, impossible. How could you? Zhao Tiange's voice trembled uncontrollably, like a wind-blown bellows. Siege Yuan offered no reply. He didn't even spare Zhao Tiange a glance, as though the latter were merely a speck of dust destined to be crushed. With great effort, he slowly raised his only movable left hand. Each joint was pronounced, tainted with dark red and blackened blood, quivering slightly, evidently straining against his injuries. Yet, his movements were remarkably steady. He pointed. The motion was slow, almost laborious, as if every minute shift drained his strength. There was no glow of spiritual energy at his fingertips, no sword aura coalescing. Only an exquisitely pure, chilling will, capable of freezing time itself, silently gathered at the tips of his fingers. Buzz. The air within the cave seemed to be instantly siphoned away. An oppressive, suffocating intent to kill descended like an invisible iceberg. It was more restrained than the ferocity Shen Qingxian had unleashed moments before, but bore an even more despairing weight. Zhao Tiange felt an indescribable, frigid force grip his heart with vice-like intensity. His breath halted instantly. It felt as though his very blood froze at that moment. The explosive talisman in his hand flickered violently, its destructive waves wavering like a candle in the wind before this absolute intent to kill. He opened his mouth, wishing to plead for mercy, to call for help, yet no sound emerged. Death. Siege Yuan's thin lips parted slightly, delivering a single word. The voice remained hoarse and frail, yet it resonated with the finality of the judge of the underworld. As a single word escaped his lips, he pointed slowly yet resolutely with his left hand towards Zhao Tiange, delivering a gentle yet undeniable gesture. There was no sword energy cleaving the air, no explosive force, nor any dazzling display of light and shadow. Instead, an invisible and pure intent to kill, emanating from the very essence of his soul, transcended the boundaries of space and instantly descended upon Zhao Tiange. In that moment, Zhao Tiange's body stiffened abruptly. The terror etched upon his face crystallized to an extreme, his pupils dilating as if he had witnessed the most dreadful spectacle imaginable. The brilliance of the explosive talisman in his grasp extinguished abruptly, akin to withered leaves succumbing to the ground in silence. The next instant, a faint sound echoed, reminiscent of a ripe fruit falling to the earth. Zhao Tiange's head, twisted by fear and malice, was obliterated by a formless force from within, erupting violently into fragments. Red and white, mingled with shards of bone, scattered like a shattered watermelon. His headless body, still caught in the throes of struggle, swayed twice before collapsing limply to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the cavern. Only the metallic scent of blood lingered, alongside the faint, indistinct moans of the two unconscious disciples from Qingyang Peak in the distance. Shen Qingxian's molten gold pupils contracted violently, his back soaked with cold sweat. He gazed upon Zhao Tiange's fallen, headless corpse, then abruptly turned his attention to the figure clad in dark robes, whose chest rose and fell weakly, face as pale as parchment, yet eyes still exuding an icy, lifeless gaze. Was this the true power of Siege Yuan? without the need for spiritual energy or sword intent. Merely through pure intent to kill, could he annihilate a perfected golden core cultivator from afar? What realm was this? What means? At that moment, Xie Zhuiyuan's left hand, which had supported his body, trembled violently. It seemed that the previous gesture had drained the last vestige of strength he had forcibly mustered. His body shook violently. A fresh surge of dark crimson blood erupted from his mouth, and his complexion grew even more ashen. In his cold, lifeless black eyes, the flickering flames of infernal darkness swayed violently before rapidly dimming, ultimately closing slowly. As the strength sustaining him vanished, he sagged, crashing heavily back onto the frigid ground, his breath faint, slipping once more into a profound unconsciousness. Xie Zhuiyuan, Shen Qingxian's heart tightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward. He knelt down, meticulously examining Xie Zhuiyuan's condition. The injuries remained grave, especially the wound on his left shoulder and the severed right arm. Yet peculiarly, the malevolent black mist that had invaded his body appeared to be temporarily subdued by the residual waves of the ancient well's life source and his own explosive intent to kill, no longer so aggressively eroding him. Still, his life force flickered like a dying candle in the wind, alarmingly feeble. Shen Qingxian's gaze swept over Zhao Tinga's corpse and the scattered explosive talismans on the ground, then turned towards the two unconscious disciples of Qingyang Peak in the distance. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Root out the weeds. Though he has made considerable progress in his recovery, he is still far from his peak. It is unwise to linger here. He gazed at the ancient well, its mouth radiating a tranquil glow, now devoid of any sound. The elderly voice he had just heard, along with the gifts emanating from the depths of the well, felt like a fleeting dream. Yet the warm imprint of the devouring sword seal on his palm, the surging power within him, and the healing of his wounds were all undeniably real. The path lay before him as Shen Qingxian silently recited the last words of that ancient voice. Without further hesitation, he steeled himself against the lingering weakness and excruciating pain deep within his soul, cautiously avoiding the injuries on Xie Zhuiyuan's body. He summoned the strength he had just regained and hoisted the unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan onto his back. Xie Zhuiyuan's body was cold and heavy, the stench of blood from his dark robes overwhelming. Shen Qingxian gritted his teeth and took one careful step after another towards the edge of the cave, searching for an escape route. The cavern was vast, its floor littered with skeletal remains, resembling a colossal labyrinth. With Xie Zhuiyuan on his back, he navigated through the towering bones with great difficulty. The ground was slick with mud and scattered fragments of bone, making each step a formidable challenge. After an indeterminate period, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, seemingly marking another exit from the cavern. Shen Qingxian's heart leaped with hope as he quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to reach that light, an intensely cold, viscous aura, capable of freezing one's very soul, suddenly emanated from behind him, or more precisely, from the unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan on his back. Shen Qingxian abruptly halted, every hair on his body standing on end. Something was amiss. This was not Xie Zhuiyuan's own aura. The chilling, sticky presence was infused with pure malice and an unsettling sense of surveillance, akin to the most venomous serpent awakening within its prey. He carefully laid Xie Zhuiyuan on a relatively flat, massive bone and turned cautiously to investigate. To his horror, he beheld that a thin, writhing black mist had begun to coil around Xie Zhuiyuan's body, moving as if alive. This mist was neither smoke nor dust. It coalesced ominously, exuding a nauseating chill of death. Unlike the vengeful spirits of ancient battlefields, this was more pure, more insidious. It greedily siphoned the remaining vitality from Xie Zhuiyuan's body, akin to a festering sore. What sent chills down Shen Qingxian's spine was that this black mist seemed to form an indistinct, malevolent face, filled with resentment and greed, silently grinning at him. Soul-devouring demonic mist? The record from the jade slip flashed through Shen Qingxian's mind. This was an exceedingly rare and sinister substance born from the potent resentment of fallen warriors, intertwined with chaotic laws, found deep within ancient battlefields. Formless and intangible, it preyed upon the souls and life force of severely injured cultivators. Once it infiltrated the heart, even immortals would be helpless to save one. When had this occurred? Was it during the devastating energy storm in the Lioli core area, or while he lay unconscious in this underground cavern? As he watched the insidious black mist continually drain Xie Zhuiyuan's life force, and observed the increasingly pallid hue of Xie Zhuiyuan's face, Shen Qingxian's heart sank to the depths of despair. It must be expelled immediately. Otherwise, Xie Zhuiyuan would undoubtedly perish. Yet the soul-devouring mist was formless and intangible, rendering ordinary spiritual attacks nearly ineffective. What to do? Shen Qingxian's gaze abruptly fell upon the palm of his left hand. The recently formed, radiating warmth and engulfing ripples of the celestial devouring sword seal. Can it consume the malevolent magic mist contained within this seal? Chapter 16. Sword Seal Devours Demons. The initial touch of the soul deep within the frigid cavern, where skeletal remains lay strewn about and phosphorescence flickered dimly. Shen Qingxian knelt beside the colossal ribcage of a divine beast, his back taut like a drawn bowstring. His gaze was fixated on the squirming, malevolent soul-devouring mist emanating from Xie Zhuiyuan's chest, exuding an aura of chilling malice. The indistinct visage formed by the mist grinned silently, ravenously siphoning the remnants of Xie Zhuiyuan's vitality. With each minute movement, Xie Zhuiyuan's already ashen complexion grew more lifeless, his breath nearly extinguished. The penetrating chill of death seeped through the air, causing Shen Qingxian's skin to prickle with goosebumps. The soul-devouring mist, formless and intangible, it voraciously consumes the essence of the soul. Ordinary spiritual techniques would falter upon contact, succumbing to its corruption instead. A flurry of thoughts raced through Shen Qingxian's mind, and a weight settled in his heart. What was he to do? Stand idly by and watch as Xie Zhuiyuan was drained by this venomous entity? No. Within Shen Qingxian's molten gold eyes, a fierce light surged. A tumultuous wave of guilt, anger, and an unwavering refusal to concede crashed through his hesitation. It was he who had led Xie Zhuiyuan into peril. His own incompetence had allowed Xie Zhuiyuan to suffer such grievous injuries. Now he alone must act. With a decisive motion, he spread his left hand. The recently coalesced celestial devouring sword seal in his palm responded to his emotional turmoil with a sudden eruption of dazzling dark golden radiance. A resounding pulse of a domineering will, as if intent on consuming all existence, reverberated outward with the rhythm of the seal. This will was pure, primal, embodying the savage ferocity of the most primordial bloodline. Devour him. Shen Qingxian roared silently in his heart. He recklessly infused the remnants of his spiritual power into the searing, celestial devouring sword seal in his palm. With a sizzle, the dark golden seal flared like a furnace ignited in its entirety, a beam of dark golden light, thin as a hair yet imbued with terrifying suction, shot forth from the center of the seal, like a serpent striking, aimed unerringly at the soul-devouring mist entwined around Xie Zhuiyuan's chest. The moment the dark golden beam made contact with the mist, a piercing, shrill cry erupted from it, reminiscent of countless wailing souls in torment. The once formless, erratic mist twisted violently, rolling and expanding as if splashed with boiling oil. The indistinct, ghostly visage sharpened into clarity, filled with resentment, agony, greed, and a flicker of ultimate terror, as if confronted by its nemesis, rapidly morphing upon the face coalesced from the black mist. The devouring had commenced. The dark golden beam penetrated the very core of the mist like the most avaricious tendrils. A vast, cold stream of tainted energy, brimming with countless resentful thoughts, was frantically torn and consumed by the dark golden beam, surging along its trajectory into the celestial devouring sword seal nestled in Shen Qingxian's palm. Ack! Shen Qingxian's body jolted violently, as if pierced through the soul by an eternal frost in an instant. Cold, excruciating pain, chaos, The energy contained within that malevolent mist was not merely pure spiritual force, but rather a conglomeration of resentment, fear, and despair, twisted and corrupted from the souls of countless fallen warriors. When this tainted torrent of energy surged into the heavenly, devouring sword seal, it struck Shen Qingxian's sea of consciousness like a multitude of venomous ice needles. Countless chaotic and distorted fragments of negative emotions surged forth, akin to a flood breaching its dam, violently assailing his mind. He beheld mountains of corpses and seas of blood collapsing before him. He heard the despairing wails exploding in his ears. He felt the ultimate agony of his soul being rent asunder. Furthermore, innumerable shards of malicious curses, like maggots burrowing into flesh, sought to corrupt and distort his Dao heart. Begone! Shen Qingxian unleashed a furious roar within his sea of consciousness. His molten gold vertical pupils transformed into seething lava. He forcefully activated the heart-purifying technique, erecting a formidable dam within his sea of consciousness to staunch those chaotic fragments of resentment. The heavenly devouring sword seal spun wildly in his palm, refining the tainted energy. The vile energy of resentment was ruthlessly torn asunder and purified by the pure will of the heavenly devourer contained within the sword seal, leaving only the most pristine, yet still bone-chilling, essence of energy. This refined energy, mingling with the pure, deathly aura of the malevolent mist, surged into Shen Qingxian's body like a frigid torrent. Frantically transformed by the heavenly devourer and the divine demon body refinement technique into nourishment for his soul source and physical form. His foundation continued to solidify atop the late stage of the divine transformation realm. The fissures in his soul source accelerated in their healing, and the strength of his body subtly enhanced amidst the tempering of ice and fire. Yet the cost was immense. Pain surged like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, cold as if ensconced in an icy abyss. Shen Qingxian's complexion turned paler than that of Xie. His body trembled violently, veins throbbing at his temples, cold sweat cascading down like a brook. He bit down hard on his lower lip, blood seeping forth, yet he uttered not a sound. His left hand remained as steady as iron, firmly controlling the devouring dark golden beam of light. The soul-devouring malevolent mist sensed a life-threatening danger. It emitted a more anguished and frenzied howl. The solidified, ghostly visage suddenly opened its maw wide, spewing forth a denser, viscous black, deathly aura, attempting to corrupt and erode the dark golden beam. Simultaneously, its formless body writhed violently, transforming into countless tiny black tendrils akin to venomous serpents, frantically entwining the dark golden beam and spreading in reverse along its trajectory, viciously stabbing towards Shen Qingxian's left hand. Hiss! The moment the frigid, deathly tendrils made contact with Shen Qingxian's skin, an agonizing chill penetrated to his very marrow. His skin turned pitch black, numb, as if corroded by a potent toxin. Countless fragments of malevolent curses sought to infiltrate his meridians along the deathly tendrils. Oomph! Shen Qingxian let out a muffled groan. His eyes glinting with fierce determination. Rather than retreat, he poured even more of his mental energy into the sword seal. The dark golden beam surged explosively, igniting like a blazing inferno, forcing the encroaching black, deathly tendrils to ignite and be consumed. Sizzle! The sound of corrosive acid echoed continuously. The dark golden flames and the black, deathly aura engaged in a frenzied struggle, devouring one another. On the left arm of Shen Qingxian, the interplay of obsidian and dark golden light flicker in alternation, waves of excruciating pain crashing upon his nerves. He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. Yet his form remained steadfast, as immovable as a boulder rooted in the bones of the earth. Devour, refine, endure. This was a brutal tug-of-war between will and malevolence, consumption and backlash. Each second felt like a dance upon the edge of a blade, as the soul-devouring fog was continuously consumed. The dark mist within Xie Yuan's chest thinned and dimmed at a visible pace. The distorted visage of despair and reluctance grew ever more pronounced. The once feeble breath of Xie, which seemed on the verge of extinguishment, gradually steadied. Though still weak, it no longer plummeted into the abyss. A faint trace of color seemed to return to his ashen visage. Shen Qingxian felt a modicum of relief in his heart. Bravely enduring the inhuman agony and the torment of his soul being encased in ice, he summoned all his strength to activate the swallowing heaven sword seal, poised to deliver the final blow to this malevolent entity. Just as the soul-devouring fog was on the brink of being entirely consumed, an unexpected change unfolded. Deep within Xieju's dantian, the cold and silent mark of the unforgiving sword seal, long dormant, seemed stirred by this encroaching devouring power. Akin to a slumbering serpent jolted awake by a stomp upon its tail. Buzz! A chilling, deathly aura, imbued with an absolute intent of destruction, erupted without warning from the depths of Xieju's dantian. This sword intent was not aimed at the soul-devouring fog, but instinctively. With an absolute enmity born of territorial violation, it locked on Shen Qingxian's swallowing heaven sword seal, which was currently engaged in devouring through the dark golden beam. This is dire. Shen Qingxian's complexion altered dramatically. He distinctly felt a bone-chilling terror, capable of severing all, flowing along the devouring dark golden beam. Like a maggot burrowing in a bone, surging upwards to viciously strike at his left hand. This was an instinctive counterattack of the unforgiving sword seal. Shen Qingxian nearly instinctively attempted to sever the act of consumption. Yet, at this critical juncture, forcibly interrupting would surely provoke a backlash from the remaining fog, rendering his efforts futile. In that infinitesimal moment of hesitation, the frigid, unforgiving sword intent had already pierced through the beam, ruthlessly embedding itself into the palm of his left hand's swallowing heaven sword seal. Boom! Shen Qingxian felt as though his palm had been pierced by a searing hot brand. It was as if he had been cast into the depths of an eternal ice abyss. Two distinctly dissimilar, yet overwhelmingly dominant sword intents of consumption and annihilation collided violently within the confines of his palm. Tear, freeze, agony, chaos. Shen Qingxian's vision darkened. A sweetness surged in his throat, and he could no longer suppress the torrent of hot blood that erupted forth. His body lurched violently, nearly toppling over. The radiance of the swallowing heaven sword seal in his palm dimmed instantaneously. The devouring beam fluctuated violently, on the brink of collapse. The soul-devouring fog, nearly consumed, emitted a shriek of survival against the odds. The remaining mist rapidly contracted, transforming into a sinister black thread, attempting to escape the confines of the beam and re-enter Xieju's body. Not a chance. Shen Qingxian's eyes blazed with fury. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into focus. He no longer paid heed to the chilling sword intent piercing his palm, pouring the last remnants of his divine consciousness into the swallowing heaven sword seal with reckless abandon. Swallowing heaven suppression. The dimly glowing swallowing heaven sword seal erupted with its final glimmer. The faltering dark golden beam instantaneously solidified, expanding like a last prison, ensnaring the wisp of soul-devouring demonic mist attempting to escape, compressing it relentlessly. A desperate wail escaped the soul-devouring mist. The slender black thread was forcibly compressed and ground within the dark golden cage. Ultimately, with a soft pop, akin to a bursting bubble, it transformed into a pure, yet frigid energy, forcefully devoured and refined by the remaining power of the swallowing heaven sword seal, leaving not a trace. The demonic mist was annihilated. Yet, the cost exacted from Shen Qingxian was grievous. His left arm had entirely lost sensation, cold and numb, as if shackled by a layer of ancient ice forged over millennia. The palm bearing the swallowing heaven sword seal was dull, its edges even showing faint cracks. His soul source was drained, akin to an empty deep well. More critically, the chilling, deathly sword intent originating from the ruthless sword seal lingered like a festering sore, still residing within his left meridian, clashing violently with his own devouring power and the residual strength of the swallowing heaven sword seal, inducing relentless agony. He could no longer endure. His body weakened, collapsing heavily onto the cold bones, gasping for breath against the ribcage, each inhalation accompanied by a tearing pain in his chest. However, in that moment of overwhelming fatigue, both mental and physical, on the verge of collapse, a cold hand, imbued with a faint yet potent force, suddenly reached out from beside him. Shen Qingxian was caught off guard. That hand, bearing the essence of Xiejuan, was frigid and elongated, yet remarkably precise and strong. It did not strike. Instead, akin to a drowning man grasping the last piece of driftwood, it fiercely clutched Shen Qingxian's left wrist, which had just dispelled the demonic mist, yet still bore the lingering pain and chilling sword intent. The grip was not fierce, yet possessed an undeniable, almost instinctual tenacity. Shen Qingxian's body stiffened abruptly, as if pierced by a sudden jolt of electricity. The cold sensation, the tangible grasp. Xiejuan. He turned sharply. There lay Xiejuan upon the massive rib, eyes still tightly shut, complexion pale, breath faint. Yet his only functioning hand, enshrouded in a faint black aura of resentment, was now gripping Shen Qingxian's wrist with all its might. The knuckles turned slightly white from the exertion. What astonished Shen Qingxian even more was a weak, yet unyielding stream of intent flowing through Xiejuan's icy fingers, seamlessly coursing into Shen Qingxian's nearly shattered consciousness through the point of contact. This was not language, but the purest fragments of emotion. It was an unfathomable coldness and silence, reminiscent of an eternal wintry night. It was a tempest of wrath and murderous intent, forcibly suppressed beneath layers of ice. It was the excruciating pain of a soul torn asunder, penetrating to the marrow. It was the frailty and subtle bewilderment accompanying the passage of life. In the depths of that frigid, desolate abyss, there seemed to linger a faint glimmer of warmth, akin to the last flicker of a candle in the wind. This sensation felt remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the essence of Shen Qingxian's power. Was it the lingering aura of the devouring sword seal, remaining from the recent engulfment of the demonic mist? This fragile warmth, like the solitary star in the night sky, seemed to alleviate the boundless chill and excruciating pain, if only slightly. Confusion, complexity, contradiction. These fragmented emotions, bearing the truest imprints of Xiejuan's soul, struck Shen Qingxian's defenses like the sharpest chisel. He had never before so vividly connected with Xiejuan's innermost being. The molten lava beneath the ice, the glimmer of light amidst the silence. These facets starkly contrasted with the typically cold, aloof, and formidable demeanor of Xiejuan. Shen Qingxian's molten, golden vertical pupils were filled with shock, bewilderment, and a hint of an unrecognized thrill. The icy grip upon his wrist was exceptionally clear, and the faint tremor transmitted through the fingertips seemed to resonate deep within his heart. Instinctively, he sought to break free, his wrist shifting slightly. "Do not leave." A whisper, weak and fraught with the vulnerability of severe injury, accompanied by an unprecedented fragment of near-pleading sentiment, coursed through the tightly clasped wrist, clearly reaching Shen Qingxian's consciousness once more. Instantly, Shen Qingxian's body stiffened, as though ensnared by a binding spell. He lowered his gaze to his wrist, tightly grasped, then glanced at Xiejuan's pale visage, marred by pain and furrowed brows. Beneath the closed lashes, it seemed that a minuscule glimmer of moisture flickered. His heart thudded as if struck by an unseen force. Chapter 17. Blood paths converge. The sword seal's first cry, "Do not leave." That nearly shattered fragment of thought, imbued with an unprecedented sense of frailty, tightened around Shen Qingxian's heart like an invisible thread. The icy grip at his wrist was strikingly palpable, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, as if a drowning soul clung desperately to the last piece of driftwood. Shen Qingxian's body remained rooted in place. The turmoil of shock and confusion in his molten golden pupils eventually coalesced into an overwhelming, ineffable complexity of emotions. He looked down at Xiejuan's face, contorted in agony and devoid of color. The once icy, chiseled lines now revealed a disquieting fragility. Beneath those tightly closed lashes, there truly seemed to crystallize a minuscule, almost imperceptible droplet of moisture. His heart felt as though it were gripped fiercely by an invisible hand, only to be abruptly released, stirring an unfamiliar ache. He inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumultuous emotions and a lingering pain from his soul's depths. His fingertips stirred gently in a soft, nurturing energy imbued with the essence of the gluttonous beast, cautiously flowed along the grasped wrist, slowly entering Xie Zhuiyuan's icy form. This gentle energy, akin to a warm current, subtly soothed the spasms within his meridians caused by injuries and lingering resentments. He could distinctly sense that with the infusion of this warmth, Xie Zhuiyuan's grip on his wrist seemed to ease just a fraction, and his tightly furrowed brows appeared to relax for a fleeting moment. The subtle transformation seemed to loosen the heavy boulder weighing down Shen Qingxian's heart. He ceased his attempts to escape, allowing the cold hand to grip him tightly. His gaze swept over the distant headless corpse of Zhao Tiange and the two unconscious disciples of Qingyang Peak, before settling on the grotesque wound on Xie Zhuiyuan's shoulder, now largely cleansed of its malevolent black aura. This place was certainly not a sanctuary for prolonged stay. Though the soul-devouring mist had dissipated, the ancient battlefield remained fraught with peril, and who could predict what might emerge in the next moment? Xie Zhuiyuan's injuries required urgent attention. Shen Qingxian summoned the meager strength he had recently regained, carefully lifting Xie Zhuiyuan onto his back. This time, he moved with greater gentleness, striving to avoid all of his wounds. The body he carried remained cold and heavy, the pungent scent of blood mingling with the unique, chilling earthy odor of the ancient battlefield, yet it felt less acrid than before. He could distinctly sense the faint breaths of his companion brushing against his neck, each rise and fall of breath tugging at his heartstrings. After orienting himself, he set forth towards the faint glimmer of light he had previously noticed, taking heavy steps. The vast cavern resembled the labyrinthine belly of a deity or demon, littered with bones and treacherously slippery. Shen Qingxian bore Xie Zhuiyuan on his back, each step proving exceptionally arduous. Beneath his feet lay scattered fragments of bone and viscous black mud, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a fall. His ragged robe was torn by jagged bone spurs, leaving fresh trails of blood. Deep within his soul, the remnants of the devouring mist and the relentless sword-intent gnawed at his will, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh. Yet, gritting his teeth, his molten golden vertical pupils flickered with resilient light in the dimness. Step by step, he moved toward the brightness. Time seemed to stretch as he traversed through several natural arches formed by colossal ribs, until the faint light finally sharpened into clarity. Ahead lay not a mountain of bones, but a relatively gentle, upward-sloping incline. At the end of the slope, an irregular fissure, as if torn by immense force, appeared in the rock wall, allowing murky light to filter through. An exit. Shen Qingxian's heart surged with hope, and he quickened his pace. However, just as he was about to step onto the slope, a mere 10 or so yards from the fissure, a low, oppressive wheezing sound, reminiscent of a deflating bellows and suffused with endless agony and madness, abruptly emanated from the shadow of a massive heap of bones nearby. In an instant, an extremely cold, brutal presence, laden with twisted malevolence, surged forth like a venomous serpent crawling from the depths of hell, locking its gaze onto Shen Qingxian and the burden upon his back. Shen Qingxian abruptly halted. Every hair on his body stood on end. His heart constricted in sudden dread. He slowly turned, his molten, golden vertical pupils fixated on the shadow of the bone pile. A grotesquely contorted figure was laboriously emerging from the shadow, reminiscent of a molting insect. It was the sole remaining disciple of Qingyang Peak, a golden core practitioner, who had previously been rendered unconscious by the shockwave of Zhao Tiange's explosive talisman. Yet, his form was no longer human. His body appeared to have been forcibly distorted and stretched by some invisible force, his limbs bending in unnatural directions, resembling the appendages of a spider, supporting that disproportionately shaped body. The skin exhibited a morbid shade of purplish black, marred by swollen, writhing veins reminiscent of worms. The visage, once human, now bore features that were grotesquely distorted, with eyes reduced to mere whites, their pupils ablaze with twin points of a pure, destructive crimson. The mouth gaped wide, a fissure extending to the roots of the ears, revealing a jagged array of ivory fangs, for which viscous saliva mingled with blood dripped incessantly. Enveloped in a dense, almost tangible aura of purplish-black demonic energy, It radiated a chilling, brutal presence, infused with fragments of chaotic laws from ancient battlefields, its intensity having reached the pinnacle of nascent divinity. The transformation into a demonic entity was complete. The chaotic laws and oppressive malevolence had invaded the severely wounded cultivators' being, utterly obliterating their sanity, twisting them into a creature driven solely by the instincts of slaughter and destruction. This disciple, evidently unable to withstand the insidious encroachment of malevolence while in a state of unconsciousness, had been irrevocably reduced to a mere shell of their former self. With a roar that bore no resemblance to human speech, the demonic disciple locked its scarlet gaze upon Shen Qingxian and Xie, who was carried upon his back. In those eyes, there was neither fear nor reason, only the primal, insatiable hunger for flesh and soul. The overwhelming life force radiating from Shen Qingxian, recently invigorated by a breakthrough into the later stages of nascent divinity, ignited its fury further. With a powerful thrust of its insect-like hind legs, it shattered the hardened bones beneath. Its silhouette morphed into a tempest of thick, purplish-black, demonic energy, charging towards Shen Qingxian at an unfathomable speed, accompanied by a deafening howl that tore through the air. The grotesque, scythe-like claws, imbued with malice, aimed directly at Shen Qingxian's vulnerable back, targeting Xie. It was an assault swift beyond reckoning, the angle of the attack insidiously calculated. The demonic creature instinctively sensed Xie's weakened essence, deeming him the easier prey. The chill of death enveloped Shen Qingxian in an instant. Burdened with Xie, his movements were severely restricted, his soul's essence depleted, spiritual energy in disarray. Faced with the imminent strike of a pinnacle demonic entity, he had no time to evade, let alone protect Xie. Get away! In that critical moment, Shen Qingxian's eyes were bloodshot with desperation. A surge of fierce protectiveness, intertwined with the ferocity of his bloodline, erupted within him. He ceased attempting to channel his dwindling spiritual energy and instead poured every remnant of his will into the dim, slightly cracked, sky-devouring sword seal resting in his left palm. Open for me. With a resonating hum, the dormant sword seal flared to life under Shen Qingxian's fervent will, exploding with blinding dark golden brilliance, akin to a powder keg igniting. A nascent, purer, and more domineering will to devour awakened within the seal, harmonizing with his formidable cultivation at the later stages of nascent divinity. Shen Qingxian barely had time to prepare a defensive stance. With a sudden twist of his body, he placed his still-recovering left shoulder and back as a barrier between the oncoming claws and Xie. Simultaneously, the sword seal's light surged, unleashing an exquisitely condensed beam of sword energy akin to dark golden lightning, propelled forth with the intent to consume all, aimed directly at the advancing demonic disciple. As a shield with his body, and with the sword as his spear, a jarring, tooth-rattling sound echoed through the air as the demonic disciple, with claws like scythes, viciously tore into Shen Qingxian's left shoulder, shredding flesh with brutal intensity. The purplish-black demonic energy surged into the wound like a parasitic worm, instantly enveloping him in a wave of excruciating pain that coursed through his very nerves. He emitted a muffled groan, his body staggering backward from the tremendous force, a metallic taste filling his throat as blood surged into his mouth, only to be swallowed back down in desperation. Yet, Shen Qingxian's dark golden sword aura, piercing and resolute, struck true, penetrating the chest of the demonic disciple, which was shrouded in that ominous purple-black miasma with unerring precision. A shriek, haunting and dissonant, erupted from the demon's lips as the dark golden, devouring power spread uncontrollably from the wound. Like a ravenous beast, it clawed and consumed the core of chaotic energy within, coalesced from the tumultuous laws and malevolent aura. The dense purple-black energy, confronted by its nemesis, emitted a sibilant wail as it was swiftly dissolved and purified by the sword's brilliance. With a resounding crash, the demonic disciple was violently propelled away, akin to a ragged sack colliding with a distant skeletal remains. shattering the hardened bones into fragments. A gaping, translucent hole marred its chest as dark golden light flickered wildly, akin to a lit fuse. Its contorted body convulsed violently, the purple-black miasma gushing forth from the wound like a released flood, mercilessly obliterated by the dark golden devouring force. In mere moments, the crimson gleam in the demon's eyes dimmed rapidly, extinguishing like a deflated balloon, its massive form shriveling and collapsing into a rancid puddle of purple-black pus, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Silence enveloped the cavern once more, broken only by Shen Qingxian's heavy breaths and the agonizing sting of the demonic energy corroding his shoulder, its presence stark in the vast emptiness. Gradually, Shen Qingxian straightened his posture, revealing a wound deep enough to expose bone, as the purplish-black energy, like a living entity, frantically invaded within, bringing forth waves of chilling agony. His face, pale as parchment, bore remnants of blood he had forcibly swallowed. Yet his molten gold vertical pupils shone with a remarkable brilliance, reminiscent of burning gold. He lowered his gaze to his left palm, where the radiance of the sky-devouring sword seal was slowly retracting. Yet its imprint had become more solid and profound, the delicate fissures along its edge appearing considerably diminished. A surge of nascent power flowed ceaselessly from the depths of the seal, revitalizing his depleted soul source. Indeed, this sky-devouring sword seal was formidable. In conjunction with the technique Sky Devourer, it could directly consume and refine the core of demonic energy. He tilted his head slightly to glance at the unconscious Xie Zhiyan on his back. The perilous moment of blocking the attack had seemingly failed to rouse him. He remained in a faint, his breath faint yet steady, his icy hand still gripping Shen Qingxian's wrist with unwavering tenacity. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qingxian suppressed the intense pain in his shoulder and the discomfort from the corrosive energy, stepping forward with resolve as he ascended the slope leading to the exit. The murky light grew increasingly luminous. At last, as Shen Qingxian emerged from the narrow crevice with Xie Zhuiyuan on his back, blinding daylight flooded his vision. Instinctively, he narrowed his molten gold pupils against the sudden brilliance. Before him lay not the pitch-black abyss of subterranean caverns, but rather the familiar, boundless expanse of dark crimson wasteland reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. The leaden sky hung low, casting a murky light, while in the distance, the jagged remnants of mountains and colossal weaponry could still be discerned. The air was thick with the scent of rust and decay. It was a stark contrast to the oppressive chill of the underground caves. At last, he had emerged. Shen Qingxian exhaled deeply, feeling the tension in his nerves begin to ease. However, he did not linger. Though far from the previous core of the Liuli area, he remained deep within the ancient battlefield, fraught with peril. He oriented himself, preparing to advance toward the entrance of the secret realm. Yet, at the moment he took a step, a faint yet profoundly chilling spatial fluctuation unexpectedly emanated from behind him, precisely from the unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan who lay draped over his back. A sudden alarm surged within Shen Qingxian. He turned abruptly. There lay Xie Zhuiyuan, still in a deep slumber, eyes tightly shut. Yet the cold fingers that gripped his wrist were now suffused with an almost imperceptible, translucent sword energy that had inexplicably coalesced at the tips. This sword energy was remarkably condensed, as if it were the very essence of solidified space, exuding an absolute chill that threatened to freeze one's soul and a subtly menacing force of spatial cutting. This strand of sword energy did not seem to be an attack, but rather an unconscious, instinctive marker. Was it, perhaps, a sophisticated spatial beacon? Shen Qingxian's pupils constricted. He recalled the accounts in the Jade Slip concerning the spatial traps of the ancient battlefield. Some powerful entities had left behind spatial rifts that instinctively captured and locked onto targets marked with specific spatial signatures. Could it be that the innate power of the merciless sword imprint within Xie Zhuiyuan, even in his unconscious state, had left behind this extremely dangerous spatial beacon for some unknown purpose? Just as Shen Qingxian pondered this unsettling thought, a rippling sound echoed, several dozen zhang away, above what appeared to be a tranquil dark red wasteland. The fabric of space was abruptly torn apart by an invisible force, creating a narrow, unfathomable black rift. A terrifying pressure, older and more chaotic than the malevolent aura of the ancient battlefield, surged forth like a slumbering, primordial beast awakening. Its icy gaze unleashed from within that spatial fissure. In an instant, it locked onto Xie Zhuyin, marked by the thread of spatial sword energy, and the hand of Shen Qingxian that clutched his wrist. A roar that shattered the very essence of the soul erupted from the depths of the spatial rift. It resonated like thunderclaps echoing across the desolate wasteland. Chapter 18. The Giant Claw of the Rift. The initial cry of the glutton, the roar, that emanated from the depths of the spatial rift resonated like a million thunders exploding within the depths of the soul. The sound was not merely a wave of air. It carried with it the purest spatial tremors and fragments of chaotic laws. Shen Qingxian found himself engulfed in darkness. His ears rang with sudden deafness. His consciousness felt as if struck by an invisible hammer. An excruciating pain accompanied by a profound sense of vertigo washed over him. The body of Xie Zhuyin on his back convulsed violently, blood frothing from his mouth. And the icy hand that gripped Shen Qingxian's wrist tightened painfully in response to the agony. Boom! The dark crimson earth resembled a fragile eggshell, shattering and collapsing under the terrifying onslaught of sound waves. Countless colossal bones and remnants of weapons were reduced to dust. The leaden, heavy clouds hung above like a delicate curtain, forcefully torn open to reveal even larger gashes. Deep within the fissures, the chaotic and twisted void was starkly visible. An indescribable pressure, seemingly emanating from the very edge of the primordial starry sea, descended like an overturned firmament. This ancient, chaotic, and ruthless force exuded an absolute disdain for order and the very fabric of space. It fixated relentlessly on Xie Zhuyin, or rather, on the unconscious spatial beacon emanating provocatively from his fingertips. Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils instantly contracted to their utmost limit. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a cold, gigantic hand, nearly ceasing its rhythm. He stared intently at the spatial rift. Within the rift, it was not absolute darkness, but rather a writhing, twisting mass of chaotic energy that pulsated like a living entity. At the depths of that tumultuous energy, too immense, terrifying vertical pupils, ablaze with cold silver flames, slowly opened. Those pupils were frigid and indifferent, akin to a deity gazing down upon mere dust. Within their depths reflected the entirety of the fragmented ancient battlefield, more clearly mirroring Shen Qingxian and the unconscious Xie Zhuyin upon his back. In those eyes, there lay a pure intent to slay, aimed at the ants daring to intrude upon sacred ground. Thud! Shen Qingxian fell to his knees, uncontrollably. It was not fear, but rather the horrific spatial pressure that bore down upon him and Xie Zhuyin like an immovable mountain. His bones groaned under the unbearable weight. His knees sank deeply into the cracked crimson soil. He let out a muffled groan as the wound on his left shoulder, torn by a corrupted disciple, burst open anew. The purplish-black, demonic energy frantically eroding him, the pain akin to a maggot gnawing at his bones. Xie Zhuyin bore the brunt of it. The dreadful pressure gripped his severely wounded body like an invisible hand. His already faint breath became intermittent, like a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment. Bloodstains on his dark attire rapidly expanded across his shoulder and chest. The hand that tightly grasped Shen Qingxian's wrist was swiftly losing strength, growing cold and feeble. Xie Zhuyin. A deep sorrow surged within Shen Qingxian. He forcibly activated his exhausted soul source, the ferocious soul of the glutton roaring in silent defiance against the threat of death. He suddenly raised his head, his molten gold vertical pupils fixated fiercely on the cold silver flame pupils deep within the rift, igniting an indomitable flame of ferocity in his eyes. He must rise. He had to rise. Escape this place. Yet, the spatial pressure was overwhelmingly terrifying. It felt as if time had frozen, immobilizing space itself. His power at the peak of the transformation stage. was rendered as insignificant as an ant shaking a tree before this force. He attempted to summon the heaven-swallowing sword seal from his palm, but that imprint, already dimmed under the relentless sword intent and demonic energy's corrosion, was now utterly suppressed under this absolute pressure, yielding no response. Roar! The entity within the rift seemed incensed by Shen Qingxian's indomitable gaze and feeble struggle. It emitted a more brutal and impatient roar. Sizzle! Accompanied by this roar, a colossal claw, beyond description, surged forth from the swirling mass of chaotic energy. That is not the limb of any known creature. It is forged from countless twisted, writhing fragments of space, a tumultuous flow of chaotic energy and the very essence of spatial laws, melded together in a most primal manner. The form of the claw constantly shifts and contorts, at times resembling a colossal, scaled talon, and at others, a thicket of countless spatial blades, their tips gleaming with a cold radiance capable of cleaving worlds asunder. The entire claw radiates an ever-changing, dizzying array of chaotic hues, exuding an aura of destruction that threatens to annihilate all. This monstrous claw disregards the barriers of space, emerging from the rift with the terrifying might to crush stars and rend the very fabric of laws, descending upon Shen Qingxian and Xie, who are ensnared by the oppressive weight of space. Much like insects trapped in amber, its speed may not be swift, yet it carries with it an overwhelming sense of despair, an inescapable sensation of absolute control. The shadow of death looms instantaneously over all. Shen Qingxian can distinctly perceive his own distorted visage, marred by sweat and blood, reflected in the ever-shifting fragments of space upon that colossal claw. No, a silent roar erupts from the depths of Shen Qingxian's soul. He cannot perish here, nor can he allow Xie to meet his end here. The weight upon his back and the chilling sensation rapidly draining from his wrists serve as the final catalyst, igniting the insatiable and ferocious spirit that sleeps deep within his bloodline. Roar! A sound emanating from the very core of his soul. A Taotie's roar transcending all limits, detonates within Shen Qingxian's consciousness. The sky-devouring sword imprint, suppressed by the weight of space, suddenly ignites into a brilliant dark gold radiance. Like a star at the moment of explosion. Buzz! A raw, tyrannical will to consume all. Intertwined with Shen Qingxian's entire cultivation at the pinnacle of divine transformation and a burning resolve of his soul's essence, erupts explosively from the palm of his left hand. It is no longer a mere beam of light, but a rapidly spinning, profound, and dark micro-black hole, radiating a terrifying gravitational pull, the power to devour the heavens. At the very instant this micro-black hole manifests, the surrounding solidified spatial pressure ripples with the slightest quiver, akin to the gentle undulation of water. Yet it is insufficient. Shen Qingxian's eyes blaze crimson. He understands that this is far from enough. Not even the fur of that colossal claw can be shaken. In this moment of desperate life and death, Buzz, a cold, silent sword intent, imbued with an absolute will to sever, awakens without warning from the depths of the unconscious Xie Zhuyan's dantian. It is the long-dormant forgiveness sword imprint. It seems to have been stirred by the ultimate devouring will that erupted from Shen Qingxian's palm, which belongs to the realm of swordsmanship, and further provoked by the overwhelming spatial pressure brought forth by the destructive claw, like a slumbering monarch awakened by the provocation of ants. A more refined and pure sword intent of destruction, imbued with the chilling essence of frozen time and the sharpness to sever all, surges forth from within Xie. This sword intent does not initiate an attack, but rather resembles an instinctive counterstrike that has been triggered. It instantaneously locks onto the descending claw, formed from the chaotic laws of space. Two formidable forces, originating from different masters, collided with unparalleled ferocity around Shen Qingxian, his devouring black hole, and Xie ruthless sword intent, under the looming threat of death. The clash of devouring and annihilation. Two utterly distinct manifestations of swordsmanship, erupted with an explosive force. An indescribable tempest of energy suddenly surged within the confines of space. The dark golden vortex of consumption and the frigid silver-gray sword intent intertwined in a frenzied massacre, leading to their mutual obliteration. The very fabric of space shattered with a piercing sound, as if it were fragile glass. Countless minuscule black spatial rifts instantaneously spread outwards. This tumultuous force, born from within and beyond comprehension, although unable to displace the chaotic giant claw descending upon them, nonetheless created ripples in the absolute spatial pressure confining Shen Qingxian and Xie akin to a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. With a sudden pop, like a bursting bubble, the oppressive force that had frozen time and space around Shen Qingxian was forcibly torn open, albeit for a fleeting moment of less than 1/10,000th of a second. Opportunity, a flame of survival, ignited in Shen Qingxian's eyes. There was no time for contemplation. All of his mental energy, all of his strength, even the very essence of his life, surged into the devouring sword seal in his palm without hesitation. With a beast-like roar, he seized the moment, utilizing the brief opening in the oppressive force and the resultant shockwave from the clash of sword intents. With all his might, he lunged diagonally backward, away from the core area of the giant claw's strike, towards the more distant spatial rift. His movements were both desperate and resolute, like an arrow loosed from a bow. Boom! Almost simultaneously as Shen Qingxian launched himself, the colossal chaotic claw, wielding the destructive power to crush stars, struck fiercely at the very spot they had just vacated. The dark red earth collapsed like rippling water, vanishing into nothingness. In an instant, a bottomless pit, over 100 feet in diameter, was formed. The edges of the pit gleamed like polished glass, emanating a lustrous sheen forged by extreme heat and spatial forces. A terrifying shockwave, akin to an apocalyptic tsunami, swept forth, carrying fragments of space and annihilating energy in its wake. Shen Qingxian felt as though he were a leaf caught in a tempest. Although he narrowly evaded the direct strike of the giant claw, the mere brush of the shockwave battered him like a heavy blow. His protective, spiritual energy shattered instantaneously. Behind him, Xie Yuan's body convulsed violently, spitting forth another mouthful of blood. Shen Qingxian felt as if his very organs had been displaced. The wound on his left shoulder, tainted by demonic energy, burst open. Dark golden blood mingled with purplish-black, demonic essence, gushing forth uncontrollably. Embracing Xie Yuan, the two were violently hurled through the air like a torn sack, crashing heavily onto the cracked ground hundreds of feet away. Coughing up a torrent of dark golden blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, Shen Qingxian's vision dimmed. He struggled to lift his body, but every bone felt dislocated, and his soul felt as fragile as shattered porcelain, excruciating pain coursing through every nerve. The brilliance of the devouring sword seal in his left palm dimmed to its lowest point, cracks deepening along its edges, sending waves of searing agony to his very soul. Meanwhile, Xie Yuan's breath weakened to the utmost, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. The frigid hand had already fallen weakly. Deep within the fissure, a pair of enormous silver vertical pupils stirred slightly, their icy gaze sweeping over the two individuals who had been flung away, seemingly registering a flicker of unexpected displeasure at the escape of mere ants. The chaotic claw, which had missed its target, slowly retracted into the crevice, stirring a more violent torrent of chaotic energy. Clearly, it had not relinquished its pursuit. The next strike would be cataclysmic. A chilling dread enveloped Shen Qingxian. It was over. There was no escape. He and Xie Yuan were utterly exhausted, with no means to withstand the impending blow. In the depths of this abyss of despair, a voice pierced through. Shen Qingxian. The cry, laden with fear and disbelief, resonated like an arrow slicing through the darkness. Erupting from behind a half-collapsed colossal bone mountain not far away, it was Huang Ying'er, the young outer disciple from Qingyang Peak who had previously shielded Zhao Tiange. She had somehow also fled to this place, cowering behind a fractured bone mountain, her pallid face awash with terror, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears, desperately covering her mouth as she gazed at the apocalyptic scene and the grievously wounded duo. Her scream was particularly jarring against the desolate expanse. The icy silver, vertical pupils deep within the fissure were instantly drawn to this abrupt cry. The chaotic claw, which had been retracting, froze momentarily. A minuscule yet malevolently concentrated stream of chaotic energy, akin to an enraged serpent, instantly detached from the claw, transforming into a silent blade of chaos that howled fiercely as it tore through space, striking towards the half-bone mountain where Huang Ying'er was concealed. Chapter 19. Devouring Heaven and Earth, Blood Staining the Wasteland. Shen Qingxian. Huang Ying'er's fear-laden scream shattered the profound silence at the eye of the storm of destruction. Within the depths of the fissure, the cold silver pupils rotated instantly, reflecting the terrified, ashen visage of the young girl behind the half-bone mountain. The scream of the ant was the most direct provocation. The colossal claw, composed of fragmented chaotic space and laws, halted abruptly. A fine, hair-like thread of chaotic energy, distilled to its utmost essence, silently separated from the tip of the claw, twisting and transforming into a nearly invisible blade of chaos that seemed to meld with the very fabric of space. There was no sound, no light, only a minuscule ripple of spatial disturbance emanating outward, bearing the absolute sharpness to rend all existence, descending silently towards the half-bone mountain where Huang Ying'er was hidden. Quickly, beyond the perception of time and space, Huang Ying'er's almond-shaped eyes reflected the invisible blade of death, her pupils expanding to their utmost limit. The chill of death froze her blood, even stifling her scream in her throat. In this critical moment, just as Huang Ying'er was about to be utterly obliterated by the formless blade, a roar erupted, one that transcended the limits of pain. Filled with unending brutality and the fury of a protector, erupting like a long-suppressed volcano from Shen Qingxian's chest. It was Huang Ying'er's scream. It was the monstrous beast's merciless crushing of the weak. It was the rapidly fading cold breath of Xie on his back. All of this, akin to the most fervent lava, ignited the insatiable and ferocious soul of the Taotie, long confined in the depths of Shen Qingxian's bloodline by the oppressive forces of space. An absolute fury, born from the very essence of his soul, surged forth, impervious to any harm against that which it claimed as its own. This primal wrath, intertwined with an unwavering resolve to protect, overwhelmed all fear, pain, and weakness. What is mine is mine. In an instant, Shen Qingxian's molten golden vertical pupils transformed into two blazing, dark golden suns. He ceased to suppress. He no longer resisted. Rather, he willingly unveiled the primordial essence of Taotie, long sealed within the depths of his soul. Boom! A force, more refined, more savage, and more brutal than before, erupted from Shen Qingxian's battered body. A terrifying power coalescing with the formidable strength forged by the divine demon body refining technique, akin to an ancient ferocious deity breaking free from his shackles. The dark golden flames of the Taotie enveloped him and the figure on his back, Xie like solidified lava. As Shen Qingxian's form ascended and expanded within the magical flames, his skin was covered in thick, menacing dark golden scales, while his hands morphed into terrifying claws, adorned with sharp bony spikes, an ancient and formidable ferocity capable of tearing apart the heavens and devouring the cosmos, forcibly pushed aside the terrifying pressure that confined him. He suddenly lifted his gaze. Those vertical pupils, ablaze with dark golden flames, locked onto the chaotic blade aimed at Huang Ying. An unprecedented desire to consume, ignited by an overwhelming force, engulfed his consciousness like a raging wildfire. The laws of space, chaotic energy, the Taotie can consume all, devour the heavens. A guttural roar, a blend of beastly growls and human voices, reverberated across the desolate expanse. Shen Qingxian's left hand, now transformed into a claw, erupted towards the descending chaotic blade, suddenly extending wide. In the palm of his hand, the dim sword seal of devouring glowed with an unprecedented dark golden radiance. As if infused with the most primal source of power at the moment, the Taotie's ferocious soul fully erupted. a vast, profound vortex of devouring energy, seemingly capable of containing the very cosmos, opened instantaneously, centered around Shen Qingxian's left palm. At the edges of the vortex, dark golden Taotie runes spun and leaped with fervor, emanating the raw power of the devouring laws. Within the vortex lay an absolute darkness, where even light could not escape. The chaotic blade, aimed at Huang Ying, moved with a swiftness that transcended perception. Yet at the moment the devouring vortex opened, it was ensnared as if caught in an invisible mire. The intangible ripples of space were forcibly captured and distorted by the vortex's terrifying pull. Swoosh! The chaotic blade sliced effortlessly into the very heart of the devouring vortex. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no annihilation of energy, only an unimaginable torrent of terrifying energy, potent enough to obliterate a transformation stage cultivator 1,000 times over. Intermingled with fragments of chaotic spatial laws, akin to a deluge bursting forth from a dam, was violently torn and drawn into that immense devouring vortex. Shen Qingxian let out a howl of excruciating agony. His body felt as though it had been cast into the core of a star. The energy and law fragments contained within the chaotic blade were far too immense, too chaotic, too violent. They exceeded the limits of his physical endurance. The dark golden scales of the Taotie rapidly became encrusted with a web of cracks. Blood spurted forth like a fountain from the fissures in the scales. Within him, the meridians that had just broken through to the late stage of transformation were fracturing one by one. The soul source trembled violently under the onslaught of chaotic energy, as if it were on the verge of complete annihilation. The figure of Siege Yin on his back convulsed violently from the impact of the energy, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind, fading to the brink of extinction. Agonizing pain, rending, destruction. Yet, in the blazing golden fire of his vertical pupils, there remained only an insatiable desire for devouring, frenzied to the extreme. He disregarded everything. With all his might, he activated the devourer. The core of the gluttonous origin within his dantian burning like a star, frantically refining the torrent of chaotic energy that surged in. The devourer's sword seal in his palm transformed into an insatiable black hole, voraciously consuming all that came its way. The energy of the chaos blade was forcibly devoured and refined. The insignificant fragments of space were ruthlessly crushed and absorbed by the gluttonous origin. Crack! Crack! Shen Qingxian's body was reborn amidst destruction. The fractured meridians were forcibly cleansed and reshaped by the chaotic energy. The shattered scales were replaced by newly formed, even more resilient, dark golden scales. His aura soared amidst the excruciating pain, reaching the pinnacle of the late stage of transformation. He was faintly brushing against the threshold of the virtual refinement. An even more ancient and majestic gluttonous aura began to permeate his being. However, the cost was tremendous. The gluttonous soul within him completely lost control under the impact of the chaotic energy. The desire to devour overwhelmed all else. His rationality was rapidly fading, the dark golden flames in his eyes burning down to the most primal bestiality. Siege, burdened on his back, was at the mercy of his frenzied aura. The fire of life flickering perilously. Deep within the fissure, those enormous silver vertical pupils clearly reflected the imposing, fierce figure of Shen Qingxian, radiating an overwhelming desire to consume. In the depths of those cold pupils, a fleeting glimpse of shock, almost human-like, passed through, as if witnessing some unimaginable existence. But this astonishment was swiftly replaced by an even colder fury. How could its attack be devoured by an ant? Roar! A roar of even greater rage and terror erupted, resonating like the cataclysmic explosion at the dawn of the universe. The chaotic giant claw, just retracted, no longer moved slowly. Instead, it surged forward with the destructive force capable of overturning the stars, accompanied by a will to crush everything, tearing through space and disregarding distance. Descending upon the gluttonous Shen Qingxian, who had just consumed the Chaos Blade, his aura wild yet uncontrollable. This strike contained its true power, sufficient to utterly obliterate a virtual refinement practitioner. The shadow of death loomed once more terrifying than before. The gluttonous beast, incarnated by Shen Qingxian, found itself like a solitary boat amidst a furious sea, under the absolute pressure of the chaotic giant claw. The uncontrollable gluttonous soul within him roared in defiance, the dark golden demonic flames raging, attempting to open a devouring vortex once more. But this time, the power contained within that giant claw was too terrifying. Space was completely sealed, and the devouring force was forcibly suppressed, unable to fully unfold. The gluttonous beast raised its head, its burning vertical pupils reflecting the descending claw of destruction, letting out a final roar, a blend of bestial fury and indomitable spirit. It no longer sought to evade, but instead gathered all its strength, its massive dark golden claws, sharp enough to tear through space, charged fiercely towards the descending chaotic claw. Like an ant shaking a tree, at the precipice of despair, as the impending collision loomed, a faint yet indomitable stream of intent, imbued with a chilling protective will, surged forth from the comatose body of Xie like a spark of starlight in the darkness. It rushed into Shen Qingxian's mind, now overwhelmed by primal instincts. This stream was not articulated in words, but rather represented the purest imprint of emotion. It encapsulated the excruciating cold of a rending space, the frailty and darkness of life slipping away, and a glimmer of light that stubbornly shone from the depths of boundless darkness and cold. Was that light warm? Familiar? Was it Shen Qingxian? Or perhaps the lingering essence of the power absorbed from the demonic mist moments ago? This flicker of light, akin to a star amidst a frigid night, rendered the overwhelming cold and silence somewhat more bearable. He could not allow himself to succumb to darkness, chaos, destruction, yet it bore an undeniable, deep-seated desire to protect. This weak yet resilient intent exploded within Shen Qingxian's mind, which had been consumed by beastly instincts, like ice water plunged into boiling oil. The movements of the voracious beast abruptly stilled, its dark golden claws, poised to strike, frozen midair. Within the burning depths of its primal, fiery gaze, a shard of clarity belonging to Shen Qingxian surfaced, struggling to emerge under the impact of the protective intent. Like a sword piercing through dense fog, a hoarse, dry sound, reminiscent of metal scraping, emerged from the beast's mouth, as if it were Xie voice. In that fleeting moment of clarity, an exquisitely refined silver-gray sword aura, needle-thin yet radiating an absolute will to sever, erupted unexpectedly from the tips of Xie fingers. This sword aura did not target the descending chaotic claws. Rather, it struck with a chilling, almost cruel precision towards Shen Qingxian's brow. With no earth-shattering explosion, no grotesque display of carnage, only an utterly pure, cold, and lifeless sword intent penetrated Shen Qingxian's chaotic mind, filled with bestial rage and insatiable hunger. As effortlessly as ancient ice piercing through molten lava. Shen Qingxian, in the form of the voracious beast, trembled violently, the dark golden claws aimed at chaos halting abruptly. The molten gold of its vertical pupils, aflame with primal ferocity, crystallized in an instant as if doused with ice water. The flicker of clarity that belonged to Shen Qingxian, under the onslaught of this icy sword intent, expanded dramatically, like a wick forcibly ignited. Coldness, desolation, annihilation. The essence of the sword did not seek to obliterate his consciousness. Rather, it functioned akin to a blade that severed entangled threads, precisely cutting through the ravenous ferocity that spread like wildfire. It forcibly dismantled the predatory connection established by the beastly instinct of the voracious entity with the enormous chaotic claw. The agony exploded within the depths of his soul like countless icy needles, yet it brought forth a brutal clarity that tore through the chaos. The dark golden flames in Shen Qingxian's eyes flickered wildly before eventually dissipating the malevolence, revealing a molten gold hue beneath. The gargantuan form of the beast diminished rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon, condensing into a more solid shape, restoring his human form. The dark golden scales vanished, leaving only tattered white robes and a myriad of horrifying wounds adorning his body. His complexion was as pallid as gilded paper, with a minute red dot at his brow seeping dark golden blood, a mark left by the sword's aura. Agonizing pain, debilitating weakness, and the terror of survival surged through him, yet his eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. Yuan. Once more it was he. In the throes of unconsciousness and near death, he instinctively wielded his ruthless sword intent, forcibly pulling him back from the abyss of chaos. However, now awakened, he faced an even more despairing reality. The chaotic claw that severed the devouring connection, now unanchored from Shen Qingxian's voracious power, descended with increased velocity. The oppressive force of annihilation loomed like tangible stars crashing down. The proximity was perilously close. The strength was overwhelming. The space was utterly locked. There was no escape. It was over. Shen Qingxian gazed at the chaotic claw that obscured the leaden gray sky, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Instinctively, he expended his last ounce of strength to shield the nearly extinguished dark figure on his back, holding it tightly beneath him. At the very least, they would face it together. In that moment of utter desolation, as the claw was about to descend, a soft, frigid huff emerged, imbued with the indifference of ages and a barely perceptible impatience. It resonated above Shen Qingxian and Yuan like a drop of ice water plunged in a boiling oil, sounding unexpectedly amidst the chaos. This sound, though not loud, distinctly overshadowed the howling of the chaotic claw, tearing through space in the storm of destruction. It pierced through the terrifying pressure that had solidified the very fabric of space. Then, with a hum, the space rippled as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, silently sending forth a circle of minuscule, yet profoundly enigmatic waves. From the epicenter of these ripples, a slender hand, well-defined like an exquisite white jade sculpture, emerged with nonchalance. This hand was pristine and stable, devoid of any trace of mundane existence. Its nails were rounded and neatly trimmed, the skin warm as if it contained the essence of flowing starlight. It exuded no overwhelming presence, nor did it provoke even the slightest fluctuation in space, extending outward in an utterly unremarkable manner. Then, with casual elegance, it flicked a finger at the descending claw, composed of chaotic fragments and tumultuous energy, capable of crushing stars. The motion was as gentle as brushing away dust from a garment. There was no cataclysmic eruption of energy, no blinding radiance, no collision of laws. Only an air of silent disdain for the lower dimensional rules, as if originating from a higher plane of existence. The colossal, chaotic claw, capable of obliterating all. Upon mere contact with that slender finger, went pop. It burst like a gigantic soap bubble. This claw, forged from countless fragments of space and chaotic energy, robust enough to withstand the might of any cultivator, disintegrated without warning, silently crumbling into nothingness. It was as though the very laws that constituted it were forcibly negated and erased by a power of higher order. The immense claw, akin to a collapsing sand sculpture, began to disintegrate from the tip of its fingers, rapidly spreading throughout its entire form. Countless spatial fragments, resembling shattered glass, silently detached and fragmented, transforming into specks of glistening dust. The furious flow of chaotic energy, as if encountering its nemesis, emitted a silent lament and instantaneously vanished into the void. The entirety of this process unfolded at an unfathomable speed, yet was suffocatingly still. In the preceding moment, a cataclysmic scene of destruction reigned, and in the next, only that slender, jade-like finger remained, poised delicately in midair. Before the fingertip, only the dissipating dust of space and remnants of energy floated quietly away. Deep within the rift, the enormous silver vertical pupils revealed a clear expression of astonishment for the first time. Those icy orbs contracted sharply, as if witnessing the most inconceivable sight in existence. Its colossal will seemed to strive to peer through the spatial fissure, to lock onto the master of that hand, but an even more ancient and profound, almost primordial barrier instantaneously severed its probing. Within the depths of the vertical pupils, that astonishment swiftly morphed into an ineffable sense of dread, perhaps even fear. The massive entity extending through the rift, abruptly paused, then, like a startled serpent, retreated without hesitation, a hint of panic evident, back into the swirling depths of chaotic energy. With a tearing sound, the rift in space was forcefully smoothed out by an invisible hand, instantaneously sealing shut. All that remained was a vast, glassy pit, a testament to the extraordinary collision that had just transpired. The wasteland lay in a deathly silence. Only the muffled, intermittent sobs of the surviving Oriole could be heard, echoing faintly from behind the half-buried bone mountain in the distance. Shen Qingxian remained rigid, maintaining the protective stance over Xie, his mind a blank slate. The fleeting moment, oscillating between absolute despair and an unimaginable reversal, felt akin to a surreal nightmare. Slowly and laboriously, he lifted his gaze. Above him, the slender, jade-like finger that had saved both his and Xie lives was gradually retracting from the center of the rippling spatial waves. As the finger withdrew, a hazy silhouette began to emerge from the ripples. This figure appeared to don an exceedingly ancient gray robe, simple in design, devoid of any embellishments. Its visage was shrouded in a nebulous halo, reminiscent of flowing water, rendering it indistinct, yet one could faintly perceive an air of detachment born from eons of tribulation. Along with an ineffable weariness, it was as though that seemingly effortless gesture had drained an immense reservoir of its vitality. The figure had not entirely departed from the ripples. It merely lingered silently, suspended in the air. Its gaze, if indeed there was a gaze behind that halo, seemed to sweep over the two gravely wounded individuals below, particularly lingering on the faint trace of blood at the center of Shen Qingxian's brow and the dim imprint of the swallowing sword on his left palm, as well as the barely perceptible, feeble breath of Xie behind him. There were no words, no fluctuations of emotion. In the next instant, the figure, along with the undulating spatial ripples, dissipated like a reflection in water scattered by the wind, vanishing soundlessly as if it had never existed. Shen Qingxian stood frozen in place. The euphoric relief of surviving the calamity had yet to take root when he was engulfed by the bewildering encounter and the immense enigma left by the mysterious figure. He lowered his gaze to Xie, whom he clutched tightly in his arms. Xie remained unconscious, his countenance ashen, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. A delicate ice-blue sword mark remained on his brow, a testament to the forceful invocation of the unforgiving sword intent, emanating a subtle chill. His only functioning left hand hung limply, the fingertips still tinged with the cold remnants of dissipating sword intent. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A vast and formidable pressure, akin to the descent of a celestial river from the heavens, instantaneously enveloped the entire desolate battlefield. This pressure, tempered with supreme authority, swiftly dispelled the lingering chaotic malevolence and spatial turbulence of the area. A figure, radiant as the sun, tore through the leaden skies of the ancient battlefield, suddenly appearing in midair. The newcomer, with hair and beard as white as snow and an ancient visage, possessed eyes deep as the cosmos, flowing with an inscrutable starlight that seemed to merge seamlessly with the very fabric of the world. It was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Dao Xuan sect, Wanwu. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swiftly traversed the vast glass pit below, taking in the gravely injured Shen Qingxian and Xie, as well as the trembling Huang Inger hidden behind the distant bone mountain. Upon noticing the dark golden bloodstain on Shen Qingxian's brow and the ice-blue sword scar on Xie forehead, a fleeting glimmer of incredulity crossed his profound eyes. Master, Shen Qingxian felt as though he had found his anchor, forcing himself to raise his head, his voice hoarse and parched. With a single step, Wanwu's figure appeared beside Shen Qingxian. He spoke no further. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, two streams of warm, vast starlight energy, akin to the very essence of life, surged into the bodies of Shen Qingxian and Xie. Shen Qingxian felt a warm current coursing through him, as if he were immersed in a soothing spiritual spring. The depleted source of his soul and his torn wounds were rapidly nourished and healed. Even the wound on his left shoulder, corroded by demonic energy, began to itch as the purplish-black aura swiftly dissipated. To his astonishment, This power was exceptionally pure and gentle. It not only quelled the agitation of the ferocious soul within him, but also, like a spring breeze nurturing the earth, quietly soothed the malevolence of the soul, even allowing the swallowing sword imprint deep within his essence to soften slightly. Meanwhile, the pallor on Xie Zhiyuan's face quickly regained a hint of color, his erratic and feeble breath finally stabilizing. Although he remained gravely injured and unconscious, he had at least emerged from the brink of death. This place is not suitable for lingering. Wan Wu's voice, calm and unwavering, carried an undeniable authority. With another sweep of his grand sleeve, a gentle force enveloped Shen Qingxian, Xie Zhiyuan, and the distant Huang Inger behind the Bone Mountain. The space rippled like the surface of water. In the next moment, a dizzying sensation enveloped him. When Shen Qingxian's vision cleared once more, he found himself far removed from the bloody and brutal ancient battlefield. Before him lay the familiar scenery of the core of Dao Xuan's sect, where celestial mountains rose majestically, adorned with auspicious vapors, and spiritual birds flitted through the flowing clouds. In the distance, the most magnificent and ethereal of peaks, Weifeng, stood proudly above the sea of clouds, its spiritual essence so dense it seemed to liquefy. They had returned to Dao Xuan's sect. The venerable Wan Wu led them forward, stepping out with a single stride to appear instantly atop the vast terrace of Weifeng. Qingxian, take Zhiyuan to the Stardust Pavilion for recuperation. The spiritual energy there is gentle and conducive to recovery. Wan Wu's voice resonated in Shen Qingxian's consciousness, accompanied by an influx of thoughts regarding the location and activation method of the Stardust Pavilion. Inger, come with me. Wan Wu turned his gaze toward the trembling and pale-faced Huang Inger, his tone calm. Yes, master, she replied, resembling a frightened rabbit. Bowing deeply and daring not to glance at Shen Qingxian and Xie Zhiyuan, Wan Wu whisked Huang Inger away, his figure transforming into a streak of starlight, vanishing into the depths of Weifeng. On the terrace, only Shen Qingxian remained, bearing the still unconscious Xie Zhiyuan upon his back. The fatigue of surviving a calamity washed over him like a tide, although the wounds across his body no longer throbbed painfully under Wan Wu's nurturing starlight. A lingering sense of weakness still pervaded him. Nevertheless, Shen Qingxian dared not linger. He inhaled deeply the rich and pure spiritual energy atop Weifeng, cautiously carrying Xie Zhiyuan as he followed the guidance in his consciousness toward an area on the eastern side of the peak, shrouded in soft starlight. Upon pushing open an ancient door forged from stardust, a small yet exquisitely elegant pavilion appeared before him. The interior was devoid of superfluous furnishings, save for a central jade couch carved from a single piece of warm jade. Above the couch, specks of starlight floated like miniature stars, gently swirling and radiating a warm and pure life essence that nourished the soul. This was the Stardust Pavilion. With utmost care, Shen Qingxian laid Xie Zhiyuan upon the jade couch. In his unconscious state, Xie Zhiyuan seemed to sense the nurturing starlight as his tightly furrowed brows softened slightly, though his breath remained faint. The wound on his shoulder, under the starlight, was entirely purified of the dark energy that had tormented him, revealing a gaping wound deep enough to see bone, with its edges slowly crawling toward healing. His fractured right arm was cradled by a gentle force, appearing to reconnect gradually. Standing beside the jade couch, Shen Qingxian, with molten golden vertical pupils, gazed quietly at Xie Zhiyuan's pale, yet still strikingly handsome and cold visage. Scenes from the ancient battlefield flashed relentlessly through his mind. It was Xie Zhiyuan who had blocked the deadly claw of the malevolent spirit. It was Xie Zhiyuan whose will to kill had erupted in unconsciousness, annihilating Zhao Tiange. It was Xie Zhiyuan, in a moment of life and death, who had forcibly pulled him back from the brink of an uncontrollable abyss with his own sore intent. Moreover, it was Xie Zhiyuan's unconscious spatial beacon that had summoned that terrifying chaotic claw. All these fragments collided within him chaotically, evoking a tumult of emotions: anger, gratitude, guilt, and dread. In that moment of brutal awakening, when the icy intent of a sword pierced his brow, and amidst the haze of unconsciousness, a faint yet tenacious plea to stay resonated within him, complex and ineffable emotions intertwined like a tangled mass. He lifted his left hand, where the dim imprint of the devourer sword lingered, and under the glimmer of starlight, the edges of its cracks appeared to mend slightly, emanating a warm sensation. He turned his gaze towards Xie Zhuyan's left hand, which hung by the jade couch, the fingertips seemingly still imbued with a trace of the cold sword intent. Just then, a faint yet strikingly clear wave of consciousness unexpectedly emanated from the unconscious Xie Zhuyan, or more precisely, from the dormant forgiveness sword imprint deep within his dantian. This consciousness was frigid and lifeless, akin to ancient unmelting ice. Yet at that moment, within the depths of this icy intent, Shen Qingxian distinctly perceived a subtle, yet resolute directional pull, one that unmistakably pointed towards the devourer's sword imprint in his left palm. It was as if a dormant weapon, in its unconscious state, had locked onto its long-lost counterpart. Chapter 21. The starshine entwines, the sword imprints resonate within the stardust pavilion, silence reigns supreme. Points of starlight, akin to a miniature galaxy, flowed silently above the warm jade couch, rising and falling. The gentle and pure power of starlight nourished the unconscious figure upon the couch like a warm spring. Xie Zhuyan lay supine, his dark attire thoroughly soaked in blood, which, under the purification of the starlight, revealed its original deep hue. The jagged edges of the crevice wound on his shoulder, once shrouded in malevolent black energy, had been completely dispelled, and the deep wound, visible to the bone, slowly pulsated with the emergence of new flesh under the caress of starlight. His severed right arm was gently supported by an invisible yet gentle force, with the bone fragments quietly knitting together beneath the starlight's embrace. His complexion remained pale as cold jade, but the ashen, deathly pallor between his brows had dissipated, leaving only the weakness of grievous injury. Long, thick eyelashes cast a soft shadow beneath his eyelids, and his tightly pressed lips bore no color, his breath weak yet steady, akin to one slumbering in the depths of a starry sea. Shen Qingxian stood beside the jade couch, his tattered white robe stained with blood and dust, appearing particularly striking under the starlight. The remnants of malevolent energy from the ancient battlefield had been completely washed away by the pure spiritual essence of Waya Peak. Yet the exhaustion and fissures within his soul, stemming from the consumption of chaotic energy and the forceful resistance against the forgiveness sword intent, still throbbed faintly. The wound on his left shoulder, torn by a corrupted disciple and corroded by demonic energy, had ceased to bleed under the starlight of the ancestor Wan Yu and his own formidable recuperative abilities, slowly closing, scabbing over, and leaving behind a deep purple scar. The molten gold vertical pupils quietly gazed at Xie Zhuyan's slumbering profile. This visage, usually as sharp as the most finely carved ice, exuded an aura of coldness and remoteness, repelling all who approached. Yet now, stripped of all defenses and arrogance, it revealed only the pallor and fragility of severe injury, radiating a breathtaking, fragile beauty. Shen Qingxian's thoughts rippled like a stone cast into an ancient well, creating circles of intricate and ineffable emotions. It was this person who, at the 10,000 sword stage, had lifted his chin with a scabbard, coldly questioning him. It was this person who, by the chilling waters of the sword-grinding cliff, had sealed his ferocious soul with sword intent. It was this very person who, on the ancient battlefield of the Glazed Core, shielded him from a fatal strike by a malevolent spirit. It was also this individual who, in a moment of near death and unconsciousness, pulled him back from the abyss of chaos with sheer will, leaving behind a faint yet persistent whisper of "do not leave." Anger, gratitude, guilt, fear, a myriad of emotions intertwined, like an inextricable tangle of threads. He instinctively raised his left hand, feeling the dim imprint of the devouring sword nestled within his palm, emanating a gentle warmth under the starlight, while the delicate fissure at its edge seemed to be slowly mending itself. At that moment, a low hum resonated. An extremely faint yet remarkably clear wave of icy intent surged unexpectedly from the depths of Xian's dantian, quietly emanating from the dormant mark of the unforgiving sword. This intent was frigid and pure, akin to ancient, unmelting glacial ice, imbued with an absolute will of destruction and finality. Yet at this moment, within the depths of this chilling thought, Shen Qingxian sharply detected a subtle, yet intensely compelling direction. That direction, as if guided by an invisible thread, unerringly pointed towards the devouring sword imprint in his left palm. It was as if a dormant weapon had subconsciously locked onto its long-lost counterpart. Or perhaps it was an entirely opposite force that had formed a lethal attraction on some mysterious level. Shen Qingxian's heart raced. His molten gold, vertical pupils suddenly constricted. Instinctively, he took a half-step back, warily observing the location of Xie Zhuiyuan's dantian. However, that icy wave of intent lasted only a fleeting moment before receding quietly like a retreating tide, leaving no further trace. It was as if the bizarre sensation had merely been a figment of his imagination. Furrowing his brow, Shen Qingxian was beset with doubts. What secret did the unforgiving sword harbor? What connection did it have with his devouring sword imprint? Did the enigmatic ancient well deep within the caverns of the battlefield, along with that aged voice, have any relation to this? His gaze returned to Xie Zhuiyuan, who, at this moment, lay as still as a slumbering infant. Devoid of his usual icy sharpness, his tightly pressed lips appeared surprisingly soft beneath the starlight. Shen Qingxian's heart felt as though it had been gently stirred. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. Though the starlight of the Wanhua ancestor was extraordinary, Xie Zhuiyuan's injuries were grievous, particularly the gaping wound on his shoulder that exposed bone, necessitating urgent cleaning and dressing. Approaching the jade couch, he cautiously extended his hand, preparing to unfasten the dark, blood-soaked attire that encased Xie Zhuiyuan's wounds. Just as his fingertips brushed the cold edge of the fabric, a sudden hum erupted. The unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan's body convulsed violently, as if startled by an overwhelming fright. His left hand, dangling at the edge of the jade couch, shot upward as if pulled by an invisible force, swift as lightning. Shen Qingxian barely had time to react. In the next instant, a cold, slender hand, with distinctly defined knuckles, seized his outstretched wrist with an unconscious yet remarkably precise strength, akin to a vice grip. Cold, hard, with an unyielding force that was impossible to escape. Shen Qingxian's body froze instantly, astonishment flooding his molten gold pupils. This movement was eerily reminiscent of their encounter deep within the caverns of the ancient battlefield. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Xie Zhuiyuan seized him once more. Yet, this time, it was not with his left hand, but rather with the outstretched right hand, a grip more powerful and unyielding, as if intent on binding him irrevocably to his side. What struck Shen Qingxian with a profound shock was that, at the very instant Xie Zhuiyuan's hand clasped his wrist, a resounding hum erupted, a stream of icy intent, clearer and more tumultuous than before, surged forth like a bursting glacier from the merciless sword imprint in Xie Zhuiyuan's dantian. Instantly, it penetrated through the contact of their skin, rushing unimpeded into Shen Qingxian's consciousness. This time, it was not a mere indication. Rather, it unfolded like a mirrored projection. Fragments of chaotic yet strikingly vivid imagery erupted before Shen Qingxian's eyes, accompanied by a bone-chilling intent. Endless darkness, a frigid prison, an excruciating cold that seemed poised to freeze the very essence of his soul, an eternity of solitude and silence, a searing hatred, a mad will to obliterate everything, and within the depths of that icy abyss of despair, a flickering ember of life, weak yet unquenchable, akin to a candle's last flicker in the wind, remained. These shattered images and the torrent of frigid emotions pierced through Shen Qingxian's defenses like the sharpest of ice picks. He felt as though he had been forcibly drawn into the depths of Xie Zhuiyuan's soul, into that frozen purgatory. He could sense the penetrating chill, the profound solitude, and the overwhelming hatred. He even beheld the cold sword imprint, like the most merciless of shackles, deeply branded at the core of Xie Zhuiyuan's very essence. A sharp intake of breath escaped Shen Qingxian, as if his soul had been frozen by this chilling intent. Instinctively, he yearned to withdraw his captured wrist. Do not leave. A faint fragment of thought, imbued with an extreme weakness akin to a desperate plea, flowed through the tightly held wrist, reaching Shen Qingxian's consciousness with clarity. Simultaneously, Within that icy stream of intent, the overwhelming will of destruction seemed to receive a form of solace, as if hardened ice had been cast into the furnace, swiftly melting and subsiding into silence. Shen Qingxian's movements ceased abruptly. He stood frozen in place, gazing down at his wrist, firmly grasped. Then turning his attention to Xie Zhuiyuan's pale visage, etched with pain and subconscious struggle. Beneath the tightly closed lashes, it appeared that a faint glimmer of moisture was coalescing. His heart felt as though it had been struck, laden with a bittersweet ache. He ceased his attempts to break free, allowing that icy hand to hold him firmly. The subtle tremor at the fingertips seemed to resonate deep within his own heart. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qingxian suppressed the tumult of emotions swirling within him. He extended his unrestrained left hand, the fingertips suffused with the nurturing power of gentle origins, cautiously and tenderly brushing against Xie Zhuiyuan's furrowed brow, seeking to soothe the hidden agony. The warm spiritual energy flowed like a gentle current, gradually infusing into him. In his stupor, Xie Zhuiyuan's tightly knitted brow seemed to slightly unfurl upon sensing this warmth, and his grip on Shen Qingxian's wrist relaxed ever so slightly. Though he still did not let go, akin to a drowning man clutching the last piece of driftwood. Shen Qingxian remained silent for a moment. He refrained from further touching Xie Zhuiyuan's garments, instead channeling the residual, gentle essence of the devouring primordial force within him, cautiously transferring it through the grasped wrist into Xie Zhuiyuan's frigid body. This power differed from the vast and gentle starlight of the infinite ancestor. It bore a hint of primal vitality, infused with the unique, domineering nourishment of the devouring essence. It flowed like the most fitting warmth, subtly soothing the minute injuries within Xie Zhuiyuan's meridians, inflicted by his wounds and the relentless sword imprint, while quietly nurturing his withered soul source. He could distinctly perceive that, as this warm current flowed in, the chilling agitation within Xie Zhuiyuan, stemming from the relentless sword imprint, was silently pacified and subdued by this shared devouring force. The icy fingers that clutched his wrist gradually acquired a trace of imperceptible warmth. Time meandered slowly in the stillness of the Stardust Pavilion. Shen Qingxian maintained a half-kneeling posture beside the jade couch, continuously transferring his gentle primordial power to Xie Zhuiyuan. The starlight danced, illuminating the hands intertwined upon the jade couch, and the two pallid faces that harmonized in breath. It was unclear how much time had passed. Suddenly, the starlight above the jade couch accelerated, and a gentle yet vast consciousness enveloped the Stardust Pavilion in an instant. The figure of the infinite ancestor materialized silently within the pavilion. Beneath his snow-white brows, his profound gaze swept over the clasped hands on the jade couch, as well as the swallowing sword imprint in Shen Qingxian's palm, which was gradually healing under the nurturing of starlight and devouring power. A fleeting glimmer of understanding and profundity crossed his eyes. Qingxian. The voice of the infinite ancestor resonated directly within Shen Qingxian's consciousness, calm and unruffled. The seven-leaf mysterious soul flower has been found. He did not inquire about the process. Instead, his robe brushed lightly. A gentle starlight enveloped an extraordinary spiritual plant, slowly descending onto the jade table beside the couch. This spiritual plant was entirely translucent, resembling a sculpture carved from purple crystal. 7 long, sword-like leaves unfurled, each leaf radiating a spectrum of vibrant hues, emanating a rich, substantial, and gentle yet soul-reaching power. It was indeed the sacred herb, the 7-leaf mysterious soul flower, which nourishes the spirit and mends soul injuries. Using this flower as the primary ingredient, supplemented by the spirit concentration dew and soul-nurturing grass, one could concoct the mysterious soul pill, stabilizing Zhuiyuan's soul source and accelerating his recovery. The infinite ancestor's consciousness imparted the detailed formula and refining methods into Shen Qingxian's mind. The pill room is located on the western side of the peak. You may retrieve the required spiritual herbs from the materials repository. He paused, casting his gaze once more over the ghastly scar on Shen Qingxian's left shoulder and the dim sword imprint on his palm. His voice imbued with an ineffable depth, Your soul source is also compromised. Refining this pill presents an opportunity for you as well. As his words faded, the figure of the infinite ancestor melded into the starlight, vanishing soundlessly from the pavilion. Shen Qingxian's gaze fell upon the alluringly radiant seven-leaf mysterious soul flower, his molten gold vertical pupils shimmering with light. The mysterious soul pill could save Xie Zhuiyuan. It could also stabilize his own damaged soul source. He lowered his head, glancing at his right wrist, still firmly held by Xie Zhuiyuan. The unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan seemed to sense something, loosening his grip slightly, yet still refusing to let go. A flicker of complexity crossed Shen Qingxian's eyes before ultimately transforming into resolute determination. He slowly and cautiously attempted to withdraw his wrist from the icy, yet stubborn grasp of the other. Just as his fingertips stirred, a faint and indistinct monosyllable escaped from Xie Zhuiyuan's tightly pressed lips, reminiscent of a murmured dream. That cold hand instinctively tightened its grip, as if fearful of losing its last semblance of support. Shen Qingxian's movements abruptly froze. He gazed at Xie Zhuiyuan's pale face, which still bore an unsettling air even in slumber, and felt the tension of persistence within him silently stretch and tremble. Ultimately, he relinquished the thought of forcefully withdrawing. "I won't leave," Shen Qingxian replied softly, his voice tinged with an unrecognized rasp and resignation. He maintained a half-kneeling position, cautiously extending his left hand toward the exquisite seven-leaf Xianyuan flower atop the jade table. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the crystal-clear petals, a resounding surge of an even more overwhelming and irresistible icy intent erupted from Xie Zhuiyuan's dantian, with a merciless sword seal was inscribed. This time, accompanied by the torrent of intent, there came a powerful, almost instinctive pull. Shen Qingxian felt a sudden heat radiate from the swallowing sword imprint on his left palm, as though ignited at the core of a furnace. An unparalleled and uncontrollable will to devour surged forth. Meanwhile, the icy sword intent within Xie Zhuiyuan responded as if provoked, erupting in a fierce counterattack. Devour. Annihilate. The two diametrically opposed sword intents collided violently at the very point where Shen Qingxian's wrist was held, skin pressed tightly together, as if fated adversaries. The piercing cold and the searing sensation of consumption instantaneously engulfed Shen Qingxian's nerves. He let out a muffled groan, his body quaking violently. Yet what astonished him even more was the faint and peculiar resonance of light that emerged at the heart of their collision, akin to the convergence of ice and fire, quietly illuminating the space. Chapter 22. Fire Alchemy and the conflagration of sword seals. The icy sting felt like 1,000 steel needles, while the searing sensation of consumption surged like flowing lava. The two opposing sword intents collided fiercely at the point where their skin met on his wrist. The excruciating pain swept through Shen Qingxian's nerves. He let out a muffled cry, his body shaking violently, nearly toppling over. However, what truly shook his spirit was the faint yet extraordinarily peculiar light of resonance at the core of the clash. This light resembled a singularity where ice and fire forcibly merged, not only failing to annihilate each other, but rather entwining and permeating amidst the violent conflict, emitting an indescribable essence that seemed capable of severing causality and refining myriad paths. This essence was overwhelmingly domineering, yet bore a novel equilibrium never before experienced. At the very moment this peculiar resonance illuminated, a deep golden radiance erupted from the swallowing sword imprint in Shen Qingxian's left palm, as if doused in boiling oil. A brazen and uncontrollable will to devour surged forth. Simultaneously, the cold, merciless sword imprint within Xie Zhuiyuan ignited like a frozen hell, unleashing an even more turbulent and lifeless sword intent in a fierce counterassault. The two forces clashed like enraged ancient beasts, escalating the deadly struggle at the point where Shen Qingxian's wrist was seized. Shen Qingxian felt the veins on his forehead throb violently. In an instant, His left arm became enveloped in a radiant tapestry of dark gold and silvery gray, the veins beneath his skin twisting and rising like searing iron wires. The excruciating pain penetrated to the marrow. He could distinctly feel the imprint of his sky-swallowing sword surging with frenetic energy, the delicate fissure along its edge subtly threatening to expand under the violent impact. This cannot continue. If it does, not only will he suffer grievous harm, but even the already fragile soul essence of Xie Zhuoyan will be utterly torn apart. They must be separated. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Shen Qingxian's eyes. He forcefully summoned the recently restored power from deep within his soul, directing it towards the palm of his left hand where the sky-swallowing sword imprint resided. Simultaneously, he unleashed all his strength, striving to free his right wrist from Xie Zhuoyan's cold and stubborn grasp. "Let go!" Shen Qingxian roared, his voice laced with anguish and resolve. Yet, in the very moment of his explosive effort, a faint yet insistent syllable escaped Xie's tightly sealed lips. That icy hand seemed to sense Shen Qingxian's struggle. Rather than releasing its grip, it tightened as if it were the last lifeline. The nails even pierced his wrist, leaving behind several delicate crimson traces. A more vivid stream of thought, mingling coldness with a hint of desperate pleading, surged into Shen Qingxian's consciousness once again. Shen Qingxian's movements abruptly froze. He lowered his gaze, observing Xie Zhuoyan's face, which had grown increasingly pale due to pain and subconscious resistance, as well as the hand that clutched his wrist, its knuckles devoid of color. The taut string within it groaning under the burden of agony and silent entreaty. Ultimately, the fierce determination in his eyes gradually ebbed away, transforming into a barely audible sigh. He relinquished his struggle to break free. "Do not let go." Shen Qingxian's voice emerged with a weary rasp. He ceased his attempts to suppress the sky-swallowing sword imprint on his left hand, and instead made an exceedingly perilous decision. He would no longer resist the two clashing sword wills at his wrist. Instead, he served as a bridge for his own soul essence, cautiously guiding the core of that conflicting energy, the peculiar resonating light, toward the imprint of the sky-swallowing sword in his palm, akin to directing a tempestuous lightning fire. Slowly drawing it inward. As his body became the forge, he would harness the lightning to temper his sword. Since separation was impossible, he would utilize this conflict. He would exploit this resonance, transforming this chaotic power into the fiery crucible that would refine his sword imprint. Buzz! At the moment that the point of resonance, embodying a strange balance of devouring and destruction, was forcibly drawn into the sky-swallowing sword imprint, a thunderous roar erupted. It was as though a dormant volcano had been ignited after millennia of silence. Shen Qingxian's entire left hand was instantly engulfed by blinding dark gold light. The sky-swallowing sword imprint quaked violently, expanding. The delicate fissure along its edge, under the relentless surge of energy, tore apart like fabric ripped by immense force, instantaneously widening. The agony felt as if countless searing blades were madly churning within the depths of the imprint. Shen Qingxian let out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently once more. Dark golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, in that moment of excruciating pain, an indescribable, purer, and more domineering will of the sky-swallowing surged forth, awakening like a phoenix from the ashes deep within the imprint. The will of a newborn seems to subtly carry an icy sharpness, a remnant of the relentless sword imprint. Agony intertwines with rebirth. Destruction coexists with reconstruction. Shen Qingxian gritted his teeth, the flames of indomitable spirit igniting within his molten gold vertical pupils. He bore the soul-rending pain, guiding the peculiar resonant light, akin to the most exquisite chisel, repeatedly brushing against the expanding fissure of the sky-eating sword imprint, refining it. The surface of the imprint emitted a harsh sound reminiscent of metal being quenched. The dark golden light flickered unpredictably. Each flicker of brilliance and dimness was accompanied by subtle adjustments in the imprint's form, solidifying it. The edges of the forcibly torn fissure began to mend and strengthen under the repeated brushing of the resonant light, emanating a cold, hard, and resilient luster akin to metal tempered through relentless trials. Time became an indiscernible entity. When the peculiar resonant light finally exhausted its last vestige of power and gradually dissipated, the glow of the sky-eating sword imprint in Shen Qingxian's palm swiftly retracted and calmed. The size of the imprint remained unchanged, yet its form became more archaic and enigmatic, presenting a profound dark golden hue reminiscent of a crystallized star's core. On the surface of the imprint, aside from the original devouring runes, there faintly appeared an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible silver-gray pattern, reminiscent of ice crystal cuts. A deeper, more restrained will of devouring, intertwined with a hint of cold sharpness, slowly emanated from the depths of the imprint. Shen Qingxian exhaled a long, weary breath. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat soaking his back, and his soul source felt exhausted and on the brink of rupture, yet his eyes shimmered with the brilliance of survival after a catastrophe. He had succeeded, although the process was fraught with peril. The sky-eating sword imprint not only repaired its fissures, but also underwent a transformative evolution through the crucible of destruction and resonance. It even faintly bore a trace of the sharp aura of the relentless sword intent. He cast a glance at his right wrist. Siege Yuan's tightly clenched hand had, unbeknownst to him, quietly relaxed its grip. Perhaps it was due to the disappearance of the resonant light, or perhaps because Shen Qingxian had ceased his struggles. At this moment, it merely rested lightly on his wrist, fingertips cold. Shen Qingxian gently withdrew his wrist, feeling a barely perceptible sense of loss at his fingertips, which he forcefully suppressed. He dared not linger any longer, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the seven-leafed Awen flower, radiating a spectrum of colors on the jade table. Outside the Stardust Pavilion, dusk was approaching. The peak of Wyatt Mountain was painted in a splendid orange-red by the twilight glow. Shen Qingxian's figure appeared on the western side of the peak. A grand hall, constructed entirely of crimson fire jade, towered above the sea of clouds, with two grand characters, Dan Hall, dancing elegantly above the entrance, pushing open the heavy hall doors. A rich aroma of herbs mingled with the unique sulfur scent of the earth's fire surged forth. The interior of the hall was vast, with a colossal alchemical furnace sculpted from solid black core fire jade at its center. The furnace body was adorned with profound runes, connected to the earth's veins below, resonating with a low rumble of subterranean flames. Surrounding it were towering shelves filled with countless jade boxes and bottles, categorized meticulously, their precious light flowing and spiritual energy wafting in the air. Shen Qingxian skillfully retrieved the required rare auxiliary herbs, such as the spirit concentration dew and soul nurturing grass, from the medicinal shelf, following the alchemical formula imparted by the venerable ancestor into his consciousness. As he opened the jade box, an ethereal aura surged forth, interweaving with a brilliant light. He approached the colossal earth core, fire, jade, alchemy furnace, and settled into a meditative posture. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the fatigue of his soul source and the lingering pain in his left arm, allowing his mind to delve into the depths of his consciousness, meticulously recalling the intricate methods of refining the Xianhun pill. This pill was classified as a 7th-grade spiritual elixir, with a remarkably complex refining process that demanded meticulous control over the heat, timing, and mental focus. Any misstep could not only negate previous efforts, but also provoke a backlash from the pill fire. A profound light flickered in Shen Qingxian's vertically slit golden pupils. He performed hand seals, channeling the scant recovery of his spiritual energy into radiant streams that surged into the control array beneath the furnace. A deep, resonant rumble echoed as the crimson earth fire beneath the furnace erupted into a fierce blaze. The violent flames licking the furnace's base and radiating an ominous heat that instantly elevated the temperature within the alchemy chamber. Shen Qingxian's expression remained impassive. His fingers danced like butterflies amidst flowers, continuously casting exquisite fire control techniques. Under his precise command, the tumultuous earth fire gradually transformed into a docile, yet fervent crimson flow. uniformly enveloping the furnace's base. The furnace temperature soared rapidly, and the thick walls emitted a low hum under the intense heat. The moment had arrived. A glimmer of determination flashed in Shen Qingxian's eyes. His left hand shot forth like lightning, casting the seven-leaf Xianhun flower, radiating a prismatic aura, into the herb input port atop the furnace. Simultaneously, with a flourish of his right hand, the meticulously prepared array of auxiliary herbs swarmed into the furnace like a flock of returning birds, merging seamlessly into the conflagration. As the spiritual herbs entered the furnace, an extraordinary sound erupted, reminiscent of cold water splashing in a boiling oil. The kaleidoscopic glow intertwined and collided with the crimson flames in an explosive spectacle. Shen Qingxian's focus sharpened. Deep within his soul's source, the swallowing heaven technique began to operate quietly, unleashing a formidable mental force that extended like invisible tendrils into the furnace's interior. The furnace's space was vast, resembling a miniature inferno. Guided by the formation, the crimson earth fire transformed into countless slender streams, entwining like ethereal serpents, caressing the spiritual herbs suspended in the heart of the furnace. The primary herb, the seven-leaf Xianhun flower, emitted a resilient prismatic glow, resisting the flame's encroachment while continuously releasing pure essences of soul origin. The myriad auxiliary herbs swiftly melted and refined under the flames, transforming into various colored liquid essences that swirled around the Xianhun flower like distant stars. Shen Qingxian's mental concentration operated with the precision of the finest instruments, meticulously directing the temperature and trajectory of the flames, controlling the amalgamation speed of the liquid essences. He needed to first simmer the herbs gently to extract the deepest medicinal potency of the Xianhun flower, then apply fierce flames for rapid catalysis, and finally solidify the pill with gentle heat. Every step required meticulous accuracy. Time flowed inexorably. Within the furnace, the battle between the crimson flames and the prismatic glow intensified to a fever pitch. The resilient shell of the Xianhun flower began to soften under the continuous simmering, and wisps of 100-fold pure violet soul power seeped forth like liquid stars, exuding an intoxicating aroma that stirred the very soul. Beads of fine sweat began to form on Shen Qingxian's brow, his complexion paling slightly from the immense toll on his mental energy. Yet his gaze was astonishingly bright, with molten gold vertical pupils fixated intently on the purple soul energy and medicinal essence slowly merging within the furnace. Soon, the most critical step of fierce fire catalysis was about to commence. He took a deep breath, and his hand gestures transformed abruptly, more intricate, more rapid. Condense. With a low shout, the spiritual energy infused into the formation surged exponentially. Boom! The ground fire beneath the furnace roared like a furious dragon, unleashing a deafening bellow. The violent flames instantly shifted from crimson to blinding white. A terrifying heat wave swept forth. The furnace emitted a strained hum, its walls turning a translucent red. Inside the furnace, the slowly merging purple soul energy and medicinal essence, under the sudden eruption of fearsome heat and Shen Qingxian's powerful psychic urging, felt as though it had been thrust into the core of a furnace. Buzz! An indescribable, pure, and vast seven-color divine light erupted from the merged medicinal liquid, akin to a volcano suppressed for millennia, flooding the entire space of the furnace. Within that seven-colored radiance, countless tiny runes could be faintly seen swirling, exuding an unparalleled essence that nourished the soul. It worked. The fusion was successful. The medicinal essence had been fully awakened. Shen Qingxian's heart surged with joy. He dared not delay for a moment. His hand gestures shifted once more, preparing to invoke the gentle fire to solidify the elixir. However, just at the moment the medicinal essence was fully awakened and the seven-colored radiance reached its zenith, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz! A chilling, deathly silence, imbued with an absolute cutting will, erupted without warning from the recently refined sky-eating sword seal imprinted on Shen Qingxian's left palm. This sword intent was not actively summoned by Shen Qingxian, Rather, it seemed like a trace of merciless sword intent, freshly tainted. Was awakened by the furnace's ultimate soul source power, akin to a slumbering viper stirred by sunlight, spontaneously surging forth. Sizzle, a condensed, almost tangible silver-gray sword aura, sharp enough to tear through space, shot forth from Shen Qingxian's left palm without warning, instantly merging into the fiercely burning white ground fire. The sword aura entered the fire. Sizzle, like a scorching branding iron plunged into ice water. The raging ground fire was instantly provoked by this cold sword aura imbued with a will of destruction, triggering an explosion. Boom! A colossal sound reverberated. The entire Heartfire Jade elixir furnace trembled violently. The recently successfully merged, seven-colored luminous medicinal essence was suddenly thrown out of balance, violently impacted by the rampaging ground fire. The originally stable structure of the medicinal power cracked like glass struck by a boulder, instantly covered in spiderweb-like fissures. Not good. Shen Qingxian's expression changed drastically. His mind shook violently. The furnace was out of control. The medicinal power rebounded. The frenzied bright, white flames surged like a runaway stallion, violently battering against the walls of the furnace. The furnace body shook violently, emitting a piercing metallic grinding sound. The precious seven-colored medicinal essence within, under the dual onslaught of the rampaging ground fire and the cold sword aura, flickered violently, its brilliance fluctuating, on the verge of complete collapse and dissolution. Worse still, a violent surge of earth fire, mingled with the backlash of medicinal potency, surged forth like a breaching flood, violently rebounding against Shen Qingxian's divine consciousness that had penetrated the furnace. It charged directly at his sea of consciousness, a critical moment of life and death. In an instant, Shen Qingxian's eyes became suffused with bloodshot veins, and a flicker of resolute madness flashed within his molten golden pupils. Failure was not an option. Xie Yuan was still awaiting the Xianhun pill. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the depths of his soul, Shen Qingxian unleashed the full force of his spirit. He no longer held back. Instead, he actively urged forth the recently refined Taotie sword seal, a purer, more domineering will to devour, tinged with a chilling sharpness, surged forth, amalgamated with the entirety of his spiritual essence cultivated during the late stages of divine transformation. It erupted like a tsunami, crashing forth to meet the oncoming torrent of wild energy. Buzz! Within the sea of consciousness, the devouring black hole opened instantaneously, ruthlessly tearing apart and consuming the rebounding earth fire and medicinal force. Agonizing pain gripped him, as though his very soul had been cast into a furnace. Yet, Shen Qingxian gritted his teeth and persevered. Simultaneously, his hands executed the incantations at a speed that transcended limits, pouring forth spiritual energy into the array with reckless abandon, desperately attempting to stabilize the rampaging pill furnace. The power of his divine consciousness entwined around the collapsing essence of the seven-colored medicinal liquid with the tenacity of the strongest steel, forcibly securing its stability. Inside the furnace, the brilliant white earth fire raged uncontrollably, while the icy sword qi darted and sliced through it. The seven-colored essence of the medicinal liquid swayed violently like a fragile boat in a tempest, flickering and shimmering unpredictably. Shen Qingxian's complexion turned as pale as paper, with fine threads of blood seeping from all seven orifices. His body trembled violently from the immense depletion and backlash. Yet, his gaze shone brightly, akin to burning stars. Deep within his soul, the devouring black hole churned fervently, refining the backlash's energy while simultaneously feeding back the last remnants of strength to maintain control over the pill furnace. A stalemate ensued, a fierce tug-of-war between willpower and rampant energy. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, akin to an eternity. Buzz! Within the pill furnace, the turbulent white flames and swirling sword qi gradually began to settle under Shen Qingxian's reckless suppression and guidance. The furnace temperature began to decrease, shifting from brilliant white to a gentle crimson. At the heart of the furnace, the orb of seven-colored medicinal essence, though dimmed significantly and reduced in size by nearly half, ultimately stabilized. No longer showing signs of collapse, it began to contract inward, solidifying under the gentle heat. An extraordinarily rich and gentle medicinal aroma, akin to tangible mist, slowly emanated from the vent at the top of the furnace, instantly filling the entire pill chamber. As the fragrance enveloped him, Shen Qingxian's exhausted soul felt rejuvenated, as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, bringing waves of refreshing coolness. Even the operation of the devouring black hole within his sea of consciousness became smoother. Had he succeeded? Had he managed to suppress the backlash and stabilize the medicinal pill at the most critical juncture? In that moment, the tension in Shen Qingxian's spirit eased, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him like a tide. He gradually withdrew his divine consciousness, gazing at the seven-colored pill orb slowly rotating and solidifying in the gentle heat. With a long, weary sigh, a smile of survival after the calamity graced his face. However, in that fleeting moment of his mental relaxation, a faint yet imperceptibly chilling wave of intent unexpectedly emanated from the coalescing seven-colored elixir within the alchemical furnace. Chapter 23. The Birth of the Mystic Elixir, the Heart of the Fateful Lock. That subtle yet distinctly clear icy wave of intent surged within Shen Qingxian's mind like a stone cast into still waters, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. It did not originate from the external world, but arose from within the furnace itself, from the essence of the seven-colored liquid, slowly swirling and solidifying in the gentle flames, exuding an enticing fragrance. Cold, pure, infused with a destructive will that seemed poised to sever all. This sensation was all too familiar to Shen Qingxian. It was the aura of the relentless sword mark within Xie. How could it appear within the soon-to-be formed mystic soul elixir? Shen Qingxian's pupils contracted sharply. It felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, instantly dispelling all weariness and relaxation. His molten gold vertical pupils fixated firmly on the vibrant halo within the furnace. Within that originally pure and gentle seven-colored radiance, akin to liquid stars, there had quietly seeped in, unbeknownst to him, a thread of nearly imperceptible silvery gray strands. These strands moved like living entities, silently weaving through the seven-colored glow, exuding a chilling sharpness. It was indeed the remnants of the relentless sword intent. The chaotic burst of sword energy just moments ago had, in its violent upheaval of the elixir's essence, forcibly embedded these exceedingly faint fragments of sword intent into the merging core of the medicinal power. In this moment, as the elixir solidified, these shards of sword intent, imbued with a will of destruction, were being forcibly integrated into the very essence of the elixir like maggots burrowing into bone. This was disastrous. Shen Qingxian's heart trembled violently. The mystic soul elixir was a sacred remedy for nurturing the soul and healing spiritual wounds, characterized by its gentle nature. Should this domineering and frigid relentless sword intent merge with the essence of the elixir, it would not only disrupt the balance of its medicinal properties, but could also inflict unpredictable harm upon the soul of the consumer. The consequences could range from damage to the soul source to potentially provoking the true, relentless sword mark within Xie, leading to a cataclysmic backlash. It must be eradicated. A glint of determination flashed in Shen Qingxian's eyes. He suppressed the exhaustion and intense pain that surged from the depths of his soul due to the earlier forced repression of the backlash, and once again altered his hand seals. His mental power surged uncontrollably into the furnace, attempting to lock onto and extract those silvery gray threads of sword intent that had fused with the core of the medicinal power. Yet, although the fragments of relentless sword intent were feeble, they possessed an extraordinary tenacity. They coiled tightly around the core node of the elixir's essence like the most cunning of serpents, almost merging with the gentle, seven-colored glow. The moment Shen Qingxian's mental power made contact, he felt a chilling intent of severance retaliating against him, piercing through his consciousness with excruciating pain. Forcibly extracting them could likely destroy the structure of the elixir, rendering all his efforts futile. What to do? Cold sweat streamed down Shen Qingxian's forehead. He watched as the vibrant essence of the seven-colored liquid within the furnace, under the gentle flames, visibly contracted and solidified, emitting an increasingly intense fragrance. Clearly on the verge of complete formation. Once the elixir fully solidified, the fragments of relentless sword intent would irrevocably merge with the essence of the medicinal power, leaving no chance for extraction. The situation was dire. Shen Qingxian's gaze abruptly fixated on the freshly forged Taotie sword seal imprinted on the palm of his left hand. Deep within the imprint, a nascent, chillingly sharp will of devouring pulsed faintly. An audacious, almost frenzied thought instantaneously took shape in his mind. Since separation was impossible, he would consume it. With the devouring power of the Taotie sword seal, he would forcibly extract the fragments of the merciless sword intent from the essence of the elixir, devouring them whole. The risks were immense. A moment's carelessness during the consumption process could utterly ruin the elixir. It might even provoke a renewed clash between the Taotie sword seal and the fragments of the merciless sword intent, potentially obliterating the elixir entirely. But there were no alternatives left. He would stake everything. A fierce glint flashed in Shen Qingxian's eyes. He hesitated no longer. His left hand shot up, and the dark gold sword imprint in his palm blazed with a sudden brilliance. A beam of condensed, dark golden light, imbued with the newly forged, domineering will of devouring, shot forth like a viper striking, piercing through the furnace wall with pinpoint accuracy to invade the heart of the soon-to-coalesce seven-colored elixir. Buzz! The instant the dark golden beam made contact with the core of the elixir, the silver-gray sword intent fragments embedded within sensed their nemesis and became instantly frenzied. Countless minuscule, icy sword energies erupted like a bristling porcupine, frantically slicing and piercing the dark golden beam. Hiss! 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 The ear-piercing sound of cutting echoed within the furnace. The seven-colored elixir trembled violently. The previously stable process of elixir formation was once again thrown into chaos. The fragrance of the elixir became disordered. Shen Qingxian let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantly. The icy sensation of slicing surged back through the beam, akin to millions of icy needles piercing into the imprint on his palm. The excruciating pain penetrated deep into his soul, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. His consciousness locked firmly onto those frenzied, silver-gray, sword-intent fragments, channeling all his power into the Taotie. Devour it! The dark golden beam erupted with an even more terrifying suction, like a black hole opening its gaping maw. Those violently slicing, silver-gray, sword-intent fragments, under the tyrannical pull of the devouring will, began to be forcibly peeled away from the essence of the elixir, like fish caught in a whirlpool. Peeling, devouring, agony. Shen Qingxian's body trembled violently, the blood seeping from his orifices becoming increasingly pronounced, yet his eyes blazed with a frenzied fire. He could distinctly see wisps of delicate silver-gray energy streams being forcibly extracted from the core of the elixir by the dark golden beam, surging madly along the beam's trajectory into the Taotie sword seal in his left palm. With each fragment of sword intent consumed, a wave of tearing pain surged through the imprint in his palm. The newly tainted sharpness of the merciless sword intent clashed violently with his own will of devouring. However, the Taotie sword seal, having undergone prior refinement, had become far more resilient. It was akin to a famished beast, ruthlessly tearing apart these icy energies, refining them, and forcibly assimilating them into itself. Deep within the imprint, that icy sharpness visibly intensified at an astonishing rate. Within the furnace, as the sword intent fragments were peeled away, the seven-colored elixir regained its pure and gentle radiance, and the speed of its solidification finally stabilized, swirling inward to condense. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the final delicate silver-gray sword intent fragment was forcibly consumed by the dark golden beam, Shen Qingxian abruptly withdrew his left hand. He could no longer endure. and a torrent of dark golden blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, spewed forth. The body felt as though it had been stripped of its very bones, collapsing heavily to the ground. The celestial sword imprint on the palm of the left hand now radiated a dim light, even more obscure than before, with faint cracks appearing along the edges. Yet, the cold and sharp aura emanating from the depths of the imprint had crystallized into clarity, as if it had endured a harrowing trial. Simultaneously, a resonant hum echoed within the alchemical furnace. Vibrant hues instantly retracted. A pill, the size of a longan, perfectly round and adorned with a dreamlike spectrum of colors, floated serenely at the heart of the furnace, resembling a condensed star. The surface of the pill shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, flowing like ripples on water, exuding an extraordinary fragrance that instilled tranquility and vitality. The rich aroma quickly filled the alchemical hall, permeating even through the doors, enveloping the summit of Weifeng. The Shenhan pill had been successfully concocted. Shen Qingxian struggled to lift his head, gazing at the flawless seven-colored pill within the furnace. Despite his face being marred with blood and sweat, a faint smile of relief, tinged with exhaustion, finally graced his features. Success had come at a steep cost, yet it was nonetheless a triumph. He summoned the last remnants of his strength, pushing his nearly disassembled body to rise. With utmost effort, he opened the pill retrieval aperture at the top of the furnace. A wave of even purer and gentler seven-colored pill essence surged forth. A luminescent, multicolored pill, seemingly alive, gently descended into his outstretched palm. The pill felt warm and smooth as jade upon contact. The rich scent permeated his lungs, refreshing his withered soul source with a delightful coolness. However, as Shen Qingxian meticulously probed the core of the pill with his consciousness, he faintly sensed a trace of chilling residue, almost imperceptible, deeply concealed like a brand. This was the final mark left by the merciless sword intent, now fused with the essence of the pill, impossible to eradicate completely. Shen Qingxian furrowed his brow momentarily, but then felt a sense of ease. This lingering trace might not be a detriment after all. Yuan already possessed a complete, merciless sword imprint within him. Perhaps this shared essence could be absorbed and utilized to his advantage. He dismissed further thoughts and carefully stored the Shenhan pill in a warm jade pill bottle. Dragging his battered and weary body, he stepped out of the alchemical hall. Atop Weifeng, the stars twinkled brightly. Shen Qingxian staggered toward the Stardust Pavilion. Pushing open the grand doors crafted from celestial sand, he entered the pavilion, where the starlight flowed serenely. Yuan lay quietly upon the warm jade couch, bathed in the gentle flicker of starlight. Under the nourishing glow, the wound on his shoulder had begun to sprout soft pink flesh, and the broken bone of his right arm had rejoined and healed, though his complexion remained pale and his breath steady and deep, as if in slumber. Shen Qingxian approached the jade couch, cautiously retrieving the vibrant, life-infused Shenhan pill from the bottle. The moment the pill left the vessel, the starlight within the Stardust Pavilion seemed to brighten. He leaned down, preparing to administer the pill to Yuan. However, as the Shenhan pill neared the lips of Yuan, an unexpected change unfolded. A thunderous hum erupted, a surge of unprecedented, tsunami-like icy intent cascaded forth without warning from the dormant, merciless sword imprint deep within Yuan's dantian, exploding with overwhelming force. This notion has transcended its previous hints and explorations, now embodying an almost euphoric, insatiable desire to consume. It resembles a famished beast that has caught the scent of the most delectable delicacies in the world. Simultaneously, the dimly glowing sword seal of devouring in Shen Qingxian's left palm erupted uncontrollably, radiating a dark golden light. An equally greedy and domineering will, brimming with a thirst for absorption, surged forth with a thunderous intensity. The two diametrically opposed, yet inherently sword-related extremes of greed, spurred by the rich fragrance of the Shenhan pill, awakened like two venomous dragons, instantly locking onto one another. They also fixed their gaze upon the seven-colored Xiandan in Shen Qingxian's grasp. Devour, possess, an intense yearning, stemming from the very essence of the soul. Akin to an invisible shackle, swiftly ensnared both Shen Qingxian and Xie who lay upon the jade couch. Shen Qingxian felt an overwhelming and terrifying force erupting from within Xie, instantly snatching the Xianhun pill from his hand. Meanwhile, the sword seal of devouring in his left palm ignited like a powder keg, unleashing a horrifying will to consume, seeking to seize it. Just as the Xianhun pill was on the verge of being torn asunder by the two forces, a low hum reverberated. The Xianhun pill itself, harboring a chilling mark of relentless sword intent deep within its essence, suddenly emitted a faint yet distinct glow, akin to a beacon. This shared aura instantly became the catalyst for the violent, consuming wills, a tremendous and indescribable energy storm, intermingling elements of consumption and destruction, vitality and sharpness, erupted with the Xianhun pill at its core. The three hues of seven-colored damlight, dark golden devouring power, and icy silver-gray sword intent intertwined, collided, and entwined in a frenzied dance. At the heart of this unprecedented chaotic energy tempest, the bodies of Shen Qingxian and Xie were irresistibly drawn closer by an unseen force. A soft pop, akin to the sound of a bubble bursting, echoed. As Shen Qingxian and Xie foreheads neared due to the energy storm's pull, the dark golden sword seal of devouring in Shen Qingxian's palm resonated violently with the invisible mark of relentless sword intent located in Xie dantian. Separated only by thin fabric, under the stimulation of the Xianhun pill's power, a minuscule yet exquisitely refined point, showcasing a spiraling intertwining of dark gold and silver-gray light, emerged like the most exquisite core of a star, illuminating the space between their brows, above the Xianhun pill. Shortly thereafter, two nearly invisible beams of light, one dark golden and the other silver-gray, shot forth from their foreheads, precisely piercing the heart of the bicolored glow, a vast, ancient power, reminiscent of the primordial laws of the universe, descended with the infusion of the beams, instantly enveloping Shen Qingxian and Xie. Invisible chains of law pierced through the very essence of their souls. A muffled groan of agony escaped Shen Qingxian and the unconscious Xie simultaneously, their bodies seemingly anchored in place by an unseen force. Shen Qingxian distinctly felt an extraordinarily intricate and profound contract rune akin to the deepest of brands, instantaneously etched into the very core of his soul's essence. This rune was half adorned with dark golden patterns of the devouring beast, and half with silver-gray imprints of the merciless sword, both intertwining and swirling like the yin-yang symbol, creating a flawless equilibrium. From the depths of the rune emanated a profound sense of bond, as if his life, power, and even soul were inextricably linked to the unconscious figure resting upon the jade couch. An icy and domineering will surged through him, silently infiltrating his veins like a parasite. United in life, bound in death, power intertwined, faith connected. Was this a contract of shared destiny, activated by the mystical essence of the soul-raising elixir? A symbiotic contract of souls spontaneously formed through the resonance of two sword imprints? Outside the Stardust Pavilion, the silhouette of the ancient ancestor, Wan Wu, appeared silently amidst the starlight. His eyes, deep and seemingly imbued with the cosmos, pierced through the star-sand-forged door, clearly witnessing all that transpired within. Upon seeing the suspended two-colored contract rune, spiraling in dark gold and silver gray between the two individuals, his snow-white brows imperceptibly twitched, a fleeting trace of gravity passing through his gaze. The ancient ancestor murmured softly, his voice carrying an ineffable weariness. The entwined lock of shared fate has finally arrived. He stood quietly outside, like a rock safeguarding the river of stars, his profound gaze fixated on the two enveloped by the light of the contract, remaining motionless for an extended period. Chapter 24. The Lock of Shared Fate, Turbulent Seas of Jealousy Buzz. Inside the Star-Dust Pavilion, the vast power of the contract's laws gradually receded like a retreating tide. The rune, suspended between Shen Qingxian and Xie, intertwined with dark golden and silver-gray spirals. Seemed to have exhausted all its strength, its brilliance quickly dimming and retracting, ultimately transforming into two delicate streams of light, one dark golden and the other silver-gray, vanishing into the depths of Shen Qingxian's brow and Xie Zhuiyuan's dantian, completely disappearing from sight. The invisible chains of law dissipated. Thud! Shen Qingxian, as if stripped of all support, collapsed heavily beside the warm jade couch. The immense impact and the exhaustion from the instant completion of the contract surged over him like a cataclysm, overwhelming him in an instant. His hands pressed against the cold edge of the jade couch as he gasped for breath, each inhalation tugging at the subtle tremors brought forth by the newly formed contract imprint deep within his soul. Strands of hair clung to his pale cheeks, drenched in cold sweat, while his molten gold vertical pupils were filled with confusion, alarm, and a hint of helplessness. A feeling of fate forcibly entwined that he had yet to fully comprehend. The devouring sword imprint on the palm of his left hand, at the moment the contract was completed, felt as though plunged into icy water, instantly cooling and regaining its profound dark golden luster, while the fine crack along its edge seemed to have been mended slightly by the power of the contract. Yet, deep within the imprint, the chilling sharpness emanating from the merciless sword imprint felt as if it had awakened, becoming more distinct and impossible to ignore. He instinctively glanced at the still unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan on the jade couch. The impact of the law brought by the completion of the contract seemed to have stirred the slumbering individual. Upon the countenance of Xie Zhuiyuan, as exquisite as the finest cold jade, the faint flush nourished by the starlight swiftly faded, rendering his visage even more pallid and translucent. His long, dense eyelashes trembled violently, and the icy blue scar upon his brow suddenly radiated a blinding, chilling brilliance. A wave of frigid, silent fury surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming wrath akin to a territory forcefully invaded, erupting from the depths of his dantian where the merciless sword seal was inscribed. The chilling sword intent materialized as an actual ice storm, instantaneously engulfing the entire Stardust Pavilion. The floating starlight was forcibly frozen, and the once gentle jade couch exuded a bone-chilling coldness. A muffled groan, suppressing an excruciating agony, escaped the unconscious Xie, his body arching violently like a dying beast. Beneath his dark garb, the sinews of his muscles tensed abruptly. The hand that hung limply by the jade couch clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palm, drawing forth droplets of crimson blood. "Who dares to taint my seal?" A fragmented, hoarse voice, laced with an endless chill of murderous intent and fury, emerged from his tightly pressed lips, reminiscent of the cold winds howling from the deepest abyss of the underworld. His consciousness had evidently not yet fully awakened, yet the contract seal emanating from the depths of his soul, coupled with the sensation of being forcibly bound, ignited the most profound taboos within him, as if cursed by the most malevolent sorcery. The frigid will of the merciless sword seal erupted uncontrollably under the stimulation of the contract. Xie Zhuiyuan, a pang of alarm struck Shen Qingxian's heart. At the moment the contract was completed, he distinctly perceived the cold fury erupting from the depths of the other's soul, like a tsunami. The overwhelming hatred born from the forceful violation gnawed at his spirit like a venomous serpent, intertwined through the bonds of the contract. Instinctively, he sought to retreat, to evade the terrifying epicenter of this sword-intent storm. However, just as Shen Qingxian stirred, the trembling Xie Zhuiyuan, consumed by pain and rage, abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. Those fathomless black orbs lacked any trace of humanity's warmth, replaced solely by the frigidness that froze time itself. Deep within the ice, two clusters of wrathful flames, cold yet capable of incinerating all, blazed fiercely. Within those flames, the startled, sweat-drenched visage of Shen Qingxian was distinctly reflected. "Is it you?" The hoarse voice carried a disbelief mingled with anger and the piercing sting of profound betrayal. Xie Zhuiyuan's gaze, sharp as a poisoned ice spear, instantly locked onto Shen Qingxian, more precisely targeting the sword seal imprinted upon his left palm, exuding a similar aura. Contract, shared fate, connected seals. All of this pierced through the defenses of Xie Zhuiyuan's heart, which had been enveloped in rage and coldness, like the most brutal evidence. You dare to use such despicable means to tame my essence. The icy voice, reminiscent of a judgment from the abyss, resonated with a murderous intent that penetrated to the marrow. Ignoring his grievous injuries, Xie Zhuiyan struggled to sit up, his surrounding sword-intent storm growing increasingly frenzied, akin to countless invisible blades savagely slicing through the space around him. The sturdy stardust walls of the pavilion groaned under the unbearable strain. I did not. Shen Qingxian was pierced by the overwhelming intent to kill and the chilling accusations, causing his heart to ache profoundly. A flicker of humiliation and fury flashed through his molten gold vertical pupils. It was the Xianhun pill that had triggered the resonance of the sword imprint, an unforeseen circumstance. He endeavored to explain. An accident, a frigid smile, laced with bitter sarcasm, crept upon Xie Zhuiyuan's lips, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous jest in existence. What accidents could possibly occur in this world? He abruptly raised his hand, the fist, with nails deeply embedded in his palm and stained with his own blood, pointed menacingly towards Shen Qingxian, like a sword. What lingered at his fingertips was not the aura of a blade, but an utterly pure, soul-freezing intent to kill. Dissolve the contract or face death. The icy threat loomed, akin to a final ultimatum. That piercing intent sliced through the bonds of the contract, striking deeply into Shen Qingxian's very essence like a tangible ice spear. The excruciating pain, accompanied by an all-encompassing chill, spread instantly. Shen Qingxian's body stiffened abruptly. His complexion turned even paler. He gazed into Xie Zhuiyuan's eyes, ablaze with cold fury, filled with unmasked disdain and murderous intent, as his heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, both aching and painful. The contract was reciprocal. He could sense the overwhelming hatred emanating from the other, not a facade. He truly loathed him to the core. He despised him for having tainted his merciless sword imprint. An indescribable sense of grievance, anger, and helplessness instantly engulfed Shen Qingxian. The life-and-death bond forged on the ancient battlefield, the whispered plea of don't leave during his unconsciousness, now transformed into the cruelest of ironies. He opened his mouth, wishing to argue, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him utterly speechless. In that tense moment, where the chilling intent to kill nearly froze the Stardust Pavilion, a profound hum resonated. A vast, gentle presence, akin to the celestial rivers cascading from the heavens, enveloped the entire pavilion with unparalleled authority. The figure of the venerable Wan Wu appeared silently within the hall. Beneath his snow-white eyebrows, his gaze calmly traversed the bloodthirsty Xie Zhuiyan and the pale, humiliated Shen Qingxian. The tempest of frigid sword intent, upon encountering the starlight flowing around Wan Wu, melted away silently like snow meeting the warm sun, pacifying the storm. Master, Shen Qingxian felt as though he had found his anchor, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Xie Zhuiyan's icy black gaze remained fixated on Wan Wu, his fiery wrath unquenched, merely suppressed, as thin lips oozed crimson, and his aura fluctuated violently. This contract was not intentionally forged by Qingxian. Wan Wu's voice resonated with calm authority, echoing within the consciousness of the two, but rather, it was a Xianhun pill's medicinal power that invoked the resonance of your inherent sword imprint, forming spontaneously. The heartlock of shared fate is decreed by the laws of the great Dao and cannot be undone by external forces. His profound gaze settled upon Xie Zhuiyuan, imbued with an insight that pierced through all. Zhuiyuan, the malevolent force within your sword imprint is excessively potent. Though this contract arose from an accident, it aligns with the opportunities granted by the heavens. Qingxian's voracious essence may temper some of your hostility, preventing you from plummeting into the abyss of mercilessness. Temper? Xie Zhuiyuan's voice was as frigid as ice, laced with unabashed mockery. Is Master suggesting that I intertwine my fate with this calamity, who attracts trouble with his beguiling charm? Must I also endure the taint of his essence upon my imprint? The seductive allure of calamity pierced through Shen Qingxian's heart like a venomous dagger. leaving him grasping his fists tightly, knuckles turning white. The molten gold of his vertical pupils ignited with a burning humiliation and fury. The venerable Wanyu, with his snow-white brows slightly furrowed, cast a gaze laden with profound meaning towards Xie. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Qingxian's capabilities far exceed mere appearances. The bond of shared fate is also your opportunity. A deep obsession can lead to self-harm. Opportunity? Xie abruptly raised his head, his cold black eyes ablaze with resentment and rage, declaring that he sought only to sever this cursed bond. He struggled, disregarding the ruptured wounds, and pointed once more. The concentrated intent to kill at his fingertips, though suppressed by Wanyu, still coiled like a venomous serpent, fixating relentlessly on Shen Qingxian. Shen Qingxian, confronted by that finger imbued with chilling malice, felt a surge of mixed emotions, aggrieved, furious, and recklessly defiant, explode within him. The ferocious soul bound by the contract let out a silent roar. Enough! Shen Qingxian stepped forward decisively, his molten gold pupils locking on his Xie icy gaze. His voice, imbued with unprecedented coldness and a hint of ferocity, rang out. Xie, do you truly believe I wish to intertwine my fate with you, this iceberg? Do you think I desire to be tainted by your accursed sword mark of no forgiveness? Who shielded you from the malevolent spirits on the ancient battlefield? Who bore you from the depths of the earth? Who exhausted their heart and soul to concoct the Shen soul pill to save you? And now I'm the one scheming against you. Huh, what a splendid reversal of blame. This contract was a twist of fate, a cursed entanglement. But if you believe that I, Shen Qingxian, have sullied your noble essence, then kill me now. Sever this cursed bond. Come on, strike. Let us see whether the contract claims my life first, or your relentless sword intent can sever this fundamental principle. He flung open his arms, unguarded before Xie lethal finger. The molten gold in his pupils burned with a furious blaze and a hint of madness born from injury. Xie pupils suddenly constricted, gazing at Shen Qingxian's unguarded expression, filled with defiance and hurt. He sensed the roaring of the enraged, ferocious soul deep within the other's essence, along with the intense, emotional fluctuations emanating from the contract's imprint. For a fleeting moment, the murderous intent at his fingertips faltered, deep within his cold black eyes. A complex ripple, unnoticed even by himself, echoed like a stone cast into a frigid pond, spreading outwards in waves. Stop! Wanyu's low admonition resonated like a stabilizing force. An invisible power swiftly quelled the tense atmosphere between the two. He glanced at the ghastly scar on Shen Qingxian's shoulder and his pale, resolute face. Then at Xie trembling form, shaken by rage and injury, his eyes flickering with barely perceptible helplessness. The bond of shared fate has been established. Severing it would be futile, only inviting backlash. This matter ends here. Wanyu's voice held an undeniable decisiveness, urging them, still wounded and unhealed, to calm their minds, recuperate, and solidify the contract. Do not let anger cloud your judgment and miss the opportunity. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he infused two purer and gentler strands of stellar power into Shen Qingxian and Xie. As the starlight flowed, it forcefully quelled the turbulent emotions and the impact of the contract that shook the souls of the two individuals, simultaneously suppressing the restless, malevolent spirit and sword intent. Xie let out a muffled groan, the concentrated killing intent dissipated by the starlight, and the tempest of violent sword intent around him calmed abruptly. His body weakened, collapsing heavily against the jade couch, his chest heaving violently, pallor etched on his face, and his tightly pressed lips devoid of color. Yet, his cold black eyes remained fixated on Shen Qingxian, brimming with unabashed disdain, fury, and a sense of humiliation born from being forcibly restrained. Shen Qingxian felt a gentle force surge within him, soothing the excruciating pain of his soul and the agitation of the malevolent spirit, gradually lowering his arms. The fierce flames in his molten gold vertical pupils began to recede, though he still met Xie hostile gaze with an unwavering chill. A tumult of emotions, grievance, anger, and unwillingness entangled within his heart. Wan Wu, the ancestral figure, sighed silently, aware that any further words would be futile at this moment. His form seemed to meld with the starlight, vanishing soundlessly from the chamber. The Stardust Pavilion once again succumbed to an oppressive silence. The drifting starlight softened, flowing gently, yet the pervasive chill and animosity in the air felt like solidified ice, heavier than before. Shen Qingxian stood beside the jade couch, while Su Muzhe lay upon it, separated by a mere 5 feet. Their icy gazes clashed silently in the air, akin to two unsheathed blades. The contract had been forged, their fates intertwined. The knots of their hearts remained unresolved, and animosity lingered. At that moment, a clear yet urgent voice echoed from outside the Stardust Pavilion. Breaking the oppressive stillness, Brother Qingxian, are you there? The voice, imbued with a hint of eagerness and anxiety, crashed into the stagnant atmosphere like a stone cast into still waters. The grand door, forged from star sand, had not fully closed. Outside stood a tall, handsome young cultivator, clad in a sky-blue robe adorned with cloud patterns, a spirit jade hanging from his waist. Lin Feng, the esteemed disciple of the Qiyang Peak's master, and the senior of Zhao Tiange, with an expression perfectly balancing concern and fervor. Lin Feng's gaze slipped through the ajar door and was instantly captivated by the pale figure beside the jade couch. Despite his tattered robe, stained with blood, the breathtaking visage illuminated by starlight, along with the remnants of stubbornness and chill in his molten gold pupils, added an exquisite fragility to his beauty. Brother Qingxian, I heard about your return from the secret realm with grave injuries. I was deeply worried and sought a 9-turn revitalization pill treasured by my master to aid in your recovery. Lin Feng's voice was fervent as he produced a jade vial brimming with spiritual energy from his robe. Stepping forward to enter the Stardust Pavilion, his gaze fixed on Shen Qingxian, filled with unabashed admiration and awe. As Lin Feng lifted his foot, his gaze intensely locked onto Shen Qingxian. A chilling, violent wave of terrifying killing intent erupted from the jade couch, even colder and more ferocious than before, infused with an overwhelming jealousy and extreme possessiveness. Su Muzhe's eyes, which had only recently calmed under Wan Wu's suppression, ignited with an even more intense and frenzied icy fury. Within the seething flames, Lin Feng's adoring gaze and his imminent steps toward the pavilion were vividly reflected. Begone! The chilling roar, akin to the shattering of polar ice, resonated with an absolute sense of possession and destruction, echoing through the Stardust Pavilion like a thunderclap from the heavens. Chapter 25. Turmoil in the Sea of Jealousy. Sword aimed at the same sect begone. Su Muzhe's furious shout, reminiscent of a cataclysmic ice storm, swept through the entire Stardust Pavilion, laden with overwhelming jealousy and a destructive desire for possession. The glimmering starlight was abruptly frozen in place. The once gentle jade couch was cloaked in a visible layer of frost, a frigid murderous intent, as sharp as countless invisible ice blades, precisely targeted Lin Feng, who was about to enter the pavilion. The terrifying pressure mingled with the formidable aura of a sword cultivator at the void refinement stage, ensnared Lin Feng, who was merely at the golden core stage, like an insect trapped in amber. The eager smile on Lin Feng's face instantly froze, morphing into boundless shock and dread. He felt an irresistible, chilling force gripping his very soul and flesh. His blood seemed to freeze in an instant. His protective spiritual light flickered, unable to withstand the pressure, shattering into fragments. He felt as though he had been struck by an invisible hammer. Intense pain radiating from his chest as he let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. Thud! Lin Feng fell in a most disheveled manner onto the cold, hard jade stone floor outside the Stardust Pavilion. The jade bottle in his hand slipped away, shattering with a crack, and the fragrant 9-turn revitalizing pill rolled into the dust. A metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood, his face turning ghostly pale, his eyes filled with disbelief, terror, and resentment. Su Muzhe, how dare you? Lin Feng struggled to rise, yet was crushed beneath the icy murderous intent, rendering him immobile, only able to glare resentfully at the interior of the pavilion. Inside the Stardust Pavilion, at the moment of his furious shout, Xie Yuan forced his injured body to sit up from the jade couch. His dark figure appeared even more solitary and cold under the starlight. His face, pale as paper, twisted in rage, lips pressed tightly together, devoid of color. In his unfathomable black eyes burned twin flames of icy wrath capable of incinerating all. The focus of that wrath was fixated on the disheveled Lin Feng outside, brimming with unabashed disdain and murderous intent, akin to gazing upon a corpse. What shocked Shen Qingxian even more was that at the moment Xie Yuan erupted, he distinctly felt a bone-chilling, violently possessive emotion emanating from the depths of the contract imprint, surging into his consciousness like a bursting glacier, propelled by the bonds of the contract. This emotion was a tumultuous mix of rage, jealousy, extreme disdain for the invasion of his territory, and an absolute dominance that declared, "You dare covet what belongs to me." Shen Qingxian was struck by the overwhelming wave of cold possessiveness, his mind reeling. His molten gold vertical pupil instantly contracted as he instinctively glanced at the enraged Xie Yuan. Observing the other's pale profile, slightly contorted by jealousy and murderous intent, he felt an absurd mixture of intense humiliation and anger surging to his head, propelled by the unfiltered declaration of possession relayed through the contract. Was he merely an object? A possession that Xie Yuan could declare ownership over at will? What right did this icy brute possess? Xie Yuan. Shen Qingxian could no longer suppress the fiery wrath within him. Stepping forward, his molten golden eyes burned with a rebellious flame, his voice as cold as steel. What madness is this? Senior Lin has come to deliver medicine. By what right do you harm him? His accusation only served to stoke the flames further. Deliver medicine? Xie Yuan whirled around, his icy, furious gaze locking onto Shen Qingxian. The rage in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a mocking chill and a deeper, more possessive fervor. His intentions were as clear as day. What? Does my senior revel in being adored? Or do you believe I am an obstacle to your desires? His voice was hoarse and frigid, each word like a poisoned icicle, piercing deeply into Shen Qingxian. You! Shen Qingxian trembled with rage at this unreasonable and malicious speculation. The overwhelming cold jealousy and possessiveness transmitted through their bond felt like invisible shackles, constricting his breath. He longed to activate the power of their contract, forcing this scoundrel to experience the turmoil of emotions himself. Just as the two within the pavilion were on the brink of confrontation, fueled by jealousy and misunderstanding, an overwhelming yet gentle presence descended upon the summit of Weifeng, akin to a celestial river cascading from the heavens. The figure of old ancestor Wan Wu appeared silently at the entrance of the Stardust Pavilion. Beneath his snow-white brows, his profound gaze calmly swept over Lin Feng, who lay bloodied and unconscious outside, the murderous aura radiating from Xie Yuan inside, and the trembling Shen Qingxian, whose eyes were filled with humiliation. Enough! Old ancestor Wan Wu's voice, though not raised, resonated with authority, quelling all chaos instantly. His gaze fell upon Xie Yuan, carrying a hint of gravitas. Xie Yuan, harboring malice harms oneself. Infighting among sect members is against our rules. A purer essence of starlight quietly entered Xie Yuan's body, forcibly suppressing his boiling murderous intent and wild sword energy. Xie Yuan's body swayed slightly, the tempest of terrifying killing intent extinguished in an instant, leaving him to groan softly. His complexion pale as he leaned heavily against the jade couch, his chest heaving violently. Yet his cold black eyes remained fixed on Shen Qingxian, filled with repressed fury, icy possessiveness, and a hint of frustration at being thwarted. Old ancestor Wan Wu turned his attention to Lin Feng, who struggled to rise, his tone flat. Lin Feng, trespassing into the core forbidden area of Weifeng and disturbing the healing of a direct disciple warrants a punishment of confinement at Xingyang Peak's back mountain for 3 months for self-reflection. You may leave. Lin Feng's face shifted between red and white as he cast a resentful glance at Shen Qingxian and Xie Yuan within the pavilion. Ultimately, under the calm, yet imposing gaze of old ancestor Wanwu. He dared not speak further, suppressing his humiliation and injuries as he staggered away like a fleeting shadow. Lastly, old ancestor Wanwu's gaze settled upon Shen Qingxian, observing the tumult of humiliation, anger, and confusion swirling in his eyes. He sighed silently. "Qingxian, come with me." Shen Qingxian inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. After casting a cold glance at Xiejuan, who sat with his eyes closed, exuding a cold and distant aura of possessiveness, he turned and followed old ancestor Wanwu out of the Stardust Pavilion, atop Weifeng, in a serene chamber enveloped in starlight. "Master." As Shen Qingxian stepped into the tranquil chamber, he could not suppress his voice, laden with an overwhelming sense of grievance and fury. The contract and that frigid mass were known to his master. The voice of Wanwu, old ancestor, calm and composed, interrupted his words. He slowly turned, his profound gaze settling upon Shen Qingxian, particularly on the concealed mark of the devouring sword imprinted in the palm of his left hand. A bond of shared fate, of great significance. Once this contract is established, your destinies are intertwined, your powers blended. In prosperity, you shall share glory, and in adversity, you shall share suffering. Observing the tumultuous emotions swirling in Shen Qingxian's eyes, he continued, "Zhui Yuan possesses a solitary temperament, with formidable defenses around his heart. The merciless sword imprint, steeped in malice, only deepens his suspicions. Although the primordial essence of the glutton within you clashes with the attributes of the devouring sword imprint, it subtly harmonizes the principles of yin and yang, of hardness and softness. This contract, though accidental, presents a glimmer of hope bestowed by the heavens. Remember, rigidity is prone to fracture, and deep affections are often short-lived. His brilliance requires your resilience to temper his wrath. Likewise, your ferocity necessitates his coldness to quell its chaos." Wanwu, old ancestor's voice, imbued with the wisdom of worldly insight, conveyed, however, to reap this benefit, one must first untie the knots within his heart. Zhui Yuan's entanglement lies in the concept of control. He regards the merciless sword imprint as his final sanctuary, impervious to any taint, even an unintentional one. The more you resist and struggle, the greater his suspicions and possessiveness will swell. Listening to his master's words, the anger and grievance swirling within Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils gradually transformed into contemplation and solemnity. He recalled Zhui Yuan's icy possessiveness, the furious jealousy transmitted through their bond. Was the source of that frigid wrath merely disdain for himself? Or was there a deeper fear of losing absolute control over the merciless sword imprint? A dread that his presence might taint the core of his power? Was his master suggesting that he should acquiesce to him? Shen Qingxian's voice bore a tinge of bitterness and reluctance. It is not mere submission, but rather overcoming rigidity with flexibility. Wanwu, old ancestor's gaze was profound, neither striving for contention nor engaging in argument, neither intentionally approaching nor deliberately distancing himself. Focus on what you must do. The contract is established, and the bond will naturally emerge. Once he becomes accustomed to your presence and the sensation of your intertwined essences, his suspicions will dissipate. At that point, the bond of shared fate will reveal its true benefits. Having concluded his discourse, Wanwu, old ancestor, spoke no more, his figure melding into the starlight, gradually dissipating within the tranquil chamber. Shen Qingxian stood alone amidst the flowing starlight, motionless for a long while. His master's words resonated within him like the solemn tolling of a bell, striking at his chaotic heart. He neither contended nor debated. Lowering his gaze, he regarded the palm of his left hand. The imprint of the devouring sword emerged faintly under the starlight, its dark golden sheen swirling, with a hint of icy, silver-gray patterns flickering at the edges. He endeavored to perceive the bond embedded deep within the contract's imprint. Buzz, a subtle yet distinct cold consciousness flowed, akin to a gentle stream, instantly coursing through the strands of their bond. It was Zhui Yuan. He seemed to be asleep within the Stardust Pavilion. Perhaps the injuries and his earlier rage had drained his energy. Within that cold stream of consciousness, There was no longer the towering intent to kill or fury, only profound weariness. The deep-seated agony of his soul, resulting from the forced activation of sword intent and the impact of the contract, alongside a faint, almost imperceptible sense of confusion akin to a solitary star in a frigid night, mingled with an oddly reassuring sensation. This feeling of reassurance was faint, yet undeniably real. It seemed to emanate from the contract's imprint itself. The essence emanating from the other end of the contract belongs to Shen Qingxian. Her heart felt as though it had been gently touched by something ethereal. How could this icy core, in the depths of unconsciousness, find solace in the aura on the other end of the contract? After a moment of silence, he exhaled deeply. The tumult of anger and grievance in his eyes gradually settled into a complex blend of fatigue and resignation. Since avoidance was futile, he resolved to accept the situation for the time being. Days later, atop Wyafeng, at the martial arts arena, a vast white jade plaza floated amidst the sea of clouds, encircled by enigmatic runes shimmering with light. This was the place where the core disciples of the Dao Xuan sect engaged in their daily sparring and practice. Shen Qingxian, clad in a pristine white robe, his ink-black hair tied back, stood quietly at one corner of the arena. His molten gold vertical pupils exuded a calmness his aura contained. Firmly established at the pinnacle of the late stage of transformation, the swallowing heaven sword seal in his palm, after several days of meditation, had mended its cracks. Its dark golden luster deep and profound, the icy sharpness fully integrated within it, indistinguishable from one another. He had come here today under the decree of the venerable ancestor Wanwu to spar with several core senior brothers who had just concluded their seclusion, in order to familiarize himself with the high-level techniques of his sect. His opponent was the esteemed disciple of the chief of the battle hall, Man Shan, a body cultivator at the mid-stage of transformation. This man stood 9 feet tall, his muscles coiled like ancient bronze, radiating an explosive sense of power, resembling a formidable beast in human form. "Junior brother Qingxian, please." Man Shan's voice boomed, his eyes ablaze with combat spirit. He had long heard of Shen Qingxian's striking beauty and the legendary allure of his presence, but as an elite of the battle hall, he valued strength above all. Today would be the perfect opportunity to gauge the mettle of this newly initiated junior brother. "Brother Man Shan, please," Shen Qingxian replied with a slight nod, his demeanor tranquil. "Roar." With a thunderous shout, Man Shan ceased his words. His feet stomped fiercely. Boom! The white jade floor of the arena, as sturdy as tempered steel, cracked like a spider's web. He launched himself forward like a cannonball, accompanied by a piercing roar that split the air. His fist, as large as a bowl, carried the terrifying force capable of shattering mountains, aimed directly at Shen Qingxian's face. Simple, brutal, a force that could overwhelm 10 opponents. The wind from his punch was like a blade. The energy surged like a mountain. A glint flashed in Shen Qingxian's molten gold pupils. He neither dodged nor evaded. His body stood firm, like a pine tree rooted deeply in the earth. His right hand, fingers poised like a blade, emanated a layer of condensed dark golden light. Pointing steadily at the incoming colossal fist, unhurriedly striking out. Swallowing heaven, breaking mountain, the tip of his finger met the giant fist with a resounding clash. There was no earth-shattering roar. Puff! A soft sound, akin to the piercing of leather. Man Shan's terrifying fist, capable of shattering mountains. Upon contacting the dark golden light at Shen Qingxian's fingertip, vanished as if it had plunged into the ocean. An unparalleled, domineering force of absorption erupted in an instant. Man Shan felt as though his punch had collided with an invisible, insatiable beast, being frantically torn apart and devoured. His strength was instantaneously sapped by more than half. What? Man Shan's complexion changed dramatically. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. He felt as though he had struck, not with a fist, but a bundle of cotton. Just as his old strength had been exhausted and new strength had yet to arise, the dark golden light at Shen Qingxian's fingertip abruptly converged, transforming into a flexible thrust. Bang! The formidable figure of Man Shan staggered back uncontrollably, as though struck by an invisible hammer, retreating 7 or 8 steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint upon the pristine, jade-like ground. His blood surged, and his complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. With a single move, the victor was determined. The entire training ground fell into an instantaneous silence. The numerous core disciples and attendants collectively gasped in astonishment. Man Shan, a paragon among the physical cultivators of the transformation stage, had been so effortlessly repelled by Shen Qingxian with but a mere gesture. What manner of enigmatic power was this? Your graciousness, Shen Qingxian remarked, retracting his finger, his expression as tranquil as water. Man Shan steadied himself, his previous disdain replaced by solemnity and a hint of admiration. Well played, junior brother Qingxian. I am truly impressed. At that moment, while the crowd marveled at Shen Qingxian's prowess, a golden sword light, condensed and brimming with fierce battle intent, shot forth from the onlookers like a meteor streaking across the sky, unexpectedly targeting not Shen Qingxian, but the captivating master Yao Guang, adorned in flowing cloud-patterned robes, who was engrossed in the spectacle nearby. The attack came with startling abruptness, its angle cunningly devised, and its timing maliciously calculated. Precisely as Yao Guang was entranced by Shen Qingxian's combat, the sword light was razor-sharp. If it struck, Yao Guang would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Junior Sister Yun, be careful, a disciple cried out in alarm. Yao Guang's complexion drained of color as the golden sword light approached with blinding speed, leaving her no time to react. In that critical moment, a figure clad in white, ethereal as a specter, shifted half a step. It was Shen Qingxian. Without even glancing back, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, his left hand formed a blade-like gesture, effortlessly slicing through the incoming golden sword light with a casual flick. The motion was fluid and devoid of any trace of effort. With a soft sound, the concentrated golden sword light collided with an invisible barrier, immediately cleaved apart by a refined, dark golden sharpness. The fierce sword energy was brutally torn asunder, vanishing into shimmering specks of golden light. Only then did Shen Qingxian slowly turn, his molten gold eyes calmly surveying the direction from whence the sword light had originated. There, a young cultivator clad in golden robes, with a defiant countenance, was retracting his hand, evidently the perpetrator of the earlier ambush. Attacking from behind is not the way of a gentleman. Shen Qingxian's voice, though soft, carried a clear chill that resonated in everyone's ears. Wow, brother Qingxian is incredible. So handsome. He effortlessly thwarted Lu Qing's sneak attack. The training ground erupted into a chorus of admiration and awe, especially among the female disciples, whose gazes toward Shen Qingxian brimmed with unabashed wonder, infatuation, and adoration. The casual gesture that had repelled Man Shan and the swift defense that had protected a fellow disciple, combined with his extraordinary appearance and innate charisma, elevated Shen Qingxian's image to a pinnacle of admiration. Thank you, junior brother Qingxian. Yao Guang, her heart still racing and her cheeks slightly flushed, gazed at him with gratitude and an indescribable glimmer in her eyes, her voice soft and melodious. Shen Qingxian inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, offering no further words. He did not wish to be so ostentatious, but the urgency of the situation left him no room for contemplation. Yet, just as he turned to depart from the training ground, a chilling wave of fury and possessive wrath surged forth, akin to an erupting volcano, violently coursing through the bond of the contract into Shen Qingxian's consciousness. It was Xie Yuan. He had awakened, and he was watching. Within that torrent of thought, everything that transpired on the training ground was vividly reflected. His nonchalant demeanor as he repelled the brutish Shan, his gallant stance as he wielded the sword to protect Yun Shang, and the countless fervent gazes of admiration, infatuation, and awe directed at him. Particularly, the grateful look in Yun Shang's shy, glimmering eyes. The jealousy surged like a tempestuous wave, cold, enraged, like a ferocious beast whose absolute domain had been violated. The overwhelming jealousy and destructive possessiveness that surged through the contract were more tumultuous and undeniable than before within the Stardust Pavilion. Shen Qingxian, a chilling roar, suppressing boundless rage, erupted in his consciousness like a frigid gust from the depths of the underworld. In an instant, a piercing, ice-cold sword energy, honed to perfection, tore through the fabric of space, imbued with the intent to freeze souls and an absolute command to return immediately, surged across the distance from the depths of Stardust Pavilion on Wyafeng, slicing through the air like a parasite, aimed directly at Shen Qingxian on the training ground. Chapter 26. Sword energy locks the throat, starlight binds the shadow. Shen Qingxian, that chilling roar, suppressing endless fury, reverberated in his consciousness like a gust from the netherworld, each word laden with the intent to freeze souls and destructive possessiveness, akin to invisible ice spikes that ruthlessly pierced through his defenses. Buzz! His consciousness shook violently. The icy torrent of thought originating from the depths of the contract overwhelmed all his senses. The tidal wave of jealousy mixed with the fury of having his absolute domain infringed upon sliced through his spirit like the sharpest ice blade. Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils constricted suddenly. He barely had time to react. Swoosh! A razor-sharp, ice-cold sword energy, refined to its utmost, tore through space, carrying the intent to freeze souls and an undeniable, immediate command to return, traversed the distance from the depths of Stardust Pavilion, slicing through the air, heedless of the astonished onlookers, accurately targeting Shen Qingxian's throat, fast, surpassing the limits of spiritual perception, fierce, with the resolve to sever all, and bearing a blatant, irresistible dominance. Shen Qingxian could distinctly see the sword energy magnifying swiftly within his pupils. The chilling sharpness pricked at his throat, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. The cold breath of death enveloped him in an instant. He wished to evade, yet his body was firmly restrained by the terrifying jealousy and icy murderous intent transmitted through the contract, as if bound by invisible shackles. He wished to block. The power within, recently subdued, lay frozen like a river under the absolute threat of death, its flow impeded. There was no evasion, no defense. Be careful, brother Qingxian. The alarm cry of Yunshang resonated from the training ground, laced with a hint of desperation. Outrageous. The expressions of several disciples, slightly more accomplished in their cultivation, shifted drastically as they instinctively sought to intervene. Yet, the sword aura was too swift and ferocious, leaving them no time to react. In that critical moment, just as the chilling sword energy was about to pierce Shen Qingxian's throat, a soft yet incredibly resilient light curtain, seemingly woven from the brilliance of countless stars, materialized abruptly a mere foot before him. With a piercing sound, the condensed, icy sword energy thrust violently into the starry light curtain. There was no thunderous explosion, only the subtle ripples akin to the gentle undulations of water. The terrifying sword energy, capable of tearing through space, was reduced to a sluggish, ensnared serpent caught in a quagmire before the vast, unyielding barrier of starlight. Its sharp ferocity was swiftly dissolved, disintegrated. Within moments, the sword energy dissipated entirely, leaving behind only a circle of gradually calming starry ripples. The figure of Master Wanwu seemed to merge with the starlight, silently appearing above the training ground. Beneath his snow-white brows, his gaze remained tranquil and undisturbed, sweeping briefly toward the direction of the Stardust Pavilion before resting upon Shen Qingxian, whose face was pale, eyes filled with shock and unbridled rage. The sparring has concluded. Everyone may disperse. Master Wanwu's voice was serene, yet imbued with undeniable authority. An invisible pressure enveloped the training ground instantly, compelling all disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, to feel a profound weight upon their spirits. They all bowed deeply, refraining from further words, and retreated hastily. Yunshang cast one last worried glance at Shen Qingxian, ultimately departing in silence under Master Wanwu's calm scrutiny. In an instant, the expansive training ground was left desolate, with only Shen Qingxian remaining. The chilling sensation of survival mingled with a near brush with death still lingered. Yet, What nearly caused his chest to erupt was an overwhelming tide of humiliation and fury. Why? Xie Yuan. Why? His molten, golden vertical pupils blazed with fervent anger. The icy, relentless jealousy and unmasked possessiveness that streamed through the contractual mark felt like the most vicious insult, trampling upon his dignity. He yearned to dash back to the Stardust Pavilion and confront that icy wretch for clarity. He desired to unleash the power of the contract, forcing the scoundrel to experience the turmoil of emotional upheaval. Most importantly, he wished to sever this cursed entanglement once and for all. However, Master Wanwu's calm, yet profound gaze upon him felt like invisible shackles. "Follow me." His voice resonated directly within Shen Qingxian's consciousness, leaving no room for dispute. His figure transformed into a beam of starlight, soaring toward a region shrouded in chaotic mist deep within the endless peak. Shen Qingxian watched the direction in which Master Wanwu vanished, his chest heaving violently, before finally stomping his foot in frustration. His form morphed into a streak of white light, closely trailing behind. As he traversed through the enveloping chaos, clarity soon emerged before him. A venerable hall, constructed entirely of unknown gray-white stones, stood majestically atop the cliff. The structure bore no opulent embellishments, only the mottled traces left by the relentless passage of time. The temple doors stood resolutely closed, above which hung an ancient stone plaque inscribed with 3 powerful characters that seemed to encapsulate the supreme essence of the swordsmanship: Sword Tomb. Surrounding the temple lay countless fragments of shattered swords, resembling the remains of a colossal beast. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere of slaughter, desolation, and the mournful cries of countless remnants of swords. This place served as the final resting ground for all the broken and discarded blades of the Dao Xuan sect, a sacred sanctuary for the refinement of spirit and the crystallization of sword intent, the Wan Jian Tomb. The figure of Master Wanwu appeared beside a massive broken sword monument before the temple, standing with hands clasped behind him. Shen Qingxian descended closely behind, his molten gold vertical pupils still ablaze with unquenched fury, exuding a chilling aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Kneel." Master Wanwu's voice was calm and unyielding, yet it resonated like thunder in Shen Qingxian's ears. Shen Qingxian's body stiffened in disbelief as he gazed at the back of his master. "Master?" Here, amidst the swirling sword energy and the echoes of sorrowful cries, was the very crucible for tempering one's character and clarifying one's mind. Without turning, Master Wanwu continued, his tone unwavering. "Your heart is overtaken by resentment, your murderous intent unresolved, stirred further by the sword intent of Zhui Yuan, and the chaotic bindings of your contract with the ferocious soul of Taotie. Should you fail to calm your heart, you risk succumbing to the demonic path. Kneel. Face the wall for 3 days. Listen to the lament of the swords. Comprehend the silence of the sword. Cleanse your heart with sword energy, and refine your soul with sorrowful cries. Kneel. Face the wall." Shen Qingxian gazed at the cold, broken sword monument before him, feeling the overwhelming sorrow and slaughter emanating from the myriad shards of swords surrounding him. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him once more. By what right? It was clearly that ice-hearted Zhui Yuan who had provoked the turmoil, nearly taking his life. Why should he be punished here? "I refuse." Shen Qingxian lifted his head defiantly, the flames of rebellion burning fiercely in his molten gold pupils, his voice tinged with uncontainable rage. "Why must it be me? It is Zhui Yuan, because you have failed to master your own power, failed to dispel the resentment of the contract, and have not learned to overcome rigidity with softness." Master Wanwu slowly turned, his profound gaze piercing into Shen Qingxian's fiery eyes. The bond of fate is both a calamity and a blessing. If you only know to combat anger with anger, to suppress fury with fury, it will not only be futile, but will drag both of you into the abyss of destruction. This punishment is not for retribution, but to help you find peace. Peace. As Shen Qingxian looked into Master Wanwu's eyes, which seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and the weight of ages, the raging fire within him was doused as if doused with cold water, instantly solidifying. He wished to retort, to voice his grievances, Yet the profound meaning woven into his master's calm words struck like an invisible hammer against his restless heart. To master oneself, to dispel resentment, to overcome rigidity with softness. The memories of the icy turmoil and destructive sword energy within the Stardust Pavilion collided with his master's words. Was it possible that relentless anger would only drive that ice-hearted one further into madness? Would it not lead to an even greater chaos of this damned contract? A profound weariness and sense of helplessness washed over Shen Qingxian, like a cold tide drowning him in its depths. The towering flames of rage were swiftly extinguished, leaving only the cold ashes of confusion behind. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the scattered remnants of swords beneath his feet, listening to the faint, haunting laments of the blades carried by the wind. That sound was desolate, lonely, unyielding, yet bore an air of settled dust. Ultimately, he gradually released his tightly clenched fists. With a bend of the knee, burdened by an immense weight, he knelt heavily before the cold, shattered stone monument of the broken sword. The frigid surface of the stone pierced through his thin robe, sending a chilling sensation through him. His head hung low, dark strands of hair cascading down to obscure the complex and weary visage he bore at that moment. The venerable master Wanwu sighed silently. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, a soft radiance of starlight enveloped Shen Qingxian, shielding him from the most piercing edges of the sword's aura. For 3 days, he must not rise. The voice of Master Wanwu resonated within Shen Qingxian's consciousness, and then his figure seemed to merge with the starlight, vanishing silently before the grave of countless swords. Silence, a chilling stillness, a mournful wail. Alone, Shen Qingxian knelt before the cold stone monument of the broken sword. Surrounding him were the scattered remnants of weaponry, resembling a vast graveyard of blades. The icy sword aura felt like invisible knives, scraping against his skin and seeping into his bones. The myriad fragments of broken swords emanated a sense of desolation, unwillingness, and the essence of extinction, akin to drifting snowflakes, relentlessly assailing his fragile heart. At first, it was the embers of anger that burned within him, the cold, possessive, and loathsome gaze of Xie Zhuiyuan, the annihilating sword aura that nearly pierced his throat, the chilling jealousy that seeped through the contract, akin to a parasite. Hatred gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Yet gradually, in this realm of mournful swords, where the aura was piercing and the silence profound, the surging tide of hatred began to settle and cool, as if repeatedly washed by the frigid sword aura. He started to hear the lamentations of those broken swords. These were not meaningless wails, but the voices of countless unwilling sword souls recounting their former brilliance, the glory of battle, and the despair and silence of their shattered existence. A broken sword possesses a soul, and within that soul resides sorrow. This sorrow is not resentment, but a refusal to succumb to silence, a refusal to let their brilliance be entirely obscured. Yet, when brilliance overwhelms, it ultimately leads to the breaking of the blade and sinking into the sands. Extinction is both an end and a new beginning. The words of Master Wanwu echoed within him like a distant bell, reverberating through the chaos of his heart. To master oneself, to dissolve resentment with gentleness against harshness. What lies beneath Xie Zhuiyuan's furious jealousy and destructive possessiveness? Is it the cold, merciless mark of the unforgiven sword? Is it his profound fear of losing control? Or perhaps a more profound unease, one that he himself has yet to recognize? Shen Qingxian closed his eyes. His spirit sank deep into the essence of the newly forged contract. A faint yet distinct flow of cold intent coursed through the bonds of the contract once more. This time, he no longer resisted, no longer filled with rage. Instead, he submerged himself into the icy depths of the ocean, calmly seeking to feel. Cold, piercing, like an ancient, unyielding glacier. Yet at the deepest point of that icy river, there was no longer pure fury and annihilation. Instead, there existed a profound weariness, an excruciating pain of the soul being torn apart, the impact of the contract and the backlash of sword aura, a solitude akin to being ensconced in endless darkness. And amid that boundless cold and solitude, a minuscule flicker, as solitary as the only star in a frigid night, emanated a sense of bewilderment. This flicker was faint and fragile. It seemed to emanate from the very essence of the contract, from the other end of the contract, where Shen Qingxian's breath resided. It resembled a glimmer of light, rendering the vast cold and silence somewhat more bearable. Shen Qingxian's heart felt as though it had been gently touched by something. Was that icy lump filled with fear? Unease? Confusion? He slowly opened his eyes. The fury that once blazed in his molten golden vertical pupils had long since dissipated, leaving only a profound weariness and an indescribable complexity. He gazed at the cold stone monument of the broken sword before him, at the scattered shards of the once proud blade. They had once shone with brilliance, only to ultimately fracture into silence. Sharpness embodies strength, yet it is also a double-edged sword. Perhaps, in confronting Siege Yuan's chilling and deadly sword, which could harm both its wielder and others, a forceful resistance would only drive him further into madness. Like striking sword against sword, it would lead to mutual destruction. Only Shen Qingxian slowly raised his left hand. The Tianshu sword seal on his palm faintly appearing beneath the cold sword aura, its dark golden luster swirling, the icy sharpness now fully merged within. He endeavored to transmit not anger or defiance through the bonds of their contract, but rather a trace that was exceedingly faint, yet exceptionally tranquil in its reassurance. Like a spring breeze caressing the icy surface. Buzz. On the other end of the contract, the cold stream of thought seemed to resonate with a subtle tremor. The profound solitude and confusion appeared as if a tiny pebble had been cast into still waters, creating delicate ripples. Effective. Shen Qingxian felt a stir within his heart. He ceased to dwell on distractions, suppressing all extraneous thoughts, and closed his eyes. His mind sank into utter tranquility, no longer resisting the mournful wails of the surrounding sword aura, but instead striving to comprehend and embrace the essence of the countless shattered sword's demise. The sword aura sliced through like a blade, scraping the bones and refining the soul. The lamentations rang like a song, cleansing the dust from his heart. Time flowed slowly amidst the silence and sorrow of the sword mound. Shen Qingxian knelt before the cold monument, transformed into a statue of stone. His aura, under the relentless wash of innumerable sword intents and the continuous exchange with the icy thought on the other end of the contract, gradually became more restrained and serene. The ferocious restlessness stemming from his Taotie bloodline was forcibly subdued and smoothed over. The contract sealed deep within his soul appeared to grow more solid and profound through the ongoing exchange of thoughts. 3 days swiftly passed. When the figure of the venerable Wanwu reappeared before the sword mound, Shen Qingxian slowly opened his eyes. His molten golden vertical pupils remained bright, yet lacked some of the previous arrogance and aggression, now imbued with a depth and tranquility born from contemplation. His aura had become harmonious and subtle. The pinnacle of his transformation solidified. As he rose, his movements were steady, devoid of the earlier restlessness. Master, Shen Qingxian bowed respectfully to the venerable Wanwu. 3 days of facing the wall within the sword mound had washed away his hostility and imparted a deeper understanding of his master's profound meaning. Wanwu inclined his head slightly, a hint of barely perceptible approval flickering in his eyes. Go. Zhui Yuan has awakened. It is time to take the Xianhun pill. Shen Qingxian's body stiffened momentarily. Upon hearing the name Siege Yuan, the icy stream of thought deep within the contract reawakened with clarity. This time, he distinctly sensed that the fury and jealousy had calmed, leaving only profound fatigue, the hidden pain of the soul, and a trace of exceedingly faint curiosity, as if waiting. Shen Qingxian took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions within, bowed once more to the venerable Wanwu, and turned towards the direction of the Stardust Pavilion. Within the Stardust Pavilion, the shimmering starlight continued to flow softly. On the jade couch, Siege Yuan had already risen. He donned a completely new outfit of dark attire, which accentuated the pallor of his complexion. The wound on his shoulder had mostly healed under the starlight, leaving only a dark scar. His fractured right arm was secured with a special bandage, clearly still in need of time to recover. Leaning against the jade couch, his eyes were slightly closed, seemingly in a state of quiet meditation. Yet, the cold detachment surrounding him remained palpable, as if he were wrapped in an invisible shroud of ice. As Shen Qingxian pushed open the door forged from starry sand and stepped into the chamber, Xie Yuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Those fathomless black orbs, akin to two ancient wells, instantly fixated on Shen Qingxian at the doorway. His gaze remained as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of warmth. However, beneath that icy veneer, Shen Qingxian keenly sensed a subtle scrutiny and an indescribable tension, as if awaiting judgment or warding off an unknown encroachment. The air within the chamber grew instantly still. Shen Qingxian hesitated briefly, acutely aware that deep within the contract imprint, the previously cold intent surged fiercely. With an air of vigilance, scrutiny, and a trace of barely perceptible tension, he understood. The 3 days spent in the Sword Tomb had washed away his hostility. Yet the heart's defenses of this ice-cold figure remained impenetrably thick. The Xianhun pill, containing a remnant of the inexorable sword intent, served as today's crucible. Resolute, Shen Qingxian approached the jade couch, expressionless. He retrieved the warm jade pill bottle from within his robes, not sparing a glance at Xie Yuan, and flicked his fingers toward the jade table beside the couch. Clink! The bottle's cork flew out. A pill, the size of a longan, radiated a dreamlike spectrum of colors and exuded a rich vitality for the soul, rolling smoothly onto the cold jade table. It was indeed the Xianhun pill. The moment the pill left the bottle, a pure and gentle life force enveloped the air, reaching deep into the soul. Simultaneously, a trace of the chilling sword intent, hidden within the deepest core of the pill, awakened like a beacon, quietly emitting a resonant vibration. Buzz! On the jade couch, Xie Yuan's body tensed suddenly. A terrifying brilliance erupted from his cold black eyes, locking onto the Xianhun pill on the jade table. More precisely, it homed in on that trace of resonating cold wave. Deep within his dantian, the dormant imprint of the inexorable sword, akin to being plunged into boiling oil, erupted with a clearer, greed-laden, icy pulse. His gaze swept over Shen Qingxian's face like a tangible probe. The coldness remained, yet there was an added layer of complexity, as if he were assessing the safety of the pill while probing Shen Qingxian's intentions. Shen Qingxian stood silently by the jade table, his molten gold vertical pupils calm and unruffled, revealing no emotion. He neither explained nor urged, as if merely completing a task unrelated to himself. Time flowed slowly in the still air, with Xie Yuan's gaze repeatedly scanning between the Xianhun pill and Shen Qingxian's tranquil face. A chilling stream of thoughts surged within the confines of the contract's imprint, imbued with vigilance, struggle, yearning, and a hint of irritation at being seen through. Ultimately, he seemed to have made a resolute decision. His only movable left hand slowly rose, its movements marked by the sluggishness of injury and a deliberate chill. He did not glance at Shen Qingxian. Instead, he reached out towards the Xianhun Dan resting on the jade table. An invisible force lifted the elixir, gently guiding it before him. Xie Yuan gazed at the colorful Xiandan, which emanated a familiar aura yet contained pure vitality. Deep within his cold black eyes, a flicker of extremely faint light flashed before vanishing. He hesitated no longer, opening his mouth to swallow the Xianhun Dan whole. The elixir melted instantly upon entry. A resounding explosion erupted within him as a vast and pure life force, gentle yet directly reaching the source of his soul, burst forth like a warm spring, instantly flooding his being. Wherever this energy flowed, his ravaged meridians were swiftly nurtured and repaired. The starved and cracking source of his soul, akin to a parched land receiving rain, greedily absorbed this power, the fissures rapidly sealing, the dim spiritual light rekindling. Furthermore, a peculiar medicinal force directly affected his transformed divine essence, tenderly smoothing over all wounds and hidden injuries. Xie Yuan could not suppress a muffled groan, filled with exquisite relief. The pallor of his face visibly regained its color. He promptly closed his eyes, channeling the pure medicinal energy with all his might to restore himself. However, at the zenith of this life force nourishing his entire body and the rapid recovery of his soul source, a hum resonated. The remnant icy sword intent, concealed deep within the core of the elixir, suddenly erupted with a distinct wave, akin to a venomous serpent awakened. It did not disrupt the medicinal power. Rather, it found its rightful place, transforming into a subtle stream of ice that precisely drilled into the depths of his dantian, targeting the restless mark of the unforgiving sword. With a sudden force akin to a searing hot iron pressing on a cold steel, Xie Zhiyuan's body trembled violently. His eyes snapped open, and within his cold black irises, disbelief erupted into sheer astonishment. This astonishment swiftly morphed into an indescribable ecstasy. He distinctly felt that the remnant icy sword intent, upon contact with the unforgiving sword imprint, melded seamlessly. Not only did it not incite conflict, but it was savagely absorbed and devoured by the cold, lifeless sword imprint as if it were a parched desert. The previously dormant and ferocious unforgiving sword imprint, having consumed this fragment of icy sword intent, seemed to be infused with a lubricant, allowing its deeply buried, soul-freezing malevolence to slightly subside. Though extremely faint, the sensation of thawing, akin to ice melting, was undeniably real. Even more astonishing for Xie Zhiyuan was that, as this remnant sword intent was absorbed, an incredibly pure, life-giving warmth, imbued with the medicinal potency of the Xianhan, was simultaneously fed back by the unforgiving sword imprint, merging seamlessly into the depths of his soul source. It felt as though a fissure had opened in a frozen river, allowing a shaft of sunlight to penetrate. An unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped his entire being, not merely a restoration of injuries, but a profound ease emanating from the depths of the soul. As if the heavy shackles of millennia had finally loosened a fraction, Xie Zhiyuan abruptly raised his head, his icy gaze striking like lightning towards the expressionless Shen Qingxian by the jade couch. It was he. This elixir was crafted by him. This lingering essence of sword intent. Was it deliberately left behind? This thought detonated within Xie Zhiyuan's mind like thunder, filling his cold, dark eyes with astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of wavering he had not yet recognized within himself. Shen Qingxian stood there unfazed, his molten gold vertical pupils meeting Xie Zhiyuan's complex gaze. Devoid of any explanation or triumph, only a profound tranquility, as deep as an ancient well, as if everything were self-evident. Yet Xie Zhiyuan distinctly sensed a faint but exceptionally clear sense of peace and understanding emanating from the depths of the contract's imprint, belonging to Shen Qingxian. Did he know? Had he always been aware that this remnant of sword intent would yield such an effect? Xie Zhiyuan's defenses cracked like ice under the weight of a boulder, the cold detachment and vigilance enveloping him trembling at that moment. Observing the swirling complexities of emotion in Xie Zhiyuan's eyes, the last vestige of resentment born from the sword intent constricting his throat quietly dissipated within Shen Qingxian. He did not linger. Turning, he walked towards the door of the Star-Dust Pavilion. The elixir had been consumed, and its effects were manifest. Words were unnecessary. However, just as Shen Qingxian's foot was about to cross the threshold of the Star-Dust Pavilion, a low hum reverberated. A cold, refined stream of intent, now devoid of rage and destruction, flowed like a probing tendril along the bonds of the contract. It remained icy yet bore a trace of hesitation and an exceedingly faint inquiry, as if asking, why? Shen Qingxian's pace faltered slightly, with his back turned to Xie Zhiyuan. A barely perceptible ripple flashed through his molten gold pupils. He did not look back, nor did he respond. After a brief pause, he resumed his stride, vanishing beyond the grand door of stardust. Inside, silence reclaimed its dominion. Xie Zhiyuan remained seated upon the jade couch, sensing the rapid healing of his injuries and an unprecedented subtle lightness from the depths of his soul. He gazed in the direction where Shen Qingxian had disappeared, his cold, dark eyes swirling with emotions he had never before experienced, akin to turbulent undercurrents beneath a frozen sea. After a long while, he slowly lowered his head, observing his only mobile left hand. That hand, with distinct joints, seemed to retain a lingering sensation, a faint yet remarkably soothing comfort transmitted through the contract from Shen Qingxian during his wall-facing meditation at the sword mount. He slightly curled his fingertips. The corners of his cold lips appeared to twitch ever so faintly upwards, akin to a new sprout struggling to emerge from the frozen earth. Swift as an illusion. Chapter 27. Blood Fiend Chains. The might of the sword master, the grand door of stardust closed silently behind him, severing the suffocating cold and scrutiny within the stardust pavilion. Shen Qingxian did not immediately return to his abyss cave. The 3 days spent facing the wall at the sword mount had cleansed his malice, yet also left him with an ache inflicted by sword intent and a deeper fatigue. He yearned for a sanctuary where he could completely unwind and untangle his chaotic thoughts. The summit of the endless peak was not solely adorned with ethereal palaces suspended in midair. Beneath the precipice on the eastern side of the cliff, nestled within towering sheer walls, lay a hidden spring, a tranquil pool enveloped by natural mist and an inscribed barrier. This pool, fed by the essence of the earth's veins, remained warm throughout the year, exuding pure water and with spirit energy. It possessed remarkable efficacy in nurturing the soul and healing hidden wounds, accessible only to the direct disciples of the endless peak. Shen Qingxian descended through layers of cloud and flowing runes, emerging into a breathtaking vista. Before him unfolded a verdant pool, merely 10 zhang in width, resembling an emerald set within the obsidian cliffs. The water was crystal clear, with wisps of white mist rising above, exuding a warm and humid aura along with a rich vitality. The pool's edge was adorned with jagged rocks and ancient pines, their gnarled branches arching gracefully and draping lush green needles. The air was imbued with the freshness of flora and the unique sweetness of the spring. He shed his pristine white robe, tainted by the malevolent aura of ancient battlefields and the dust of the myriad swords' tomb, revealing only his fitted inner garments as he stepped barefoot into the warm waters. The gentle current enveloped his entire being, akin to the softest hand caressing every inch of his skin, soothing every weary pore. He found a rock near the pool's edge, partially concealed by the gnarled pine branches, and gradually sank into the water, with only his shoulders and neck remaining above the surface. The warm spring water embraced him, and the pure essence of water and with spirit energy quietly permeated his body through his open pores. It was as if the most nurturing warmth was smoothing out the lingering scars of sword energy in his meridians and the subtle ache from the contract's impact deep within his soul. The ferocity stemming from the bloodline of the gluttonous beast lay dormant, calmed by the gentle infusion of this spirit energy. Shen Qingxian closed his eyes, the molten gold of his vertical pupil fading away, while his long lashes, misted by the rising steam, gathered tiny droplets of water. He surrendered to the warm currents, allowing his consciousness to drift into emptiness. The chaotic images in his mind, the life and death struggles on ancient battlefields, the icy confrontations within the Stardust Pavilion, the mournful cries from the myriad swords' tomb, and the chilling thoughts buried deep within the contract's imprint, began to settle like sand sinking to the bottom of the pool. The water remained serene, disturbed only by the gentle rustle of pine needles and the soft ripple of waves. Time appeared to lose its meaning in this tranquil haven. Uncertain of how long he had been submerged, perhaps half an hour or longer, Shen Qingxian's previously taut spirit began to relax completely in the warmth. He could distinctly sense that the cold current of thought on the other end of the contract seemed to soften, becoming gentler, no longer laced with the piercing scrutiny and wariness. A faint, nearly imperceptible sense of stability emerged, like a trickling stream meandering quietly within the constraints of the contract. This rare tranquility nearly lulled him into a deep slumber. Yet, in this moment of utter relaxation and vulnerability, suddenly, his 3 chains, solidified and emanating a thick scent of blood, surged forth like serpents emerging from the depths of hell, tearing through the rune barrier surrounding the pool without warning. With a piercing shriek, they struck, swift as lightning, aiming directly for the unsuspecting Shen Qingxian, their target unerringly precise. The chains at the forefront were not physical attacks, but rather 3 meticulously refined, bloodthirsty talismans, seemingly forged from the essence of countless vengeful spirits. The talismans twisted and emitted a foul aura, corrupting the very foundation of one's essence with a malicious intent. The bloodthirsty, soul-locking chains, a sinister artifact specifically targeting the soul, The assailant was evidently aware of Shen Qingxian's innate charm and the ferocious spirit of the gluttonous beast, seeking not a fatal blow, but to taint his soul, provoking a backlash from the malevolent spirit. Too swift, too close. Shen Qingxian's mind was in a state of utter relaxation, leaving him no time to react. The three bloodthirsty talismans pierced through the rising mist, instantaneously imprinting upon his forehead, throat, and heart. The chilling touch of death and the panic of a tainted soul seized Shen Qingxian's heart in an instant. At this critical juncture, a surge of icy, deathly silence, imbued with an absolute will for destruction, erupted from the depths of the contract mark, akin to a blazing blizzard of frost. It enveloped Shen Qingxian's consciousness in a heartbeat. It was Xie Yuan. He had clearly sensed Shen Qingxian's imminent peril. Within that frigid stream of intent, there was no longer any jealousy or possessiveness. Only an overwhelming fury akin to a primordial beast roused from slumber, a wrath born of having its sacred territory violated. Seeking death, a cold, tyrannical roar, reminiscent of millennia-old ice grinding against itself, resounded within Shen Qingxian's consciousness. Simultaneously, three razor-sharp, silver-gray sword energies, as solid as ice shards and imbued with a will to sever time and space, tore through the fabric of reality from the direction of the Stardust Pavilion, swiftly traversing the distance to the summit of the boundless peak, arriving ahead of the threat, with a series of soft, popping sounds akin to bubbles bursting. The three malicious, bloodthirsty talismans were precisely shattered midair by the silver-gray sword energies, mere inches from Shen Qingxian's body. The refined, bloodthirsty essence, encountering its nemesis, let out a chilling wail, instantaneously frozen and obliterated, dissipating into three foul wisps of black smoke. The assailant was clearly unprepared for such a terrifying interception. The three bloodthirsty, soul-locking chains abruptly halted. Behind the chains, a figure cloaked in gray, revealing only a pair of horrified eyes, emerged like a startled serpent from the breach in the torn barrier, turning to flee without hesitation. However, he was swift, but the killing intent from the direction of the Stardust Pavilion was swifter. Oof! A low, icy snort, filled with absolute control and the essence of annihilation, pierced through the space like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. Immediately following, a dark sword light, honed to perfection and resembling a chasm of despair, silently cleaved through the air, appearing instantaneously at the back of the fleeing gray figure. This strike bore no earth-shattering momentum, no blinding radiance, only an utterly pure silence, as if it sought to erase the target from existence itself. The dark sword light transcended the perception of time, with a barely audible sound of tearing. The figure cloaked in gray froze midair. He lowered his head in horror, only to behold a tiny, translucent hole silently spreading across his chest. There was no spray of blood, no eruption of energy, only a chilling, deathly stillness that surged through him like the most insatiable of maggots, instantly permeating his entire being. His body felt as though it had been cast into an abyss of absolute zero. Vitality, spiritual power, and even his very soul were freezing rapidly, solidifying, and then, akin to a weathered sand sculpture, quietly disintegrating into countless minuscule gray particles that drifted away like whispers. One strike, the soul extinguished. Not a trace was left behind. Above the Baibo pond, an eerie silence reigned. Only the torn breach of the barrier gradually mended, and the rising steam continued to swirl. Shen Qingxian stood frozen in the warm waters, his entire body icy cold. The recent terror of impending death still lingered, his heart pounding wildly. He gazed at the spot where the figure in gray had turned to ash, instinctively casting his eyes towards the direction of the Stardust Pavilion. It was Xie Yuan again. In a moment of life and death, he had struck from across the void, precisely annihilating the assailant. What shook him further was that at the instant Xie Yuan unleashed his murderous intent and summoned that dark sword light, he clearly perceived through the contract imprint a thread of exceedingly subtle, yet immensely pure sword intent, as if it could sever the laws of all existence. That sword intent unmistakably originated from the merciless black sword that had once harbored extreme hostility towards him on the ancient battlefield as 10,000 sword platform. A thought, utterly unfathomable, flickered through Shen Qingxian's mind. Just then, a resonant transmission symbol light, akin to flowing light, pierced through the barrier and hovered before him. Within the luminous script came the booming yet grave voice of the Grandmaster of the War Hall, Lei Lai, nephew Qingxian. Quickly proceed to the front hall of the law enforcement peak. There is a matter of great importance to discuss. The law enforcement peak? Shen Qingxian furrowed his brow. Having just experienced an attack, the law enforcement peak sends a message? Is it mere coincidence? Or, he suppressed his inner doubts and recent conjectures, swiftly rising from the water. Warm droplets cascaded down his elongated, taut physique, shimmering under the starlight like jade. He donned a clean, white robe, tidied his slightly damp ink-black hair, and restored calmness to his gaze. In the front hall of the law enforcement peak, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. The head of the law hall, Mo Qianshan, sat regally in the main seat, his expression dark as water. Lei Lai occupied a lower seat, his brow tightly knit. On either side of the hall stood several law hall stewards and elder guardians, their auras profound and imposing. The moment Shen Qingxian stepped through the hall's entrance, all gazes converged upon him. Awe, scrutiny, vigilance, and confusion intermingled in their expressions. Shen Qingxian maintained his composure, slightly bowing towards Mo Qianshan and Lei Lai, disciple Shen Qingxian. Greetings to Uncle Mo and Uncle Lei. Oof. Mo Qianshan let out a cold snort, his gaze slicing through Shen Qingxian like a frigid blade. Shen Qingxian. A quarter of an hour ago, the sole lamp of the law hall disciple, Chu Qinya, who was responsible for patrolling the outer door as her garden, was extinguished. The last image reflected by the soul lamp was in the direction of Uriah Peaks by Bow Pond. What do you have to say for yourself? Chu Qinya? By Bow Pond? Shen Qingxian's heart sank. It turned out that the figure in gray was a disciple of the law hall, a disciple tasked with patrolling the outer door. The disciple of the punishment hall dared to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the direct disciple. Even attempting to launch a surprise attack using the Blood Fiend soul lock chain, Shen Qingxian maintained a composed demeanor, his molten gold vertical pupils calmly meeting Mo Qianshan's scrutinizing gaze. Reported to Master Uncle, I was indeed in quiet meditation at the Bow Pond. Just moments ago, a thief broke through the barrier and launched a vicious assault. Fortunately, junior brother Siege Yuan intervened in time and vanquished the assailant. As for whether the assailant was a disciple of Brother Chu, I was unable to discern his appearance while within the pond. Siege Yuan? Mo Qianshan's brow furrowed sharply, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. How could he, still recovering from serious injuries, possibly slay an infiltrator in the forbidden grounds of Weifeng from a distance? Shen Qingxian, do not utter nonsense. Every word I speak is the truth, Shen Qingxian replied calmly. The sword aura from junior brother Xie's strike still lingers upon the barrier of the Bow Pond. Master Uncle may send someone to investigate or contact junior brother Xie. The truth will be revealed. Very well. How convenient to say the truth will be revealed. Mo Qianshan slammed the armrest of his chair, his voice suddenly turning harsh. Chu Qinya is a direct disciple of this hall. Even if he trespassed, it is the responsibility of the punishment hall to address it. How dare anyone else execute him? Moreover, the last vision of his soul lamp pointed to you. This matter ties you and Siege Yuan inseparably. Guards, here. Several punishment hall elders responded in unison, their presence suddenly becoming formidable. Seize these two and confine them in the cold prison of the rear mountain of the punishment peak. We shall ascertain the truth before deciding their fate. The cold glint in Mo Qianshan's eyes was evident. He clearly sought to exploit the situation and forcibly detain them. Brother Mo, hold on. Lei Lai abruptly stood, positioning himself in front of Shen Qingxian. What junior nephew Qingxian states may not be false. Although that rascal Siege Yuan is somewhat eccentric, his strength is unfathomable. The immediate priority is to investigate the scene and contact Zhui Yuan. How can one imprison a direct disciple without discernment? What the ancestral decree? Brother Lei, Mo Qianshan's expression darkened, ready to retort. Just at that tense moment, as the atmosphere thickened, an icy, deathly silence imbued with an absolute sharpness and unparalleled majesty, descended abruptly, as if a slumbering ancient beast had awakened. The air in the front hall of the punishment peak instantaneously solidified. The temperature plummeted. A thin layer of frost silently formed upon the ground. All cultivators within the hall, regardless of their level of cultivation, felt a tremor emanating from the depths of their souls, as if an invisible, unparalleled sword was suspended above them, poised to strike at any moment. Who goes there? Qingxian's complexion drastically changed, and he abruptly turned his gaze towards the entrance of the hall. There, a figure clad in dark attire had silently appeared at the door without anyone noticing. Yuan. He still wore his dark, fitted garments, his complexion pale as paper, and the injuries on his shoulder and right arm were evidently unhealed. Yet at this moment, he stood tall like a solitary peak amidst a cold pine, surrounded by a palpable aura of chilling sword intent. His bottomless black eyes resembled two frozen abysses, their frigid gaze slowly sweeping over everyone in the hall, finally settling on the visibly altered face of Qingxian. In his eyes, there was no fluctuation of emotion, only an indifference akin to looking down upon mere dust and ants. As Qingxian met that cold, black gaze, he felt a wave of chill surge from his spine to the crown of his head. He opened his mouth, intending to question fiercely, only to find his voice seemingly frozen in his throat, unable to utter a single word. The terrifying sword intent felt like an invisible giant hand, tightly gripping his very soul. Yuan's gaze did not linger on Qingxian for long. He slowly raised his only functioning left hand. The movement was deliberate, yet exuded an air of supreme control. With a finger poised like a sword, he did not condense sword energy at the tip. Rather, he casually drew a light line in Qingxian's direction. There were no luminous rays, no explosive energy, only an intangible, ultimate sword intent that seemed capable of severing causality and obliterating reincarnation, descending upon Qingxian in an instant, as if it had transcended the boundaries of space. Qingxian recoiled as if struck by a heavy blow. His body trembled violently, his complexion shifting from furious red to ashen gray in an instant. He clutched his chest fiercely, a torrent of dark crimson blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs, gushed forth uncontrollably. The terrifying pressure of his late-stage tribulation seemed to burst like a punctured balloon, dissipating instantly. He appeared to age 100 years in a moment, slumping in his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief and a profound terror that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. Sword Master, no mercy. Qingxian fixed his gaze on Yuan, as if witnessing the most horrifying scene in existence. His lips trembled, struggling to produce a few broken syllables through clenched teeth. The entire front hall of the judicial peak was enveloped in a deathly silence. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. All the court's officials and elder guardians stood frozen, as if spellbound, their breath suspended. Their eyes brimmed with utter astonishment and disbelief. Sword Master, no mercy. These two phrases, like a forbidden incantation imbued with magic, instantaneously froze the thoughts of all present. Shen Qingxian stood behind Lei Lai, his molten gold vertical pupils contracting in response to this sudden upheaval. He gazed at the solitary, imposing figure at the entrance of the hall, observing Qingxian's grievous state, listening to the shattered words, no mercy. The black sword that once opposed him on the 10,000 swords platform. The ancient battlefield's eerie black sword that had saved him and merged into his being, the chilling mark of death within Yuan, and the terrifying sword intent that had just ravaged Qingxian. All clues instantaneously intertwined. Yuan is actually the No Mercy Sword Master, the legendary master of the Sword of Slaughter. Yuan's cold black eyes swept over the gravely injured and weakened Qingxian, as if regarding a filthy stone. He spoke not a word, merely shifting his gaze to the equally frozen Shen Qingxian within the hall. That gaze remained icy, yet devoid of the earlier scrutiny and wariness, instead imbued with an indescribable tranquility, as if confirming whether he was unharmed. As Shen Qingxian met those unfathomable black eyes, his heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand. Deep within the depths of the contract's mark, a cold intent flowed once more, devoid of fury, replaced by a chilling confirmation and a trace of relief that even he himself had not yet realized. At that moment, the no-mercy sword master is actually Xie Zhuiyuan? Heaven, how is this even possible? No wonder the ancestor holds such reverence for Master Mo. After a brief silence, incredulous gasps and suppressed whispers erupted within the hall like a dam bursting, flooding the space with a torrent of astonishment. All eyes were fixated on the solitary figure in the dark robe at the entrance, filled with awe, fear, disbelief, and profound trepidation. The unforgiving sword master. This legendary title embodies absolute slaughter and devastation. No one dares to provoke. No one dares to offend. Xie Zhuiyuan appeared oblivious to the surrounding exclamations and discussions. His frigid black eyes remained locked onto Shen Qingxian. After confirming the latter's safety, he slowly retracted his gaze. Subsequently, his icy stare swept over Mo Qianshan, who was gravely injured and weakened, leaving only terror in his eyes. His thin lips parted, and the words he uttered fell like icy pearls striking a jade platter, cold, clear, and imbued with an undeniable sense of judgment. Disciple of the penal hall, Chu Qinya, unlawfully intruded upon a sacred area and attempted to harm a fellow disciple. He deserves death. Mo Qianshan, as an instructor, has failed in his duties and falsely accused his own disciple. He shall face a century of confinement on the Punishment Peak's rear mountain. The moment the words left his lips, he pointed his left hand, resembling a sword, towards Mo Qianshan and gave a gentle flick. Buzz. A more refined and chilling sword intent instantly penetrated Mo Qianshan's body. Ack! Mo Qianshan emitted a piercing wail, his body convulsing violently. An icy sealing force rapidly immobilized his cultivation and meridians. He felt as though his spine had been severed, collapsing utterly onto the chair. His eyes now filled with endless fear and despair. A century of confinement. His powers sealed. This was more unbearable than death. Having completed these actions, Xie Zhuiyuan seemed to regard it as merely disposing of a trivial piece of refuse. He no longer paid heed to the hushed crowd within the hall. His cold gaze finally settled upon Shen Qingxian. That gaze was still profound, yet it seemed to carry a hint of an exceedingly subtle inquiry, almost as if asking, "Come here or stay?" Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils flickered with light, meeting that cold and tranquil gaze. The string of fate within his heart silently tightened to its utmost. The unforgiving sword master, Xie Zhuiyuan, Chapter 28, Journey Together, the secret of the sword master. Come here or stay? Xie Zhuiyuan's icy gaze acted like a tangible probe, piercing through the stifling air of the Penal Peak's front hall, firmly locking onto Shen Qingxian. Deep within that gaze was an exceedingly faint, almost illusory sense of inquiry, akin to a subtle undercurrent surging beneath a frozen lake surface. The unforgiving sword master. This name, akin to a taboo, weighed heavily upon Shen Qingxian's heart. The hall was enveloped in silence, save for Mo Qianshan's feeble breaths, stifled by pain and fear, and the heavy, astonished breaths of the penal hall's attendants and elders. Countless gazes, like focused beams of light, seared into his back, filled with awe, dread, scrutiny, and a barely perceptible hint of schadenfreude. Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils flickered intensely. Shock, confusion, a sense of absurdity as if fate were toying with him. And the cold yet strangely serene flow of intention from the depths of the contract's imprint intertwined to form an invisible web, ensnaring him at its center. Stay? To face the potential subsequent repercussions from the penal hall? Faced with the venomous gazes of the remnants of Mo Qianshan's forces, and the myriad of complex stares that regarded him as merely an accessory to the unforgiving sword master, he pondered the past. He contemplated the figure of Xie Zhuiyuan, who had just ruthlessly obliterated the disciples of the punishment hall and dealt a devastating blow to the head of the punishment law. A persona as chilling as the abyss itself. Within the depths of his consciousness, the sage words of the venerable ancestor, advocating the soft, overcoming the hard, clashed silently with Xie Zhuiyuan's frigid and unyielding gaze. Ultimately, An absurd sense of resignation, mingled with a tinge of exhaustion, prevailed. Shen Qingxian slowly raised his foot, each movement deliberate and laden with an immense weight, yet remarkably resolute. He did not cast his eyes upon anyone. Instead, his calm gaze traversed over the slumped figure of Mo Qianshan, whose eyes were now void of hope, and past the silent elders of the punishment hall. With steady strides, he advanced towards the dark, solitary silhouette at the palace's entrance. With each step, it felt as though he was treading upon a frozen surface, producing faint, almost inaudible sounds that reverberated distinctly within the desolate hall. When he finally stood before Xie, they were merely 3 feet apart. The unfathomable depths of Xie black eyes reflected Shen Qingxian's complex yet serene visage. Deep within the contract seal, a chilling thought seemed to ripple ever so slightly, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, creating a fleeting ripple before swiftly returning to profound stillness. He spoke not a word, merely casting a cold, indifferent glance at the assembly within the hall. His icy gaze sliced through the air like an invisible blade, compelling all present to instinctively bow their heads, too fearful to meet his eyes. Thereafter, Xie turned and departed, his dark form merging seamlessly with the shadows as he strode towards the exterior of the punishment peak, his pace leisurely, yet imbued with an air of absolute control. Shen Qingxian followed silently, maintaining a half-step behind. 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, moved like silent beams of light, leaving the blood-soaked and fear-laden front hall of the punishment peak under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. Atop Waya Peak, outside the Stardust Pavilion, the night breeze carried the dampness of the cloud sea, stirring the white robe of Shen Qingxian. He stood before the door forged from celestial sand, hesitating to enter. The molten golden pupils flickered with intricate light under the starlight as he observed the solitary figure before him, cloaked in dark garments, gently swaying in the wind. The impact of the earlier thunderous actions at the punishment peak still lingered. What secrets lay hidden behind the identity of the unforgiving swordmaster? What terrifying destructive intent resided within the black sword, now fused with his very essence? Thank you. Shen Qingxian's voice shattered the silence, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Regardless, it was Xie who had intervened to save him and resolve the troublesome matter of Mo Qianshan. Xie did not look back. His cold silhouette resembled an ancient, unmelting ice. Only within the depths of the contract seal did a faint, almost imperceptible ripple flow, as if the calm surface of water had been momentarily disturbed by a breeze. The contract of shared fate, he intoned, his voice colder than the night wind, bearing a tone of detached fact. If you perish, I too shall suffer the backlash. Implicitly, his act of saving Shen Qingxian was merely a means of self-preservation. Shen Qingxian forced a smile, revealing a hint of self-deprecation. As expected, he chose not to speak further. Silence fell once more, with only the night wind weaving through the mournful pines. Shen Qingxian's gaze settled upon Xie left shoulder and right arm, beneath the dark-hued attire. His injuries were evidently not yet healed. The forceful exertion at the execution peak, conjuring that terrifying, merciless sword intent, must have exacerbated his wounds. Yet he stood upright, as if the injuries were non-existent. Your injury. Shen Qingxian hesitated momentarily before speaking. The existence of their contract allowed him to distinctly sense the deep, forcibly suppressed, tearing pain emanating from the depths of the other's soul. Xie body stiffened imperceptibly. He did not respond, merely turned slowly to face Shen Qingxian. Those bottomless black eyes, under the starlight, resembled a cold, ancient well, chillingly scrutinizing Shen Qingxian. There was no gratitude, no warmth, only profound examination and an ineffable sense of detachment. The Xinhun Pil Xie voice remained frosty, yet there seemed to be a trace of barely perceptible inquiry. Was that remnant of sword intent intentionally left by you? He finally posed the question that had lingered in his mind since their time in the Stardust Pavilion. Meeting his scrutinizing gaze, Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils remained calm and undisturbed. It was an accident, when refining that ancient fierce spirit's resentment. The merciless sword intent infiltrated the pill furnace and was inadvertently integrated into the elixir by the medicinal power. He paused before adding, however, I noticed it and chose not to forcibly expel it. This admission acknowledged that the remnant of sword intent was a result of his tacit consent. In Xie Yuan's icy black eyes, the profound scrutiny appeared to waver slightly. Deep within the contract's imprint, that cold consciousness stirred, revealing a hint of complexity in its understanding, and perhaps even a trace of confusion that he had not yet recognized himself. Accident? Tacit consent? Was it to assist him in absorbing that strand of shared sword intent? To quell the merciless aura? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? This thought, like a stone cast into an icy lake, caused the once unyielding defenses of Xie Yuan's heart to show its first subtle crack. He gazed intently at Shen Qingxian, his sharp gaze still intact, yet seemingly lacking some of the absolute vigilance it once held. 3 days hence, accompany me to the burial sword valley. Xie Yuan spoke again, his voice regaining its usual cold indifference, but it no longer bore the weight of command. It sounded more like an announcement. The burial sword valley? Shen Qingxian recalled reading about this place in the Jade Slip. It was a perilous abyss in the Hongmeng continent, rumored to be the resting place of an ancient sword immortal and their divine weapon. Within the valley, sword energy surged chaotically, the space was disordered, and countless remnants of ancient sword spirits lingered. It was a treacherous ground for sword cultivators to hone their sword intent and seek opportunities fraught with danger. Having just emerged from an ancient battlefield and entangled with the Hall of Justice, to venture to the burial sword valley at this moment, Shen Qingxian furrowed his brow. Yet, upon witnessing the undeniable determination in Xie Yuan's eyes and sensing the chilling fluctuations of sword intent resonating with that place through their contract, he understood that this journey was likely unavoidable. Very well. Shen Qingxian refrained from asking further questions, merely responding with calm acceptance. Xie Yuan appeared somewhat taken aback by his decisiveness, his cold black eyes lingering on Shen Qingxian's face for a moment before he turned away. Pushing open the heavy starry sand door of the Stardust Pavilion, his figure vanishing within. The door silently closed before Shen Qingxian. He did not depart immediately, standing outside the pavilion as the night breeze tousled his inky hair. The molten gold vertical pupils gazed upon the tightly closed door, as if capable of penetrating the heavy stardust to glimpse the figure within, who was resting under the starlight, surrounded by an enigmatic aura reminiscent of an abyss. The unforgiving sword master, the burial sword valley, and the covenant of shared fate deeply embedded within the souls of the two, intertwined their destinies. Shen Qingxian opened his left hand, revealing the heaven-swallowing sword seal, which subtly materialized under the starlight, its dark golden sheen flowing, while the icy silver-gray patterns along its edges pulsed as if alive. Within the depths of the seal, the cold intent, born of the covenant, had not waned, but instead grew clearer. It remained frigid, yet now bore an unusual tranquility, as if confirming the existence of something no longer so taut. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the subtle tremors and the cold flow of intent emanating from the depths of the seal. A faint yet distinct sensation, guided by the bonds of the covenant, quietly pointed towards a direction deep within Weifeng, precisely the position of Xie Yuan's dantian within the Stardust Pavilion. It was as if two long-lost keys resonated with each other under the pull of the covenant. A glimmer of profound light flickered in Shen Qingxian's eyes. He did not linger, but turned to walk toward his abyssal cave dwelling, his silhouette elongated under the starlight, bearing the weight of partially unveiled truths and an ineffable sense of resolve. Within the Stardust Pavilion, Xie Yuan sat cross-legged upon the warm jade couch. Not immediately entering a meditative state, he slowly raised his only mobile left hand, his fingertips lightly brushing over his dantian. Through the fabric of his clothing, he seemed to sense the cold, lifeless imprint of the unforgiving sword seal, along with the faint tremor emanating from its depths. This tremor originated from the other end of the covenant, from Shen Qingxian as heaven-swallowing sword seal. In the depths of his icy black eyes, the swirling starlight reflected, as if harboring boundless frost. Yet beneath the cold veneer, a flicker of profound confusion and inquiry lingered, akin to the fleeting shadow of a fish gliding beneath the ice. Shen Qingxian, how much do you truly know? Chapter 29, Burial Sword Valley, the lament of 10,000 swords. The 3-day period passed in the blink of an eye. At the summit of Weifeng, the dawn pierced through the sea of clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the cold stardust door of the Stardust Pavilion. Shen Qingxian pushed open the door, clad in a pristine white robe, unblemished and pure, with his ink-black hair tied back. His molten gold pupils appeared deep and tranquil in the morning light. After 3 days of silent cultivation, his soul's dark wounds had fully healed, and he had solidified his peak state in the late stage of divine transformation. The heaven-swallowing sword seal in his palm had grown increasingly profound and restrained, with the cold sharpness originating from the unforgiving sword seal flowing as naturally as his breath. Inside the Stardust Pavilion, upon the warm jade couch, Xie had already risen. His dark attire accentuated his tall, yet slightly gaunt figure, bearing signs of the injuries he had sustained. The dark scar on his shoulder was covered by fabric, and his right arm remained bound with special bandages. However, his aura had stabilized considerably, no longer flickering like a candle in the wind. He stood with his hands clasped behind him beside the jade couch, his back turned to the entrance, resembling a solitary pine on a cold cliff. The morning light fell upon his dark silhouette, yet it seemed unable to bestow a hint of warmth, only deepening the sense of cold detachment. As Shen Qingxian entered the pavilion, his footsteps were soundless. Almost the instant he crossed the threshold, Xie slowly turned around. His bottomless black eyes, akin to 2 frigid pools, instantly locked onto Shen Qingxian. Her gaze remained as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of warmth and stripped of the intricate scrutiny and exploration that had characterized their encounter 3 days prior in the Stardust Pavilion. What lingered was a pure, almost soul-freezing indifference. Leave. The command was terse and chilling, akin to a decree. There were no pleasantries, no explanations, as if the thunderous methods employed at the punishment peak and the fleeting conversation regarding the Xianhun pill within the Stardust Pavilion had never transpired. Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils reflected an unruffled calm, entirely unsurprised by the abruptness. He inclined his head slightly, equally silent. Between them lay a distance of 10 feet, an invisible bond tightening like a cold thread in the stillness of the air. 2 figures, one clad in dark, the other in white, advanced from the Stardust Pavilion, transforming into streaks of light that tore through the boundless sea of clouds atop the endless peak. Racing toward the chaotic expanse, shrouded in terrifying sword intent deep within the Dao Xuan sect. The sword burial valley lay ahead, though still distant. An overwhelming aura of sharpness surged forth like an invisible tide, sending shivers through the very essence of their souls. The sky loomed heavy with a leaden gray, the thick clouds resembling solidified blocks of lead, while below, the earth was replaced by an immense, unfathomable abyss of darkness. The edges of the chasm were jagged, akin to wounds gnawed upon by colossal beasts. Within the abyss, darkness was not absolute, but rather a tumultuous torrent of countless twisted sword energies, each radiating a spectrum of colors. Crimson as blood, pallid as bone, spectral blue as ice, and dark purple as demonic energy, millions of sword intents, each bearing distinct attributes and steeped in a multitude of negative emotions such as brutality, resentment, despair, and annihilation, surged like a frenzied dragon, colliding and vanishing within the depths. Each clash resonated with the silent shattering of space, fine black fissures appearing like a spider's web, intermittently manifesting above the abyss. The air was thick with an unyielding metallic sharpness and a profound sense of desolation. The mournful cries of countless fallen divine weapons and the reluctant elegy of innumerable sword masters' lingering souls. Here lay the grave of swords, the ultimate domain of the sword path, and the faint call of the merciless sword imprint echoed from its depths. The two stood suspended at the brink of the abyss. The terrifying storm of sword intent whipped about them, its currents feeling like tangible blades scraping against their protective spiritual light. Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils reflected the chaotic and violent torrent below, a force capable of obliterating everything. The voracious essence within him sensed such a magnificent and pure sustenance, instinctively releasing a greedy howl, only to be forcefully suppressed by the sword imprint of the devourer held in his palm. Xie Yuan's cold, black eyes fixed upon the depths of the abyss, where the tumultuous sword energies seemed to resonate with a deeper connection to the merciless sword imprint within his dantian. The chilling sword intent enveloping him grew increasingly solid, echoing the mournful cries of this graveyard of swords. Stay close. Xie Yuan's voice was colder than the frigid winds of the sword burial valley. Before his words faded, his dark figure became a shadow, cutting through the chaotic sword energies without hesitation, plunging into the abyss like a drop into boiling oil. Shen Qingxian followed closely, his aura shimmering softly, akin to a small boat cast into a raging current. Upon entering the realm of the abyss, the terrifying, chaotic sword energies instantly converged upon them from all directions. Each strand of sword intent harbored the sharpness capable of tearing apart a transformation realm cultivator. Intertwined with fragments of chaotic loss, the protective aura emitted a groan of unbearable strain. Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils focused, activating the swallowing heaven technique. A faint devouring force coalesced into a thin membrane around his body, struggling to resist the encroaching sword energy and the chaotic law's onslaught. He stepped into the void, moving with profound grace, swiftly traversing the brief passage opened by Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan forged ahead without drawing his sword, his presence suffused with the chilling, merciless intent of the blade. Wherever he passed, the tumultuous torrent of chaotic sword energy retreated, as if confronted by an absolute sovereign, forming a narrow yet relatively safe corridor. However, this retreat was not born of reverence, but rather a primal fear and fury, akin to encountering a natural enemy. Countless sword energies roared and crashed outside the passage, attempting to rend the intruders apart. Within the abyss, the light was dim and distorted. All that the eye could perceive was an endless surge of wildly swirling sword energies, akin to a swarm of locusts. Shattered fragments of sword artifacts floated like stardust amidst the turbulent currents. Deeper within, some colossal remnants of swords, resembling mountains, emitted an ancient and terrifying oppressive aura, akin to slumbering behemoths. Time passed, and Xie Yuan's pace suddenly slowed. "We have arrived." His icy voice resonated clearly amidst the shrieking sword energies. Shen Qingxian focused his gaze ahead. In the chaotic torrent of sword energy, a relatively tranquil region emerged. At its core stood a towering mountain of shattered swords, 1,000 feet high, formed from countless colossal broken blades. The mountain displayed a hauntingly dark hue, as if solidified by the blood and despair of ages long past. Countless broken swords jutted out at angles, their fractured edges glinting with a cold, spectral light. The entire sword mountain exuded a suffocating heaviness, steeped in desolation, silence, and ancient grievances. This place was the heart of the sword burial valley, the tomb of 10,000 swords. At the foot of this immense sword mountain lay an area spanning several miles, its ground paved with countless tiny shards of sword artifacts, emitting a faint spiritual glow resembling stardust. The sword energy here was significantly thinned, with the air saturated by a pure, yet chaotic metallic sharpness. Countless indistinct sword spirit phantoms, formed from pure sword intent and lingering grievances, drifted like specters across this plane of the sword tomb, weeping or devouring one another. Sensing the approach of living beings, they became frenzied in an instant. Roar! Kill! My sword, my path! Countless fragments of hatred, brutality, and greed surged forth, mingling with piercing sword cries, akin to a tsunami crashing down. Among them, the nearest dark golden sword spirits coalesced from pure metal malevolence, transformed into streaks of space-rending brilliance, reeking of tainted souls. Charging directly at the leading Xie Yuan, a cold glint flickered in Xie Yuan's icy black eyes. Faced with the oncoming sword spirits, he did not even raise a hand. The layer of chilling, merciless sword intent around him suddenly solidified. A hum resonated as a pure wave of silence, imbued with the finality of oblivion expanded silently. The formidable Gongjin sword spirits collided with an invisible wall of size, halting mere yards from Xie Zhuiyuan's form, as if cast into an abyss of absolute zero, instantaneously freezing, dimming, and then crumbling into nothingness like weathered sand sculptures, devoid of sound or ripple. An absolute suppression, a crushing dominance of rank. Yet Xie Zhuiyuan's strike ignited the oil pot. Across the sword tomb plain, countless wandering sword spirits were provoked into a frenzy. They abandoned their mutual consumption and aimless drifting, akin to sharks sensing blood, unleashing deafening shrieks as they surged forth, enveloped in a torrent of vibrant, malicious sword energy like a tide of destruction. Racing towards the intruders, Xie Zhuiyuan and Shen Qingxian from all directions. Their sheer numbers obscured the sky. Among them were formidable sword spirits, some nearing the pinnacle of transformation. There was no escape. Devour. A fierce glint flashed in Shen Qingxian's eyes. He ceased suppressing the gluttonous instincts deep within his lineage. With a sudden stride forward, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Xie Zhuiyuan. The celestial sword seal in his left palm erupted with a blinding dark golden radiance. A profound, shadowy vortex, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull, violently unfurled around Shen Qingxian. At the vortex's edge, dark golden symbols of gluttony spun and leapt with fervor. The overwhelming force of consumption enveloped the leading sword spirits like an invisible net. A piercing scream erupted, distorted and shrill. Those sword spirits coalesced from pure malice, resentment, and shattered sword intent, writhed in despair, as if caught in a meat grinder, contorting and deforming under the vortex's dreadful pull. The essence of their being, malice, resentment, and fragmented sword intent, was violently torn asunder, stripped away, and consumed. With each crash, the sword spirits disintegrated in desperate howls, dissolving into a chaotic flood of pure energy. Greedily drawn into Shen Qingxian's being. Agony, rending, chaos. The frenzied energy and myriad negative emotions inherent in the sword spirits surged against Shen Qingxian's meridians and soul source like a bursting dam. His body quaked violently, a muffled groan escaping his lips, his complexion paling slightly, yet his eyes burned with a gluttonous ferocity. The heaven-devouring and divine demon body refining art whirled into a frenzy, forcibly refining and suppressing. His aura ascended at a terrifying speed amidst the pain. The barrier of late-stage transformation subtly loosening. Xie Zhuiyuan did not intervene. He merely stood quietly beside Shen Qingxian, his cold black eyes serving as the most precise probes, locking onto the most elusive and powerful sword spirit phantoms deep within the sword tomb plane. His chilling, merciless sword intent formed an invisible barrier, steadfastly protecting the blind spots that the vortex of consumption could not cover. As any formidable sword spirit attempting a flanking or rear assault was silently annihilated upon nearing the barrier. Devour, guard, an attack and a defense. This formed an extraordinary synergy. Shen Qingxian, the epicenter of the consuming storm, unleashed the gluttonous power without reservation. A colossal whirlpool spiraled madly, resembling an unfathomable abyss, ruthlessly shredding and devouring wave after wave of sword spirits. In its wake, the sword tomb plains appeared as though plowed, leaving behind fleeting stretches of desolation. However, the sheer number of sword spirits was overwhelming. Moreover, as the devouring progressed, Shen Qingxian distinctly sensed that within the essence of the sword spirits he consumed, alongside pure energy, there lingered an exceedingly tenacious sense of melancholy and the intent of desolation. This sword intent gnawed at his very spirit, striving to drag him into the same abyss of despair as those sword spirits. Just as Shen Qingxian consumed a vast expanse of frost sword spirits condensed from a pale, bone-chilling aura, a profound and ineffable sense of sorrow, vast as the starry sea, erupted unexpectedly from the summit of the towering sword mountain, from the depths of countless shattered sword remnants. This sentiment was not an attack, but rather akin to an ancient sigh, instantly sweeping across the entire sword burial valley. The previously tumultuous tide of myriad sword energies momentarily froze under the impact of this overwhelming, sorrowful intent. Then came a resonant hum. An incalculable number of tangible sword cries erupted from every corner of the sword-tomb plains, from the colossal sword mountain, and from every shard of broken sword. They coalesced into a grand elegy, powerful enough to rend the heavens and shatter the soul. All swords sang in unison. All souls mourned together. Within this lamentation resided boundless vicissitudes, unwillingness, despair, and the chilling finality of death. It was as if the countless fallen sword masters' remnants were delivering their last elegy to heaven and earth. Shen Qingxian was at the forefront. The grand symphony of sword cries struck him like an invisible hammer upon his consciousness. The devouring whirlpool quaked violently. The sorrowful and desolate sword intent, which had been frantically refining within him, erupted like a powder keg ignited by this magnificent elegy. Shen Qingxian emitted a muffled groan of anguish, his body staggering backward as if struck by a tremendous force. The devouring whirlpool dimmed and disintegrated in an instant. His vital essence surged tumultuously, and his soul trembled violently. The chilling and desolate intent from the sword spirits coiled around the core of his voracious essence like a venomous vine, attempting to transform his fierce desire to devour into an abyss of despair. His molten gold vertical pupils flared with brilliance, as the clarity that belonged to Shen Qingxian was rapidly consumed by a surging dark golden ferocity and a profound sorrow, even more perilous. The mark of the Devourer's sword seal on his palm began to tremble violently under the dual onslaught of the elegy of myriad swords and the negative sword intent within him. The faint crack at its edge threatened to widen once more, while the icy, merciless aura deep within the mark grew restless. Maintain your focus. Siezhui Yuan's chilling voice thundered within Shen Qingxian's consciousness. A cold hand pressed firmly against his back. An essence of pure, condensed sword intent, imbued with an absolute will to protect, surged into him. Yet at that moment, this protective sword intent was akin to pouring oil on flames. Within Shen Qingxian's body, the desolate and extinguished sword intent that had been ignited surged forth, instantly catalyzed by the pure and protective sword intent emanating from Siezhui Yuan, transforming into a more ferocious force. The tumultuous imprint of the devouring sky sword, deeply embedded within, was provoked by the frigid sharpness of the unforgiving sword seal, retaliating like a ferocious beast. Devour, extinguish, protect, sharpness. For distinctly contrasting yet interconnected powers collided violently within Shen Qingxian's being. His meridians felt as if pierced repeatedly by countless searing irons. His soul source seemed ensnared in a chaotic storm of laws. Darkness clouded his vision, while dark golden Taotie demonic patterns and chilling silver-gray sword marks manifested upon his skin. His body trembled violently in agony, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, atop the sword mountain, the vast and melancholic consciousness sensed the extreme turmoil within Shen Qingxian's body. A more condensed and profound, sorrowful sword intent transcending the bounds of time, instantaneously locked onto the violently trembling imprint of the devouring sky, sword within him. Buzz, an ancient sword intent, remarkably refined and emanating a chaotic gray-white hue, steeped in the weight of eternal vicissitudes and the essence of extinction, descended like a sigh, piercing through the defenses of Shen Qingxian's exterior with pinpoint precision, targeting the imprint of the devouring sky sword at the palm of his left hand. This strike was not one of destruction. Rather, it appeared to be a call to awakening from the same source, or perhaps a test. As the chaotic, gray-white ancient sword intent penetrated the imprint of the devouring sky sword, a thunderous roar erupted. Shen Qingxian felt as though something deep within his soul had been utterly ignited, a power originating from the very essence of his bloodline. Concealed for eons by the ferocity of the Taotie, emerged, older, more expansive, brimming with a sense of inclusivity and creation, akin to a slumbering galaxy suddenly illuminated. Devouring, not merely a matter of plunder and annihilation. Extinguishing, not solely an end and demise. Protecting, not just barriers and isolation. Sharpness, not only cutting and destruction. The culmination of all these forces is chaos. It is the primordial dawn, the origin and conclusion of all things, embodying both nurturing and inclusiveness. A roar, imbued with boundless majesty yet tinged with a hint of bewildering rebirth, erupted from the depths of Shen Qingxian's throat. No longer the vicious roar of the Taotie, but a more ancient and profound sound of chaos. The surging dark golden demonic patterns and the chilling silver-gray sword marks surrounding him were suddenly enveloped by a forceful eruption of a chaotic-colored, gentle yet infinitely powerful silver-white halo. Devouring all, at his brow, the violently trembling imprint of the devouring sky, sword stabilized instantly. Cracks along its edges swiftly mended. The imprint's form began to undergo subtle transformations under the onslaught of the chaotic halo. The dark golden Taotie runes melted away like snow, gradually replaced by more enigmatic silver-white patterns, swirling with the essence of chaos. The cold, unforgiving sharpness found solace, silently merging into these newly birthed chaotic markings. An indescribable, gentle yet overwhelming sanctity, commanding reverence from all beings, combined with the ancient essence of primordial chaos, erupted explosively from Shen Qingxian. In an instant, the entangled, sorrowful sword intent was dispelled, and the grand lament of myriad swords was forcefully subdued for a fleeting moment. He slowly raised his head, and the molten golden vertical pupils had vanished, replaced by a pair of eyes exhibiting a pure silvery hue, as if they contained swirling nebulae within their chaotic depths. Reflected within those eyes was the colossal sword mountain, the endless lament of sword spirits, all imbued with compassion, inclusivity, and a trace of profound understanding of the vicissitudes of time. On the plains of the sword tomb, countless ferocious sword spirits, under the sudden and supreme aura of chaos, stood paralyzed as if caught in a binding spell. The savage glint in their eyes was supplanted by confusion, reverence, and even a hint of instinctual familiarity. The lament of myriad swords momentarily faltered. Even the vast, sorrowful consciousness atop the sword mountain exhibited violent fluctuations. Shen Qingxian, or rather the entity temporarily dominated by the chaotic will, gently raised his left hand. The sword imprint in his palm, undergoing metamorphosis and emanating a chaotic silvery sheen, radiated a soft glow. He casually waved his hand towards the overwhelming tide of sword spirits, the immense sword mountain, and the boundless sorrow of the sword burial valley, as if brushing away dust, with a gentle motion akin to dispersing dust. An invisible and intangible force, imbued with the capacity to embrace all, swept across the entire sword tomb plains like a tender spring breeze. Countless ferocious sword spirits, as if immersed in a nurturing womb, saw their violent malevolence, resentments, and unwilling remnants swiftly dissolve and purify under the sun's warmth, leaving behind only the pure essence of sword intent. They floated in bewilderment, their fury replaced by tranquility, their cries transformed from mournful wails to a serene hymn of swords. Akin to a sacred pilgrimage, the magnificent sword mountain trembled slightly under the caress of the chaotic power, and the remnants of countless broken swords emitted a deep humming, as if responding with gratitude. Within the vast, sorrowful consciousness, a hint of relief and lightness subtly emerged. The lament of myriad swords transformed into a serene chant of countless blades. Xie, whose hand had rested on Shen Qingxian's back, had long since retracted it stiffly. He stood beside Shen Qingxian, his cold black eyes fixed intently upon those silvery chaotic orbs and the transforming chaotic sword imprint. For the first time, an unmistakable astonishment flickered across his eternally cold visage, accompanied by a stirring from the depths of his soul. The unyielding sword imprint within him, upon sensing the chaotic divine power and the embracing force, unexpectedly calmed like never before, the concealed malice retreating as if finding a warm harbor, ushering in an unprecedented sense of tranquility. A feeling of profound peace flowed through the bonds of their contract, quietly emanating from the chaotic sacred beast, a forbidden title that existed solely within the most ancient tomes of the Tao. It thundered through Su Yuan's mind with the intensity of a lightning strike. Chapter 30. The Awakening of Chaos. Entangled destinies, the holy light of chaos enveloped the entire Sword Burial Valley like the first gentle dawn of creation, tender yet irresistible. Shen Qingxian stood at the center of the Sword Tomb Plains, his silvery chaotic eyes reflecting the mournful cries and subservience of countless remnants of swords. With that gentle sweep, it was as if a deity had plucked the strings of fate. An ethereal force of chaos swept through, and the tempestuous sword spirits, as if cradled within a nurturing womb, surrendered their malevolent aura, resentment, and fragments of unwilling souls, which melted away like snow under the warming sun, undergoing purification. Only the most pristine and primordial essence of sword intent remained, akin to stars cleansed of their dust, suspended in the dim expanse, emitting a subtle, tranquil melody of sword song. The colossal Sword Mountain trembled gently under the caress of chaotic power. Countless remnants of shattered blades resonated with a deep and harmonious hum, seemingly in response, expressing gratitude. The somber sentiment that enveloped the summit of the Sword Mountain, reminiscent of an ancient melancholy, now surged with intense fluctuations. Its heavy despair dissipating like hardened ice melting beneath the gentle sun, leaving behind a faint sense of release and ease. The lament of myriad swords transformed into a serene chorus of countless blades. Within the valley of sword burials, the tumultuous torrent of chaotic sword energy, capable of rending souls asunder, found an ephemeral stillness and calm beneath the supreme sanctity of chaos. Space fissures silently mended, and the once ferocious energy, like a tamed steed, became docile and orderly. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped this former graveyard of swords. Only the myriad luminous points, emanating pure sword intent, adorned the shadowy realm like stars, producing a faint, pilgrimage-like hum. Su Yuan stood motionless beside Shen Qingxian, the hand that had once pressed against Shen Qingxian's back, attempting to convey protective sword intent, had long since stiffened and withdrawn, now hanging limply at his side, fingers unconsciously curling slightly. His dark silhouette, illuminated by the chaotic holy light, resembled a black statue forgotten in the annals of time, lonely, frigid, yet imbued with an unprecedented rigidity and bewilderment. His bottomless black eyes, seemingly frozen in time for millennia, were now fixated, unblinking, upon Shen Qingxian. More precisely, they were locked onto those eyes of pure, silvery hue, resembling swirling nebulae of chaos. They were fixed upon the sword imprint, suspended at Shen Qingxian's brow, emanating a gentle, chaotic radiance, its form and essence rapidly transforming. Chaos, sacred beast. These four words struck like thunder from the heavens, resonating with a forbidden roar that forcefully shattered the frozen lake of Su Yuan's heart, stirring up colossal waves. How could this be possible? It was utterly inconceivable. The merciless sword imprint within him, symbolizing absolute destruction and termination, unexpectedly settled into an unprecedented tranquility upon sensing the vast, encompassing, life-giving authority of chaos. Like a ferocious beast cradled in a warm cradle, the malevolent energy that gnawed at his soul, buried deep within his marrow, quietly retreated, retracting all its claws. A sense of unprecedented peace washed over him, akin to a drifting vessel finding its harbor. Following the cursed bond of a soul contract that delved deep into his essence, a gentle warmth began to flow, soothing his cold, desolate soul. This sensation was so foreign it sent a tremor through his heart. It filled him with dread. He had pursued him. From the myriad sword platform to the ancient battlefield, he regarded him as a scourge. He viewed him as a taint upon the pure essence of mercilessness. He longed to sever this cursed contract. He yearned to obliterate him entirely. Yet, the entity he regarded as a ferocious beast, a harbinger of calamity, turned out to be the legendary primordial chaos beast, long thought to be extinguished in ancient times, symbolizing the origin and end of all things, embodying both creation and destruction. Absurd, utterly preposterous. In the depths of Su Yuan's cold, dark gaze, a profound and immutable layer of ancient ice shattered for the first time, revealing immense, undeniable cracks. Shock, incredulity, an overwhelming sense of absurdity, and a feeling of bewilderment, as if fate were playing a cruel jest upon him, accompanied by a flicker of emotion he himself had not yet recognized. At that moment, a sudden shudder coursed through Shen Qingxian's body. A stream of dark golden blood, infused with chaotic radiance, erupted forth. As if all support had been withdrawn, the vast and sacred light of chaos that enveloped him receded like a tide. The sword imprint on his brow, newly transformed and shimmering with chaotic silver-white luminescence, instantly dimmed and vanished. His eyes, which held swirling nebulae of chaos, were forcibly shut like a celestial gateway, the silver light dissipating rapidly, revealing once more the molten gold of his vertical pupils. A muffled groan, stifled and filled with excruciating pain, escaped Shen Qingxian's throat. His body swayed violently, his complexion paling to the hue of gold leaf, his breath flickering like a dying candle in the wind, forcing the deepest source of chaos within his bloodline. He was immediately met with the backlash of the tragic clash between myriad swords and his own power. At this moment, as the sacred light retreated, it felt as though the colossal pillars supporting the heavens and the earth had been withdrawn, and the terrifying force of backlash erupted instantaneously. His meridians threatened to rupture. His soul felt as though it had been thrust into a meat grinder. The ravenous soul of the Taotie let out a reluctant roar in the instant the chaotic force began to recede, attempting to counterattack. The mercilessly sharp aura that had just merged with the chaotic sword imprint became restless once more. The power within him was in disarray. Like a volcano on the brink of eruption, he could no longer sustain himself, his body falling back like a kite with severed strings. Just as he was about to plummet into the abyss, still suffused with chaotic sword energy, a cold, slender hand, with distinct knuckles, seized his arm with the grip of an iron claw. It was Xie Yuan. In a moment, Shen Qingxian began to fall. His rigid body moved as if propelled by an unseen force, lightning fast and swifter than thought itself. The icy touch penetrated through his thin robe. In Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils, the golden light scattered, barely refocusing to behold Xie Yuan's face, now so close, still cold, yet seemingly imbued with an indescribable complexity. You. Shen Qingxian's voice was hoarse, as frail as a whisper. The tumultuous agony within him rendered thought nearly impossible. Save for the chilling intent flowing from the depths of the contract imprint, now tinged with a hint of panic and an undercurrent of suppressed urgency. Xie Yuan offered no reply, his cold, black eyes fixated intently on Shen Qingxian's pale and weakened visage, a tempest of turmoil roiling deep within his gaze. The realization of the chaotic holy beast had etched itself into his mind like a brand, delivering a revolutionary shock. Yet, at this moment, witnessing the other's fragility, as if he might shatter with the slightest touch, and feeling the faint, flickering resonance of the contract, akin to a candle about to extinguish, and even more potent. Icy sense of dread, rooted in the contract itself, gripped him fiercely. The bond of shared fate. If he dies, I too shall bear the repercussions. This thought slithered through like a chilling serpent, swiftly overshadowing all astonishment and absurdity. Let's go. Xie Yuan's voice, colder than the frigid winds of the Burial Sword Valley, bore an undeniable urgency. No longer hesitating, he exerted his strength, abruptly pulling Shen Qingxian's nearly unconscious body toward him. The dark figure erupted with astonishing speed. The frigid, merciless sword intent surged forth once more, but this time it transformed into a condensed protective sword barrier, enveloping the two of them securely. The chaotic torrent of sword energy was forcefully dispersed again. Xie Yuan, cradling the unconscious Shen Qingxian, surged forth like a dark arrow swimming against the current, tearing through the still unsettled tempest of sword energy, racing towards the exit of the Burial Sword Valley. His speed was such that it generated a piercing sonic boom. The wound on his shoulder, which had only just healed, split open anew under the strain of exertion. the dark fabric of his attire quickly becoming saturated with dark red blood. Yet, he remained oblivious, his cold black eyes fixated solely on the distorted exit ahead. Outside the Burial Sword Valley, the figure of the old ancestor of Wanwu appeared silently beneath the leaden clouds. Beneath his snow-white brows, his profound gaze penetrated the chaotic barrier of sword energy, clearly witnessing all that transpired within the valley. Upon observing the chaotic holy light ascend skyward and the myriad swords' lament transform into a serene chant, a trace of indescribable weariness and understanding flickered in his eyes. When he saw Xie Zhuyan emerge from the valley, cradling the unconscious Shen Qingxian, he let out a silent sigh. The intertwining of chaos, awakening, and the merciless return to tranquility had, after all, commenced. The voice of the old ancestor of Wanwu resonated deeply, akin to a sigh transcending eons. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, a vast and gentle power of starlight instantly enveloped Xie Zhuyan, who had just burst forth from the Burial Sword Valley. His aura chaotic, and his complexion ashen, along with the unconscious Shen Qingxian in his arms. The starlight flowed, offering the gentlest of comforts, swiftly suppressing the backlash from Xie Zhuyan's forced sword intent, while silently flowing into Shen Qingxian's body, safeguarding his nearly collapsing soul source and meridians. Xie Zhuyan came to an abrupt halt, feeling that familiar power of starlight, the taut strings of his heart loosening slightly. He gazed down at the unconscious Shen Qingxian, whose face was so pale it seemed nearly transparent, with a faint and dim chaotic sword imprint at his brow flickered, exuding a weak yet extraordinarily sacred aura. In Xie Zhuyan's cold black eyes, the tumultuous waves gradually calmed, transforming into an unfathomable darkness. Within that darkness lingered the aftershocks of astonishment, the absurdity of being toyed with by fate, and a cold scrutiny. Yet deeper still, a faint complexity and an exceedingly slight sense of bewilderment began to quietly sprout. Unnoticed, even by himself, no longer lingering, he embraced Shen Qingxian, becoming a shadowy streak of light, racing toward the direction of the star-dust pavilion on the boundless peak. His dark figure passed beneath the leaden sky, imbued with an unprecedented weight and an entanglement of fate. The old ancestor of Wanwu quietly hovered above the clouds, watching as two figures vanished into the horizon. His profound gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, glimpsing an even more distant future, swallowing the heavens and transforming chaos. The game of mercy and heartlock has only just begun. Chapter 31. The Awakening of Chaos and the Dilemma of the Sword Master within the Star-Dust Pavilion. The drifting starlight appears softer than ever, akin to a flowing river of stars, silently soothing this expanse. On the jade couch lies Shen Qingxian, serene and still. The pristine white robe accentuates his pallid complexion, resembling exquisite cold jade, exuding a fragile delicacy. His inky hair cascades over the jade pillow, with a few strands brushing against his smooth forehead. At the center of his brow, the newly formed chaos sword imprint lies dim and lifeless, reminiscent of a star veiled in dust, with only a faint, nearly imperceptible silvery sheen flickering. His eyes are tightly shut, long lashes casting soft shadows beneath the starlight. His breath is weak and elongated, as if he has succumbed to the deepest slumber. Yet beneath his tranquil exterior, a silent tempest rages. Forcibly awakening the deepest chaos essence within his bloodline, he simultaneously endures the impact of the lament of 10,000 swords and the backlash of his own powers. At this moment, Shen Qingxian's body resembles a chaotic battlefield. The originally ferocious and tyrannical Taotie essence, after the retreat of the holy light of chaos, behaves like a cornered beast, roaring wildly within his meridians. The dark, golden, malevolent force surges like an uncontrollable torrent, attempting to reclaim dominance, tearing through the meridians that have been forcibly widened by chaotic power, now rendered feeble by the backlash. Meanwhile, the newly awakened and yet unstable chaos essence spins laboriously within the depths of his soul, like a nascent nebula, radiating a gentle yet indomitable silvery glow, striving to resist the counterattack of the ferocious Taotie spirit and attempting to soothe the pervasive, tearing agony. Worse still, The ruthless and sharp aura that was forcibly integrated into the chaos sword imprint in the Sword Burial Valley now resembles a restless serpent, prowling within the crevices of the two opposing powers, sometimes resonating with the Taotie spirit to unleash a chilling intent to cut, and at other times, being enveloped by the chaotic force, lying dormant for the moment. His meridians threaten to rupture inch by inch. The essence of his soul feels as though it is being subjected to the alternating torment of boiling oil and icy water. The excruciating pain gnaws at Shen Qingxian's will like a relentless parasite. Even in unconsciousness, his furrowed brow and slightly trembling form silently convey the inhuman agony he endures. Xie Zhuyan stands beside the jade couch, merely 3 feet away. His dark silhouette appears even more solitary and austere beneath the starlight, akin to an ancient black reef standing resolutely. He does not take a seat, merely standing with his hands clasped behind him, his cold black eyes resembling 2 unfathomable icy pools, unwaveringly gazing at the unconscious Shen Qingxian. The pallid, fragile face, the dim chaos sword imprint at his brow, and the torment that even in unconsciousness cannot be fully concealed. All these vividly reflect in Xie Zhuyan's frigid gaze. The words chaos, sacred beast echo in his mind like a spell, each repetition bringing deeper shocks and absurdity. He hunts him down, viewing him as a taint upon the sanctity of mercy, wishing to eliminate him with haste. He despises him, loathing his alluring charm that attracts trouble, resenting the endless complications he brings. In fact, before the punishment peak and outside the azure wave pool, driven by inexplicable jealousy and possessiveness, he has drawn his sword against him, uttering harsh words. However, the very entity he regarded as a calamity, a source of trouble, has transformed into the legendary creature long thought to have perished, an embodiment of chaos, symbolizing the origins and ends of all things, both creation and destruction. Absurd, utterly preposterous. Xie Zhuyan's lips, cold as ice, tightened ever so slightly into a rigid arc. A profound sense of irritation and a humiliating feeling of being cruelly toyed with by fate coiled around his heart like a chilling venomous vine. Yet, amidst this icy absurdity and humiliation, a faint yet remarkably clear wave of thought began to flow through the deep bond of their fateful contract, like a gentle stream meandering quietly. It was Shen Qingxian. It was his unconscious suffering, exuding from his comatose state. Intense suffering. A torment akin to having one's soul torn asunder. And within that agony, a flicker of will to survive, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, yet astonishingly resilient. This stream of thought was so lucid, so direct, crashing into Xie Zhuyan's perception with an intensity far surpassing any previous emotions conveyed through the contract. The pain felt so real, as though his own soul was being rent apart. The will to live was so tenacious, like the sole beacon of light in an abyss of darkness. Xie Zhuyan's body subtly stiffened. Deep within his cold, black eyes, an almost imperceptible tremor stirred, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, sending ripples through the stillness. He instinctively yearned to sever this damned connection of the contract. He wished to keep this feeble suffering at bay. But the heartlock of fate, the contract was forged. This pain, this will clung to his soul like a parasite, utterly inescapable. Even more shocking was that, as he sensed Shen Qingxian's profound anguish, the cold, lifeless mark of the unforgiving sword within his dantian quivered ever so slightly. An ineffable restlessness? As if drawn by that pain, an indomitable will, it sought to act. Absurd. The mark of the unforgiving sword, symbolizing absolute destruction and finality. How could it be swayed by such a feeble emotion? Xie Zhuyan clenched the hand resting behind his back tightly. His knuckles whitened from the force. His cold, black gaze fixed intently on Shen Qingxian's pale, tormented face, where turbulent waves of shock, absurdity, irritation, humiliation, and an unrecognized sense of powerlessness dragged him into a quagmire. At that moment, a surge. Shen Qingxian's body trembled violently. The dim mark of the chaotic sword upon his forehead suddenly erupted with a faint silvery glow. A chaotic, frenzied, and ferocious dark golden energy burst forth from within him like an uncontrollable volcano, surging toward his fragile soul core. The ferocious soul of the glutton retaliated. In the weakened state of the primordial chaos, it sought to utterly consume this nascent power that threatened its existence. Ugh! The comatose Shen Qingxian emitted a muffled groan of excruciating pain, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen. His breath waned rapidly, akin to a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing. This is bad. Xie Yuan's pupils dilated suddenly. Almost instinctively, he surged forward. The only mobile left hand darted forth like lightning. With fingers splayed, the palm coalesced a chilling sword intent, imbued with an unwavering will of protection. Resolutely pressing towards Shen Qingxian's dantian, he intended to forcibly suppress the rampaging, ferocious soul of the Taotie with the frigid and lifeless essence of the merciless sword intent. Yet, just as the icy protective sword intent was about to make contact with Shen Qingxian's body, a profound hum resonated. The chaotic sword imprint on Shen Qingxian's forehead seemed to sense a dire threat, suddenly erupting with an unprecedented will to resist. A gentle yet vast aura, exuding an unassailable chaotic sanctity, burst forth with a thunderous roar as if a slumbering giant beast had been awakened. The cold protective sword intent that Xie Yuan had gathered clashed violently with the erupting chaotic sanctity. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a fierce obliteration akin to water meeting fire. Xie Yuan stifled a groan, feeling an indescribable, all-encompassing yet repulsive colossal force strike his palm like an invisible hammer. The frigid, lifeless, merciless sword intent seemed to have encountered its nemesis, instantly repelled and disintegrated by the chaotic sanctity. A gentle, yet overwhelming rebounding force surged up his arm. Staggering back, Xie Yuan was caught off guard, retreating 3 steps, each footfall leaving distinct imprints on the hard starlit sand beneath him. His internal energy surged tumultuously. The injuries he had forcibly suppressed once again stirred, a metallic sweetness flooding his throat. He abruptly raised his head, his cold black eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. The chaotic sanctity could so effortlessly repel his merciless sword intent. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, on the jade couch, after unleashing that moment of resistance, Shen Qingxian's breath grew even weaker, the glow of the chaotic sword imprint on his forehead swiftly dimming, as if it had exhausted its last vestige of strength. The rampaging Taotie soul, now unrestrained, surged even more frantically against his soul source. Damn it! Xie Yuan cursed under his breath, his icy tone tinged with an unprecedented impatience. He forcibly suppressed the tumultuous energy in the storm within his heart. He could no longer act recklessly. Otherwise, Shen Qingxian's soul source would be utterly torn apart by the clash of these two forces. What to do? The fates were intertwined. If his soul source collapsed, he too would suffer grievous harm. In that instant, cold rationality eclipsed all absurdity and agitation. A flicker of determination flashed in Xie Yuan's eyes. He stepped forward once more. But this time, he did not forcefully invoke the merciless sword intent to subdue. Instead, he shaped his fingers like a sword, with a thread of extremely refined, yet non-aggressive icy intent swirling at his fingertips. This was a pure essence, intertwining the quietude and protection derived from the source of the merciless sword imprint, no longer attempting to suppress the chaos, but rather striving to communicate. With this peculiar sword intent at his fingertips, he slowly pointed towards Shen Qingxian's forehead, towards the dim, chaotic sword imprint. As his fingertip touched the imprint, a surge of indescribable sensation coursed through Xie Yuan's entire being like an electric current. He clearly perceived, deep within Shen Qingxian's soul source, the nascent, fragile, nebula-like, chaotic essence was being violently torn and devoured by the frenzied, dark golden Taotie soul. The chaotic nebula spun laboriously, resisting, emanating a gentle yet resilient silvery glow, akin to a solitary vessel swaying amidst a tempest. Its icy sword intent, resembling a shard of ice hurled into the storm, was not repelled by the chaos. Rather, it was embraced by that soft, silvery luminescence. Indeed, Embrace. The primordial chaos seemed to possess an unfathomable assimilative power, quietly absorbing and enveloping his cold, merciless sword intent, laden with the essence of destruction, as if it were, or cast, into a crucible. The frigid sword intent did not dissipate within the chaotic nebula. Instead, it transformed into an exceedingly delicate network, akin to icy crystals, subtly merging into the fabric of the nebula, augmenting its frail form with a touch of stability and sharpness. What struck Xie Zhuiyuan with profound astonishment was that, as this strand of sword intent integrated, the furious, gluttonous soul seemed to experience some form of intangible suppression, causing its onslaught to momentarily falter. Although still violent, the madness bent on obliteration appeared to have been slightly mitigated, effective. An incredulous brilliance erupted from Xie Zhuiyuan's cold, dark eyes. He hesitated no longer, enduring the tearing sensation from the depths of his soul's source, which arose from the active release of his primordial sword intent and continuously channeled strands of condensed, frosty, yet no longer aggressive merciless sword intent through his fingertips, cautiously imparting them into the chaotic sword imprint at Shen Qingxian's brow. This time, the primordial chaos offered no resistance, but rather greedily absorbed and embraced this coexistent icy power. Like parched earth meeting a life-giving rain, the nascent chaotic nebula, after assimilating the merciless sword intent, noticeably accelerated in its rotation, the silvery radiance solidifying at a visibly rapid pace, exuding a gentle sanctity that effectively suppressed the rampaging, gluttonous soul. As one diminished, the other thrived. Shen Qingxian's tightly furrowed brows subtly relaxed during Xie Zhuiyuan's continued infusion of sword intent. Her pallid complexion seemed to regain a hint of vitality. Although still in a state of unconsciousness, the chaotic storm within her soul, teetering on the brink of collapse, was finally forcefully stabilized. Xie Zhuiyuan slowly withdrew his fingers. Remnants of the gentle, encompassing yet vast and majestic sensation of the chaotic sword imprint lingering at his fingertips. He stood still, his cold, dark eyes fixated on the chaotic sword imprint at Shen Qingxian's brow, which appeared to have solidified slightly after absorbing the merciless sword intent, his gaze swirling with unprecedented complexity and bewilderment. How could chaos embrace the merciless? How could the merciless stabilize chaos? How could this be possible? The merciless sword imprint within him, after actively releasing part of its primordial sword intent, did not weaken. Rather, upon sensing the encompassing and assimilative power of the chaotic sanctity, an unprecedented tranquility washed over him. Like the gentle spring water, it quietly permeated the depths of his cold, desolate soul, healing the scars ravaged day and night by malevolence. This sensation was so unfamiliar that it stirred unease within him. Yet it bore an ineffable tranquility. Xie Zhuiyuan slowly raised his left hand, observing the distinct knuckles of his fingers, which had just conveyed the primordial sword intent. The cold fingertips appeared to retain a trace of warmth that did not belong to him. Gentle and soothing, he suddenly clenched his fist tightly, crushing that faint warmth into oblivion. Absurd. This must be an illusion. It is the chaotic perception brought forth by the contract. He compelled himself to avert his gaze, no longer looking at the pale and fragile face upon the jade couch. The dark silhouette once again became cold and solitary, as if he had sealed himself anew within an eternity of frozen ice. Yet, from the depths of his soul, a faint but genuine sense of tranquility emerged. Alongside the finally stabilizing, albeit weak, breath of Shen Qingxian on the other end of the contract. It was akin to a stone cast into an icy lake, creating ripples in the depths of his heart that had been encased in ice for millennia, ripples that could never be calmed. Within the stardust pavilion, the starlight continued to ebb and flow. One lay in a faint, with breath weak yet steadying. The other stood apart, still cold. Yet the depths of his heart surged with hidden tides. Chapter 32. The Sword Master's Dilemma. The lure of chaos inside the stardust pavilion. Time appeared elongated, thick and tranquil, as if drawn out by the drifting starlight. Xie Zhuiyuan stood rigidly 3 feet from the jade couch, his dark figure resembling a black statue forgotten in the corners of time. The hands clasped behind him were tightly balled into fists, the knuckles turning a chilling white from the excessive strain. His cold black eyes fixated intensely on the unconscious Shen Qingxian, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if he sought to pierce through that pale, fragile visage and the dim, chaotic sword imprint that marred it. The term chaotic sacred beast seared into the depths of his soul like a branding iron, bringing waves of absurd and excruciating pain. Absurd, utterly absurd. What he pursued was absolute annihilation, the final destination of severing all causal connections. The unmerciful sword imprint within him symbolized that end. The cold authority of all things returning to the void. He viewed Shen Qingxian as filth, as disaster, as a seductive calamity that sullied the essence of mercy. He wished fervently to sever this damned contract, to obliterate it entirely. Yet now, this being he had hunted, whom he detested and regarded as a nuisance, had transformed into the legendary chaotic sacred beast, an entity long believed to have perished, symbolizing the origins and conclusions of all things, the duality of creation and destruction. This was nothing short of fate's most cruel mockery. It was a complete subversion of his lifelong convictions. An indescribable humiliation and a rage akin to being toyed with surged within him, like cold lava roiling in the depths of his heart frozen for millennia, roaring. He could scarcely contain the restless, unmerciful sword imprint within him, yearning to unleash a strike that would shatter this absurd reality along with the source of all chaos before him. However, a faint yet exceptionally clear wave of intent surged forth, like a gentle stream, flowing quietly through that wretched bond of the life contract. It was Shen Qingxian. It was the pain he unconsciously emitted in his unconscious state. Extreme suffering, as if his soul were being torn apart repeatedly. Alongside that pain, a glimmer of a tenacious will to survive flickered weakly, akin to a candle in the wind, and an indescribable thirst for some kind of power. This flow of intent struck Xie Yuan's perception directly and clearly. The agony felt as though his own soul was wailing. That resilient will to survive shone like a faint light in the darkness, pricking at his cold eyes with a slight sting. The insatiable yearning was akin to an invisible hook, instantly linking to the cold, lifeless mark of the unforgiving sword embedded deep within his dantian. Buzz! At the moment the unforgiving sword mark sensed that flicker of desire, it inexplicably quivered uncontrollably. An indescribable restlessness surged, as if drawn by the agony and tenacity of will. And further compelled by that yearning, it faintly desired to once again unleash its primal sword intent. Cursed be it! Xie Yuan internally roared with icy fury, forcibly suppressing the mark's tumult. Absurd! The unforgiving sword mark, a symbol of absolute destruction and finality. How could it be swayed by such feeble emotions and inexplicable desires? This must be the chaotic perception brought forth by the contract, the influence of the enigmatic power of the chaotic divine beast. He abruptly closed his eyes, striving to sever this damned connection, attempting to isolate Shen Qingxian's painful and frail thoughts from his own. Yet, the heart of the life bond remained. The contract had been forged. This suffering, this will, this yearning coiled around his soul like maggots, utterly inescapable. What further shook his spirit was that, while forcibly repressing the mark's agitation, an indescribable sense of loss emerged, much like a stone cast into a deep pool, rippling quietly through the depths of his frozen heart. It felt as if he had lost something exceedingly vital. Absurd. This must be an illusion. Xie Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. The cold black orbs surged with tumultuous waves of shock, absurdity, humiliation, rage, and a hint of an unrecognized sense of helplessness, dragged into a quagmire. Alongside that accursed, creeping sense of loss, akin to a poisonous vine, he fixed his gaze upon Shen Qingxian's pale, agonized visage, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented complexity and bewilderment. At that moment, a faint, dreamlike moan escaped Shen Qingxian's tightly pressed lips. Xie Yuan's body tensed instantaneously. His cold black eyes, akin to a hawk capturing its prey, locked onto the source. There, on the jade couch, Shen Qingxian's butterfly-like long eyelashes quivered ever so slightly, The dim, chaotic sword mark upon his brow seemed to respond to some invisible force, flickering with an exceedingly faint glimmer. A ray of silver luminescence, more solid and pure than before, flowed quietly like dawn breaking through the clouds. Was he awakening? Xie Yuan's heart felt as though gripped tightly by an invisible hand. An indescribable tension mingled with the absurd humiliation and rage, seizing him in an instant. He instinctively wished to retreat, to create distance, to encase all inappropriate emotions in ice once more before this person regained consciousness. However, his feet felt as if nailed to the ground, utterly immobile. His cold black eyes remained fixed on the face that was on the verge of awakening, brimming with vigilance, scrutiny, and a trace of an unrecognized quest for understanding. Shen Qingxian's consciousness was submerged in an endless abyss of darkness. Coldness, excruciating pain, and a sense of tearing were omnipresent. The roaring of the gluttonous evil spirit and the swirling of chaotic nebulae formed an unending tug-of-war deep within his soul. Amidst the boundless anguish and chaos, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear, frigid aura emerged, akin to a lighthouse in the darkness, silently guiding him. This aura was chilling and lifeless, imbued with an unmistakable sense of finality, yet it felt so familiar, so yearned for. The merciless sword intent was a fragment of memories that surged into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Composed of the mournful elegy of a myriad of swords in the valley of the buried blade, the eruption of chaotic holy light, the clash of powers within. And at the critical moment, that icy palm pressed against the back of his head, along with the cold sword intent infused with a protective will that permeated his being. Protection? This thought rippled through Shen Qingxian's chaotic awareness like a stone cast into deep waters, creating a wave of realization. He then distinctly sensed that at this very moment, that chilling, lifeless aura was remarkably close, almost within reach. Moreover, within that aura, there seemed to be an absence of the previously exhibited rage and murderous intent. Instead, it bore an indescribable complexity and a hint of bewilderment. Xie Yuan was bewildered. This realization momentarily stilled Shen Qingxian's tumultuous consciousness. He endeavored to open his eyes, striving to see clearly. His heavy eyelids felt as if glued together, each slight tremor tugging at the profound pain deep within his soul. Yet he did not relent. That thread of resilience derived from the essence of chaos sustained him. At last, his long eyelashes, akin to a butterfly struggling to emerge from its cocoon, slowly and tremulously parted to reveal a narrow sliver of light. His molten gold vertical pupils had yet to fully focus, rendering his vision a blur. All that remained was the shimmering light of starlight and a near silhouette, dark and starkly cold. It was Xie Yuan. He stood there, so close. Those fathomless black eyes were fixed on him intently, unwavering. Gradually, his vision clarified, and Shen Qingxian finally discerned Xie Yuan's visage. It was still that exquisitely sculpted face, akin to fine jade, handsome yet devoid of color, still bearing those tightly pressed, temperatureless lips and those deep, unfathomable eyes that seemed to have frozen the passage of countless ages. However, within those cold black depths, Shen Qingxian keenly detected an exceedingly subtle fluctuation. It was no longer pure coldness and indifference, no longer scrutiny and vigilance, but rather an ineffable complexity, a bewilderment akin to solid ice plunged into seething magma, instantly vaporizing into confusion. There was even a trace of an exceedingly faint awkwardness, as if he had stumbled upon a certain secret. This was Xie Yuan? A wave of incredulity flashed through Shen Qingxian's molten gold pupils. He had never witnessed such a complex expression on that icy visage. Even when he had struck down Mo Qianshan at the peak of judicial punishment, that gaze had been as cold and merciless as one looking down upon ants. And now, was it due to the chaotic holy beast? Shen Qingxian understood. It seemed that the anomalies in the valley of the buried blade had fundamentally overturned this icy figure's perceptions. He slowly, with immense difficulty, attempted to twitch the corner of his mouth, striving to forge a mocking curve, only to find that even this simple motion was exceedingly taxing. He could only slightly shift his gaze, landing upon Xie Yuan's hand, which hung at his side, clenched into a fist, knuckles paling with tension. In his hand, There lingered a faint, gentle aura belonging to the chaotic sword seal. Was he assisting me? This thought resurfaced, imbued with a hint of incredulity. Have you seen enough? The cold voice, sharp as a poisoned icicle, shattered the profound silence within the Stardust Pavilion. Xie Yuan's tone remained as frigid and piercing as ever, imbued with his habitual aloofness and indifference. Yet, Shen Qingxian keenly discerned beneath that icy exterior a suppressed unease and a flicker of anger at having his innermost thoughts unearthed. Shen Qingxian remained silent, his molten gold vertical pupils meeting Xie Yuan's tumultuous black gaze. Within the depths of his eyes lay a glimmer of profound understanding, coupled with an indescribable weariness. He spoke not a word, but with painstaking slowness and difficulty, endeavored to summon the nascent, still fragile essence of chaos from the depths of his soul. The chaotic sword seal upon his brow flickered with an imperceptible gleam. A gentle, vast, yet exceptionally feeble chaotic aura, akin to a nascent nebula, struggled to unfurl from within him. This aura was neither an attack nor a defense, but rather a silent response, a confirmation emanating from the very source. In that instant, as the chaotic essence spread, the cold, lifeless imprint of the unforgiving sword deep within Xie Zhuyan's core surged violently, akin to ice plunged in a boiling oil, erupting with an unprecedented intensity. An ineffable yearning surged forth, reminiscent of a desert wanderer thirsting for a spring, or ice yearning for the warmth of the sun, crashing relentlessly against the mental barriers Xie Zhuyan had so painstakingly erected. Xie Zhuyan's body stiffened abruptly. A terrifying light blazed in his icy black eyes. He fixated intently on the flickering chaotic sword seal upon Shen Qingxian's brow, sensing the unprecedented, nearly uncontrollable restlessness and desire emanating from the unforgiving sword within him. For the first time, an unmistakable shock flickered across his eternally frozen visage, along with a stirring from the depths of his soul. How could chaos evoke such a profound yearning from the unforgiving? How could this be possible? Within the Stardust Pavilion, the starlight ebbed and flowed. One individual, gravely injured and just awakening, exuded a fragile breath, the chaos newly born. The other stood rigid as though carved from stone, his heart turbulent, grappling with the enigma of the sword master. In their silent confrontation, the chaotic essence intertwined and collided with the unforgiving restlessness, bound by the ties of their covenant, testing and probing one another. The gears of fate turned quietly amidst the intermingling of newly awakened chaos and the sword master's quandary, resonating with a heavy, irreversible rumble. Chapter 33, The Awakening of Chaos. The Sword Master's Dilemma, Part 2. Within the Stardust Pavilion, the floating starlight appeared to congeal. Shen Qingxian struggled to channel the newly born, fragile, chaotic essence. As the imprint upon his brow flickered feebly, akin to a star on the verge of extinguishing, laboriously releasing a thread of gentle, vast, yet newly born and frail, chaotic aura. This essence, reminiscent of a nascent nebula, embodied the nature of encompassing all, while also carrying an instinctual yearning for a certain power, rooted deep within his bloodline. Almost in the very moment the chaotic essence began to permeate the air, deep within Xie Zhuyan's dantian, the cold, lifeless emblem of the merciless sword imprint, symbolizing absolute destruction and finality, erupted violently like a frigid iron cast into a seething furnace, unleashing an unprecedented, almost uncontrollable surge of fervent pulsations. An indescribable longing, stemming from the very essence of his being, surged forth, akin to a dying traveler in the desert yearning for a refreshing spring, akin to ancient ice craving the warmth of the sun. This desire was pure, intense, and relentlessly battered against the heart's defenses that Xie Zhuyan had forcibly constructed, as unyielding as eternal ice. Suddenly, Xie Zhuyan's body stiffened, as though struck by an invisible hammer. His dark silhouette quivered violently under the starlight. He clenched his fists tightly behind him, the joints emitting a sharp sound of grinding bones. His cold black eyes instantly narrowed to the size of needle points, fixating intently on the flickering chaotic imprint upon Shen Qingxian's brow. his pupils churning with tumultuous waves of astonishment. How could chaos evoke such an intense yearning from the merciless sword imprint? This was inconceivable. The merciless sword imprint represented an end, the frigid authority of all things returning to oblivion. Its very existence was to sever all, to annihilate all. How could it yearn for the chaotic power that symbolizes birth and origin? This was a complete subversion of all his beliefs, a profound desecration of his lifelong convictions. A tumultuous blend of rage, absurdity, humiliation, and an overwhelming sense of violation surged forth, like cold lava, instantly breaching the dam of reason that Xie had desperately maintained. "Reign in your power." A chilling growl, suppressed with utmost fury, echoed like the polar winds sweeping through the Stardust Pavilion. The icy intent of the merciless sword erupted uncontrollably, no longer a guardian, but filled with destructive repulsion and resistance. It was as if an enraged beast had bared its fangs. The ferocious, cold sword intent, akin to an uncontrollable tempest, tore through the gentle starlight within the Stardust Pavilion, charging with the resolute will to sever all, colliding fiercely with the faint, chaotic aura emanating from Shen Qingxian. The silent collision erupted between them, devoid of earth-shattering explosions. Only the violent annihilation and rejection at the level of the laws of the universe. Shen Qingxian's already fragile body was struck, as if by a heavy blow. A torrent of dark golden blood, mingled with chaotic brilliance, spewed forth. Like being struck in the chest by an invisible hammer, he crashed backward against the cold jade throne, producing a dull thud. The chaotic imprint on his brow, which had just flickered, dimmed to the brink of extinction. His paper-white complexion faded to ashen, his breath waning like a flickering candle in the wind, the light in his molten gold pupils dissipating, nearly plunging him back into unconsciousness. Agony, rending. His soul felt as if cast into a meat grinder. Xie violent rejection of sword intent pierced through his newly stabilized meridians and soul source like countless icy poison needles. The nascent chaotic nebula trembled violently under this destructive force, teetering on the edge of collapse. The gluttonous spirit took the opportunity to counterattack furiously, emitting a savage roar. "Xie Shen Qingxian struggled to lift his head, his molten gold pupils fixed on that dark figure, his eyes brimming with incredulous rage, pain, and a frigid sense of betrayal. He had not anticipated that this icy mass would erupt with such ferocious resistance at the very moment he, in his weakened state, attempted to commune with the chaotic essence. It was as though it sought to condemn him to death. However, as Shen Qingxian's furious gaze fell upon Xie face, the anger within his molten golden pupils abruptly faltered. He beheld Xie eternally frostbitten countenance, strikingly handsome yet utterly devoid of color, now drenched in cold sweat. Fine beads of perspiration trickled down his hardened jawline, splattering onto his dark clothing and spreading dark stains. Within his fathomless black eyes, what swirled was no longer mere rage and rejection, but a near torturous agony, a struggle akin to the tearing of one's very soul. His tightly clenched fists trembled violently, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging like coiling dragons. The merciless sword intent radiating from his being surged chaotically, imbued with destructive repulsion, yet subtly revealing an indescribable tumult and struggle. It was as if the merciless sword imprint within him was clashing fiercely with his own will. The frenzied yearning for chaotic power emanating from the depths of that imprint collided violently with the absurd humiliation and destructive resistance he had forcibly constructed against the existence of chaos. Akin to two equally matched torrents crashing within the depths of his soul. His rejection of Shen Qingxian's chaotic essence was not solely born of absurdity and humiliation, but also a rebellion against the primal craving for chaos instilled by the merciless sword imprint within him. Was he resisting himself? This realization struck Shen Qingxian's chaotic heart like a thunderclap. A suppressed, agonizing roar erupted from Xie gritted teeth, filled with torment and brutality. His form trembled violently, his dark silhouette under the starlight appearing as if on the verge of shattering like black rock. That violent, merciless sword intent swelled and surged, attempting to obliterate the faint chaotic essence, only to be forcibly suppressed by an unseen force, oscillating wildly and contracting. He was struggling, battling with a merciless sword imprint within himself. Shen Qingxian's molten golden pupils flickered with profound astonishment, which swiftly transformed into a cold understanding. He observed Xie Zhuyan's anguished struggle, his brow glistening with cold sweat and the turbulent waves crashing within his dark eyes. And the anger that had surged in his heart due to the assault strangely subsided. So this icy mass was also enduring a pain and chaos no less than his own. The bond of shared fate truly was a curse. Shen Qingxian slowly closed his eyes, no longer wishing to witness Xie Zhuyan's painful struggle. He bore the excruciating agony of his soul being torn apart, laboriously attempting to reign in the nearly dissipated chaotic essence. The faint imprint upon his brow struggled to maintain the last glimmer of light, much like a solitary lamp flickering amidst a storm. He ceased his attempts to communicate or respond. Instead, he silently and laboriously operated the nascent chaotic origin, like a wounded cub curling up and licking its wounds, bracing against the overwhelming pain and turmoil both within and without. Within the Stardust Pavilion, only the sound of Xie Zhuyan's stifled breaths filled the air, accompanied by the subtle, tearing whispers as the merciless sword intent surged violently. Time languidly flowed amidst the viscous pain. It was unclear how long had passed. The violent fluctuations of the merciless sword intent surrounding Xie Zhuyan finally began to subside, akin to the ebbing tide. The destructive repulsive force gradually receded. His tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed, revealing a gruesome mess of flesh and blood at his knuckles, evidently crushed by his own hand. Cold sweat soaked his temples, trickling down his pallid cheeks and dripping onto the frigid ground. He gradually lifted his head, his fathomless black eyes now marred by bloodshot veins, reminiscent of a frigid pool stained with crimson. Deep within his gaze, the tumultuous waves had calmed, transforming into a profound stillness, akin to eternal ice, silent and weary. He turned his attention to Shen Qingxian, who lay on the jade couch, eyes closed in meditation, breath faint yet stabilizing. His gaze traversed the bloodstains lingering at the corners of Shen's mouth, glided over the dim, chaotic mark on his brow, and finally settled upon his pale, fragile face, which bore an almost indifferent tranquility. There was no anger, no questions, not even a flicker of emotion. It was as though the intense conflict that had nearly plunged them both into the abyss of destruction had never occurred. Xie Zhuyan's icy lips tightened into an exceedingly rigid arc. He uttered no words, merely turning away slowly. His dark silhouette became solitary and austere under the starlight, as if he had encased himself in absolute frost. Yet his upright spine carried an almost imperceptible rigidity and weight. He stepped forward, delving deeper into the starlight pavilion. His strides remained steady, but were infused with an unprecedented fatigue. Each footfall felt as though it tread upon invisible thorns. Shen Qingxian kept his eyes closed, refraining from witnessing the departing figure. However, he distinctly sensed the cold intention flowing again from the depths of the contract mark. This time, the current of thought no longer bore the fury, resistance, or struggle of before, nor a trace of yearning. Only an unfathomable chill and a profound fatigue remained, accompanied by a sense of detachment akin to a heart sealed shut. It was as if the fierce confrontation that had sprung from the depths of the soul had exhausted all his strength and severed a nascent possibility that even he had yet to discern. Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils quivered slightly beneath his closed eyelids. He did not respond, instead focusing intently on nurturing the newly birthed chaotic essence, akin to igniting a fragile flame upon the icy expanse, cautiously safeguarding that flicker of warmth and vitality. Within the starlight pavilion, silence reigned once more. One person meditated with closed eyes, the chaos newly awakened and the future uncertain. The other turned away, burdened by the sword master's doubts, his heart encased in ice. An invisible chasm, akin to ancient glaciers, quietly solidified in the aftermath of the clash between the awakening chaos and the sword master's confusion. heavier and colder than ever before. Chapter 34. The intertwining of ice and fire. The sword master in turmoil in the depths of the starlight pavilion lay a secluded space. Isolated by the starlight, Xie Zhuan sat cross-legged upon a cold obsidian platform, enveloped by a tangible, silver-gray, merciless sword intent. The icy intent, cold and lifeless, enveloped him like an eternal glacier, severing all ties to the outside world while attempting to freeze the recently quelled tempest within his soul. Yet beneath the frozen facade surged a tumultuous undercurrent. With his eyes tightly shut, his exquisitely pale visage bore no emotion, resembling the most flawless ice sculpture. However, the ice-blue scar in the center of his brow pulsed faintly, akin to a volcano forcibly restrained. Deep within his dantian, the mark of the merciless sword, emblematic of annihilation and finality, resonated like ice plunged into boiling oil, emitting a silent yet fervent hum. A desperate yearning emanated from the depths of that mark, a frenzied desire for the gentle yet vast essence of chaos, akin to millions of ants voraciously gnawing at the fortified ice of his heart. Shen Qingxian, the chaotic sacred beast, brought forth a fleeting yet primordial essence of chaos, a sacred power that embraced all and quelled malevolence. Absurd, humiliating, the wrath of fate's cruel jest. These emotions entwined around his reason like venomous vines. He repeatedly admonished himself that such feelings were the taint of the merciless, a source of endless turmoil. He ought to sever this vile connection entirely, obliterating the so-called chaotic sacred beast along with this accursed pact. Yet the stirrings of the mark deep within his soul felt all too real. The craving was overwhelmingly intense. Each forced suppression felt like tearing apart his very essence. What startled him further was that in the valley of the sword's burial, at the moment the chaotic sacred light soothed the lament of myriad swords, the unrelenting malevolence within him had, for the first time, inexplicably quieted. That sensation was akin to glimpsing a faint glimmer amidst boundless darkness and cold. No, this must be an illusion, a deception wrought by the enigmatic power of the chaotic sacred beast. Xie Zhuan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, the blood that seeped forth instantly frozen by the chilling sword intent. He forcibly wielded the supreme sword technique, striving to eradicate every distracting thought, every yearning, every absurdity. The icy, deathly merciless sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave, aiming to completely seal away the restless mark within his soul. However, the pulsation of the mark did not subside. Instead, it erupted like an enraged beast, unleashing a more violent resistance. A chaotic thought, mingling the will of destruction with an insatiable desire for the essence of chaos, surged like an uncontrollable flood, brutally assaulting Xie Zhuan's consciousness. A stifled groan escaped his tightly clenched teeth, a dark red thread of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The backlash from his forced suppression felt like 1,000 swords piercing his heart. In that moment of mental collapse, a faint yet remarkably clear wave of intention rippled out, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, quietly spreading along the bond of the fateful contract that delved into his soul. It was Shen Qingxian. It was a minuscule yet potent essence of chaos unconsciously emanating from him at the other end of the Stardust Pavilion. This breath, no longer the tentative and communicative release it once was, has transformed into a natural emanation, born from the chaotic essence, slowly mending itself after his grievous injury and unconsciousness. It exudes a purity and gentleness akin to the life vibrations of a newborn. So faint, so innocuous, yet akin to a spark cast into a cauldron of boiling oil. Boom! Deep within Xie Zhuan's soul, the relentless sword seal, forcibly suppressed and on the brink of chaos, erupted under the influence of this pristine chaotic essence. Akin to a powder keg igniting, it craved, a frenzied thirst, like a parched desert yearning for rain after eons, like a denizen of eternal night pursuing the light. The instinct emanating from the depths of the seal utterly overwhelmed the rational dam Xie Zhuan had desperately constructed. Shen Qingxian, a howl, reminiscent of a wounded beast, resonated within Xie Zhuiyuan's consciousness, filled with insatiable desire and a yearning for destruction. His tightly shut eyes flew open. Those fathomless black orbs, no longer mere cold pools, were now ablaze with chaotic and frenzied flames, capable of incinerating reason. Within those flames lay an unabashed, unmasked desire to possess and consume. In an instant, Xie Zhuiyuan vanished from the Xuanyu platform. At the opposite end of Stardust Pavilion, Shen Qingxian remained unconscious upon the warm jade couch. The backlash he suffered 3 days prior had been too horrific. The awakening of chaos had drained his energy. Even with the protective starlight bestowed by the ancients and the temporary stabilization from Xie Zhuiyuan's ruthless sword intent, he remained ensnared in boundless darkness and excruciating pain. The warm starlight flowed, nurturing his shattered meridians. The dull, chaotic sword seal on his brow, like a slumbering star core, slowly absorbed energy, struggling to maintain a flicker of life. At that moment, a chilling, violent presence, imbued with a destructive urge to possess, surged forth like a cataclysmic flood, violently tearing through the starlight within the pavilion and crashing against the jade couch. In the throes of agony and unconsciousness, Shen Qingxian felt an irresistible weight, as if the heavens themselves were crashing down upon him. He instinctively wished to struggle, to open his eyes, but his heavy eyelids felt as though a mountain pressed upon them, and his consciousness sank into a viscous mire, immobile. Suddenly, a cold, elongated hand, imbued with destructive power, seized his wrist like an iron clamp. The force was so great it threatened to crush his bones. A cry of involuntary pain escaped Shen Qingxian's lips as his molten golden pupils trembled violently beneath his closed eyelids. Who is it? The chaotic essence instinctively sought to resist under this extreme threat. Yet this nascent power was too feeble, akin to a firefly in the full moonlight. The next moment, a shadow, mingling cold sword intent and a ferocious masculine aura, descended upon him like a mountain. Shen Qingxian felt a chill upon his lips. A cold, domineering presence, reeking of blood and destruction, forcefully invaded his mouth. Is it Xie Zhuiyuan? This realization struck Shen Qingxian's chaotic consciousness like thunder. What is he doing? That icy mouth exerted an irresistible force, mercilessly crushing his lips. There was no tenderness, no lingering affection, only a primal gnawing and plundering. Xie Zhuiyuan's aura was frigid and tumultuous, akin to an uncontrollable tempest, engulfing all of his senses. The hand that gripped his wrist exerted an astonishing force, as if intent on shattering his bones. Humiliation, rage, incredulity. Shen Qingxian struggled desperately amidst the agony and suffocation. The primordial chaos within him roared with fury deep in his soul, a faint glimmer of chaotic power attempting to coalesce in defiance. Yet, in that fleeting moment of rebellion, a far more terrifying and chilling intent, like an invisible shackle, descended with unforgiving force, utterly crushing the feeble resistance within him. Simultaneously, a stream of thought, born from the depths of the contract's imprint, surged forth, imbued with absolute control and a frenzied thirst. Crashing into his consciousness like an overwhelming decree, my chaos shall not resist. Confusion, madness, absolute possession. Shen Qingxian's awareness, under the onslaught of this violent will, was like a small boat in a storm, instantly submerged. All struggles were forcibly suppressed. All resistance was ruthlessly obliterated. He could only passively endure this cold and savage plunder, bearing the devastation that mingled with blood and ruin upon his lips. Time seemed to stand still. Within the Stardust Pavilion, the drifting starlight was thrown into turmoil by the rampaging sword intent. On the jade couch, the dark figure resembled a predatory beast, pinning the pale figure beneath him. A cold and violent kiss, serving as both punishment and a twisted declaration of possession. Shen Qingxian, engulfed in suffocation and humiliation, felt his consciousness gradually fading. The only sensations that remained clear were the cold and domineering touch upon his lips and the chaotic sword imprint deep within his soul, trembling violently under suppression, indelibly etched into his perception. Uncertain how much time had passed, the ferocious plunder finally ceased. The icy lips withdrew from his, leaving a trace of ambiguous silver thread. Xie Yuan propped himself up, his dark figure looming over Shen Qingxian. He breathed heavily, the madly burning flames in his cold black eyes receding like a tide, replaced by a deeper, more profound stillness, akin to an eternal glacier, filled with desolation and confusion. He looked down at the person beneath him. Shen Qingxian remained unconscious, his pale lips swollen and cracked from the recent ravaging, oozing droplets of blood, resembling a withered red plum in the snow, exuding a heart-stopping fragility and a beauty marred by violation. His tightly knitted brows and slightly trembling lashes silently conveyed his pain and humiliation. Xie Yuan's icy fingertips unconsciously brushed against Shen Qingxian's swollen lips. The warm, blood-tinged sensation seared like a branding iron upon his fingertips. What had he done? This thought struck him like a venomous serpent, sinking its fangs into his heart. He abruptly withdrew his hand, as if stung by a scorpion. The dark figure retreated like a wraith, distancing himself from the jade couch, his cold black eyes fixated intently on the unconscious Shen Qingxian, whose expression still bore traces of torment, a tempest of shock, absurdity, self-loathing, and a bone-deep panic roiling within him. Had he truly lost control? How could he have done such a thing to Shen Qingxian? Was it due to that accursed, chaotic aura, or the primal craving embedded deep within the mark? Outrageous. A suppressed growl, laden with extreme fury and self-loathing, erupted from Xie Yuan's tightly clenched jaw. He abruptly turned, his dark figure transforming into a shadowy sword light that tore through the fabric of space, instantly racing out of the Stardust Pavilion. The speed was unparalleled, as if a ravenous specter pursued him from behind. Inside the Stardust Pavilion, silence returned once more. Only the floating starlight flowed silently. On the jade couch, Shen Qingxian remained unconscious, her swollen lips glimmering faintly under the starlight, like a voiceless mark narrating the absurdity and humiliation of the previous chaotic inflation of ice and fire. Outside the pavilion, the frigid winds howled atop the endless peak. Xie Yuan's figure hovered above the leaden-gray sea of clouds, his icy black eyes gazing down at the tranquil Stardust Pavilion, turmoil swirling within them, a hint of concealed disarray. He slowly raised his hand, his cold fingertips seemingly still lingering with a warm, sanguine touch. He clenched his fist tightly, crushing that sensation along with the turbulent waves of emotion surging within him. Yet, deep within his soul, the unrelenting sword mark, having distanced itself from that chaotic aura, did not return to tranquility. Instead, it became restless like a beast deprived of its solace, faintly resonating with a deeper yearning and emptiness. Xie Yuan closed his eyes, allowing the biting cold wind to sweep through his dark robes. His heart, though frozen, was beset by tumultuous undercurrents, fissures forming within. Chapter 35. Heart of the Cloud Sea Sword. Frozen yet unconcealed atop the endless peak, the leaden-gray clouds roiled like raging waves, the fierce winds howling, carrying a piercing chill. Xie Yuan hovered above the cloud sea, his dark robes billowing in the tempest, akin to a black banner suspended between heaven and earth. With his back turned to the tranquil Stardust Pavilion below, his cold black eyes gazed into the depths of the swirling clouds, as if seeking to absorb that endless gray vortex into his very being, freezing all tumultuous emotions. However, beneath the icy facade lay currents more turbulent than the cloud sea itself. On his lips lingered the warmth of that sanguine touch, a sensation akin to a searing iron, causing his very soul to tremble. Shen Qingxian's pale, fragile face, her swollen and cracked lips, her tightly furrowed brows, each scene of her suffering and humiliation and unconsciousness replayed in his mind like the most venomous curse. What had he done? How could he have lost control? How could he have done such a thing to Shen Qingxian? Absurd, humiliating, self-loathing, like a cold, poisonous vine. It constricted around his heart, nearly suffocating him. He yearned to draw his sword immediately, to shatter this cloud sea along with his filthy memories. Outrageous. A growl, suppressed to the utmost, filled with brutality and self-revulsion, erupted from his clenched teeth, instantly torn apart by the howling winds. He clenched his fist tightly, the bones creaking under the unbearable weight. The wounds in his palms, pierced by his nails, split open again, dark red blood seeping out, immediately frozen by the icy winds into dark red crystals. Yet, the pain of the body paled in comparison to the torment deep within his soul. Deep within the Dantian, the merciless sword seal, a symbol of termination and destruction, remained indelibly marked. After distancing itself from that pure, chaotic essence, it did not regain tranquility. Instead, it resembled a ferocious beast stripped of all solace, descending into an even more violent turmoil and emptiness. A ravenous craving emerged, a desire stemming from the very depths of the seal, insatiably devouring his soul source like a black hole. This sensation was akin to the most lethal withdrawal from addiction, more intense than the mournful lament of myriad swords in the sword-bearing valley, and more agonizing than the backlash of forced suppression. What did it yearn for? It yearned for Shen Qingxian. It craved that gentle and vast chaotic essence, which embraced all things. It sought the power that could soothe its ferocity and bestow a semblance of peace. No, this cannot be. The merciless sword seal is a symbol of finality. It embodies the authority of extinction. How could it harbor such a base yearning for chaotic power? This must be the insidious influence of the chaotic sacred beast's strange force. It was the chaotic perception brought about by that damned life contract. Xie Zhuan let out an enraged roar in his heart, attempting to reconstruct a heart defense as impenetrable as eternal ice with cold rationality. Yet, a faint yet remarkably clear wave of thought emerged, akin to a stone cast into stagnant water, rippling through the accursed bonds of the contract. It was Shen Qingxian. It was the newly born chaotic essence, fragile as a nebula, unconsciously radiating an exceedingly subtle life wave during its gradual self-repair. This wave, imbued with the purity and gentleness of nascent chaos, blossomed like a delicate white flower in the darkness. This ripple was so weak, so innocuous, yet acted like a spark igniting oil. Boom! Deep within Xie Zhuan's soul, the restless, merciless sword seal erupted under the influence of this pure, chaotic essence, igniting like a fully awakened volcano, unleashing a more frenzied and greedy thrum. An indescribable desire surged forth, akin to a traveler in the desert yearning for an oasis, or ice craving molten lava. It violently assailed his crumbling rationality. Xie Zhuan emitted a suppressed, agonized roar as his body trembled violently. The icy, merciless sword intent erupted uncontrollably. The raging sword intent tore through the surrounding sea of clouds like an uncontrollable tempest, causing the space to emit a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. Flee! He must escape. The farther away, the better. This thought grasped Xie Zhuan's nearly collapsing reason like a final lifeline. He turned abruptly, his cold black eyes fixated on the direction of the Stardust Pavilion below, where a tumultuous struggle and a hint of deep-seated fear surged within his gaze. He was afraid of losing control once more, afraid of becoming a beast driven by primal instincts, afraid of harming that existence he regarded as tainted, yet craved so desperately in the depths of his soul. The dark figure transformed into a shadowy swordlight that tore through the void, embodying a desperate intent to flee, racing towards the boundless peaks, deeper into the vast and desolate sea of clouds, at an incredible speed, as if seeking to utterly shake off the nightmarish Stardust Pavilion and its inhabitants from this realm. Within the Stardust Pavilion, the shimmering starlight continues to flow softly, silently nurturing the unconscious figure upon the jade couch. Shen Qingxian's consciousness drifts amidst the boundless darkness and excruciating pain. The vengeful spirit of the gluttonous beast gnaws at him like maggots on bone, while the restoration of his chaotic essence is slow and arduous. Deep within his soul, the newly birthed chaotic sword imprint lies dim and lifeless, akin to a star shrouded in dust. Yet, amidst this profound suffering and chaos, a faint yet remarkably clear, icy thought stream emerges, like a stone cast into a deep pool, flowing quietly along the bonds of the contract. It is Xie Zhuan. The anguish emanating from the depths of his soul is unbearable. a torment so intense it feels as though his very essence is pierced by countless icy needles. Moreover, within that abyss of suffering, a near-panic escape instinct arises. Is he afraid? What does he fear? A flicker of faint confusion crosses Shen Qingxian's tumultuous mind. Then, he perceives clearly that on the other end of the contract, the chilling presence is retreating at a nearly frenzied pace. He is fleeing? This realization momentarily halts Shen Qingxian's chaotic consciousness. Subsequently, an indescribable sense of absurdity, mixed with a hint of cold derision, quietly surfaces. The one who deemed him unclean, who drew his sword against him, and had just moments ago ravaged him like a beast, he is escaping? Is it out of fear of losing control again? Fear of himself? Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils quivered slightly beneath his closed eyelids. A trace of exceedingly faint, mocking thought waves unconsciously flowed along the bonds of the contract. This ripple of thought was so weak, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, yet resembled a droplet of water splashing into a pot of oil. Deep within the sea of clouds, Su Muzhe, in a frantic flight, suddenly froze. He distinctly captured that trace of thought, that mocking trace from Shen Qingxian. Shen Qingxian, a howl, akin to a wounded lone wolf, filled with rage, humiliation, and profound unwillingness, erupted violently within Su Muzhe's consciousness. His fleeing form abruptly halted. The icy black eyes ignited with a fury capable of incinerating all reason. Within that rage mingled a sense of being seen through the humiliation of derision, and a deeper, more primal craving ignited once again by that trace of chaotic essence. Escape? He, Su Muzhe, the unforgiving sword master, has never needed to flee. Why should he escape? By what right should he flee? A torrent of mixed brutality, possessiveness, and destructive impulse surged forth, instantly overwhelming his final vestiges of reason. The dark figure abruptly changed direction, no longer fleeing, but transforming into a cataclysmic sword light that tore through the heavens, carrying an even more terrifying, colder, and more chaotic aura. Like a ferocious beast pouncing on its prey, it charged fiercely back toward the Stardust Pavilion. Faster than before, more ferocious in momentum. Within the Stardust Pavilion, after Shen Qingxian unconsciously emitted that trace of mocking thought, the fatigue brought on by the restoration of his chaotic essence surged back like a tidal wave, and his consciousness sank once more into the abyss of darkness. He remained oblivious to the fact that his unconscious thought, akin to a spark igniting a powder keg, had completely awakened the long-dormant, chaotic, and violent energy beneath a frozen volcano. He was also unaware that a shadow, shrouded in a storm of destruction, was tearing through the sea of clouds, descending upon the Stardust Pavilion with a tempest of fury and a thirst for chaos. The gears of fate, amidst the absurdity of ice and fire colliding, of fleeing and pursuing, began to turn with an accelerating momentum, emitting a heavy and irreversible roar. Chapter 36. The Intertwining of Ice and Fire. The Sword Master Loses Control. Part 2. Deep within the sea of clouds, the gale sliced like a knife. Su Muzhe hovered above the tumultuous, leaden-gray waves, his dark robes billowing like a black reef at the eye of storm. His cold, black eyes fixated on the direction of the Stardust Pavilion below, where chaos burned within his pupils, a flame potent enough to incinerate reason itself. Shen Qingxian, that mocking thought, the humiliation that stung like a viper's bite. Damn it! A roar, suppressed to its extreme, filled with brutality and a desire for destruction, erupted from his clenched jaws, only to be instantly shredded by the howling gale. He, Su Muzhe, the unforgiving sword master, wielding the power of finality, had never endured such humiliation. Never had he needed to flee like a coward. Flee? Why should he flee? On what grounds should he escape? That chaotic sacred beast belonged to him. It was his contractor. It was his possession. A tumultuous blend of rage at being seen through, a provoked possessiveness, and a maddening craving, akin to the resurgence of a drug addiction, surged forth like a torrent, utterly demolishing the last remnants of rationality he had desperately constructed. Buzz, deep within his dantian, The mark of the unforgiving sword erupted with an unprecedented pulse, akin to the destruction of celestial bodies. The cold silence and furious chaos melded perfectly, transforming into a terrifying sword intent capable of rending the heavens and the earth. Erupting with a thunderous force, Shen Qingxian, a roar, reminiscent of a cry from the depths of hell, filled with ultimate possessiveness and desires for annihilation, thundered through Xie Zhuiyuan's consciousness. He hesitated no longer. His dark figure abruptly altered its trajectory. Swoosh! A sword light, distilled to its essence and dark as an abyssal rift, tore through the roiling sea of clouds, carrying an unwavering will to sever time and space, and an unbounded aura of chaos, like an ancient beast pouncing upon its prey, hurtled fiercely toward the star-dust pavilion. Speed, exceeding the limits of perception. Momentum, more frenzied than during his escape. Within the star-dust pavilion, the floating starlight continued to flow softly, silently comforting the figure unconscious upon the jade couch. Shen Qingxian's consciousness waded through an infinite darkness and excruciating pain. The backlash of the gluttonous soul gnawed at him like a parasite, while the restoration of the chaotic essence progressed slowly and laboriously. Deep within his soul, the newly birthed chaotic sword mark dimmed, resembling a star veiled in dust. The mocking thought that had unconsciously escaped him had long since been submerged beneath the weight of exhaustion and agony. He remained unaware that his unconscious thought, like a spark thrown into a powder keg, had completely ignited a chaotic and violent energy that had long lain dormant beneath a frozen volcano. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow clad in the hue of destruction was tearing through the sea of clouds, descending upon the star-dust pavilion with a thunderous fury and a chaotic thirst. Boom! The formidable door, forged from starry sand, shattered as if made of paper before the onslaught of absolute power. A tempest of violent sword energy, intertwined with the chilling and merciless will of death, surged into the pavilion like an apocalyptic deluge. The shimmering starlight was torn asunder, annihilated. The gentle jade couch emitted a mournful groan under the unbearable strain. The entire space of the star-dust pavilion trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. A terrifying pressure, akin to a tangible mountain, crashed down upon the unconscious Shen Qingxian. A sharp pain elicited an involuntary groan from Shen Qingxian, his molten gold vertical pupils quivering violently beneath tightly shut eyelids. The chaotic essence instinctively sought to coalesce and resist under the imminent threat. Yet that feeble strength was as insignificant as fireflies against the full moon. In the next moment, a dark shadow appeared before the jade couch, as if by teleportation. Xie Zhuiyuan. He hovered above the couch, his cold black eyes ablaze with two chaotic and frenzied flames, fixating intently on the comatose Shen Qingxian. The dark sword intent swirling around him was tumultuous and chaotic, exuding a destructive aura, yet faintly revealing a distorted desire. His voice, deep and hoarse, whispered with a possessive and destructive yearning, akin to a demon's murmur, spilling from Xie Zhuiyuan's tightly pressed lips. He slowly raised his left hand. That hand, with pronounced knuckles, which had once gripped Shen Qingxian's wrist, now emanated a chilling sword intent capable of rending space, extending inexorably towards Shen Qingxian's fragile throat. What was he about to do? To strangle? Or perhaps a more twisted form of possession? The chaotic essence within Shen Qingxian's soul emitted a desperate wail. The gluttonous spirit howled in terror beneath the weight of destruction, just as those icy fingertips were about to graze Shen Qingxian's throat. Buzz. The dim, chaotic sword mark imprinted on Shen Qingxian's brow, sensing impending doom, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented will to resist. A gentle, vast, yet inviolable chaotic sanctity surged forth, akin to a slumbering giant beast awakened with a thunderous roar. Hiss! The cold sword intent coalescing at Xie Zhuiyuan's fingertips collided violently with the erupting chaotic sanctity. A fierce annihilation erupted between the two. Xie Zhuiyuan's body jolted violently. The resistive force of the chaotic sanctity far exceeded what had come before. A gentle yet overwhelming backlash crashed into his chest. Puff! A torrent of dark red blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted violently from Xie Yuan's mouth. His dark form was hurled backward as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing heavily against the cold wall of the star-dust pavilion. The hard starry sand wall instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. He knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword, barely managing to avoid falling. In his cold black eyes, the chaotic and frenzied flames were doused as if splashed with a bucket of ice water, extinguishing much of their fervor. The excruciating pain and the tearing sensation emanating from the depths of his soul shattered his bewildered reason, momentarily bestowing upon him a fleeting clarity. What was he doing? Had he just contemplated murdering Shen Qingxian? Or was he merely gazing at the still unconscious figure on the jade couch, whose chaotic mark on the forehead had dimmed further due to its resistance, and whose breath had grown increasingly feeble? The tumultuous waves of turmoil surged within Xie Yuan's eyes, only to be frozen into a void of desolation. A profound self-loathing gripped him. What had he done? He had nearly strangled his own contractor with his own hands? He had nearly extinguished the source of chaos that could invoke the merciless mark and bring an unusual serenity. Absurd. Humiliating. A beast out of control. Ack. Xie Yuan let out a soul-wrenching howl, not of physical pain, but of a torment akin to the tearing of his very essence. He raised his hand abruptly and struck the ground with a powerful fist. Boom! The hard stardust floor was smashed into a deep pit. Debris flew in all directions. He could no longer remain here. He could not draw closer to Shen Qingxian, for he knew not what he might become, what irreparable acts he might commit. This thought, like a last lifeline, grasped Xie Yuan's fraying sanity with a cold, desperate grip. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his cold black eyes casting one last look at the ailing Shen Qingxian on the jade couch, where an unprecedented tumult of complex fury, humiliation, self-disgust, a buried panic, and an unrecognized pain swirled within his depths. Without hesitation, he transformed into a dark silhouette, a shadowy sword of light that tore through the void, embodying a resolute escape in profound distress. Rushing out of the stardust pavilion he had obliterated, vanishing into the leaden-gray sea of clouds atop the endless peak. This time, he fled faster and farther than before, as if a heart-devouring specter were in pursuit. Inside the stardust pavilion, chaos reigned. At the shattered entrance, the cold mountain wind swept in, stirring the debris and dust upon the ground. The floating starlight struggled to coalesce once more, appearing dim and sparse. On the jade couch, Shen Qingxian remained in a deep slumber. The chaotic sword imprint on his forehead had dimmed to the point of near disappearance. His breath as fragile as a wisp. Only the corner of his lips, due to the earlier violent impact, oozed a trickle of dark golden blood that meandered down his pale skin. A sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Outside the pavilion, the chilling wind atop the endless peak howled, lifting shards of shattered stardust like a mournful wail. Deep within the sea of clouds, the dark sword light fled frantically, its velocity tearing through space, leaving behind a trail of destruction that lingered long after. The heart's lake was frozen, the cracks deepening. The chaos began to awaken, the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. The unhinged sword master fled in haste. The slumbering sacred beast teetered on the brink of life and death. The gears of fate, amidst the extreme collision of ice and fire. The absurd cycle of loss of control and escape emitted a heavy and irreversible rumble, grinding through the already battered chasm between the two. Chapter 37, Starlight's Guidance. The Swordmaster's grief inside the Stardust Pavilion, chaos reigned. The shattered gate of starry sand resembled a ghastly wound. As the frigid winds from the peak of the boundless mountains surged in, sweeping up the debris and dust from the ground, the drifting starlight struggled to coalesce anew, its radiance dim and feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, barely sustaining the last vestiges of vitality within this space. Upon a jade couch, Shen Qingxian lay in quiet repose. His snow-white robe was stained with specks of dark golden blood, resembling the withered plum blossoms in the snow. His complexion was as pale as parchment, nearly merging with the warm jade beneath him, save for the chaotic sword seal imprinted on his brow. which had dimmed to the point of near obliteration, offering only a faint, barely discernible silvery halo, akin to a dying star, heralding the imminent dissolution of the nascent chaotic essence deep within his soul. His breath was as fragile as a wisp, each inhalation evoking a tearing agony from the depths of his being. The backlash of the devouring soul surged like a relentless parasite, ferociously counterattacking at the moment of the chaotic essence's weakness, the dark golden malevolent force coiling around the fragile chaotic nebula, attempting to completely consume and assimilate it. The devastating impact from Xie previous strike had further compounded his plight, nearly obliterating this flicker of hope. In his unconscious state, Shen Qingxian's awareness floated amidst an abyss of boundless darkness and excruciating pain. The chaotic nebula revolved with great difficulty, each faint pulse accompanied by soul-wrenching torment. He perceived that the tenuous thread maintaining the chaotic essence was slipping away rapidly, akin to sand flowing through one's fingers. The shadow of death had never felt so palpably oppressive. At that moment, a resonant hum echoed, a vast, gentle force, akin to an encompassing sea of stars, descended without warning. The fragmented gate of the star-dust pavilion rippled like waves upon the water. A figure appeared silently at the entrance. The ancestor of boundlessness, clad in simple white robes, his snowy long brows framed deep-set eyes that seemed to harbor endless galaxies. He surveyed the disarray within the pavilion with serene detachment, ultimately resting his gaze upon the gasping Shen Qingxian. That look bore the weight of profound understanding, accompanied by a barely perceptible sigh of recognition. A faint sigh, reminiscent of ancient dust traversing the ages, quietly spread throughout the stillness of the pavilion. The ancestor of boundlessness spoke little. He advanced slowly, his footsteps soundless, as if treading upon the flowing currents of time. Where he passed, the shattered fragments of starry sand seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually levitating and coalescing. Remarkably, the gaping wound in the door, torn by Xie furious sword intent, began to visibly mend, reshaping itself. He approached the jade couch, his gaze falling upon the dimming chaotic sword seal on Shen Qingxian's brow. In his profound eyes the stars whirled, as though perceiving the chaos nebula on the verge of collapse and the frenzied counterattack of the devouring soul. The chaos was awakening, beset by calamities. Transmuting the heavens into chaos was no trivial path. The ancestor's voice was calm, yet imbued with a soothing power. He slowly raised his right hand, his withered fingertips, devoid of any astonishing energy, lightly and casually tapped Shen Qingxian's brow. Buzz! A single point distilled to perfection, akin to a luminous speck condensed from the essence of countless stars, silently penetrated Shen Qingxian's brow. The instant the light entered his being, boom! In the depths of Shen Qingxian's crumbling soul source, it was as if a primordial star had been cast into the abyss. That speck of starlight erupted instantaneously, transforming into an expansive and boundless sea of starlight, gentle yet brimming with inexhaustible vitality. The sea of starlight tenderly enveloped the dim and flickering imprint of the chaotic sword, akin to a mother's hand soothingly smoothing over every crack upon it. The pure and vast power of the stars surged in like a perfectly harmonious, nurturing spring, rushing wildly into the newly birthed, fragile, chaotic nebula. The chaotic nebula, akin to a parched land welcoming the long-awaited rain, greedily absorbed this magnificent life energy, its rotation accelerating abruptly. The dim silver glow ignited like a kindled starfire, solidifying and dazzling at an observable pace. Roar! The gluttonous, malevolent spirit let out an unwilling howl. The dark, golden, malevolent force, akin to ice cast into a furnace, rapidly melted and disintegrated under the relentless wash of the vast starlight. The ferocious instincts born of bloodlines were forcibly suppressed and pacified by this gentle, yet overwhelming, celestial might. The excruciating pain dissipated swiftly like receding tides. replaced by an unprecedented warmth and tranquility emanating from the deepest recesses of the soul source. The crumbling essence of chaos was forcibly stabilized, and under the nurturing of the starlight, it began a slow yet resolute metamorphosis and growth. A barely perceptible relaxation graced Shen Qingxian's tightly furrowed brow. Though still in a state of unconsciousness, the pallor of his face visibly regained a faint hint of color. The chaotic sword imprint at his brow pulsed with a stable silver glow, still faint yet no longer in danger of disintegration. The ancient ancestor Wan Wu gradually withdrew his fingers, a trace of weariness flickering in his profound gaze, yet predominantly filled with a sense of relief. He did not hastily depart, but instead quietly observed as Shen Qingxian's breath gradually steadied. The path of chaos begins in the minutiae and blossoms in inclusivity. Wan Wu's voice resonated deeply, akin to a whisper to the unconscious, or like a timeless maxim transcending space and time, unforgivingly sharp, not merely a calamity, but also a fortuity. The bond of shared fate serves as both a shackle and a guiding star. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick walls of the Stardust Pavilion, peering into the depths of the rolling leaden-gray sea of clouds beyond Weifeng. There, a chaotic and violent trajectory of sword intent lingered like a torn scar, refusing to fade. Zhuiyuan Wan Wu sighed silently, his snow-white brows trembling slightly. The heart demon had arisen, and the sword's essence lay shrouded in dust. The relentless entrapment, the chaotic allure of fate, ultimately requires one to traverse their own path. Beyond Weifeng, in the depths of the sea of clouds, the gale howled like a blade. The leaden-gray waves roared, reminiscent of the eternal and unchanging tumult of chaos. A dark figure hovered within this desolate void. Xie Yuan faced away from the direction of Weifeng, his dark robe billowing in the gale, like a black solitary peak abandoned at the end of time. His eyes firmly shut, his exquisitely pale visage bore no expression, resembling the most perfect ice sculpture. Yet the chilling, merciless sword intent enveloping him surged like boiling oil, violently oscillating and distorting. At times it raged like a cataclysmic storm, attempting to tear apart everything around it. At other moments, it was as if an invisible hand forcefully restrained it, emitting unwilling cries. The soul source within him had already become a tempestuous sea, deep within the Dantian. The unforgiving sword seal was etched like cold iron cast into a seething furnace, emanating a silent yet intense hum. Within the depths of the imprint, two opposing forces were engaged in a frenzied struggle, clashing violently. One force stemmed from the imprint's inherent instinct, a wild craving for the chaotic essence, akin to a desert wanderer yearning for an oasis or ice longing for molten lava. This desire was pure and fervent, resonating from the deepest core of the unforgiving sword seal, as if the chaotic essence were the sole antidote capable of soothing its ferocity and bestowing an unusual tranquility. The other force, however, was a rational dam constructed by Xie Zhuiyuan, as unyielding as eternal frost. The dam was inscribed with humiliation, absurdity, self-loathing, and a deep-seated terror. He could not accept it. He could not fathom that the unforgiving sword seal would harbor such vile cravings for the chaotic power. He could not bear the thought of losing control twice due to that breath of essence. He could not accept that he had lunged at Shen Qingxian like a beast, nearly choking the life out of him. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Xie Zhuiyuan roared silently within his mind. His icy rationality, as sharp as the keenest blade, sought to sever that frenzied desire, striving to obliterate it completely. However, the hum intensified. The imprint's agitation not only failed to subside, but erupted like an enraged beast, unleashing an even more violent resistance. The instinctual yearning, intertwined with suppressed fury, transformed into a destructive chaos that violently assailed his sea of consciousness. Ugh! Xie Zhuiyuan's body trembled violently. A trickle of dark red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The backlash from his forced suppression pierced through him like 1,000 swords, wrenching at his very soul. Even more disconcerting was that at the moment of impact upon his consciousness, the scene from within the Stardust Pavilion reemerged, as if cursed with the most malevolent spell, once again vividly manifesting. Shen Qingxian's pale, fragile face, his swollen, cracked lips, and the torment and humiliation that he could not conceal even in unconsciousness, alongside his own figure, which had pounced upon him like a beast, filled with a desire for destruction. Damn it! Xie Zhuiyuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. In his frigid black gaze, a fury ignited, capable of incinerating reason. Within that blaze of anger lay the embarrassment of being seen through, the wrath lashed by memories, and a deeper, twisted possessiveness rekindled by the imprint's craving. He harbored hatred. Hatred for Shen Qingxian. Hatred for his damned, chaotic essence. Hatred for the turmoil it had stirred within him. He loathed himself even more. Loathed his loss of control. Loathed his impotence. Loathed this insatiable craving that gnawed at his very core. Cut! I must sever! Xie Zhuiyuan screamed madly within. He suddenly extended his fingers like a sword. At his fingertips, a cold sword intent, refined to perfection, capable of rending space, coalesced, with an unwavering resolve to sever all. To obliterate everything, he thrust it unhesitatingly towards his Dantian's essence sea. He yearned to cut, to sever this cursed craving, to eradicate the source of this chaos, even if it meant destroying the unforgiving sword seal, even if it meant severely injuring himself. The concentrated, cold sword intent pierced into his own Dantian like a venomous dragon. Yet, just as the sword intent was poised to touch the agitated, unforgiving sword seal imprint, the brand seemed to sense a life-threatening peril, suddenly erupting with an unprecedented will to resist. A more frigid, more desolate, an utterly protective sword intent surged forth from the depths of the brand, reminiscent of an ancient, awakened malevolent deity bursting forth with a thunderous roar. Boom! The sword intent that Xie Zhuiyuan had directed at himself was forcibly scattered by the erupting protective sword intent of the brand. An even more ferocious backlash struck fiercely against Xie Zhuiyuan's soul source. His body, as though struck by a heavy blow, violently expelled a mouthful of dark red blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. The dark figure swayed violently like a kite with severed strings amidst the raging winds, nearly plummeting into the void. He knelt on one knee in the intangible void, desperately propping himself up with his sword, barely managing to avoid collapsing. His cold black eyes were filled with an incredulous horror and a bone-deep despair. The merciless sword imprint was actually protecting itself. It was resisting annihilation. It was defying the will of its master to sustain that damned craving. Ha ha ha! A hoarse laugh, suppressed yet filled with extreme pain, absurdity, and self-mockery, escaped Xie Zhuiyuan's tightly clenched teeth, instantly torn apart by the howling winds. He slowly raised his head, his cold black eyes gazing into the depths of the leaden gray cloud sea, his gaze swirling with an unprecedented chaos and a hint of concealed sorrow. The heart demon had already manifested. The sword's essence was shrouded in dust. The merciless entrapment had become a shackle, the pull of chaos akin to maggots in the bones. His calamity was ultimately inescapable. The dark figure hung alone in the tumultuous cloud sea, as if abandoned by the entire world. The chilling sword intent still lingered, yet it was imbued with an aura of confusion and struggle. A drop of dark red blood slid from the corner of his tightly pressed lips, plunging into the endless gray vortex below, vanishing without a trace. Within the Stardust Pavilion, starlight flowed, and chaos began to stabilize. In the depths of the cloud sea, the sword master hung in isolation, trapped within a heart prison. A bond of shared fate, guiding star lanterns? Or perhaps the beginning of eternal descent. Chapter 38. The initial stabilization of chaos, the Swordmaster's heart prison. Inside the Stardust Pavilion, the shattered star sand gate had been restored to its former state under the vast power of the ancestor Wangu, with only faint cracks remaining, like old wounds smoothed by time. The fluctuating starlight had regained its softness and solidity, akin to a flowing river of stars, silently nourishing this space, as well as the pale figure resting upon the jade couch. Shen Qingxian lay quietly, the furrow on her brow, caused by excruciating pain, had slightly relaxed under the continued nurturing of the vast starlight. Although her pale complexion had not fully regained its rosy hue, it had shed the ashen pallor of near death, resembling exquisite cold jade, radiating a faint glimmer of vitality. At her brow, the chaotic sword imprint was no longer dimming towards extinction. The silvery halo flowed steadily, akin to a slumbering stellar core, gradually and steadfastly absorbing energy under the embrace of starlight, strengthening the newly born chaotic star cloud within. Deep within her soul source, the storm that had been on the brink of collapse was forcefully quelled. The vast sea of starlight gently enveloped the chaotic sword imprint, as the pure and mighty power of the stars continuously poured into the swirling, chaotic star cloud, serving as the most suitable nourishment. The rotation of the nebula has become increasingly stable, its silvery luminescence growing more dense and resplendent, emanating a gentle yet vast aura of inclusiveness. The nascent chaos origin, akin to a tender seedling rooted in fertile soil, has been forcibly pulled back from the brink of annihilation, embarking on a slow yet resolute journey of revival and growth. The roar of the voracious fiend has been thoroughly suppressed. The dark, golden, malevolent force, akin to ice cast into a furnace, swiftly dissolves and disintegrates under the dual purification and suppression of the starlit sea and chaotic nebula. The fierce instincts derived from bloodline have been forcibly soothed and tamed, much like a ferocious beast stripped of its fangs, lying dormant in the depths of the chaotic nebula, no longer posing a lethal threat. The excruciating pain ebbs away like receding tides, leaving only a faint, subtle itch deep within the soul's core, akin to the growth of new flesh. Shen Qingxian's consciousness continues to drift in profound darkness, yet it is no longer a painful abyss, but rather an extraordinary warmth and tranquility, reminiscent of returning to the womb. He can distinctly feel the burgeoning and transforming chaos origin within him, a previously unseen, gentle yet immense sense of power, akin to the nascent dawn, quietly gestating deep within his soul. The ancestor Wanwu has not departed. He remains beside the jade couch, his snow-white eyebrows framing deep, starry eyes that seem to harbor endless galaxies, calmly observing the gradual stabilization of Shen Qingxian as breath. That gaze carries the weight of profound insight and a barely perceptible glimmer of hope. As chaos stirs from slumber and tribulations linger, the ancestor Wanwu's voice resonates, deep and serene, akin to ancient wisdom transcending epochs, slowly flowing through the stillness of the pavilion. To engulf and transform chaos is not to devour or plunder, but to embrace and nurture. The voracious nature is not a burden, but a facet of the chaos origin. The interplay of yin and yang, the balance of rigidity and flexibility, constitutes the great path. His words seem imbued with a peculiar Taoist resonance, seamlessly merging into the drifting starlight and subtly penetrating the depths of Shen Qingxian's slumbering consciousness. In his stupor, Shen Qingxian, as molten gold vertical pupils quiver faintly beneath his closed eyelids, as if capturing the strand of profound guidance. The ancestor Wanwu's gaze appears to pierce through the thick walls of the Stardust Pavilion, casting its sight once more toward the depths of the rolling lead-gray sea of clouds beyond Weifang. There, the tumultuous and chaotic sword intent still lingers like a torn scar, more tempestuous than before. The ancestor Zhuang Wanwu silently sighs, his snow-white brows trembling slightly, a flicker of indescribable complexity passing through his deep-set eyes. The hardest prison has been established, unforgiving as a cell. The lure of chaos, whether calamity or destiny, ultimately requires one to break free. Beyond Weifang, within the depths of the sea of clouds, the gale sweeps like countless invisible blades, furiously slicing through the void. The lead-gray waves roar and churn, akin to the eternal and unchanging chaotic tempest, intent on engulfing all and obliterating it entirely. Xie remains suspended at the heart of this frenzied desolation. His dark figure stands resolute amidst the raging winds, unyielding as a black rock. With his eyes tightly shut, his handsome, pale visage bears no expression, resembling the most exquisite ice-carved mask. Yet the unrelenting sword intent surrounding him roils like boiling magma, surging and twisting in a fervent roar. Beneath the icy facade lies a tumultuous heart imprisoned in chaos, far more turbulent and unruly than the stormy seas above. Deep within the dantian, the unyielding mark of the sword sears as if cast into an unceasing inferno, resonating with a silent, soul-rending hum. Within the depths of this imprint, two opposing forces engage in a fierce struggle, reaching a fever pitch. The primal instinct emanating from the mark craves the chaotic essence with an insatiable hunger. Akin to an endless abyss, it ravenously absorbs the gentle, vast chaotic waves emanating from Shen Qingxian's soul, which flow through the bonds of their contract. Each intake brings a fleeting and illusory peace, reminiscent of quenching thirst with poison. Yet, with every absorption, there follows a more overwhelming and irresistible void, accompanied by a deeper yearning. This craving, akin to addiction, gnaws at his reason and distorts his will. The rational dam that Su Muzhe forcibly constructed, as unyielding as ancient ice, has long been riddled with cracks under the relentless assault of this unending desire. The dam bears inscriptions of humiliation, absurdity, self-loathing, and a terror that penetrates to the bone. Each suppression of this craving brings a backlash that pierces him like 1,000 swords. The memories of the uncontrolled scenes within the Stardust Pavilion lash at his soul like the most vicious of curses. He harbors hatred for Shen Qingxian, for his accursed, chaotic aura, for the turmoil that he has unleashed. He loathes himself, his impotence, his loss of control, this insatiable yearning akin to a maggot gnawing at his bones. He despises the audacity of the unyielding sword imprint to defy his will as its master. Sever it. Cut it down. Su Muzhe silently roars in his heart, his icy rationality transforming into a razor-sharp blade, striking repeatedly at the source of the craving deep within the imprint, striving to obliterate it entirely. Yet with each strike, the imprint retaliates with increasing ferocity. The instinctual craving, fused with a forceful suppression of rage, manifests as waves of destructive chaos that fiercely batter against his sea of consciousness. Each impact sends tremors through his soul, his blood surging, dark crimson spilling from the corners of his mouth. What rends his spirit further is the repetition of the haunting visions from the Stardust Pavilion, as vivid as the most lucid nightmare. Shen Qingxian's pale and fragile face, his swollen and cracked lips, the pain and humiliation that remain evident even in unconsciousness. In his own beastly form, filled with destructive intent, pouncing forth. Not to mention the moment when the chaotic sacred might erupted in resistance. And his own disheveled and battered figure was sent flying. With a jolt, Su Muzhe abruptly opens his eyes. In the cold black depths of his gaze ignites a chaotic flame capable of incinerating all. Within that fire resides raw fury, the humiliation that memory has mercilessly inflicted, a self-loathing that penetrates to the marrow, and a twisted, frenzied possessiveness reawakened by the imprint's yearning. He hates. He is enraged. He abhors. He yearns. His tumultuous emotions pierce his soul like a myriad of venomous needles. The unyielding sword intent spirals into utter chaos. The wild sword energy erupts uncontrollably like a rampaging beast of destruction. Boom! The exquisitely refined, shadowy blade light surged forth, imbued with a relentless will to annihilate, indiscriminately cleaving through the tumultuous sea of clouds. With a resounding whoosh, the leaden gray clouds were instantaneously rent asunder, revealing the deeper, more profound void beyond. Steeped in an eerie silence, the very fabric of space emitted a mournful lament under the burden of such ferocity, as intricate black fissures spread like a spider's web. Su Muzhe, consumed by madness, darted through the tempestuous waves of clouds, his obsidian figure weaving through the chaos, wielding his icy blade with frenzied abandon. A torrent of destructive sword light erupted forth without restraint. No longer did he suppress or attempt to sever. He surrendered wholly to the tumultuous desires, rage, humiliation, self-loathing, and twisted possessiveness, transforming them into purest energy of destruction that poured forth in a wild cascade. He yearned to unleash, to shatter the accursed heart demons, to obliterate the uncontrollable chaos, to annihilate the deeply entrenched humiliation and self-contempt. A roar, echoing from the depths of the abyss, filled with the utmost desire for destruction, resounded through the violent sea of clouds, laden with infinite pain and madness. The dark figure morphed into a tempest of annihilation, wreaking havoc amidst the leaden clouds. Where he passed, the waves of cloud shattered, space itself was torn apart. The luminous sword light burst forth like deathly fireworks, continuously blooming in the desolate void. The heart's prison had been established, unforgiving as a jail. The chaos, akin to maggots gnawing at the bones, ensnared him within his own heart, struggling at the precipice of destruction. Within the Stardust Pavilion, starlight flowed, chaos began to stabilize, and vitality lay in hidden reserve. In the depths of the cloud sea, the sword master succumbed to madness, unable to escape the heart's prison as destruction poured forth. The bond of shared fate entwined with the guiding starlight. At this moment, deep within the confines of their covenant, what resonated was no longer the soothing waves, but an overwhelming chaos, a turbulent tide brimming with destruction and anguish. Chapter 39. The Awakening of Chaos, the Sword Master's Madness. Part 2. Beyond the endless peak, deep within the cloud sea. The fierce winds lashed out like a myriad of invisible blades, ruthlessly slicing through the void. The leaden gray clouds roared and churned, reminiscent of the ancient, unchanging chaos, intent on engulfing all within, leading to utter obliteration. At the heart of this frenzied, deathly silence stood a dark figure, akin to a mad god of destruction. Su Muzhe. No longer did he linger. He transformed into a dark lightning bolt that rent the void, madly traversing the roiling cloud sea. His obsidian robe billowed in the furious winds, like a flag of death unfurling. The cold, silent essence of the merciless sword intent spiraled into chaos, manifesting into meticulously honed, destruction-infused sword lights capable of tearing through space. Erupting from his fingertips, from his very being, in a wildly unrestrained and aimless torrent. Kill, slash, annihilate. The cries, saturated with insatiable desires for destruction, pain, and madness, echoed like the mournful howl of a wounded lone wolf, or the roar of a world-ending deity, resounding through the tempestuous cloud sea. With each shout, a more violent eruption of sword light followed suit. The leaden clouds, thick and heavy, proved as fragile as fabric before the onslaught of the destructive sword light, effortlessly torn apart, revealing the deeper, more profound darkness beyond. Space groaned under the unbearable strain, as intricate black fissures spread like a web, interweaving in chaos. A tempestuous surge of chaotic energy was stirred by the radiant sword light, creating a series of cataclysmic vortices that voraciously devoured everything in their vicinity. Su Muzhe's eyes burned a fierce crimson. The once cold depths of his gaze had been entirely consumed by the chaotic and frenzied flames. The dam of reason had collapsed utterly. The cage of his heart's prison was torn asunder by this violent force. In this moment, he was left with nothing but the most primal and unadulterated instinct for destruction. He unleashed his fury upon the accursed heart demon, the uncontrollable chaos, the deeply ingrained humiliation and self-loathing, and the insatiable craving that gnawed at him like a relentless parasite. All of it transformed into a torrent of destructive energy, pouring forth with wild abandon, shattering and obliterating everything in its path. Wherever his shadowy figure traversed, the clouds fragmented, and the void lamented. The sword light of annihilation bloomed like a morbid firework in the suffocating darkness, each eruption carrying away swathes of cloud and leaving behind ghastly rifts in space. The merciless sword imprint pulsed ominously within his dantian, akin to a fully ignited engine of destruction. It no longer required the guidance of its master's will. Instead, it instinctively and greedily siphoned the roiling fury, humiliation, self-loathing, and twisted possessiveness from the depths of Su Muzhe's soul, transforming them into an even purer, colder essence of annihilation that incessantly fueled this frenzy of release. The heart's prison had materialized. The mercilessness served as its shackles. The chaos beckoned, akin to a spark igniting a powder keg. Trapped within his own heart, unable to break free, he could only seek fleeting, distorted breaths amidst the torrent of destruction. In the Stardust Pavilion, the shimmering starlight flowed like a river, its gentle radiance silently nurturing this space and safeguarding the pale figure upon the jade couch. Shen Qingxian lay in tranquil repose. Under the continuous nurturing power of the vast ancestor's immense starlight, his pallid complexion had regained a faint hint of color, reminiscent of the warmth that emerges as the first snow begins to melt. The chaotic sword imprint upon his brow pulsed with a steady, silvery glow, akin to a dormant stellar core, as the nascent chaotic nebula within it slowly and resolutely spun and expanded, exuding a gentle yet grand aura of inclusivity. Deep within his soul, the storm that had teetered on the brink of collapse had long since calmed. The vast sea of starlight tenderly enveloped the chaotic essence, completely suppressing and soothing the backlash of the ravenous malevolence. The agonizing pain receded, leaving only a faint yet vibrant, tingling sensation within his soul, akin to the first shoot breaking through the soil. The chaotic essence was awakening, growing, imbued with an unprecedented sense of gentle and expansive power. Much like the newborn sun, quietly gestating and accumulating energy deep within his soul. However, a sudden and violent torrent of chaotic energy, brimming with extreme destruction and painful intent, surged without warning, like an apocalyptic tsunami, crashing into Shen Qingxian's tranquil consciousness through the bond of their shared destiny. It was Xie Zhuiyuan, the uncontrollable storm of annihilation from the depths of his soul. The comatose Shen Qingxian's body jolted violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The chaotic sword imprint, which had just stabilized, suddenly erupted with a resplendent resistance. The breath that had recently steadied now fluctuated violently. The torrent of intent was far too turbulent, too chaotic, filled with annihilation, pain, humiliation, self-loathing, twisted possessiveness, and frenzied desire. Like countless poisoned ice needles, they viciously pierced through Shen Qingxian's recently stabilized soul source. The chaotic nebula trembled violently under the onslaught of turbulent thoughts. The once soothed Taotie soul howled restlessly once more. A tearing pain emanated from the depths of his soul source. A faint, agonized groan, filled with suffering and resistance, slipped from Shen Qingxian's tightly pressed lips. His long lashes quivered violently beneath closed eyelids, and the molten gold vertical pupils flickered with brilliant light. Shen Qingxian's lucid consciousness, amidst this storm of violent thoughts, swayed like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being dragged once again into the abyss of darkness. Elder Wanwu stood beside the jade couch, his profound gaze suddenly turning gravely serious. Beneath his snow-white brows, his eyes pierced through the heavy walls of the Stardust Pavilion, clearly discerning the dark figure in the depths of the cloud sea, frantically unleashing destruction, as well as the chaotic storm in the depths of his soul source capable of incinerating all. The inner demons devouring the soul. The unrelenting loss of control had ultimately led to this moment. Elder Wanwu's voice was deep, tinged with a barely perceptible sigh. His withered fingers moved slightly, and a more vast and gentle cosmic power surged into Shen Qingxian's body, forcibly protecting his tumultuous soul source and chaotic essence. However, the force of the contracted thoughts was too direct and too violent, akin to a maggot in the bone. The cosmic power could only barely prevent Shen Qingxian's soul source from collapsing, yet could not entirely isolate him from the torrent of destruction and pain. Shen Qingxian's consciousness floated and struggled amidst the tumultuous tide of pain and chaos. Xie Zhuiyuan's frenzied and chaotic thoughts gnawed at his mind like the most venomous curse, eroding his spirit. The desire for destruction, the lash of humiliation, the poison of self-loathing, countless negative emotions surged like a tide, attempting to drag him into the same abyss of madness. Chaos encompasses all. Elder Wanwu's words resonated like thunder, suddenly exploding in his chaotic consciousness. To engulf the heavens and transform chaos is not mere devouring and plundering. but rather embracing and nurturing. The ferocity of the Taotie is not a burden, but one aspect of the chaotic essence. The interplay of yin and yang, the balance of hardness and softness, constitutes the great path. To embrace destruction, to embrace pain, to embrace the madness and chaos stemming from the depths of Xie Zhuiyuan's soul source. This thought was like a glimmer of light cast into a dark abyss. Shen Qingxian's nearly collapsing consciousness suddenly solidified. An unprecedented determination erupted from his molten gold pupils. He no longer resisted, no longer sought to expel the torrent of violent thoughts. Instead, he attempted to understand and accept. Buzz! The chaotic sword seal on his brow suddenly erupted with an unparalleled brilliance of silver light. Deep within the soul source, the newly birthed chaotic nebula seemed to respond to some invisible summons, its rotation accelerating abruptly. The gentle and vast chaotic power was no longer merely a resistance. It gently unfurled like the softest sponge, attempting to embrace the torrent of violent thoughts rushing into his consciousness. To embrace destruction, to embrace pain, to embrace humiliation, to embrace the twisted desire for possession and frantic yearning. Chaotic power encompasses all. Origin and conclusion, nurturing and destruction, are one and the same. Sizzle. As the tempestuous torrent of chaotic thoughts surged into the nebula of chaos, it resembled molten lava being cast into the boundless sea of stars. A violent clash and annihilation erupted. Shen Qingxian's soul trembled violently, akin to being subjected to the torment of alternating boiling oil and icy water. Agonizing pain swept over him once more. Yet this time he did not falter. The chaotic nebula spun laboriously, its gentle yet immense power enveloping the tempestuous thought like the most resilient of nets. Threads of destructive malice, wisps of painful fragments, and particles of humiliating dust were gradually, albeit exceedingly slowly, decomposed, purified, transformed into strands of pure yet chaotic energy, quietly merging into the chaotic nebula. Although the process was excruciatingly painful and the transformation slow and arduous, it proved effective. The golden light in Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils flashed brilliantly. He gritted his teeth, enduring the soul-rending agony, and exerted his utmost to operate the newly birthed chaotic essence. To embrace, to assimilate, to regard this chaos and destruction originating from Xie Zhuiyuan as nourishment for the growth of chaos. Within the Stardust Pavilion, the floating starlight seemed to sense the metamorphosis deep within Shen Qingxian's soul, flowing more joyfully and solidly. In the profound eyes of the ancient ancestor, a flicker of indescribable admiration and a hint of hidden anticipation. In the depths of the sea of clouds, Xie Zhuiyuan, consumed by madness, suddenly froze. He was gathering a beam of destructive sword light capable of tearing apart the void, poised to strike once more at the rolling cloud waves. However, at the very moment the sword light was about to be unleashed, a gentle yet vast wave of consciousness, imbued with an ineffable encompassing power, flowed in like a drop of clear water into boiling oil, silently traversing along the wretched bond of the contract. It was Shen Qingxian, the embrace emanating from the depths of his soul, and a trace of exceedingly subtle assimilation. This ripple was so faint, so tranquil, yet like the most precise arrow, it pierced through Xie Zhuiyuan's tumultuous heart defenses in an instant. Boom! The churning storm of annihilation within Xie Zhuiyuan's sea of consciousness momentarily stilled, as if struck by a stabilizing needle. The frenzied desire for destruction, the deeply ingrained pain and humiliation, the twisted possessiveness, under the impact of this gentle and encompassing thought, began to dissolve ever so slightly, akin to snow and ice melting under sunlight. What stirred him even more was that deep within his dantian, the frenzied buzzing, akin to the merciless mark of a destructive engine. Upon sensing this wave of encompassing thought, experienced a minuscule yet significant calm. Like a feral beast gently caressed by the softest of palms, it emitted an almost inaudible whimper. How could this be possible? Chaos embracing his turmoil and destruction? Within Xie Zhuiyuan's crimson eyes, the chaotic flames of madness were doused as if splashed with a bucket of icy water, instantly extinguishing a considerable portion. A trace of profound bewilderment and an indescribable thrill, like a stone cast in a stagnant water. Ripples quietly spread across the depths of his cold, desolate heart lake. His hand, which had been raised to gather the destructive sword light, froze in midair. His dark figure appeared, as if ensnared by a binding spell, suspended amidst the tumultuous sea of clouds. The outpouring of devastation abruptly ceased. Within the Hall of Starlight, acceptance continued to prevail. In the depths of the sea of clouds, madness suddenly stagnated. Chaos began to awaken, embracing destruction. The sword master, in a fit of madness, felt a ripple in his heart's lake. The gears of fate, amidst the clash of acceptance and annihilation, the intertwining of chaos and unforgiveness, emitted a heavy and irreversible rumble, grinding towards an unknown direction. Chapter 40. Within the Hall of Starlight, the ice and fire began to merge inside the Hall of Starlight. The flowing starlight resembled an ancient river of stars, silently enveloping the two faint breaths on the jade couch, which, in a posture almost faded, lay closely intertwined. The air was imbued with a crisp resonance, remnants of the collision of principles that had not yet completely dissipated, a testament to the arduous merging of the two origins, chaos and unforgiveness, under the harmonizing starlight. Shen Qingxian abruptly opened his eyes, the golden radiance in his molten gold vertical pupils flaring momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fatigue engulfed in excruciating pain. He immediately felt the cold touch at the nape of his neck, where Xie Zhuiyuan's forehead remained firmly pressed, breathing weakly yet steadily. That bony hand still gripped his wrist like an iron clamp, the force slightly relaxed compared to before, yet still unyielding and impossible to escape. He attempted to move his fingers, but an agonizing tearing sensation surged from the depths of his soul. The chaotic nebula cracked under the impact of the unforgiving source of destruction, its brilliance dimming. However, what startled him was the unprecedented solid sheen emanating from the core of the nebula, akin to repeatedly hammered fine iron, exuding an innate resilience. It truly works? Shen Qingxian whispered silently, a complex and indistinguishable glint flashing in his molten gold pupils. Cautiously, he turned his focus inward, clearly witnessing the unforgiving source of destruction. Ensconced in the power of starlight, like a tame feral beast, being transformed and absorbed at an exceedingly slow pace by his chaotic nebula. With each morsel absorbed, the nebula's radiance flickered faintly brighter, and that nascent solidity seemed to strengthen ever so slightly. This revelation stirred ripples in his once icy heart lake. Should this cultivation continue, not only could his near-collapse injury stabilize more swiftly, but the stagnated progress might also seize this opportunity to ascend to greater heights. This Hall of Starlight, this power of starlight, and even the unconscious mass beside him had become the key to his survival against the odds. A sudden muffled groan, suppressing excruciating pain from the nape of his neck, interrupted Shen Qingxian's thoughts. Xie Zhuiyuan's body convulsed violently in his embrace. Beads of cold sweat seeping from the tightly furrowed brow, his handsome yet pallid face twitching slightly, clearly enduring unimaginable agony. At this moment, the silent, unforgiving sword imprint embedded deep within his dantian radiated a bone-chilling cold, akin to a voracious black hole, greedily devouring all surrounding vitality, even causing Xie Zhuiyuan's soul source to tremble violently on the brink of collapse. Shen Qingxian instinctively raised his hand, yet froze in midair. He stared at Xie Zhuiyuan's contorted visage, which was typically as cold as ice, viewing all as mere fodder. Now, it portrayed only profound vulnerability and torment, a stark contrast to the lofty, indifferent sword master he usually was. Deservedly so, he murmured coldly, a hint of bitterness lacing his voice, unnoticed even by himself. Had it not been for that ice shard forcefully activating the inexorable essence atop the execution peak, inflicting grievous harm upon Mo Qinshan, would it have provoked a backlash from his own imprint, leading to such dire circumstances? Yet, as he observed the beads of cold sweat trickling down and the tightly clenched lips, he found himself, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, gently placing his hand, previously suspended in midair, upon the icy, sweat-drenched locks of the other's hair. The moment his fingertips brushed against the strands, a gentle surge of chaotic energy emanated spontaneously, cascading forth like a delicate stream, softly permeating into Xie Zhuiyuan's being. Shen Qingxian was astonished to discover that his spiritual power flowed remarkably smoothly through the tumultuous meridians of the other, akin to water source from the same origin, devoid of any impediment. Where that thread of chaotic energy traversed, though it could not quell the fury of the imprint. It resembled a single drop of pure water cast into boiling oil, faintly soothing a modicum of the rampant hostility, granting a brief respite. Xie Zhuiyuan's body appeared to relax slightly, the furrowed brow marginally easing. Unconsciously, he nestled deeper into Shen Qingxian's neck, akin to a frostbitten cub seeking its sole source of warmth and solace amidst a frigid night. This action of dependence rendered Shen Qingxian rigid. He ought to have felt revulsion, should have pushed away this source of endless humiliation. Yet, the chilling touch at his neck inexplicably evoked memories of the icy tears, mingled with despair and anguish, that had fallen upon him before losing consciousness. Abruptly, Shen Qingxian snapped back to reality, cursing himself for his errant thoughts. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, his gaze unexpectedly met a pair of slowly opening, ink-black eyes. In that moment of mutual gaze, the air seemed to solidify. Within Xie Zhuiyuan's dark orbs lingered the remnants of confusion from awakening and the disarray wrought by pain. Yet upon recognizing the striking visage of the person before him, a sudden tightening ensued. Shock, absurdity, humiliation, and self-loathing surged forth like tumultuous waves within his eyes. He recoiled as if touched by the most vile of things, instinctively attempting to distance himself from the suffocating shame. However, a sudden eruption of scalding blood surged forth from his mouth, akin to a blooming scarlet flower, splattering Shen Qingxian's pristine garments with a glaring crimson. Shen Qingxian's pupils constricted, instinctively reaching out to support the suddenly weakened, ice-cold form collapsing before him. The touch was chilling, and what alarmed him further was the rampant surge of spiritual energy within Xie Zhuiyuan, crashing through his meridians like an uncontrollable torrent. While deep within the dantian, the mark of the inexorable sword imprint emanated a terrifying tremor, akin to porcelain on the brink of shattering. "Release me." Xie Zhuiyuan gritted his teeth, each word forced out like shards of ice, raspy and fragmented. He struggled against Shen Qingxian's support, but the overwhelming pain and the utter loss of control rendered him incapable of even lifting a finger, his body akin to a wingless hawk, uncontrollably plunging forward. Shen Qingxian instinctively opened his arms, catching him firmly. This time, Xie Zhuiyuan's chin collided heavily against his shoulder, the solid impact producing a dull ache. "Are you a fool?" Shen Qingxian rebuked, his voice laced with a hint of anxiety he himself had not noticed. How could he dare to move in such a state of injury? "Do you wish to die?" Xie Zhuiyuan offered no response. Or perhaps he was simply too weary to do so. He clung desperately to the fabric of Shen Qingxian's chest, his knuckles turning a ghastly pale from the strain, as though that was the sole lifeline he grasped before plunging into the abyss. Shen Qingxian could distinctly perceive the body within his embrace trembling uncontrollably, each shudder accompanied by a harrowing sense of rupture emanating from the depths of the soul, clearly enduring unimaginable torment. After a moment of silence, he gazed at the vivid crimson seeping from the corner of Xie Zhuiyuan's lips, feeling the vitality of the other dissipate like sand through an hourglass, which ignited within him an inexplicable agitation and a nuanced ache that gripped his heart fiercely. No longer hesitating, he abruptly raised his hand, summoning the gentle, primordial force of chaos, and pressed it resolutely against Xie Zhuiyuan's icy, trembling back. The pure, soothing essence of chaos flowed into the nearly collapsing body like a warm current, ceaselessly infusing life. "What are you doing?" Xie Zhuiyuan managed to utter, every syllable accompanied by labored breaths and blood coughed forth. "Silence," Shen Qingxian commanded coldly, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "If you wish to retain your soul, remain still." As the chaotic energy continued to pour forth, the frenzied, unrelenting spiritual force began to be tamed, as if an invisible hand was meticulously combing through the turmoil, gradually calming the tempest. To Shen Qingxian's astonishment, his chaotic power flowed through Xie veins, thick with a sense of annihilation, not only unimpeded, but harmonizing as if they were of the same essence, even resonating with an uncanny synergy. Time slipped away unnoticed, and at last, the tremors within Xie body began to subside, his erratic breath stabilizing. Yet his complexion remained as pale as parchment, betraying the toll of excessive blood loss. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, the chaos and agony in his dark eyes settling into a chilling depth, though beneath that cold exterior surged a complexity of emotions, akin to an unfathomable, icy pool. He fixed his sharp gaze upon Shen Qingxian, as if attempting to pierce through to his very soul. "Why did you save me?" His voice was low and hoarse, each word bearing a heavy weight. Shen Qingxian turned his face away, evading that piercing gaze, his tone laced with habitual sarcasm. "Who saved you?" "I merely seek to cultivate my own merciless essence." Xie interjected, a nearly self-mocking smirk gracing his lips, yet it appeared fragile due to his weakness. "Then what are you doing now?" Shen Qingxian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he could take advantage of Xie grievous state to further guide the merciless essence, refining his own chaotic nebula with greater efficiency. Yet in that fleeting moment, as he witnessed the other cough blood and collapse, his mind was flooded with memories of the cold tears that fell upon his neck, carrying an air of despair, and the profound complexity, coupled with ineffable exhaustion, reflected in Xie eyes. "Mind your own business," he ultimately scoffed, his tone tinged with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Yet he did not withdraw his hand from Xie back, continuing to channel the chaotic energy. Xie gaze lingered on his face for an extended period, profound enough to seem as if it sought to etch every nuance of his expression into the depths of his heart. Suddenly, he raised a hand that remained unbound, trembling imperceptibly, and caressed Shen Qingxian's cheek. The gesture was both unexpected and transgressive. Shen Qingxian stiffened, his molten gold vertical pupils contracting sharply, instinctively wishing to withdraw, yet his body felt as if it were anchored to the spot. The icy fingertips, imbued with the frailty of grievous injury, brushed gently against his skin. "Your eyes." Xie voice was soft, carrying the raspy timbre of someone wounded, yet it resonated clearly in Shen Qingxian's ears, the color deepening. Shen Qingxian was taken aback. The change in the hue of his molten gold pupils? That was a sign of the primordial power of chaos becoming more refined and concentrated. Could it be due to the absorption of the unforgiving source of destruction, calmed by the starlight's influence? Before he could ponder the implications further, Xie hand trembled violently against his face, then slid down limply, as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing once more into unconsciousness. Xie Shen Qingxian's heart clenched, hastily probing, only to discover that the other was merely exhausted and had succumbed to deep unconsciousness due to severe injuries, with his soul source temporarily stabilized and no imminent threat of collapse. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief, lowering his gaze to the pallid face resting in his arms. He noted the lips, usually pressed together tightly, now devoid of color, with the corners stained by a trace of dried blood, the stark red contrasting with his snow-white skin, exuding a striking sense of fragility. Compelled by an unseen force, he lifted his hand and, with an unexpected gentleness that even he was unaware of, wiped away the unsightly crimson. The sensation under his fingertips was warm, tinged with a metallic scent reminiscent of rust. This action left him momentarily stunned. Silently, he laid Xie down carefully upon the jade couch, his movements imbued with a caution he had not consciously recognized. Rising, he approached the enormous glass window of the Stardust Pavilion, where beyond lay an endless, resplendent river of stars, vast, cold, and eternally unchanging. Shen Qingxian understood that from a moment Xie awoke and posed a question. "Why did you save me?" The icy barrier forged from hatred, manipulation, and cold calculations between them had begun to crack, revealing a subtle yet undeniable fissure. Something, under the witness of the starlight and amid the bizarre fusion of chaos and the unforgiving source, had quietly altered its trajectory. Was it a calamity, or another beginning of fate? Chapter 41. Guided by Starlight. The heart's flame ignites within the Stardust Pavilion. The flowing starlight enveloped the intertwined figures upon the jade couch like an eternal river of stars, silently safeguarding them. Time lost its measure here. With only the peculiar cycle woven through the laws of contracts and skin contact pulsating in silence, akin to a heartbeat entwined in ice and fire. Standing before the grand glass window, Shen Qingxian's molten gold pupils reflected the boundless, brilliant starry expanse beyond. His fingertips still seemed to linger with the sensation of the cold skin he had just wiped clean of blood, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth. Absurd. He clenched his fingers tightly, the knuckles whitening from the exertion, attempting to extinguish that peculiar warmth entirely. Behind him, Su Muzhe lay still in slumber, his breathing faint yet considerably steadied. On the pallid visage, the once furrowed brow had relaxed, and the excruciating pain that had penetrated to the marrow seemed temporarily soothed by the starlight and the chaotic forces, leaving only the lingering fragility and tranquility that followed a grievous injury. He lay there in silence, akin to a formidable divine weapon that had sheathed its brilliance, now reduced to a profound solitude amassed over millennia. Shen Qingxian turned, his gaze complexly resting upon Su Muzhe. The recent spurt of blood, the sudden eruption of spiritual energy, and the fleeting glimmer of panic. Was it despair? In Su Muzhe's eyes had carved a subtle fissure into the defenses of his frigid heart, like the sharpest chisel. Why save him? This question echoed in his mind like an incantation. Was it merely to exploit his inexorable primal essence for personal refinement? This rationale still held validity. He could distinctly sense that the chaotic sword mark deep within his soul had become more solid and stable after absorbing the calm, destructive essence. With the core chaotic nebula now emanating an ineffable rhythm of the celestial way, the growth of power was palpably tangible. Yet was it solely for that? Shen Qingxian's gaze involuntarily fell upon Su Muzhe's tightly pressed lips, where a trace of dried blood lingered, the vibrant red stark against his pale skin, evoking a heart-wrenching sense of vulnerability. He recalled the moment his fingertips brushed against the cold strands of hair, the unconscious movement seeking warmth, the icy tear that fell into the nape of his neck, imbued with an air of despair, and the lifeless despair that crystallized in Su Muzhe's tumultuous black eyes upon awakening. It was a complete descent into ruin, stripped of all pride and crushed in dignity. Could this icy figure truly possess such a fragile side? An indescribable complexity surged within him, like pebbles cast into a frigid pond, creating ripples in the depths of his heart. There was absurdity, a sharpness he had not even recognized within himself, and even a tinge of concealed compassion. This unfamiliar emotion rendered him anxious, inciting an instinctive aversion. Trouble. Shen Qingxian muttered a low rebuke, as if to dispel the distractions within. He approached the jade couch, looking down upon the unconscious Su Muzhe from a height. The cold, calculating glimmer in his molten gold vertical pupils began to coalesce once more. Since escape was impossible, he would continue to exploit this frozen entity's pure, inexorable destructive essence to expedite his own recovery and breakthrough. As for that inexplicable emotion, it was merely an illusion born from the merging of powers. He hesitated no longer, settling cross-legged on the opposite side of the jade couch. With his molten gold vertical pupils closed, his consciousness sank deep into the recesses of his soul. Buzz, as his thoughts beckoned, the starlight floating within the star-dust pavilion gathered silently, coalescing into gentle, vast streams of stellar power that enveloped both individuals tenderly. At the same time, he cautiously guided the nascent chaotic force within the depths of his soul, like the most dexterous of appendages, reaching toward the dormant, inexorable sword mark within Su Muzhe. This time, he would no longer passively endure or roughly direct the torrent of destruction. Instead, he would take the reins. Like the most meticulous craftsman, He controlled the chaotic force, delicately stimulating and invoking the calm, destructive essence embedded deep within that mark. Hiss! The excruciating pain surged forth instantaneously, as if countless icy needles simultaneously pierced the very essence of his soul. Xie body trembled violently in his unconscious state, his brows knitting tightly, evidently enduring immense agony. Shen Qingxian, suppressing the excruciating pain tearing at his soul, felt his molten gold vertical pupils quiver intensely beneath his closed eyelids. Unlike before, when he recklessly refined, he now resembled a master guiding the most furious dragon, carefully steering the unleashed force of destruction while deftly avoiding the most fragile nodes of the chaotic nebula, striking with remarkable precision to polish the relatively stable and yet to be refined sections. The torment was akin to a maggot gnawing at his bones. Yet beneath this pinnacle of suffering, the structure of the chaotic nebula, under the relentless honing of that destructive power, began to solidify, albeit imperceptibly. The swirling trajectory seemed to resonate with an ineffable rhythm of the heavenly Tao, akin to the movements of celestial bodies, harmonizing with the cosmic principles. Effective. Though the pain was 100-fold, the efficiency soared. The refining effect on the chaotic nebula proved to be vastly superior. A glimmer of cold fervor flashed within Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils. A sense of detached control mingled with a deeper-seated greed quietly took root. He was no longer content with slow erosion. He sought to extract this power with greater efficacy. With a mere thought, he guided more starry brilliance in his Xie soul, akin to the purest rain nourishing the restless imprint of the merciless sword. Simultaneously, he consolidated a stronger chaotic will, akin to the sharpest chisel, boldly stimulating and invoking the source of destruction deep within the imprint. Buzz, a more surging and refined force of merciless destruction, like a ferocious beast awakened, surged wildly into Shen Qingxian's soul under the guidance of chaotic energy. The pain instantly escalated to an unprecedented zenith. The chaotic nebula quaked violently, its brilliance flickering uncertainly, teetering on the brink of collapse. Shen Qingxian emitted a sound of suppressed agony, his body arching violently, veins bulging at his temples. A sensation of overwhelming tearing emanated from the depths of his soul. However, amidst this overwhelming torment, beneath the frenzied onslaught of destructive power, within the molten gold vertical pupils of Shen Qingxian, the pale visage of Xie, furrowed in pain even in his unconscious state, was vividly reflected. Gone was any trace of coldness and brutality. Only the profound anguish and an utter depletion of all resistance remained. Like a beast stripped of all fangs and claws, left to be slaughtered at will. This scene, akin to the most brutal imprint, was forcefully etched into the depths of Shen Qingxian's soul. That nascent complex emotion, shock, absurdity, piercing pain, and compassion, boiled over like ice cast into a furnace, igniting into a previously unseen, cold, and resolute will. He was no longer merely refining. He was determined to safeguard this power, to protect this wellspring that could render him stronger. He suddenly concentrated all remaining chaotic will, no longer just guiding destruction to refine himself, but rather embodying the most formidable barrier, the most encompassing sea of stars. He steadfastly shielded the nearly disintegrating chaotic nebula at the depths of his soul, simultaneously repelling the surging, ferocious force of merciless annihilation beyond the barrier. In a manner of exquisite precision, he guided, diverted, and refined this tumultuous energy. With a resounding clash, the laws of existence erupted violently within the depths of his soul, and the agonizing pain surged to unprecedented heights. The chaotic nebula emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. Yet, the barrier forged by his will stood resolute, akin to the primordial membrane of creation, fiercely protecting the core starfire. With each relentless assault of the destructive force, the barrier, albeit minutely, grew denser and more stable. Blood seeped from the tightly clenched jaws of Shen Qingxian, while a chilling, resolute light ignited within his molten gold vertical pupils. He had succeeded. Though the suffering was multiplied 100-fold, he not only safeguarded the chaotic nebula, but also allowed the barrier to undergo refinement and growth in the process. Power, a more formidable strength, a more intricate mastery. The exhilaration of wielding this control washed over him like the richest of wines, momentarily dulling the excruciating pain tearing at his soul. With immense difficulty, he slowly raised his unrestrained, equally pallid hand, its motion stiff as though burdened by a mountain of insurmountable weight. That hand, trembling ever so slightly, inched towards the unconscious Xie. The intent was no longer to simply push away or to gently brush aside wayward strands of hair. Rather, it aimed to rest delicately upon the icy pulse of Xie wrist. The fingertips, imbued with a subtle, gentle essence of chaotic origin, faintly infused a strand of pure chaotic vitality. Though the action remained awkward, it bore an unutterable conviction, akin to a cold monarch confirming the state of his most treasured possession. The moment his fingertips grazed the frigid pulse, an ineffable, gentle vitality flowed forth, akin to the pure starlight, silently permeating the icy veins of Xie. This force was no longer the chaotic power that devoured the essence of annihilation, nor was it a cold comfort imbued with will. It was pure healing vitality. Deep within Xie soul, the merciless sword mark, stirred by Shen Qingxian's forceful provocation, trembled upon sensing this pure vitality. Like ice cast into warm water, the violent agitation abruptly subsided. The relentless fury and self-loathing that gnawed at him day and night seemed to be tempered by the purest starlight, diminishing ever so slightly. An unprecedented clarity of peace emerged, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of security, as if shielded by the most formidable barrier, emanating faintly from the very core of the mark. In his unconscious state, Xie's tightly furrowed brow relaxed ever so slightly, and his icy body eased minutely, as if, in the depths of an unconscious abyss, he had touched the source of tranquility and protection. Shen Qingxian felt the icy pulse beneath his fingertips, a faint yet steady rhythm emanating from it. Deep within his molten gold vertical pupils, a cold and resolute light flickered ever so slightly. An emotion, complex and subtle, akin to a warm current surging quietly beneath the frozen surface, began to take root, unbeknownst even to him. Within the stardust pavilion, the drifting starlight flowed silently. Upon the jade couch, two figures were positioned, one sitting and the other reclining. One person lightly touched the icy pulse, their molten gold vertical pupils exuding a chilling determination. The barriers deep within their soul source impenetrable. They frantically extracted strength to refine themselves while quietly releasing pure life force for healing. The other lay unconscious, their brow slightly unfurrowed, their cold body, nourished by the pure life energy, instinctively sought the source of tranquility and protection. Guided by the starlight, the spark of heart fire ignited. This gentle touch was neither the culmination of theft nor the charity of pity. It was, amidst the trials of fate, a nascent thought of protection quietly blossoming beneath the cold calculations and thirst for power, a thought that even he had yet to perceive. Chapter 42. The ice begins to melt, the heart's defense slightly breached within the stardust pavilion. The flowing starlight resembled an ancient and unchanging river of stars, silently enveloping the two intertwined figures upon the jade couch. Time lost its measure here. Only the peculiar cycle established through the laws of contracts and the contact of skin persisted, pulsating like the intertwining of ice and fire, silently beating in the stillness, refining chaos while numbing the unrelenting sharpness. Shen Qingxian sat cross-legged, his molten gold vertical pupils tightly shut, his consciousness plunging into the harrowing battlefield deep within his soul source. Excruciating pain pierced through him like countless poisoned steel needles, relentlessly tormenting his soul source day and night. Each time he guided the chaotic power to extract and refine the merciless essence of destruction, which had been calmed by the starlight. It felt akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade, inflicting soul-rending agony. However, Beneath this extreme, torturous crucible, an unprecedented sense of power, akin to thoroughly tempered dark iron, began to struggle into existence from deep within the barriers of his soul source, spreading forth. That sensation was clear enough to make one tremble. Deep within the soul source, the chaotic barrier constructed by his will was being gradually solidified and fortified, albeit at a pace so subtle it was almost imperceptible, under the relentless impact and refinement of the essence of merciless destruction. Upon the surface of the barrier, faint yet profoundly intricate patterns of law emerged, resembling the celestial paths of stars, resonating with the principles of the heavenly way. What further stirred his spirit was the faint glow of the chaotic sword seal imprinted at the core, though still dim. Its structure had become several times more stable than before. Deep within the imprint, the slowly and laboriously rotating chaotic nebula, each turn bringing a twinge of tearing pain, now carried an indescribable weightiness in its trajectory, as if like the core of a star, bearing an immense force. Effective, 100-fold pain, yet the barrier was strengthening. The nebula was solidifying. The power was growing. Beneath his tightly closed eyelids, Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils trembled violently, a cold fervor intertwining with a deeper greed, akin to poisonous vines entwining around his nearly collapsing will. He endured the excruciating pain, capable of incinerating his rationality, much like the most reckless of gamblers, investing all his remaining spirit into this brutal refinement. He was no longer content with passive guidance. He sought to extract more efficiently and refine with greater finesse. With a mere thought, he coalesced a more potent chaotic will, akin to the sharpest of chisels, daringly stimulating and awakening the dormant, merciless sword imprint deep within Xie Zhuiyuan's soul. Simultaneously, he channeled an abundance of starlight energy, akin to the purest of rains, striving to soothe the fierce beast on the verge of awakening. A resonant hum ensued. A torrent of raw, unrelenting primal power surged forth, imbued with a devastatingly violent intent, reminiscent of an enraged ancient beast, roaring fiercely into Shen Qingxian's soul. The pain escalated to unprecedented heights. The chaotic barrier emitted a mournful cry under the strain, and the core chaotic nebula trembled violently, its brilliance dimming to a perilous brink of collapse. A muffled roar escaped Shen Qingxian's lips, suppressed to the utmost degree. His body arched violently, as though struck by an invisible hammer. A sensation of overwhelming tearing surged from the depths of his soul, threatening to shatter his consciousness entirely. Surrender? No, that was out of the question. A primal instinct for survival and a fierce desire for control, originating from the deepest core of chaos, erupted like a final spark amidst the crushing pain. He summoned the last vestiges of his will, no longer attempting to forcefully command the raging torrent, but instead, like the most skilled weaver, transformed the remaining chaotic energy into the most resilient of threads, binding and restraining the most violent aspects of the destructive flow. Concurrently, he guided the relatively calmer portions with the precision of a master engraver, delicately polishing the chaotic barrier at its most critical nodes. The pain felt like a myriad of steel needles, piercing repeatedly. The chaotic barrier trembled violently, its radiance flickering uncertainly. Yet, the newly born patterns of law upon the barrier, refined through the relentless force of destruction, gradually became clearer and more stable, albeit exceedingly faint. The barrier itself seemed to gain a subtle increase in weight and resilience. Success. Though it was but a faint guidance, he had once again maintained his position, and the barrier had undergone a deeper refinement. Power. A more formidable power. A more intricate control. The exhilarating sensation of mastery washed over him like the richest of wines, instantly dulling the agony of his soul's rending. A glimmer of near exhaustion, yet cold fervor, flashed within Shen Qingxian's molten gold vertical pupils. A sense of detached control mingled with a deeper, burgeoning greed. He slowly, with great difficulty, lifted his unrestrained, equally pallid hand. The movement was stiff, as if burdened by the weight of a mountain. That hand, trembling imperceptibly, moved at a glacial pace towards the cold wrist pulse of the unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan. His fingertips, imbued with a gentle yet vast essence unique to the primal chaos, subtly infused a thread of pure, chaotic vitality. Like a ruthless monarch, he sought to ascertain whether his most treasured possession could endure yet another extraction. In the fleeting moment when fingertips brushed against the frigid pulse, an ineffable, gentle yet vast chaos of vitality surged forth, akin to the purest starlight, flowing ever so faintly along the fingertips, silently permeating the icy veins of Xie Zhuiyuan. This force remained a pure essence of healing vitality. However, this time, an unexpected transformation occurred. From the depths of Xie Zhuiyuan's soul, the unforgiving sword imprint, stirred by Shen Qingxian's forceful provocation, resonated with an unprecedented intensity. Upon sensing this pure vitality, it thrummed with a violent surge, not as before when it was soothed, but as if cast into boiling oil, erupting with an uncontrollable fervor. A more ferocious and frigid essence of destruction, imbued with an insatiable longing, surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, fiercely rebounding through the pathway of vitality. Shen Qingxian was caught off guard. His soul barrier suffered immediate devastation, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the cold stardust wall of the Stardust Pavilion. The excruciating pain was overwhelming. A relentless agony as the soul barrier experienced an unprecedented tearing sensation. The core of the chaotic nebula dimmed to an extreme, teetering on the brink of complete disintegration. Collapse overtook Shen Qingxian as he slumped against the wall, his molten gold vertical pupils dilating, consciousness wavering amidst the agony. He gazed in disbelief at the still unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan upon the jade couch. What transpired? How could his chaotic vitality incite such a terrifying backlash? Just as his consciousness threatened to plunge into utter darkness, a gentle yet vast power of starlight surged forth, akin to the purest of rains, converging from all directions within the Stardust Pavilion and enveloping him instantly. Simultaneously, an even greater and purer essence of chaotic origin, imbued with an indescribable urgency and protective will, erupted from the nearly disintegrating chaotic sword imprint deep within his soul. A more intense clash of laws erupted within the depths of his soul, and the agony escalated to unprecedented heights. The chaotic nebula emitted a cry of impending demise. Yet, under the dual protection of the suddenly erupted chaotic essence and the starlight power, the nearly collapsing barrier remarkably held firm against the onslaught. The core starfire did not extinguish. A pained roar escaped Shen Qingxian, filled with utmost despair. His molten gold vertical pupils snapped wide open within the depths of his gaze. The previously frigid golden light now bore a hint of indescribable crimson, akin to burning stars. He fixated intently on Xie Zhuiyuan upon the jade couch, not with anger or resentment, but with a chilling madness that had been thoroughly provoked. He struggled to rise, determined to obliterate this uncontrollable treasure. However, in that very moment of struggle, another transformation unfolded upon the jade couch. The unconscious Xie Zhuiyuan's body convulsed violently, unleashing an even more terrifying and pure aura of destruction. As if an ancient, slumbering deity of chaos had been thoroughly awakened, erupting explosively from within him. The entire Stardust Pavilion quaked violently. The shimmering starlight suddenly cloaked in a chilling, deathly silence. A faint, almost imperceptible moan, laden with excruciating agony and terror, escaped from Xie Zhuiyuan's tightly clenched jaws. From the corners of his tightly shut eyes, cold blood tears seeped forth, infused with a profound despair that penetrated to the marrow and an all-consuming dread. Shen Qingxian's struggling motions abruptly froze. Deep within his molten gold vertical pupils, a frigid madness crystallized as though cast into an abyss of absolute zero. He beheld Xie Zhuiyuan's pallid face, contorted in agonizing torment, and the icy blood tears that cascaded down. Feeling the insatiable hunger emanating from the merciless sword imprint embedded deep within the other's soul, a black hole yearning to devour all. It was a terrifying fear of being utterly consumed by that very desire. This icy mass was not rebounding against him. Rather, it was the merciless sword imprint within him, spiraling out of control, engulfing him entirely. This realization pierced Shen Qingxian's frigid heart like the sharpest ice spike, unleashing an unprecedented, ineffable panic that surged like a tidal wave, threatening to drown him. No, it was not mere panic. It was the imperative to preserve this source of power. This thought, cold and urgent, clutched his crumbling consciousness like a final lifeline. He hesitated no longer, disregarding his own excruciating pain. He abruptly summoned all the remaining chaotic will and starlight power within him, not for self-refinement, nor for attack, but as the most robust dam, the most encompassing sea of stars. Driven by an almost instinctual protective intent, rushing forth to suppress the uncontrollable, merciless sword imprint within Xie Zhuiyuan. Stop! Boom! An unimaginable force, imbued with a cold, resolute will, intertwined with the vast might of starlight, surged forth like the primordial rivers of creation, violently colliding with the uncontrollable, merciless sword imprint deep within Xie Zhuiyuan's soul. The clash of indescribable laws erupted within the depths of Xie Zhuiyuan's essence, causing the entire Stardust Pavilion to tremble violently, the floating starlight thrown into chaos. Xie Zhuiyuan's body arched violently, emitting a wail so harrowing it transcended human sound. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices, blindingly bright. Shen Qingxian's pupils constricted sharply. He distinctly sensed that his power, infused with a protective will, functioned like the stabilizing needle amidst a tempest of destruction, while it temporarily subdued the uncontrollable vortex of devouring. It also sliced through Xie Zhuiyuan's already fragile soul with the sharpness of the finest blade. The agony, the overwhelming torment, it stemmed not only from the crumbling barriers of his own soul, but also from the invisible bond tethering him to Xie Zhuiyuan, transmitting the harrowing pain of the other's soul being torn asunder. This pain was so vivid, so real, as though his own essence was being shredded inch by inch. Shen Qingxian coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body collapsing weakly against the wall, as though all strength had been drained from him. In the molten gold vertical pupils, the crimson light flickered violently, as the cold madness was replaced by an ineffable sense of bewilderment and a trace of deep-seated fear. What had he done? Had he nearly destroyed the very source of this power? No. Had he almost brought death to Xie Zhuiyuan? This thought, imbued with an unprecedented chill, instantaneously froze all his thoughts. He gazed upon the body on the jade couch, still convulsing violently, blood streaming from its orifices, its breath reduced to an almost imperceptible whisper. He watched as despair-laden tears of blood fell, and an unfamiliar, piercing pain surged through